Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 44:33 to Chapter 45:14. Kill the Wolf was crippled and Black Fang was disqualified. This was the best choice for General Beast Tamer. However, he seemed to have underestimated the persistence of Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber and Sacred Lord Sin. We don't agree. Naturally, the two of them would not agree. My son Kill the Wolf has already admitted defeat, but he was severely injured by Black Fang. Do you think disqualification is enough? General Beast Tamer is looking down on the people of Tyrannical Saber Sacred City. You are an expert of Beast Tamer Sacred City in Golden City. Our Tyrannical Saber Sacred City also has General Tyrannical Saber. If we don't settle this today, the Golden Battle will not continue. Although Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber was easy to talk to, he was not someone who would be easily bullied. On the contrary, his character was similar to Ling Xiao. For his family, he was willing to pierce a hole in the sky. Nonsense. My son Black Fang did not know that Kill the Wolf had already admitted defeat. Even if there was a mistake, it was the organizer's fault. The system malfunctioned. You can't blame my son. Sin Holy Lord shouted as well. Our sacred city's General Sin is not someone to be trifled with. The reason why the top 10 sacred cities were called the top 10 sacred cities was because they had powerful experts in Golden City. They could even afford to offend General Beast Tamer. It was just a matter of whether they would give him face or not. General Beast Tamer's face turned ugly. He thought that he had done a good job today. However, he had underestimated the strength of the 3,000 sacred cities. He had thought too highly of himself. Hearing the two of them, General Beast Tamer frowned and said, "The Golden Battle is a big event for Golden City to select talents. We can't allow you to cause trouble here. Even General Tyrannical Saber and General Sin can't bear the responsibility of ruining Golden City's plans. Now, it's obvious that Kill the Wolf has lost. Therefore, Black Fang has won this battle. Sacred Lord Sin's words are reasonable." Black Fang did not know that Kill the Wolf had admitted defeat. It's understandable for him to do so. General Beast Tamer's words showed that he was on the side of Sacred City. This was because Sacred City had formed an alliance with Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sacred Sword Sacred City, and Sacred Nether City. On the other hand, Saber Saint City was all alone. Rather than offending both sides, it would be better to ally with one of them. This way, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. Of course, when he made this decision, he did not realize how deep the relationship between Ling Xiao and Kill the Wolf was. People of Tyrant Blade Sacred City, leave quickly. The Golden Battle will continue if you insist on causing trouble. Then don't blame me. General Beast Tamer said coldly. Sin Holy Lord also smiled and said, "General is right. In the Golden Battle, casualties and even death are common. It was a fact that Kill the Wolf was not as good as others. Even if there was a small problem, this fact would not change. Therefore, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber should think about Tyrannical Saber Sacred City. Don't destroy Tyrant Blade Sacred City for your son." He was smart. He could tell that the Beast Tamer General was trying to rope him in, so he went along with it. In this battle, Black Fang wins, 1 point, Kill the Wolf loses, 1 point deducted. The Beast Tamer General quickly announced the result, probably because he wanted the raw rice to be cooked, and ended it just like that. Following his announcement, the names on the Jade Wall also changed. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber was so angry that his body trembled. Good. Very good. Are you ganging up to bully Tyrant Blade Sacred City? Do you think we won't find help? Everyone, listen up. From today onwards, Tyrant Blade Sacred City will join the Battle Alliance and respect Ling Xiao as the Great Sacred Lord. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. In fact, he had thought of this for a long time, but he had not acted on it. This was because he wanted to observe the development of the Battle Alliance. Moreover, Tyrant Blade Sacred City was one of the 10 great sacred cities. Joining the Battle Alliance would mean lowering their status. This would probably cause dissatisfaction among many martial artists in the Sacred City. During this time, he had been doing his job. Now, he felt that the time was right, so he took this opportunity to bring it up. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber knew that only Ling Xiao could help him and his son seek justice. Otherwise, they would be too isolated. Join the Battle Alliance. Hearing Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber's words, everyone was stunned, including Ling Xiao. The Battle Alliance had more than 1,500 sacred cities that had joined. However, most of them were ranked below 1,000. There was not a single sacred city in the top 100. Not to mention the 10 great sacred cities. Once Tyrant Blade's sacred city joined, the Battle Alliance's reputation and strength would rapidly increase. This was an extremely good thing. Of course, even if Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber did not do this, he would still help kill the wolf. This was because they were friends, very good friends. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber, you don't have to do this. Even if Tyrant Blade's sacred city does not join the Battle Alliance, I, Ling Xiao, will seek justice for Kill the Wolf today. Ling Xiao stood up and walked to Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber's side. No, even if today's matter did not happen, I was prepared to join. Langer has been discussing this matter with me these days. Everyone in Tyrant Blade's sacred city has thought about it. We originally planned to wait until the end of the Golden Battle before announcing it. Since someone thinks we are easy to bully, I will announce it today. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber shook his head and said. If that's the case, then it's the best. Once you join the Battle Alliance, you will have to listen to the orders of the Alliance Chief. The Alliance Chief is the Great Saint Lord, which means I am the Alliance Chief. You don't feel wronged, do you? Ling Xiao asked again. Of course not. It was impossible to say that he did not feel wronged. After all, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber was a 9th level Shattered Core Warrior. Ling Xiao was only a late Heavenly Core Warrior. The gap between their cultivation bases was huge. However, Ling Xiao had the Fire King behind him, and he was one of the strongest warriors in Golden City. He was stronger than any general. He believed that following Ling Xiao would not bring him any harm. Alright, that's all I need to hear. From today onwards, Tyrant Blade's sacred city will join the Battle Alliance, and we will be under the protection of the Battle Alliance. Ling Xiao said with a clear voice. Understood. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber knelt down on the spot. Most of the people in Tyrant Blade's sacred city knelt down. Only a small group of people were not happy about it. Sacred Lord, can we leave Tyrant Blade's sacred city? The one who spoke was a city lord of Tyrant Blade's sacred city. His surname was Wang. This city lord Wang was weaker than Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber, but he was also a 7th level Shattered Core Warrior. He was much stronger than the former Sacred Lord of Battle Soul Sacred City. Whatever, I said I won't force you. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber said with an indifferent tone. Alright. City Lord Wang led his group into the ranks of the Sacred City of Sin. In fact, he had already thought of a way out. Today, he would join the Sacred City. Why does it have to be the Sacred City? Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber had an ugly expression on his face. Because the Sacred City is strong enough, and it can provide us with enough benefits. More importantly, after Kill the Wolf, Tyrant Blade's sacred city will have no successor. Since the Sacred City has a genius like Black Fang, he will definitely be able to cultivate in Golden City. City Lord Wang had thought this through. He felt that only by joining the Sacred City could he continue his glory. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber took a deep breath. This was his promise, and it was not good to break it here. Otherwise, it would make the martial artists who followed him bitterly disappointed. If I were you, none of them would live. Ling Xiao said coldly, choosing to join the enemy camp under such circumstances is not a choice, but a betrayal. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. No need to say anything. That was your choice. I'm just saying what I think. Brother Wolf's injuries have stabilized. Brother Wolf's body is extremely strong. Black Fang can't cripple him. Ling Xiao, stop bragging. He can't participate in any martial arts competitions after this. He can't even cultivate in this life. Black Fang sneered. How can I not understand my own attack? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you know? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. The most dangerous thing that Black Fang had caused to kill the wolf was actually the demonic aura. Ling Xiao had already absorbed all the demonic aura. He had also fed Kill the Wolf the best healing pill. He had even used the life rewind ability. The healing pill was just a cover. The real effect was the life rewind ability. If this ability was used on others, the cooldown would be increased to 30 hours. If used on himself, it would only be 3 hours. If used on others, the effect would not be so immediate. It would take more than 10 minutes to fully recover. Haha, you're only good at talking. I'm not going to bicker with you. It's boring. Black Fang sneered. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao in talking. However, this was not the point of a battle. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with him. Instead, he looked at the beast tamer general. There was mockery and ridicule in his eyes. General, to be honest, when you came, I welcomed you very much. I even worshipped you. However, what you did was too disappointing. Are you planning to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Kill the wolf and eliminate Black Fang. Unfortunately, your calculations were wrong. You had no choice but to join forces with the Sacred City of Sin to bully the Saber Sacred City. But you're wrong, because Saber Saint City chose to join our battle alliance. I have no choice but to get involved in this matter. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations, but anyone with a discerning eye could hear the terrifying killing intent in his voice. Brat, how can you talk to the general like that? Chi Hai stood up and roared. Shut up. What right do you have to talk to our first saint? Zhao Fengyun released a terrifying aura that pressed down on Chi Hai, causing Chi Hai's face to change greatly. Ling Xiao, this matter has already been resolved. Let's not waste any more time. Kill the wolf is already injured, and the golden battle has to continue. Even if you know the Fire Emperor, you can't do this. General Beast Tamer braced himself and said. He knew that he could not afford to offend the Flame Emperor, but at this moment, he had no other choice. He couldn't admit defeat just because Ling Xiao spoke. That would be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. General, do you still remember what I said before? If anything happens to Brother Wolf, I won't be so easy to talk to. Since you don't take my words seriously, don't blame me for not warning you if something happens in the future. As for the golden battle, now that this has happened, is there a need to continue? You have the final say. You can give the position of the 10th Holy Sun to whoever you want. You can give the championship to whoever you want. You can cover the sky with one hand, can't you? If you want Lion Fearless to take first place, it's not impossible. At most, you can do it yourself. Believe me. None of us can beat you. Why waste everyone's time? Anyone with a discerning eye can see what Black Demon Fang has done, and even more so what you have done. As Ling Xiao continued speaking, General Beast Tamer's face became uglier and uglier. He clenched his fists and had the urge to attack. If he let this fearless guy continue to talk nonsense, he really didn't know what he would say. If General Beast Tamer is willing, Red Sun Sacred City is willing to serve you. Red Sun Sacred Lord began to take sides at this time. So is Sacred Netherworld City. Sacred Sword City is willing to serve General. Sacred City of Sin naturally won't refuse. It was the wish of the 4 sacred cities to be able to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Now that they could win over General Beast Tamer, they would not be tired of it. General Beast Tamer was in a dilemma. He didn't want to be enemies with Ling Xiao. However, at this time, he was pushed to the opposite side. It was completely impossible to get off the tiger. Ling Xiao, do you have to be like this? I'm the chief referee. General Beast Tamer frowned and made a last-ditch effort. If this matter could be resolved peacefully, he really didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. General, are you threatening me? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, yes, you're the chief referee. So when Black Fang chose to use the demonic power, you knew it was against the rules, but you ignored it. You want to cover the sky with one hand, yes, you're the chief referee, so when Black Fang disregarded the rules and launched a sneak attack when the opponent surrendered, you didn't stop him. You didn't stop him. You think the chief referee can control everything? Yes, you're the chief referee. You can remove me from the Golden Battle. But do you really think you can stop me from going to the Golden City? The other referees also follow your lead, even if they know you're wrong. They don't dare to say anything more. With your strength, you can cover the sky with one hand in the 3,000 sacred cities. That's why you're acting so recklessly. This series of words made General Beast Tamer's old face turn red. After all, he still wanted to save face. Moreover, many warriors were only guessing about the demonic power and couldn't be sure. Ling Xiao's words now made the warriors despise General Beast Tamer's actions even more. Except for the warriors of the Battle Alliance, no one was willing to offend General Beast Tamer. So they didn't say anything. Power and strength were the real power. As for reason, it didn't work in the mystic world. Unless the strong grasped the reason. What do you want to do? General Beast Tamer's face was very ugly. But in the end, he didn't dare to completely fall out with Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao had the existence of the Fire Emperor behind him. What do I want to do? It's very simple. The battle will continue, the competition will continue. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ah? Hearing this, many people were stunned. Ling Xiao said such words, but in the end, he didn't intend to punish Black Fang. What was going on? You might find it strange. Actually, it's not strange at all. Ling Xiao said indifferently, today, I'll throw my words here. Qi Xiao, Black Fang, and Lion Fearless. I won't let any of them go. They must all die. The reason why I told the truth is that I want everyone to know. I, Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person who bullies others. Qi Xiao, Black Fang, and Lion Fearless, all three of you have to die. Ling Xiao said casually as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Hee, you're quite confident. Qi Xiao sneered, finding it funny. Since we've already said it like this, Ling Xiao, I won't hide it from you. I really want to kill the wolf, and I also want to kill you. What can you do to me? Black Fang said. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not expect Black Fang to get any punishment. The biggest punishment was death. The Golden City would not do it. Let him do it. After he finished speaking, Ling Xiao stopped wasting his breath. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be meaningless. Since he had suffered a loss, he would get it back with his fists. He had the strength to do so. Black Fang, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, Kill the Wolf, who was lying on the ground and dying, suddenly stood up. This scene made everyone, except for Ling Xiao, dumbfounded. Especially Black Fang, he did not expect that Kill the Wolf did not die. Moreover, he seemed to have recovered. Did he see a ghost? Alright, Brother Wolf, it's impossible for you to fight him anymore. Leave him to me. Ling Xiao patted Kill the Wolf gently. Kill the Wolf gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Although he was on the verge of death, his mind was very clear. It was Ling Xiao who saved him. The friendship between the two had deepened. I'll listen to you. Kill the Wolf took a deep breath. He returned to his seat with Ling Xiao. The people in Saber Saint City were also cheering. Kill the Wolf had recovered and returned. In other words, he still had a chance to fight for a place in the Golden City. General Beast looked coldly at Ling Xiao's back and a strong killing intent rose in his heart. If Ling Xiao went to the Golden City and met the Fire Emperor, would he still be able to survive? Black Fang, Qi Xiao, and Lion Fearless sneered. They all wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also wanted to kill them. They would definitely have a chance to meet in the next battle. Who would live and who would die, they would find out soon. Well, it's just a farce. Next, the fifth battle, Bayunrui vs. Lion Fearless. Although the people were still brooding over what had just happened. But the showdown between Bayunrui and Lion Fearless also made them very interested. These two people were respectively the third and fourth of the 10 holy sons. Their strengths were very close. Believed that the battle would be exciting. I surrender. To the disappointment of the audience, Bayunrui chose to surrender. This time, there was no problem with the surrender system. It was simply ironic. At this point, the first round of the points battle had ended. There were no draws. 5 people had 1 point, 5 people had negative points. Most of the battles were normal. Only the battle between Kill the Wolf and Black Fang had some accidents. But it had been resolved. After an hour of rest, the battle will continue. After the announcement, General Beast Tamer disappeared. He was in a bad mood now. Originally, he had planned to let Lion Fearless advance smoothly. However, he had made himself passive. Many things could happen in an hour. Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, Nether Sacred City, Sword Sacred City, Commandment Sacred City, and General Beast Tamer. All of them gathered together. I'm sure the general has already seen how arrogant Ling Xiao was today. Why do you have to be angry with him? Forefather Scarlet Flame said that the kid is related to Fire Emperor. I don't think so. If he is, he doesn't need to participate in the Golden Battle. He would have become Fire Emperor's disciple. He was just trying to scare you. Scarlet Sun's sacred leader swore to pull General Beast Tamer to his side. This way, he could better control the 3,000 sacred cities and compete with the Battle Alliance. Yes, I think so too. Ling Zhao's identity is easy to investigate. He has nothing to do with the Golden Battle. How can he be related to Fire Emperor? Sin Sacred Leader said. Okay, let's not talk about this. Now, I'm on your pirate ship. Since that's the case, let's work together to deal with Ling Xiao. Do you have any opinions? General Beast Tamer sighed. At this point, he had already offended Ling Xiao, so there was no need for him to be polite anymore. Ha ha ha, General Beast Tamer's choice is absolutely wise. All of a sudden, a mysterious voice sounded. Who is it? General Beast Tamer looked in the direction of the voice. He couldn't help but be shocked. Law Master. Hee, I've already come out of seclusion. I just didn't show up. How can I let a kid jump around in the 3,000 sacred cities? The Law Master sneered. It's time to restore order in the 3,000 sacred cities. The Battle Alliance shouldn't exist. At the same time, in the exchange area, Ling Xiao, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyun, Sacred Leader Tyrannical Saber, Killed a Wolf, Gao Shen, and Jiang Nan sat together. They were discussing what had just happened. First of all, I represent all the martial artists in Tyrannical Saber Sacred City to thank the great Sacred Leader for his help. Sacred Leader Tyrannical Saber grabbed his son, Killed a Wolf, and knelt down to thank Ling Xiao again. There's no need to say more. Since you've already joined the Battle Alliance, you should be protected by me. Ling Xiao waved his hand. This isn't the problem now. It's General Beast Tamer. Today, in order to let the people of the 3,000 sacred cities know the truth, I offended him. He definitely won't swallow this humiliation. Therefore, the next battle will be even more difficult. Gao Shen, Brother Wolf, you two must remember to bring enough teleportation talismans. If you can't do it, run for your life. Don't foolishly throw your life away. If you lose, you can get back your face. If you die, you'll lose everything. Understood. After today's incident, Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen were even more impressed with Ling Xiao. They were willing to follow his lead. Sigh, if it weren't for the great sacred leader, our tyrannical saber sacred city would have lost all face. It's a pity that I'm working for the Golden City, but now I'm being humiliated like this. Great sacred leader, give the order. No matter what, even if you make me an enemy of the Golden City, I won't even frown. Sacred leader Tyrannical Saber said loudly. It's not that serious. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Next, I might leave the 3,000 sacred cities for a period of time. The management of the Battle Alliance will depend on you. A righteous person like you is exactly what I need. I'll definitely do my best. Sacred leader Tyrannical Saber said. Young master, when you said that you were going to kill those 3 people, were you serious? Jiang Nan suddenly asked. Otherwise? Do you think I'm just angry? Ling Xiao said with a smile. The reason why he had said those words was to force the 3 fellows to kill him. Only in this way could his potential be stimulated. Without using the tyrannical martial soul, he could kill all 3 of them. Since they were enemies, he had to make good use of them. No, I feel that the young master is very serious. That's why I'm worried. Qi Xiao is not only the son of sacred leader Qiyang, but he's also a genius favored by the Law Master. It's said that the Law Master has already taken him in as his last disciple. If we kill him, we'll offend the Law Master. The Law Master, General Beast Tamer, and Sacred Leader Qiyang will join forces. Those are 3 divine physique echelon experts. We can't win, right? Although Jiang Nan knew that she shouldn't say that, she had to say it. When everyone's blood was boiling, someone had to calm them down and think calmly. Don't worry about that. We have people on our side too. Sacred Leader Domineering Saber said coldly, I've already contacted my brother. He won't sit by and do nothing. An hour passed very quickly. The top 10 contestants gathered again. Speaking of which, it was rather interesting. A few of the top 10 contestants were mortal enemies. However, no one died or was crippled in the first battle. Even Sha Palang, that guy who was bound to be crippled, had completely recovered. This was truly a miracle. As for what happened before, although many people didn't dare to say anything, what General Beast Tamer and Black Fang did was extremely shameful. Qi Xiao was still as calm and mysterious as ever. Hey Moya, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao gloomily. He was looking forward to Ling Xiao being his next opponent. In that case, he would have a chance to kill Ling Xiao. As for Lion Fearless, he closed his eyes and rested. These three people were the people that Ling Xiao had sworn to kill. Their hatred for Ling Xiao had reached its peak. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. Regardless of whether the other party hated him or not, he was going to kill the other party. This wouldn't change. Black Demon Fang still couldn't believe that Sha Palang would participate in the Golden Battle as if nothing had happened. However, so what if he didn't believe it? It was impossible for him to meet Black Fang again. An hour ago, we finished the first battle. The points of the 10 cultivators on the ranking Jade Wall were clear at a glance. However, what I want to talk about now is not this, but something else. The Law Master had returned. They came from the City of Gold. Bring the decree and preside over this golden battle with me. As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Law Master, he was an incomparably mysterious figure. The strongest expert of Commandment Sacred City. In fact, many people had never even seen his true face. It was said that the Dharma Master had 3 types of doppelgangers with 3 different appearances. Normally, he would blend into the crowd. Only during battle would the 3 clones merge into one. He had changed into a completely different appearance. The Law Master was a legend and an object of worship for countless people. His appearance had indeed incited a wave of cheers. Ling Xiao looked at the referee's table. Sure enough, there was one more person. At first glance, this person looked like an ordinary person. Although his crimson robes were eye-catching, it had nothing to do with his strength. His appearance was also very ordinary. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged uncle. However, those who truly understood him knew how terrifying he was. The faces of Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun changed a little. The appearance of this person would be very troublesome. As Qi Xiao's master, the Law Master would definitely side with Qi Xiao. Ling Xiao was in trouble. The Law Master looked at Ling Xiao with a deep gaze. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been sucked into a black vortex. He struggled desperately. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. The strength of the tyrannical martial soul was not something that the Law Master could deal with. Soon, he regained his clarity. He looked coldly at the middle-aged man. Being ordinary was just his disguise. He was very strong and terrifying, but even so, Ling Xiao had nothing to fear. Interesting. The Law Master found that his pressure was actually blocked by Ling Xiao and couldn't help but laugh. It had been a long time since he had found such an interesting child. If it weren't for Ling Xiao offending his disciple and even destroying the reputation of Commandment Sacred City, he really wanted to accept this child as his disciple. Let's see what you're capable of first. The Law Master restrained his aura and waved to the crowd. The fan effect was terrifying. The enthusiasm at the scene reached a new height. In this enthusiasm, the new battle finally began. This time, it was the Law Master who drew the lots. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 beeswax flew up. In midair, the beeswax shattered, revealing the note inside. The note was not damaged at all. There were 2 names written on it, Gao Shen and Kill the Wolf. It turned out to be like this. Everyone laughed bitterly, feeling a little bored. Everyone knew that Gao Shen and Kill the Wolf were Ling Xiao's good friends. Even if the 2 of them met, they would definitely not fight to the death. this battle was destined to be boring. Ling Xiao didn't find it surprising. If one didn't cheat in drawing lots, anyone could meet anyone. It was normal for Gao Shen to meet Kill the Wolf. I'll just admit defeat. Gao Shen laughed bitterly. He had seen Kill the Wolf's strength before. If he was an enemy, he would have wanted to temper himself. But since he was a friend, there was no need to waste his true essence and stamina. The first battle ended quickly. Kill the Wolf recovered to 1 point. Gao Shen's score was already negative by 2 points. There was no other way. He met Qi Xiao in the first battle and couldn't beat her. In the second battle, he met Kill the Wolf and still couldn't beat him. Furthermore, they were good friends. It was normal for him to admit defeat. Qi Xiao was the first of the Holy Sun. Kill the Wolf was also the second of the Holy Sun. Gao Shen did not feel that there was anything shameful about losing to them. The second battle, Qi Xiao vs Dong Bo Xiuyu. I admit defeat. Dong Bo Xiuyu directly admitted defeat. She had seen Qi Xiao's strength. Her opponent was also an extremely vicious and merciless person. She didn't want to become disabled or consume too much energy. In the third battle, Bai Yunrui defeated Feng Yin. During the battle, Bai Yunrui's strength was displayed. However, he was ruthless. If Feng Yin hadn't chosen to surrender early and was teleported away, she would have been defiled by Bai Yunrui in front of everyone. Bai Yunrui had done this before. It wouldn't be strange for him to do it again. In the fourth battle, Black Fang easily defeated Tian High Peak. The two of them had encountered each other in the knockout stage, but now, Black Demon Fang had become even stronger. It was normal for Tian High Peak to be defeated. In the final battle, Ling Xiao vs Lion Fearless, the crowd once again became excited. I can't hold on any longer. Qi Xiao, Black Fang, this brat is mine. Lion Fearless excitedly jumped into the arena. Finally, he met the person he wanted to kill the most. In the first stage, he met Ling Xiao twice, but was played for a fool both times. He was even injured. He still remembered this point. Ling Xiao, you have to do well. I'm waiting for you to come and kill me. Ha 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 ha. Black Fang laughed wildly. Perhaps from his point of view, Ling Xiao would not even be able to pass the test of Fearless Lion. Wanting to kill him? That was purely a dream. I can't forget. Ling Xiao replied very seriously, I took care of Lion Fearless, that reptile. Next, it's your and Qi Xiao's turn. We'll meet sooner or later. When the time comes, don't run. In the arena, Ling Xiao finally faced his first nemesis, Lion Fearless. Lion Fearless didn't waste any time. He released his martial soul and merged it with his body. His martial soul was a lion. After merging, his hands turned into sharp claws that shone with a dangerous cold light. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to deal with him. Ling Xiao, you will die a horrible death. Roar. With a roar, Lion Fearless dashed out like a lion. He was so fast that he disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Obviously, he was good at close combat. His hands were like the claws of a lion, grabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. The sharp claws released a terrifying aura that wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. The claws were extremely fast and powerful. Once he was caught, a piece of his flesh would definitely be torn off. In serious cases, one might even die on the spot. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He had angered Lion Fearless. He was definitely going to die. Many people thought so because Lion Fearless' performance was even more outstanding than before. Even more powerful. Obviously, Lion Fearless had received guidance from an expert during the break. That expert was obviously the beast-taming general. Ling Xiao didn't care about the crowd's discussion. Feeling Lion Fearless' sharp claws coming towards him, he was as calm as ever. Lion Martial Soul, it was just an ordinary beast martial soul. Today, I will show you what a real beast god martial soul is. Yin Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul Transformation. Using the opponent's best method to defeat him was definitely the best way to defeat him. In the next moment, Ling Xiao reached out with both hands. He didn't retreat or dodge. The sharp claws met the attack head-on. It was like two demonic beasts fighting. One was a lion, and the other was a tiger. Boom, a violent collision sound was heard. The two of them separated immediately upon contact, and then both of them took a few steps back. It seemed like they were evenly matched. But in reality, Lion Fearless was obviously at a disadvantage. His physical body was not as strong as Ling Zhao's, and a few scratches appeared on his tough claws. One had to know that his claws were as hard as iron, yet they were still scratched. Lion Fearless frowned. Wasn't Ling Zhao's specialty in swordsmanship? Why was his physical body so strong? Ling Zhao wasn't injured, but Lion Fearless was indeed an expert. This collision caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to go numb, as if it was about to split open. This guy is really strong. No wonder he's so arrogant. Ling Zhao thought to himself. At this moment, Lion Fearless made a strange attacking pose. He gloomily looked at Ling Zhao and said, I didn't expect you to have some skills. However, this still can't change your fate of being killed by me. As he spoke, his body suddenly released a golden light. The light condensed into the shape of a lion. It made him look like a golden lion. His eyes were filled with viciousness, killing intent, and evil. It made people tremble in fear. Kill. Suddenly, Lion Fearless moved. Countless afterimages appeared in the air, and the golden light also shone brightly. It was as if countless golden lions were pouncing on Ling Zhao. The entire arena was filled with lions and claws. It was impossible to tell the real from the fake. Gao Shen and Kill the Wolf were very nervous. Everyone in the Battle Alliance was very nervous. Because Ling Zhao's victory or defeat involved the future of the Battle Alliance. If he lost, it would be terrible. Ling Zhao didn't disappoint them. Their great master didn't lose just like that. At that moment, Ling Zhao also turned into an afterimage and crazily clashed with Lion Fearless in the arena. The two afterimages collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. It was hard to tell who was the winner. However, every time they collided, Lion Fearless would frown. It seemed that the two of them were evenly matched, but in fact, Lion Fearless was the one who was at a disadvantage. Not only was Ling Zhao's movement technique outstanding, but his physical body was also extremely strong. In addition, he was in the Universal Light Tiger Beast Soul transformation. His body was like a ray of light. It was almost impossible for Lion Fearless to catch him. Roar. A furious roar came from Lion Wuju's mouth. It was obvious that he was angry. The countless lion afterimages merged into one. They turned into a huge golden lion. A terrifying giant claw reached out from the void. The entire arena was covered by this giant claw. Unless Ling Zhao chose to jump off the arena, there was no way he could avoid this attack. Haha, it's finally over. Ling Zhao is still not as good as the veteran Lion Fearless, his specialty is that he is fast. However, he can't fully utilize his speed in the arena. He's dead meat. Beast Tamer Holy Lord sneered as he watched the huge golden lion waving its claws at Ling Zhao. He was very satisfied with Lion Fearless' performance. This was his son. Great Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord Domineering Saber stood up nervously. He knew very little about Ling Zhao. Hence, he was the most nervous one. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun looked indifferent. If he was defeated so easily, would Ling Zhao still be Ling Zhao? It could be said that even if they were killed, Ling Zhao wouldn't die. Not only was he powerful, but his survivability was also shocking. Anyone who wanted to take his life was simply a fool's dream. Ling Zhao's figure was covered by the huge claw. Lion Fearless revealed a victorious smile. He was elated, however, in the next moment, Lion Fearless' expression changed. The shadow of a divine dragon appeared behind Ling Zhao. The divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out dragon breath. The icy dragon breath was released. The golden claw was enveloped by the icy aura and became slower and slower. In the end, it was frozen into ice. Crack, as Ling Zhao attacked with his claw, the frozen golden claw instantly shattered. Ah! Fearless Lion let out a hysterical and terrifying shriek. The moment the golden claw disappeared, Lion Fearless' right hand was severely injured. The icy cold frostbite continued to appear. His face was as white as a sheet. It was as though his body was covered with a layer of white frost. Right now, Ling Xiao was standing in the void like a god. He looked at Lion Fearless coldly. He didn't even need to use sword techniques to defeat Lion Fearless. This was because Lion Fearless was purely a physical expert. As for him, he was also good at physical strength. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled violently. Ling Xiao would die, Lion Fearless would win, what a joke. Ling Xiao really became famous after this battle. After this golden battle, I'm afraid that no one in the 3,000 holy cities doesn't know him. Yes, he's so domineering and awe-inspiring. The people looked at Ling Xiao and praised him sincerely. The beast god martial soul was indeed an extremely rare martial soul in the Black Tortoise continent. The combat power it displayed was also terrifying. Saint Lord Ba Dao heaved a sigh of relief and sat back down. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios sacred leader Domineering Saber knew that his worries were groundless. The calmness of the people beside him clearly showed that Ling Xiao's ability was not limited to this. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Ling Xiao looked at Lion Fearless mockingly as if he was looking at a clown. I will definitely kill you. Kill you. Lion Wuju felt as though he was being mocked and made a joke out of. He was very unhappy, and his face was extremely gloomy. Until now, you still can't see your own fate. How pathetic, I said that I will kill you on the arena. If you don't want to die, then surrender. I can watch you walk out of the arena like a pathetic dog. Ling Xiao said that on purpose. People like Lion Fearless were more simple-minded. The more you provoked him, the less likely he would back out. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Lion Fearless laughed maniacally. I just took advantage of you a little. Do you think you can defeat me? Do you know what the 10 sacred cities rely on the most? It is because we are powerful and have enough resources. But you don't, forget it, I will let you, a country bumpkin, see what is called divine essence. Divine essence, wasn't divine essence a power that only divine body realm martial artists could condense? It was similar to quintessential essence, but it was much more advanced. Much more powerful. Normally, only core-shattering realm martial artists could condense a trace of divine essence. Only a monster would be able to do that. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Lion Fearless had already released his own divine essence. There was a small tornado in his right hand. The tornado was only about half a foot long, but it contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It really is divine essence, and it is wind-type divine essence. This is really too terrifying. So this was Lion Fearless' trump card. In order to let Lion Fearless win, the Beast Tamer General had even given him such a terrifying thing. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was truly impressive. He had actually forced Lion Fearless to reveal his trump card. But now, how could Ling Xiao resist? This divine essence was not what anyone could possess. The beast-taming general could bestow upon Lion Fearless divine essence. Who would bestow the divine essence to Ling Xiao? After all, be it Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, or Zhao Fengyun, none of them were divine physique echelon experts. Only divine physique echelon experts could freely use their divine origin. What a pity, Ling Xiao was still one step behind. Although it wasn't shameful to lose like this, it really wasn't worth it. What a pity. First Saint, are you not going to admit defeat? Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber asked Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Sacred Master Domineering Saber, just watch. Forefather Scarlet Flame smiled and said, it's just a little trick. It's nothing. What a joke. Ling Xiao had killed a true divine physique echelon expert before. It was merely a strand of divine origin energy. Could it be that he couldn't resist it? Just as Forefather Scarlet Flame had said, Ling Xiao had many ways to block this divine origin energy. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. There wasn't even the slightest surprise or nervousness in his eyes. From the beginning, you were the one attacking, and I was the one defending. That was just because I wanted to see how capable you were. Now, it seems that you're just SOSO. What you're relying on is this pitiful bit of divine origin energy that others gave you. Now, I'm going to attack. Ling Xiao looked at Lion Fearless with contempt. This Lion Fearless had indeed disappointed him. He wondered what the other party's trump card was, but it turned out to be this. He's going to attack, what does that mean? Could it be that he still has an attack that can resist divine origin energy? Many people were stunned. Logically speaking, when martial artists below the core-shattering realm encountered someone with divine origin energy, they would either admit defeat or frantically dodge. If they couldn't dodge, they would have to die. Under the confused gazes of many people, Xianxia took a step forward. It wasn't a simple step. With this step, a domineering aura that looked down upon the world was released. It pounced towards Lion Fearless. At this moment, Lion Fearless actually felt like he wasn't facing a heavenly core warrior. It felt more like he was facing a divine physique warrior. That kind of pressure was just too frightening. Divine origin energy? Let me give it a try. Bang, in the air, a terrifying energy was condensing. A moment later, 2 balls of blazing flames were roaring crazily in Xiao's hands. The flames were black. A thick black color. It made people's hearts palpitate. The flames were so bright that no one dared to look directly at them. The heat from the flames was unbearable. Fire divine origin energy? No, it's not just fire divine origin energy, it seems like there's dark divine origin energy mixed in as well. This is impossible. Everyone was stunned. General Beast Tamer, Law Lord, Saint Lord Scarlet's son, and the others couldn't help but stand up. They had seen a lot of young geniuses. But Xianxia was able to surprise them every single time. They had never seen anyone like him. Did this person have no limits? Lion Fearless had won divine origin energy, and that little bit of divine origin energy was given to him by General Beast Tamer. Xianxia had actually controlled fire divine origin energy and dark divine origin energy. And the total amount was much more than Lion Fearless divine origin energy. Was there really a need for this battle to continue? What a monster. Everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly. More people started to secretly support the Battle Alliance. Although they hadn't publicly joined the Battle Alliance. But no matter if it was Xiao's character or style, they all admired him. For all these years, many people had been suppressed by the Commandment Sacred City, and they had long since lost their patience. They needed a new beginning. Right at this moment, on the arena, Xiao looked at Lion Fearless calmly. Do you understand now? You're just a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well. You thought that only you had divine origin energy, so you used it as your last hope on the spot. But in my view, divine origin energy is also merely a type of energy attribute. While it's strong, when used in the hands of a vulgar person like you, it still can't unleash any effect. Xiao heaved a sigh and said, General Beast Tamer can be said to have racked his brains for you to win. Even unscrupulously bestowing divine origin energy to you. Today, I'll let him see how his hard work will be ruined in one day. Xiao's words made Lion Fearless ashamed and furious. He lost the ability to think amidst his rage. He completely did not realize that these were words deliberately said by Xiao. He just did not want him to surrender. What Xiao wanted was for him to die. If he did not die and only won, the significance was really not great. Lion Fearless, surrender. General Beast Tamer's voice sounded out, enlightening even the benighted. But right at this time, Xiao's figure disappeared. A cluster of pitch-black flames descended from the sky. As if wanting to burn everything in front of it to ashes. This was just an ordinary flame, not a strange fire, and also not an immortal fire. It was just that it fused with the giant Devil King's divine origin energy, that was why the power would become extremely powerful. Lion Fearless wanted to surrender, but he discovered that he actually could not even speak. His entire person was trembling. The corners of his mouth could not use strength. His mind was filled with terror. He could only desperately urge that pitiful trace of divine origin energy to resist Xiao's attack. The brilliance of the flames was as dazzling as the scarlet sun. The aura that contained destruction and scorching heat made people feel their own insignificance. In that instant, Lion Fearless actually gave birth to a kind of despair. Wanted to accept this tragic fate. No, can't die, I can't die. The current Lion Fearless could not shout out the word surrender. Or rather, even if he shouted out surrender, it was also meaningless. Xiao's attack could not possibly stop at all. Block for me. The roaring wind attribute divine essence was finally released. That was an incomparably ferocious lion. It set off a series of fierce winds, causing the audience to be unable to see the changes on the stage clearly. A series of ghostly wails and howls sounded out. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Bang, the flames collided onto the lion condensed by the fierce winds. That lion let out a sorrowful roar. It was already unable to resist. Its body was also shattering bit by bit. Surrender! I want to surrender! Lion Wuju finally shouted these words with all his might. But he discovered to his horror that he was not teleported away. Surrender? Dream on. Ling Xiao said mockingly, I said enough. If I want to kill you, you have to die. That little teleportation trick, as long as it can block the sound waves, it will do. Just accept your fate. Accept my fate? No, I can't accept my fate. I'm still young, I don't want to die. Lion Fearless never thought that there would be a day where he would actually beg for mercy. Furthermore, it was a very lowly begging for mercy. His life was in the hands of the enemy that he hated and looked down on. It was simply like fate played a joke on him. I'm a member of the beast-taming sacred city, the illegitimate son of the beast-taming general. You dare to kill me? At this moment, Lion Wuju could no longer care about anything else as he revealed all of his secrets. He hoped that he could threaten Ling Xiao. He hoped that Ling Xiao could give face to the beast-taming general and let him live. Idiot, when you wanted to kill me, did you ever think that you would be killed now? So what if the beast-taming general? So what if it was the beast-taming holy city? They can't save you. As he spoke, the blazing flames had already enveloped Lion Fearless. On the arena, the terrifying flames continued to burn. People could smell a pungent smell. Ling Xiao, don't you dare. Even though Beast Tamer Holy Lord couldn't see what was going on, he could sense it. He could sense that Lion Fearless was in danger. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao's cold laughter rang out. The gale dissipated. Everyone saw Lion Fearless struggling in the flames. Lion Fearless' eyes were filled with despair and regret. He thought he was from the beast-taming holy city and had the beast-taming general behind him. That was why they usually ran amok and didn't care about anyone. He had never thought that anyone would dare to kill him. However, on this day, he finally met someone who dared to kill him. Ling Xiao's heart was incomparably cold. The blazing flames finally burned Lion Fearless into ashes. And this scene was witnessed by everyone. The beast-taming general couldn't forget Lion Fearless' expression before he died. His expression was filled with fear, regret, and despair. He died just like that, the genius of the beast-taming holy city, Lion Fearless, the fourth-ranked Lion Fearless of the 10 Holy Sun. He was burned alive by Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even really hurt Ling Xiao. He was completely suppressed. Such an unexpected result left countless people dumbfounded and unable to comprehend. The warriors of the Battle Alliance looked at Ling Xiao. They looked at their great holy lord. They all looked at him with respect and admiration. He was such a domineering and proud man. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll definitely kill them. There was no room for negotiation. No matter who you are, no matter what your identity is, you have to die. Beast-taming general, it's time to announce the result, right? Ling Xiao looked at the beast-taming general mockingly. So what if you're the head judge? Unless you don't care about the rules of the Golden Battle and start a war, you can only bear the pain and announce my victory. The beast-taming general's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was on the verge of losing control. After all, Lion Fearless was his illegitimate son. Ling Xiao wins this battle. The voice of the disciplined sacred city's lawmaster sounded. The voice instantly calmed the beast-taming general down. The golden battle couldn't be disrupted. Otherwise, it would be a huge sin. He could kill Ling Xiao to avenge his son, but he couldn't delay the golden battle. The battle was over. The second round of the Battle of Points had officially ended. According to the rules, the third round would begin in an hour. An hour passed quickly. Nothing special happened during this time. The third round officially began. In this round, Ling Xiao met Gao Shen right away. There was nothing to say. Gao Shen admitted defeat. Qi Xiao defeated Feng Yin. Black Fang defeated Bai Yunrui. Kill the Wolf defeated Dong Bo Shouyu. Tian Hai Peak got a bye. Without Lion Fearless, it was normal for him to get a bye. There wasn't anything special in this round. Other than Black Fang and Bai Yunrui's battle being more exciting, the rest of the battles were either opponents admitting defeat, or it was one-sided. People were looking forward to the fourth round of battles. However, the situation in the fourth round wasn't satisfactory. Ling Xiao was the first to fight. His opponent was Kill the Wolf. Kill the Wolf surrendered. It wasn't because Ling Xiao saved him. It was because he knew he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent. Rather than wasting their stamina and true essence, it was better to use it on the next battle. Qi Xiao easily defeated Bai Yunrui, maintaining a complete victory. Black Fang defeated Dong Bo Shouyu, maintaining a complete victory. Tian Hai Peak defeated Gao Shen. Phoenix Voice got a bye. At this point, only Ling Xiao, Qi Xiao, and Black Fang were left with a complete victory. In the fifth round, the audience's annoyance had reached its peak. But the first battle of this round had ignited their emotions once again. Ling Xiao even suspected that this draw had been arranged beforehand. This battle was between Qi Xiao, ranked first among the 10 Holy Sun, and Kill the Wolf, ranked second among the 10 Holy Sun. Previously, Kill the Wolf had lost to Black Fang. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Black Fang had used a method that violated the rules. He had an unfair advantage. So this battle was the one where they could truly see Kill the Wolf's fighting strength. The audience was very excited. They had seen enough one-sided battles. They really wanted to see an exciting confrontation. Even if Kill the Wolf wasn't as good as Qi Xiao, he should be able to match Qi Xiao within 100 moves. But the reality made everyone's jaws drop. One move, Qi Xiao only used one move to make Kill the Wolf admit defeat. Too strong. Is this Qi Xiao's true strength? He is clearly declaring war on Ling Xiao. We'll know who is stronger soon. Yes, the closer it is to the end, the more likely it is for these two to fight. The audience suddenly became even more excited. The audience liked to see strong people fighting. Plus, the audience liked unknown endings. They didn't like battles where the outcome could be seen at a glance. That was too boring. Even if the battles in the middle were a little boring, the closer it was to the end, the more exciting the battles would be. This was something that would never change. Kill the Wolf admitted defeat in time and did not suffer any serious injuries. As soon as he stepped down from the stage, he said to Ling Xiao, Qi Xiao, that guy, not only is he a fragmented core realm warrior, he also seems to have grasped a terrifying divine skill. I could feel the power of that divine skill, so I admitted defeat in advance. You must be careful. Kill the Wolf had been saved by Ling Xiao once, so he did not want to take the risk and waste Ling Xiao's true essence this time. He felt that something was wrong and admitted defeat in advance. This made Qi Xiao somewhat depressed. He did not feel good about not being able to heavily injure Kill the Wolf. Understood. Ling Xiao smiled and stepped onto the stage. His opponent was Bai Yunrui. He was also a relatively strong opponent, ranked third among the 10 Holy Sun. Ling Xiao did not like this person, but there was no deep hatred between them, so he did not attack too ruthlessly. However, he was being merciful. But Bai Yunrui did not. This guy was defeated after 10 moves, and actually used a despicable method to sneak attack. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't give him a chance to launch a sneak attack at all. He crushed his inner core first. Another person was killed. At this point, there were only 8 people left in the top 10. 2 were killed by Ling Xiao. 1 was Lion Fearless, 1 was Bai Yunrui. In the following battle, Gao Shen defeated Dong Bo Shouyu, taking his first victory in the top 10 competition. Feng Yun defeated Tian Hai Peak, which could be considered normal. Black Fang was lucky enough to get a bye. And in the next battle, there would be 8 people left. There would be no one else getting a bye. Unless someone else was killed. In the 6th round, Ling Xiao encountered Tian Hai Peak. Naturally, he won. Tian Hai Peak didn't even have the intention to fight. He directly chose to surrender. Qi Xiao was up against Black Fang. This was a duel between two martial artists who had maintained a perfect record. In the end, Xiao defeated Black Fang by a very small margin and retained his reputation as the first Holy Sun. The moment she defeated Black Fang, Xiao looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. He was clearly telling Ling Xiao. No matter how outstanding Ling Xiao's performance was, he still couldn't climb the mountain that was him. What are you looking at? If we meet in the next round, I'll definitely kill you. Black Fang realized that Ling Xiao was looking at him. He felt that Ling Xiao's gaze was filled with mockery and ridicule. This made him very unhappy. He didn't expect to lose to Xiao. He hated that the time was too short. Black Fang's foundation was too weak. Even if it was him, it would take a long time to recover his strength. He had his eyes on Ling Xiao's physical body. If he could get his hands on that physical body, he would definitely be more powerful. During the interval between the 6th round of the competition, the Dharma Master called Xiao to his residence. No one knew what they did. They only knew that after Xiao came out, he had obviously become more confident. After defeating Black Fang, he had almost revealed all his trump cards. To be honest, he was a little unsure about facing Ling Xiao. However, this time, the Dharma Master had given him something that could allow him to turn defeat into victory at the crucial moment. He was even more confident. Dharma Master, is everything ready? The beast-taming general's eyes revealed a cold light. He had no intention of continuing this golden battle. This was because his son, Lion Fearless, was dead. If not for completing the mission given by the Golden City, he would have quit long ago. Right now, he only wanted Ling Xiao to die. Don't worry. In the 7th round, let him meet Black Fang. Black Fang is possessed by the human demon. Even if he can't win, he can still heavily injure him. The next matter is very crucial. Don't let him have time to recover. Let Xiao finish him in the 8th round in advance. This old man has already arranged everything. The Dharma Master sneered. But what if Black Fang is useless? The beast-taming general frowned. Ling Xiao had broken through the traps of others consecutively. This made the beast-taming general feel uneasy. Don't worry. He can definitely do it. Even if he can't, he has a backup plan. The Dharma Master laughed. Since that's the case, that's great. The beast-taming general let out a sigh of relief. Before the 7th round began, he announced, at this point, Gao Shen and Dong Bo Xiaoyu can stop participating. Of the 8 people, Dong Bo Xiaoyu is ranked 8th, and Gao Shen is ranked 7th. If the 2 of you aren't satisfied, you can challenge any of the 6 people in front of you. But you only have one chance. Give up. The 2 of them directly chose to give up. Up until now, they were clear of their own combat power. Being ranked 8th and 7th wasn't shameful at all. Daoxing used to be ranked 8th, and Dong Bo Xiaoyu was ranked 7th. This didn't change at all. Very good. Next, Tianhai Peak is ranked 6th, and Fengyin is ranked 5th. Do you have any objections? The beast-taming general had no choice but to make this arrangement. Because Ling Xiao killed Lion Fearless and Bai Yunrui, the arrangement of the top 10 competition had changed. Gao Shen, Dong Bo Xiaoyu, Fengyin, and Tianhai Peak didn't need to continue fighting. Of course, this arrangement had to be approved by them. Agreed. After fighting for so many rounds, everyone was clear of their own combat power. Very good. Kill the wolf, you are ranked 4th. Do you have any objections? The beast-taming general looked at Kill the Wolf and asked. Kill the Wolf nodded. He wasn't a match for Xiao, Ling Xiao, and Black Fang. Being ranked 4th was very suitable for him. And if he maintained 4th, he would have been ranked among the top 10 Holy Sun for the past 10 years. As such, he was qualified to become a preparatory disciple of the Golden City. It didn't matter. Moreover, in Kill the Wolf's opinion, whether Xiao and Black Fang could survive until the end was another matter. Maybe he would still be ranked 1st this year. Good. Since that's the case, the next ranking battle will be between the 3 of you. Black Fang has already lost to Xiao, so in this round, Black Fang will fight with Ling Xiao. If he loses again, he will be ranked 3rd, is that okay? The beast-taming general's arrangement was simple and easy to understand. And it was also very fair. There was nothing much to say. Even if I can't win, I must kill Ling Xiao. Black Fang's eyes flashed with hatred as he stepped onto the stage. Ling Xiao also walked onto the stage. Everyone became nervous. According to this new arrangement, the top 10 competition existed in name only. In fact, there were only 2 matches left. Ling Xiao against Black Fang, Ling Xiao against Qi Xiao. As long as he defeated Black Fang, he would be ranked second. And if he defeated Qi Xiao, he would be ranked first. Although there were fewer battles, the audience's mood was even higher. Because the remaining battles were all the best. When Ling Xiao and Black Fang stepped onto the stage, the people of the Battle Alliance and the Scarlet Sun Alliance became nervous. The Scarlet Sun Alliance was just a temporary organization. Its purpose was to fight against the Battle Alliance. The Scarlet Sun Sacred City was the main force. The Commandment Sacred City was assisting from the side. The rest were the Sin Sacred City, Sword Sacred City, Nether Sacred City, etc. What's with that look in your eyes? Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, even if I lost to Qi Xiao, I'm still stronger than you. Black Fang looked at Ling Xiao's indifferent eyes and suddenly became angry. Before the battle with Qi Xiao, didn't you also think that you could win? What about now? Before the battle, you'd better think about the consequences before you speak, idiot. Ling Xiao mocked. Okay, then I'll show you what it means to be strong. People like you, in front of me, are just an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. As he spoke, Black Fang had already made his move. He took a step forward. With just one step, his figure was already not far from Ling Xiao. A gloomy and evil aura was released, oppressing Ling Xiao. The aura of the human demon was completely released, without any concealment. His hands formed claws and directly tore the air. The space seemed to be torn and distorted. A violent force squeezed Ling Xiao, trying to crush Ling Xiao. Do you think a worm can defy the heavens? Today, I'll wake you up. Sky-splitting demon claw. With a furious roar, Black Fang's hands tore again. An even more violent force was exerted on Ling Xiao through the air. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been directly put into a blender. His whole body seemed to be torn apart. Seeing this shocking scene, the audience cried out in surprise. Black Fang was really too terrifying. Although he lost to Qi Xiao, that was only because Qi Xiao suppressed him with her martial soul, making him unable to fully exert his strength. Now, facing Ling Xiao, Black Fang could freely display his strength. Just a casual claw, the power was amazing. It seemed that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. It seems that your pride is not without reason. Facing Black Fang's attack, Ling Xiao just smiled gently. Under the huge pressure, a sword appeared in his hand. Victorious heavenly sword. The moment the sword light bloomed, the whole sky seemed to be cut open. The crazy sword intent was quickly released. It shattered the power from Black Fang layer by layer. Swoosh, the terrifying sword chi between heaven and earth. In the arena, the whistling sound was constantly released. The sword light became brighter and the sword intent became more terrifying. It was so sharp that it seemed to cut everything in the world. With Ling Xiao as the center, it actually formed a space of sword intent. Black Fang frantically released his internal force, but he couldn't get close. Humph, sky. Hey Moya snorted coldly. The true chi on his hands. The 2 hands loosened, and in the blink of an eye, they once again assumed the shape of claws. Azazazazaz, even more terrifying. Heezazazazazazazazazazazazaz. SSSSS. Even though there was a protective wall, many martial artists near the stage were still affected. His eyes turned scarlet and he was about to attack the people around him. Evil thoughts are indeed powerful, but evil can't win over good. Moreover, escape light. Finally, Ling Xiao attacked. A bright sword light bloomed, directly tearing the void and the SSSSSSS. It tore the SS. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Ling Xiao's was too strong. It was so strong that it could tear apart all S. It didn't matter if the other party's Black Fang's was a little ugly, and his brows were tightly knitted together. He didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao in terms of S. Although Black Fang's body wasn't very good, this remnant soul in the door of all evil used to be a demon. Even if it had consumed too much in the process of being sealed. It was definitely not something an 18-year-old young man could compare to. He didn't believe that he would lose in terms of S. It was impossible. He took another step forward. The door of all evil released endless evils. I don't believe that you don't have evil. As long as you have evil, you can't beat me in terms of. Impossible. While roaring, Black Fang continued to release his evil. At the same time, his hands formed the great sky-splitting claw. The crazy black energy condensed together and blocked Ling Xiao's rapid sword light. The two energies collided in the void. The great sky-splitting claw seemed to be able to split the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Boom! Finally, the escape light shattered. It didn't cause any damage, and it had disappeared. However, before Black Fang could be happy, Ling Xiao's second attack had arrived. A determined and cold smile bloomed on his face. Another swords came. The all-destroying swords caused his aura to rise to the extreme. The world was filled with blood-red swords. Critical. Destroy. Black Fang wouldn't retreat. He had already lost to Qi Xiao. He didn't want to lose to Ling Xiao again. He wanted to fight. He wanted to win. He wanted to tear apart everything in front of him. The terrifying great sky-splitting claw formed again and blasted toward Ling Xiao's sword light. Because his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao, the true origin power he released was also stronger than Ling Xiao. At least, that was what it looked like on the surface. Boom, the collision sounded again. Critical S spun wildly like a chainsaw. Crazy electric sparks bloomed on Black Fang's claws. Die for me. Black Fang saw that his great sky-splitting claw couldn't block Critical's attack. He was furious, and an even more terrifying power surged out. The great sky-splitting claw changed again. Claw of all evil. Whether it was power or aura, it rose a lot. Critical S began to crack under the claw of all evil's attack, and it gradually shattered. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this kind of attack. Another sword appeared in his left hand, the Dongxing demonic sword. Double critical. The Dongxing heavenly sword in his right hand released a domineering critical. The Dongxing demonic sword in his left hand released a strange critical. It was clearly the same move, but through two different swords, the power released was completely different. Black Fang felt an immense pressure. Scram. Black Fang was a monster, after all. A monster that was imprisoned in the door of all evil. Countless evil thoughts merged into the claw of all evil. The claw collided with critical. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if he'd collided with a mountain. Damn, after Black Fang completely gave his soul to that demonic creature, he'd become a lot stronger. Both his power and speed were completely different from before. Secret sword technique, second style, bloodthirst. Finally, Ling Xiao's move changed again. Countless snake-like sword lights suddenly shot out from the Dongxing heavenly sword and Dongxing demonic sword in his hands. The sword lights wove together to form a dense spiderweb. Black Fang discovered that his blood energy was madly surging out. Not good, if this brat's blood energy runs out, I'm going to die too. The demonic creature hidden in Black Fang's body was a bit scared. It didn't want to use all of its abilities in fear of being recognized. But now, it had no other choice. He's so strong. It seems that we were right. Ling Xiao is indeed qualified to compete with Qi Xiao for the chief disciple position. Black Fang will lose if he has no other choice. Seeing the dazzling and crazy, blood-drinker sword Qi, everyone's admiration for Ling Xiao had reached its peak. A young man who had been in the 3,000 holy city for less than a year. He had created such a legendary experience. If he could defeat Black Fang and Qi Xiao, his name would inevitably be written in the annals of history. He would enjoy the same treatment as Valkyrie Yang Shui. Get out of my way. A thunderous roar came from Heimoya's mouth. The space shook again. Heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. Behind Black Fang, the illusory door of all evil was almost materializing. The violent aura finally dispersed the blood-red sword chi. Inch by inch, it broke and crumbled. 10-sword talisman. At this moment, a sword talisman appeared behind Ling Xiao. The sword talisman shot out 10 sword lights. They were completely condensed from real swords. They charged toward Black Fang at lightning speed. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao's face was incomparably calm. It was as if every step was within his calculations. Nothing could escape from his judgment. 10 sword lights, sharp and crazy, the entire space was shaking. The next moment, Black Fang let out a shrill scream. Many people in the audience felt their hearts tremble. They looked at Black Fang. At this time, Black Fang had several sword wounds on his body. The most terrifying sword wound was on his head. His entire head was pierced through. It looked disgusting and horrifying. Blood? Black Fang touched his wound. The dark red blood seemed to have restored some of his consciousness. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Didn't you say that you would win if I gave everything to you? Why? Why did you hurt me? Shut up. If you want to die, then jump out. This kid is not easy to deal with. But don't worry, I promised you that I would kill him, so I will definitely kill him. This conversation was between Black Fang and a remnant soul of the Gate of All Evil. In the blink of an eye. No one else heard it. However, everyone saw the strange expression on Black Demon Fang's face. How dare you hurt me? How dare you? A hysterical roar was released from Black Demon Fang's mouth. He really didn't expect that he, who had completely occupied Black Fang's body, would be injured by a piece of trash like Ling Xiao. An ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Don't worry about it. A playful smile bloomed on Ling Xiao's face. His voice was filled with endless cruel mockery. These words were meant to mock Ling Xiao by Black Fang. Now, Ling Xiao was mocking Black Fang instead. Speaking of which, it was really quite ironic. However, although he said that, Ling Xiao had to admit that Black Fang's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The powerful talisman of 10 swords was a sudden attack. However, it only injured him. He didn't suffer any fatal injuries. At that moment, Black Fang actually blocked all of his vital points. You will pay the price, Ling Xiao. Black Fang roared. The black gas emitted from his body had already completely enveloped him. A part of his body had already mutated, as if it couldn't withstand this evil power and was festering. It looked really disgusting. The evil power increased again. In the air, thin black lines surged toward the surrounding audience. Everyone's negative emotions and evil thoughts were completely attracted. Black Fang's strength was gradually approaching the early stage of the course-shattering realm. When everything ended, Black Fang's appearance became extremely strange. It was like a huge sarcoma. It was extremely ugly, but at the same time, extremely powerful. Even Qi Xiao furrowed his brows. If Black Fang had used this kind of power against him before, he wouldn't have known how to deal with it. Pay the price? Many people wanted me to pay the price, but in the end, they were the ones who paid the price. Ling Xiao merged the swords in his hands together. They turned into the Eastern Victory Fiend God Sword. The terrifying sword intent continued to climb. The powerful aura continued to climb at an insane speed. Boom! The insane power finally broke through the restriction of strength. It had reached a brand new height. Perfect heavenly core realm. Although this level of cultivation was incomparable to Black Fang, who had broken through to the perfect heavenly core realm. But every time Ling Xiao broke through to a new realm, the benefits he gained were 100 times more than others. Every time he broke through to a new realm, he was able to make Black Fang feel despair. No one realized how frightening Ling Xiao was after he broke through to the heavenly core realm. This was because Ling Xiao was still suppressing his strength to the late heavenly core realm. When dealing with Black Fang, there was no need for him to use his strength at the perfect heavenly core realm. Exposing his strength too early wouldn't do him any good in the fight with Qi Xiao. But, the crowd could still feel that his aura was stronger than before. Furthermore, his transformation had changed as well. It was no longer the yin-yang cosmic tiger transformation, but the most powerful transformation, the unbounded heavenly rat transformation. Was this Ling Xiao's true strength? Many people were asking this question. But, until the very last moment, they wouldn't be able to get the answer. Ling Xiao was like a deep black hole. You would never know what kind of terrifying things were hiding inside. Black Fang stared at Ling Xiao, whose aura had suddenly become stronger. A cruel and destructive light could be seen in his eyes. His opponent had become stronger. Stronger and stronger. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, he believed that he wouldn't have another chance. When he thought about this, the evil thoughts in his mind became even stronger. The evil thoughts he had absorbed had formed a thick layer of armor on his body. The crazy eyes looked like they wanted to devour Ling Xiao. Kill. There weren't any fancy moves. Black Fang punched out. This punch condensed endless evil thoughts. It condensed into this terrifying evil punch. The space was smashed into pieces. Heaven and earth were trembling crazily. It actually contained a trace of divine essence. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at this punch coldly. The sword in his hand pointed at his opponent. Behind him, the shadows of giant beasts began to appear. Blood heavenly rat, flying flame lion, nine heavens frost dragon, shining holy light tiger, one-eyed thunderstorm bull, death kingdom black demon snake, hell ghost rabbit, 12 divine beast technique 7th level. This was the martial skill Ling Xiao had released to deal with others before. Now, he used it again. The power was incomparably huge, and it was still shocking. But could he win with such a move? It didn't seem to be enough. Black Fang's last punch was no joke. There's more. When everyone thought that Ling Xiao's move had finished condensing, the 8th giant beast form appeared. 6-eared diamond ape. 12 divine beast technique 8th level. This 8th level could be said to be the most powerful martial skill Ling Xiao had mastered so far. It could almost reach the power of a high-level 10th level emperor martial skill. It was just that compared to the cosmic light divine fist and void shattering finger, it lacked some changes. But its power was absolutely terrifying. The moment the 6-eared diamond ape appeared, Black Fang's expression changed. It became very ugly. Black Fang was an expert, so he could clearly sense how terrifying Ling Xiao's move was. The 8 beasts roared behind him. The Dongxing godly demon sword in his hand emitted sword energy that could explode at any time. The sword trembled continuously, as if it was extremely excited and wanted to kill the enemy for its master. Sword intent, there was nothing it couldn't destroy, nothing it couldn't kill. Beast god, incomparably domineering and invincible. When the two were combined, what kind of terrifying power would it produce? Crack, a crack appeared on the stage beneath Ling Xiao's feet. The surrounding spatial laws became chaotic. Ling Xiao just stood there, accumulating power. Kill. Black Fang didn't retreat. At this moment, he had no chance to retreat. Evil thoughts had taken over his soul. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill, 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 kill everything, destroy everything, exterminate everything. There was no thought of surrendering or running away in his mind. Evil thoughts wouldn't allow such thoughts to exist. The door of all evil rose into the air. Then, it fell madly. The enormous pressure felt as if heaven and earth were collapsing. It was so heavy that Ling Xiao could barely move his feet. What a terrifying aura. Everyone looked at Black Fang. The strength of the former 10th Holy Sun had actually become so terrifying now. Although he might have borrowed the power of the human demon, wasn't this too powerful? If he wasn't defeated, then there would probably be more people who would try to borrow the human demon's power in the future. Black Fang's power was incomparably powerful. Ling Xiao's power was also incomparably terrifying. The two of them clearly wanted to use this move to determine the victor. The two of them looked at each other at the same time, accumulating terrifying power. Kill. Finally, the two of them released their attacks at the same time. The huge door of all evil slammed into the terrifying sword light formed by the 8 beasts. The two forces collided in the air. The collision caused the entire stage to be enveloped in light. People couldn't see anything. They could only see cracks appearing on the protective wall of the stage. Clearly, it was destroyed by the two of them. Many people urged their true essence to resist the energy leaking out from the protective wall. It was as if a black storm had broken out. After a long time, when everything returned to normal, everyone hurriedly looked at the arena. Two figures stood in the arena. It was as if a body-fixing spell had been cast on them. They stood there motionless. It was like the calm after a hurricane. Everything was dead and there was no movement. Everyone felt panic in their hearts. Who won? Finally, someone broke the silence and asked. I'm not sure. I couldn't see it clearly at all. That attack just now was too terrifying. It didn't look like a fight between a heavenly core warrior and an ultimate realm warrior. It was more like a duel between two shattered core realm martial artists. Many people felt as if they were about to be destroyed and killed. Now that he thought about it, his heart still palpitated. The wind blew across the arena. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. Plop, suddenly, one of them fell to the ground. The complete body turned into dust and scattered with the wind. At that moment, everyone's heart trembled. His thoughts seemed to have stopped in an instant. Black Fong's body had scattered with the wind. Not even his corpse was left behind. Perhaps no one knew what had happened just now. But, one thing was for sure, Black Fong had lost. He had been utterly defeated. In the end, not even a complete corpse was left behind. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. Suddenly, the door of all evil appeared in his hand. It turned into a small door. Hee, this thing can turn a genius from the sacred city into someone else's puppet. Today, I've done justice for the heavens. You said I'm a worm, but a worm can also turn into a dragon, and it can also defy the heavens, you just don't believe me. Ling Xiao smiled, then he crushed the door of all evil into pieces. He didn't need this thing. He would rather use the door of all evil to increase the Great Devil King's overall strength. After all, the Great Devil King only had the combat strength of a first-level Divine Physique Realm Warrior. Although he could fight against a second-level Divine Physique Echelon Cultivator, it would be very difficult for him to win. Ling Xiao didn't want his trump card, which he had obtained with great difficulty, to fail. Long live! Long live the first Sacred Lord! The voices of the Battle Alliance shook the sky. Countless disciples roared. Ling Xiao was too good. Their first Sacred Lord was too awesome. She said she would kill Lion Fearless, Black Fong, and Qi Xiao. She had already killed two of them. Only Qi Xiao was left. They believed that the first Sacred Lord could do it. This guy. Qi Xiao finally showed a rare look of surprise. All this time, his expression had never changed. He was always so calm and unconcerned. It was as if there was nothing in the world that was worthy of his surprise or fear. But at this moment, his expression changed. Even if it was just a momentary change, it quickly returned to normal. But a change was a change. It meant that Ling Xiao's strength had shocked him. You're finally worthy of me taking you seriously. From the beginning to the end, Qi Xiao had never regarded anyone as his opponent. He didn't care even if Ling Xiao ruined the reputation of Red Sun's sacred city. He always thought that as long as you were strong enough. He didn't care what others thought of you. When you succeeded, those people would still kneel and lick your boots like dogs. Putting aside whether his thinking was right or not. However, his confidence was about to be challenged. His thinking meant that once he failed, he would lose everything. He wouldn't be able to leave anything behind. Ling Xiao, you have half an hour to rest. You will fight with Qi Xiao next. Do you agree? The beast-taming general's voice was cold and stern. Black Fong didn't kill Ling Xiao. He didn't even cause any substantial damage to Ling Xiao. This made him very depressed. However, it was the last battle. He didn't want to waste his breath. If even Qi Xiao couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, then he could only use his last resort. No need to rest. Let's start. Ling Xiao stood in the arena and didn't come down. He had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with Black Fong, but he felt quite good now. He wasn't showing off. He just wanted to maintain this fighting state. In this way, it would be easier to win. As for the consumed vital essence, it was completely negligible. The consumed physical strength could also be recovered with elixirs. It was not a problem. Do you want to die so badly? But let's wait for half an hour. Qi Xiao was smart. He obviously saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts. However, he said these words as if he was very generous. This person was really more difficult to deal with than anyone before. Fight again in half an hour. The beast-taming general gave the order. Ling Xiao simply sat cross-legged in the arena. If he didn't leave here, others couldn't do anything to him behind his back. Half an hour passed quickly. The enthusiasm of the scene had risen to the extreme. The last battle of the Golden Battle, the battle for the championship. Come and read. In the last battle, the Crimson Sun Alliance and the Battle Alliance set off a frenzy of cheers. Before the battle began, the names of the two were shouted. It was as if they were going to compete outside the arena. The Battle Alliance had more people, but the overall strength of the Crimson Sun Alliance was higher. It was a situation where neither side gave in. Qi Xiao stood up and walked towards the arena. As she walked, a powerful pressure was released. Most of the Battle Alliance's warriors were suppressed. Their voices were much weaker. Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao. The voices of the Crimson Sun Alliance became louder. Qi Xiao will win. The Crimson Sun Alliance will win. Although many people were shocked that Ling Xiao had defeated Heimoya, they were still shocked. But from the beginning until now, Qi Xiao could easily win no matter who she met. Including Black Fang. Everyone in the world knew how strong he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to occupy the first place of the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years. There's Qi Xiao, but there's no Ling Xiao. Young Master Qi Xiao is the #1 genius of the 3,000 holy cities. Ling Xiao is nothing. When he dies, the Battle Alliance will be disbanded. It's over. The voices of the Crimson Sun Alliance's warriors became more and more unpleasant. The Battle Alliance's warriors wanted to refute, but they were frightened by Qi Xiao and couldn't speak. The experts were too embarrassed to argue with those people. As a result, the Battle Alliance was suppressed. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao in the arena opened his eyes. 2 rays of golden light shot into the crowd of the Crimson Sun Alliance. At that moment, the people of the Crimson Sun Alliance felt as if their souls were pierced by something. They were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound. Qi Xiao could intimidate the Battle Alliance. Ling Xiao could also intimidate the Crimson Sun Alliance. Both of them were favored by the heavens and were top geniuses. They could have gotten along peacefully, but because of Qi Xiao's killing for no reason, it led to a great hatred between them. Today, one of the two of them would die, and the other would live. Alright, this is a showdown between you and me. Qi Xiao stood on the stage and withdrew the aura that had pounced towards the Battle Alliance. This made the warriors of the Battle Alliance feel much more comfortable. That's right, it's a duel between you and me. However, do I, Ling Xiao, need to listen to you? In the next moment, Ling Xiao did not retract his aura. Instead, he increased the output of his aura. Pooh. In the Red Sun Alliance, many of the weaker martial artists spat out blood as their faces turned pale. This is just a lesson. Be careful with your words in the future. After speaking, Ling Xiao withdrew his aura and looked coldly at Qi Xiao, who was 100 meters away. Everyone stared at the scene, bracing themselves for the coming storm. Ling Xiao hated Qi Xiao, and Qi Xiao hated Ling Xiao. He felt that he had only killed a few trash from the Battle Soul Sacred City, but Ling Xiao had ruined his reputation. Now in the entire 3,000 Sacred City, although many people did not dare to say it, they looked down on him in their hearts. Why bother? Qi Xiao suddenly said, is it worth it for a few trash? You worked so hard to create the current situation. However, if you die, all your efforts will be in vain. I will kill all those trash from the Battle Alliance. Just because they offended me. In your eyes, maybe they are just trash not worth mentioning. In my eyes, they are companions, friends. As for killing me, are you that confident? Ling Xiao said lightly. Companions? Friends, if you are with trash, you will become trash in the end. Qi Xiao smiled disdainfully. Today, let me teach you a lesson. Also, I will say something that will make you despair. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that you can defeat me, you won't be able to kill me. The Law Master, the Beast-Taming General, and my father, Sacred Leader Qi Yang, will all help me. What about you? Your 3 backers may be strong, but they are not divine body realms after all. Against the 3 people on my side, you have no chance at all. After saying that, Xiao looked at Ling Xiao. He hoped to see anger on Ling Xiao's face. He wanted to see despair. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever. There was even a hint of mockery and ridicule. If that's all you have to say, let's start over there. Ling Xiao grinned and said. Ha 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 ha. You are really an interesting guy. You really know how to make people angry. Xiao was really angry now. Ling Xiao's calmness was intolerable to him. He realized that he could not see through this opponent at all. His previous methods that had always worked were ineffective. However, since that was the case, he would let the battle prove everything. Boom, Xiao did not intend to hold back at all. When a terrifying explosion sounded, a red sun appeared behind Xiao. That was his martial soul. The red light enveloped the entire arena and the entire world. It made him look like a god who had descended from the sky. In that instant, countless screams came from below the arena. Countless cheers. Xiao was not only handsome, but he was also extremely strong. His martial soul was even more eye-catching. It was no wonder that he would always have fans despite his cold and cruel personality. However, Ling Xiao preferred to destroy such a person with his own hands. Only this kind of perfect person was worth destroying. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. Hideous scales appeared on his body. However, they were covered by his clothes. A pair of black wings blocked the sun. The difference between Ling Xiao and Xiao was that Ling Xiao's transformation was cooler. He liked it very much. As for those who hated it, they would hate it very much. After the transformation was completed, a terrifying aura from the ancient times filled the entire arena. It collided with the aura unleashed by the Red Sun martial soul. One side was desolate and ancient, and the other side was scorching hot. Both auras were extremely powerful. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent was not someone to be trifled with. He was at the first level of the Shattered Core realm, and he had cultivated countless ultimate skills from the Red Sun Saint City. If he was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been able to occupy the position of the first disciple of the Holy Sun for so many years. However, he had nothing to be afraid of. Now that he had broken through to the peak Heavenly Core realm, he had the ability to fight with a first-level Shattered Core warrior. After all, he had the Cosmic Divine Fist, Void-Shattering Finger, and the martial soul of Tyrant. He hadn't used it in this golden battle yet. When the 2 auras reached their peak, it was like a collision between Mars and Earth. No one below the arena was shouting anymore. Everyone had focused their attention on the battle. Although some of the previous battles were also very exciting, after all, this was the final battle. This was the battle between the 2 most outstanding men. It would only be more exciting. Bang! Finally, Xiao unleashed his terrifying aura. Both men stopped talking and decided to use their strength to decide everything. The terrifying Red Sun aura was unleashed from Xiao's body. In the next moment, Xiao moved. In an instant, he approached Ling Xiao. His body was covered in a red light, and he looked like a red sun. The energy was filled with a scorching and destructive aura. Great Red Sun Fist. With an angry roar, Xiao punched out with both fists, and the shadows of his fists danced in the air. It filled the entire arena, and all of it rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at his opponent's attack indifferently. He didn't use a sword. His fist technique was equally powerful. His opponent's move was obviously just a test. He really didn't need to use a cannon to kill a mosquito. The most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao was that he knew what move to use at the right time. The most powerful move didn't necessarily mean it was useful. God's Fist. Kill. Facing the Great Red Sun Fist, Ling Xiao also blasted out God's Fist. The white light burst, and a huge fist came from the void. It blasted toward Xiao. Deprive. Xiao sneered, and a terrifying will bloomed. This was the deprive will of the Red Sun martial soul. It could deprive the opponent of his strength and will. It was as if the Red Sun had attracted countless planets. The power of God's Fist was rapidly weakened. Ling Zhao's expression was still indifferent, and there was no change in the movements of his hands. The violent god's fist blasted out with indomitable will. The fist hadn't even come close, but the overwhelming pressure had already arrived. Destroy. The great red sun fist hit the god's fist. The god's fist was instantly shattered. Originally, the power of these two martial arts techniques was equal. Unfortunately, Qi Zhao's deprive of will was too terrifying. It severely weakened the power of the god's fist. That was why it collapsed at the first touch. However, the god's fist shattered. Ling Zhao's fist didn't shatter. At this moment, he was already close to Qi Xiao. The fist was still wrapped in the white light. It seemed to be able to destroy the attraction and repulsion of the red sun. Qi Zhao's expression changed slightly. It was rumored that Ling Zhao's body was extremely strong. Today, he saw that it was true. Even if he didn't use a sword and just relied on his body and cultivation to fight with him, his opponent wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He was really difficult to deal with. Most importantly, he had to be careful of Ling Zhao's sword, which could be unsheathed at any time. Ling Zhao's swordsmanship was not only fast, but also terrifyingly powerful. Impossible to guard against. But even so, Qi Xiao had no intention of backing down. In terms of cultivation, he was stronger than Ling Xiao. In terms of status, he was nobler than Ling Xiao. In terms of martial skills, he believed that he was stronger than Ling Xiao. Qi Yang's will erupted once again, and a crazy gravitational force pulled Ling Xiao into a narrow space. Scarlet Firestorm Fist. An even more terrifying fist shadow appeared. He charged towards Ling Xiao. A blazing aura bloomed. Take it away. Deprive. With a roar, Qi Xiao not only erupted with true essence but also crazily poured out the will of deprivation. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been trapped in a black hole. His body seemed to be going out of control. Endless Fiend God Fist. As Ling Xiao roared furiously, he similarly executed a series of wild fist images. Qi Zhao's fist shadows were smashed into pieces. However, when he felt the pressure lessen slightly, he saw Qi Zhao's next attack coming. It was still the Great Scarlet Sun Fist. However, its power was even more powerful. Go to hell. Qi Xiao roared, and the whole world trembled. Humph. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and finally unsheathed his sword. A bright sword light bloomed, and Ling Xiao was surrounded by sword energy. The fist shadows of the Great Scarlet Sun Fist were shattered. Escape light. In the next moment, Ling Xiao turned into a stream of light. He instantly appeared beside Qi Xiao. The two of them staggered and changed positions. After standing still, Qi Xiao touched his cheek. A faint trace of blood appeared. And in his hand, there was a piece of torn cloth. It turned out that a small piece of Ling Zhao's clothes had also been torn by him. Looking at Ling Xiao, Qi Zhao's eyes became more excited and crazy. You really didn't reach this stage by luck. No wonder you could defeat Black Fang. I understand now. I'm afraid no one below the core-breaking realm can defeat you. Unfortunately, I'm in the core-breaking realm. Under the Scarlet Sun martial soul, you have no chance. Qi Xiao was not bragging. At the same time, his voice fell. An ancient, desolate aura was suddenly released. The Scarlet Sun actually changed and became bigger. Although the heat was much smaller, it produced a stronger gravitational force. The surrounding elements were crazily attracted to Qi Zhao's back. They formed a huge celestial body. Everyone cried out in surprise. Such a powerful and strange scene made them feel a pressure they had never felt before. Boom! In an instant, an even stranger scene appeared. The Scarlet Sun turned into 10. At the same time, they bloomed behind Qi Xiao. Would Ling Xiao be able to contend against such a powerful force? In the face of the 10 Scarlet Suns, Ling Xiao did not panic. He performed the 8th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique again. The 8th-level giant beast broke through the air. Ling Xiao wanted to use the giant beast of the 12 Divine Beasts technique to destroy the 10 Scarlet Suns. The crazy giant beast soared into the air and released a terrifying force. The world was shrouded in sword light. This is the move that Ling Xiao used to kill Black Fang. Is he going to use it to deal with Qi Xiao now? Qi Xiao is not Black Fang. He's not so easy to deal with. Yes, although this move is powerful, it's absolutely impossible to destroy Qi Zhao's 10-sun seal. What people said was basically correct. Ling Xiao also knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for him to break Qi Zhao's 10 scarlet suns with the 12 divine beasts technique alone. But, what he needed was time. Don't even think about running away. Qi Xiao had finally unleashed his ultimate move. How could he let Ling Xiao run away just like that? He had to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. Right after he finished speaking, the 10 scarlet suns turned into 10 crazy beams and shot towards Ling Xiao. 12 divine beasts technique, explode. A deep voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. The 8 giant beasts crazily gathered into one point. The violent force was rapidly compressed, and it was incredibly powerful. It was incredibly powerful. The people were surprised to find out that the power of this move was even stronger than when he faced Black Fang. When Ling Xiao fought Black Fang just now, he had only used the strength of a late heavenly core warrior. Of course, the power wasn't as strong as this. The power of this move was at least 100 times stronger than before. This was not something to be trifled with. An energy that could destroy everything was unleashed in the air. The people could only see the 8 giant beasts exploding in the air. The energy was crazily leaking out from the arena, causing the entire arena to become chaotic. Boom! When the 10 scarlet suns descended, the power of the 12 divine beasts technique had completely exploded. The people could only see the energy exploding outwards. The protective wall of the arena shattered into pieces. Ling Zhao's body was completely destroyed by the destructive energy. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. The energy unleashed by both parties during this period of time had surpassed the energy unleashed by Ling Xiao and Black Fang just now. Even if Black Fang was still alive, he would still be shocked by this. This Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than his. He didn't even use all of his strength when fighting Black Fang. So powerful, Ling Xiao. So what if he's powerful? I'm afraid he can't be saved this time. When the 10 scarlet suns descended, everyone thought that Ling Xiao was doomed. Even the Scarlet Sun sacred leader stood up nervously. They couldn't see anything clearly, and the arena was a mess. The smoke finally dispersed, and everything returned to normal. Everyone was surprised to find that 9 of the 10 scarlet suns had been destroyed, and only the red giant was left burning. Ling Xiao was standing below the red giant. His sword stabbed into the red giant, standing proudly. He blocked it. Everyone's eyes froze in an instant. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be able to break Qi Zhao's attack under such circumstances? What terrifying strength! Yua! Qi Xiao spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his feet swayed. His martial soul had been destroyed, and he was severely injured. Although it wasn't obvious on the surface, his soul had been injured. You said I can't avoid it, do I need to? Ling Xiao laughed proudly. No matter what kind of attack you use, I can break it. This should be your most powerful attack. How are you going to block my next attack? Qi Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Whether he admitted it or not, he had been severely injured by Ling Xiao today. He couldn't avoid this. However, he believed that this was Ling Xiao's most powerful attack, so he still had a chance. Ling Xiao was also human, and he had weaknesses. However, Ling Xiao only laughed coldly and said, maybe. Whatever you think. Moreover, even if this is my strongest attack, can you still display the same power as before? Don't try to be brave. You're injured, and you don't have the same ability as before. Try it. Qi Xiao was also someone who didn't accept defeat. Although he had killed innocent people, he was still an extremely powerful person. Scarlet Sun martial soul, heaven and earth illumination. Qi Xiao let out a furious roar, releasing his full strength in this attack. In that instant, a blinding light enveloped the entire arena. As Qi Xiao's hands danced, countless golden lights condensed on his hands. In that instant, his hands expanded 3 to 4 times their original size. Countless runes gathered on his arms. For a moment, there was a huge roar between heaven and earth. In the face of this terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. His moves were decent and powerful, but he was still no match for him. Ling Xiao activated his fiend god power and released his fiend god black tortoise physique. Terrifying power gathered crazily on his arms. The power of gods and demons flowed through it. In that instant, Ling Xiao extended a finger. The seemingly weak finger seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Void-shattering finger. Finally, Ling Xiao used the peerless heavenly rat's newest martial skill. The void-shattering finger was already extremely powerful. Now that it was combined with the power of gods and demons, the void-shattering finger became even more powerful. He had already reached a certain limit. That kind of power was not something an ordinary person could imagine. The void-shattering finger tore through the air and pierced towards the attack that Qi Xiao was most proud of with a thunderous speed. People were thinking, could this be the final collision, one move to decide the winner? People stared at the arena, not daring to breathe loudly. To their surprise, Qi Xiao's attack directly hit Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's attack didn't seem to have been launched. Everyone was stunned. The aura released just now was so powerful. How could Ling Xiao's attack be so useless? At this moment, they saw Qi Xiao's terrified face. In the next moment, Qi Xiao flew out, a black bloody hole in his chest. Qi Xiao knelt on the ground with one knee, looking at Ling Xiao in front of him in horror. He didn't understand. Ling Xiao's attack just now seemed to have traveled through space and didn't collide with his attack. Instead, it hit him directly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the core fragmentation realm, he would have already lost his life. How could it be? Yes, how could it be? Qi Xiao couldn't understand. Everyone below the arena couldn't understand. Qi Xiao was injured so easily, and it looked like he couldn't fight back at all. The peak heavenly core warrior, Ling Xiao, wasn't injured at all. The first level core fragmentation realm warrior, on the other hand, was covered in wounds. He was about to lose. To be honest, you're nothing in front of me. Just now, you said the 12 Divine Beasts skill is my strongest attack. Do you understand now? My attack isn't the strongest. There's only the most suitable one. I'll give you a chance, come at me again. Use all your treasures, or else, you'll die in my next attack. No one noticed the faint red glow in the air. Actually, when Ling Xiao was sitting on the arena with his legs crossed, he had already unleashed the bloodthirsty plague. When Qi Xiao came up to the arena, the bloodthirsty plague that had been accumulating for a long time had found its target, and it started weakening Qi Xiao. But too bad, Qi Xiao could only feel his condition getting worse and worse, and he thought it was because of his injuries. But he didn't expect that he had already been hit by the bloodthirsty plague. They thought Ling Xiao was just showing off by staying on the arena. What they didn't know was that Ling Xiao had already prepared everything for this battle. He was waiting for his opponent to enter the arena. With a gloomy expression, Qi Xiao stared at Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was so strong. But he couldn't accept it. For the past 9 years, he had been the strongest among the 10 Holy Sun. How could he be defeated so easily by an unknown brat? He couldn't accept it. Witnessing this scene, General Beast Tamer, Law Lord, and Saint Lord Red Sun were all dumbfounded. This brat, how much strength has he been hiding? No wonder he dares to establish the battle alliance without any hesitation. No wonder the Fire King thinks so highly of him. General Beast Tamer's expression was ugly. Black Fang couldn't kill Ling Xiao, but didn't Qi Xiao want to kill him as well? He couldn't accept it. Letting Ling Xiao become the champion of this golden match was like slapping them in the face. We can begin the operation. First Law Lord, listen up, surround Divine Martial Sacred City. Don't let a single one of the Battle Alliance's people go. Also, cut off all live broadcast signals. I don't want anyone to know what's going on here. Only the winner has the right to walk out of here. Law Lord could tell that Qi Xiao couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. He couldn't allow Ling Xiao to become the champion so easily. Even if he got it, he had to die. Why don't we do it now? General Beast Tamer asked, confused. Qi Xiao has something on him, but that brat is arrogant and doesn't want to rely on external help. If he wants to, Ling Xiao will definitely lose today. Law Lord said calmly, we should prepare for both sides. Qi Xiao is also human. No matter how arrogant he is, if he's tortured to a certain extent by Ling Xiao, he won't be able to hold it in. Alright. General Beast Tamer wanted to say, F***ck, you're wrong every time. But he decided to hold it in. Without Law Lord's help, it would be impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao to avenge his illegitimate son. All the warriors from the Red Sun Alliance had ugly expressions, as if their parents had died. On the other hand, everyone in the Battle Alliance cheered. Ling Xiao's strength was really beyond everyone's expectations. They thought that this would be the most difficult battle. But until now, Ling Xiao had a crushing advantage. Revenge for Hanajiku, revenge for Zhang Long, revenge for the innocent people who were killed by Qi Xiao in fighting Soul Sacred City. Today, they could finally take revenge. On the stage, Qi Xiao stared at Ling Xiao. His self-esteem was being stripped away inch by inch. In the past, he only hoped to defeat his opponent with his own strength, and he did it. So he was always aloof. But today, seeing that he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao with his own strength, a change occurred in his mind. Was he going to be defeated like this, or was he going to throw away his face at all costs? Ling Xiao, you forced me to do this. Qi Xiao suddenly let out a roar. It was as if something was torn apart. He had finally fallen. He no longer insisted on himself. Even if he was called shameless, he would kill Ling Xiao. Aha! A roar came out of Qi Xiao's mouth, and his body began to change strangely. A pitch-black aura wrapped around him. Even the Red Sun martial spirit became pitch-black. It was like a solar eclipse. Water of Sin. Ling Xiao felt the aura of the energy, which was very similar to the one used by Lu Mingho. But this water of sin seemed to have been tempered. The damage to the human body was minimized. But even so, it was not something that anyone could use. Using the strengthened version of the water of sin, although one's consciousness would not be devoured, but the body would age rapidly. Every minute used, it would age for a year. So, this was not only a matter of dignity, but also involved the body's endurance. Shameless, actually using the water of sin. The warriors of Fighting Soul Alliance couldn't help but curse. This isn't good. Even the neutral martial artists frowned. For thousands of years, the water of sin had always existed and been used by people. But the 3000 Sacred City had a rule that the water of sin was absolutely not allowed in official competitions. This was especially true for a competition like the Golden Battle. Even the Golden City had forbidden it. However, under such circumstances, Qi Xiao actually used the water of sin. It was no wonder that even the neutral martial artists were unhappy. This was breaking the rules of the 3000 holy cities. However, neither the Law Lord nor the Beast Tamer General made a sound. It was as if he was not even willing to explain. He was determined to protect Qi Xiao. Even more people leaned towards Ling Xiao and turned to support the Battle Alliance. Of course, they could only support him in their hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Although the logic was there. Although morality existed. But in reality, everyone understood. What was truly useful was still strength. If Ling Xiao was really killed by Qi Xiao, no one would uphold justice for him. Of course, the Battle Alliance was an exception. They already had a clear position. At this moment, the martial artists of the Scarlet Sun Alliance did not know how to refute. He could only lower his head. Perhaps they were thinking in their hearts. They couldn't refute now. Later, when Qi Xiao killed Ling Xiao, they would kill the Battle Alliance members. They would slaughter every single member of the Battle Alliance. That way, they would be able to vent their frustrations. In the arena, Qi Xiao turned a deaf ear to the angry curses. Since he had already chosen to fall, he would not hesitate to continue falling. No matter what, he had to kill Ling Xiao. He had no time to waste. He would age a year in a minute. Even he couldn't afford it. The black sun shone brightly. Although it was dark, it was also dazzling. It was said that the light of a solar eclipse was the most dazzling. Today, it was indeed so. Many martial artists could barely open their eyes. Black Sun disaster. The corner of Qi Xiao's mouth curled into a sinister smile. The original panic was gone. What was left was cold-bloodedness and bloodlust. Although this enhanced version of the water of sin had been improved, it would still affect a person's personality. It would make a person more bloodthirsty and crazy. More ruthless. He roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. It was as if he was holding two black suns in his hands. The terrifying pressure was even more terrifying than the previous 10 suns above the heavens. The martial artists of the Battle Alliance began to worry about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was very strong, the other party used the water of sin. If he was defeated by this shameless method, it would be a pity. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Qi Xiao coldly. If it was the first time he saw the water of sin, he might have panicked. But this was not the first time. He had to thank Lu Mingho for using the water of sin to deal with him. This allowed him to know the characteristics of the water of sin. Whether it was improved or not. The characteristics of the water of sin would not change. Sad, lamentable, ridiculous. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Demonic eye, illusion demon. The most powerful part of improving the water of sin was to remove the resentment in the water of sin. It could allow martial artists to maintain their sanity. The most terrifying part of the illusion demon eye was that it could trigger inner demons. It could cause martial artists to hallucinate. Originally, the demonic eye should not be of much use against Qi Xiao. Previously, Qi Xiao's will was very firm. It was too difficult to make him submit. But Qi Xiao chose to use the water of sin. But it gave the demonic eye a chance to display its power. In just an instant, Qi Xiao, who was pouncing towards Ling Xiao, suddenly stopped. A black gas surged out of his body and turned into a human form. Qi Xiao attacked crazily. It was as if he had gone crazy. He had completely lost his cold temperament just now. A hint of coldness flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Escape light. He stabbed out with his sword. One of Qi Xiao's arms was directly cut off. At that moment, Qi Xiao almost fainted. His body was crazily devoured by the evil thoughts of the water of sin. Sacred Lord Qiang suddenly stood up, his face gloomy to the extreme. Qi Xiao, surrender. That was his son, his heart ached. Now, he finally understood that his son was definitely no match for Ling Xiao. This could not continue. Surrender? Ling Xiao looked at Sacred Lord Qiang contemptuously and said, "You should have understood when you asked him to use the water of sin. The water of sin is an evil thing condensed by evil thoughts. It is even more evil than the door of all evil. He is now controlled by the evil thoughts of the water of sin, and there is only killing intent and resentment in his heart. It is impossible for you to ask him to surrender." He's right, there's no way I'll surrender. Qi Xiao had already stood up. His right hand that was cut off grew back. His body turned into liquid at that moment. As expected, he is the same as Lu Mingho. He has completely abandoned his essence. He has become a living dead. Ling Xiao looked at the transformed Qi Xiao. A ray of light shot out from his eyes. This kind of soft-body monster-like form caused the martial artist to have only one vital point on his body. And this vital point could constantly move around in the body. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for them to determine where the vital point was. But Ling Xiao could do it. Because Ling Xiao had the experience of killing Lu Mingho. Although Qi Xiao was much stronger than Lu Mingho, they were essentially the same. Moreover, when Ling Xiao killed Lu Mingho, he was not as powerful as he was now. Do you want to try again? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Xiao coldly. He could kill Qi Xiao right now, but he didn't do that. He wanted Qi Xiao to die in endless despair. That's right, he was that cruel. Who dared to hurt his friends and family? He would become a demon. Ling Xiao, if I don't defeat you, I'll never be at peace. Qi Xiao looked at Ling Xiao coldly. This guy's willpower was really strong. Even though his entire body was occupied by the water of sin, he still retained his last bit of willpower. That was to kill Ling Xiao. To be honest, Ling Xiao admired this guy a little. With such tenacity, it was no wonder that he could be the #1 holy son for 9 years. However, admiration was one thing, but he still had to kill. Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. The two swords combined to form the Eastern Victory Fiend God Sword. He looked calmly at the raging Qi Xiao. His Taiji eye could see that his opponent's life force was rapidly draining away. Stop. Qi Xiao. Sacred Leader Qiang roared. His heart ached for his son. However, Qi Xiao didn't listen to him at all. I can't stop, heart of sin, I'll give my everything to you and become a demon. Crazy. He was really crazy, hearing Qi Xiao's voice, even. The members of the Qiyang alliance thought that Qi Xiao had gone crazy. If he gave his body to the water of sin, at least he would have some consciousness and know that he was himself. If he gave everything to the water of sin, that was equivalent to giving up his human identity and becoming a demon. Although he was powerful, he would become an alien. Ling Xiao looked at all this coldly. He looked down on a person who had already given up on himself, and he didn't put him in his eyes. He couldn't lose to such a person. The Eastern Victory Fiend God sword in his hand was gathering shocking power. 12 Divine Beast Technique 9th Stage, this was Ling Xiao's most powerful move. In terms of pure power, even the Universal Light Godly Fist and Void-Shattering Finger could not be stronger than him. The 9th level was something he had gradually cultivated in the midst of battle. He had previously extracted the Black Hell Marrow Destroying Hound. The 9th Beast God was formed. He had never used this move before. Previously, he had already defeated Black Feng at the 8th level. It drove Qi Xiao crazy. Boom, 9 types of beasts rose into the air. 9 different types of power gathered above the sword. The entire arena was shaking violently as if the end of the world had arrived. The 9th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique consumed a lot of energy. Even so, its power was close to a peak 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill. Most likely, many of the extreme realm of Dan martial artists present had never seen such a terrifying martial technique. Go to hell, Ling Xiao. You shouldn't exist in this world. Ever since I had you, my life has changed. Therefore, you must die, die. Qi Xiao had been very calm before. It turned out that his heart was not calm at all. Ling Xiao's appearance made him, the #1 genius of the 3,000 holy cities, the target of disdain. He did not show it on the surface. But in his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. Originally, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and this matter would be over. But now, he realized that he could not even do that. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, even if he died, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Therefore, he had to win. Although you worked very hard, although you are crazy, but unfortunately, you are still no match for me, kill. A cold voice sounded. The Eastern Victory Demon sword stabbed out. The roar of a wild beast came from the air. An ancient power bloomed from the Eastern Victory Demon sword. In the next moment, Qi Xiao's attack was easily dispelled. The black water that filled the sky splashed everywhere. Qi Xiao let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying once more. He flew out of the arena. How could Ling Xiao let him fall out of the arena? His figure flashed, and he kicked him back. Qi Xiao fell heavily on the arena, and a large patch of blood seeped out from under his body. Son. Sacred leader Qiyang pounced toward the arena crazily. He wanted to save his son. Even if he had to die. Because his son's talent was much higher than his. As long as his son did not die, Qiyang Holy City would always be the #1 of the 3,000 holy cities. But now, Qi Xiao could not take it anymore. He could not tolerate this situation. He wanted to save his son. He could not let Qi Xiao die here. Calm down. The Law Master stopped Sacred Leader Qiyang. Qi Xiao still has the most powerful treasure that he has not used. What are you afraid of? Even if he is not your son, he is still your disciple. How can you leave him to die? Sacred Leader Qiyang was too anxious, so he did not choose his words carefully. However, the Law Master did not blame him. It was human nature. Don't worry, no matter what, I will not let him die. If it is too dangerous, I will save him personally. As the Law Master spoke, he walked closer to the arena. It would be easier to save Qi Xiao here. Ling Xiao stood beside Qi Xiao coldly. He stood proudly and looked down on everyone. The first sacred leader naturally released her domineering aura. She did not have to do it deliberately. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, Qi Xiao laughed wildly. He was seriously injured, but he could still laugh. If he was not crazy, then he must have thought of a way to win. Suddenly, a blue power was released from his body. It was like the power of the deep sea. As soon as this power appeared, it accelerated the recovery of his body. It allowed his wounds to heal quickly. The blue light formed a huge pressure. It was so strong that even Ling Xiao felt danger. This was the first time in the battle that he felt this way. Young master, quickly kill him. That kid's heart of the flood dragon has been activated. At this moment, Sword Maiden Blue Lotus shouted from the spectator's stand. She seemed to have sensed danger, so she hurriedly warned Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he did not hear her at all. He kept staring at the blue light at Qi Zhao's chest. The healing power of the flood dragon's heart was almost on par with life reversal. Although the principle was different. It seemed that all the injuries Qi Xiao had suffered before were disappearing. The blue flood dragon's heart exuded the power of the deep sea. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt like he was challenging the entire ocean. That's an emperor weapon, it surpasses a heavenly king weapon. That's against the rules. According to the rules of the Golden Battle, only treasures below a heavenly king weapon can be used. An emperor weapon is definitely against the rules. That's because it's not strength anymore, it's cheating by relying on external objects. What's the point of saying all that? From the moment Qi Xiao used the water of sin, he didn't care about the rules. He obviously wants to kill you. Law Master, General Beast Tamer, and Sacred Leader Red Sunday Ling Xiao has offended 3 Divine Body Realm experts in a row, he's finished, even Patriarch Scarlet Flame, Sword Maiden Blue Lotus, and Zhao Fengyun can't save him, unless the Fire Emperor comes personally. Tisk TSK, the Red Sun Alliance wants to eradicate the Battle Alliance in one fell swoop. I think I saw someone surround the Divine Martial Sacred City just now. It seems to be the Law Master and Discipline Knight of the Commandment Sacred City. Evil. Although the neutral cultivators sympathized with Ling Xiao in their hearts, they would not do anything. The neutral martial artists sympathized with Ling Xiao, but they couldn't help him. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that it was useless even if they did. What a joke. 3 Divine Body Realm experts were enough to scare them to death. Seeing that the flood dragon's heart was released, Sacred Leader Qiyang breathed a sigh of relief. So, the Law Master didn't lie to him. This flood dragon's heart may be powerful, but certain conditions are required for it to work. The condition is that the host is seriously injured. The Law Master explained. This is why I didn't do anything when Qi Xiao was seriously injured. Because there was no need. He looked very proud when he said that, as if Ling Xiao had already been torn to shreds by this crazy attack. Qi Xiao stood up. His whole body was almost unscathed. No, it should be said that he was even stronger. The blue light formed a layer of light on the surface of his body. Even the water of sin's power was absorbed by the flood dragon's heart. The flood dragon's heart shone even brighter. The blue flood dragon coiled around Qi Zhao's body looked especially cool. However, it didn't matter that it looked good. The key was that this thing was really powerful. Ling Xiao stood there and could clearly feel a terrifying force suppressing him. It was really uncomfortable. This feeling is really good. Discomfort was actually a good thing for Ling Xiao. It meant that there was pressure. Only with pressure would there be motivation. The potential in his body also seemed to have sensed the huge pressure and was leaking out crazily. It was as if it wanted to block this terrifying attack for Ling Xiao. Roar, the blue flood dragon coiled around Qi Zhao's body let out a low roar. This roar really made many people faint on the spot. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of it, felt as if his soul was about to be shaken apart. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough. Fortunately, his Sky Tyrant martial soul was terrifying enough. Therefore, he withstood it. Although his face was pale, the expression on his face was extremely excited. The flood dragon's heart probably directly increased Qi Zhao's power by nearly 100 times. This was equivalent to Ling Xiao using the bloody demonic rat. The flood dragon was still evolving. It transformed into a dragon, a sea dragon, a dark blue 9-clawed sea dragon. It appeared in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was at least several thousand feet long, with no end in sight. In front of this sea dragon, Ling Xiao was like a pitiful ant. Many tiny runes appeared on the 9-clawed sea dragon's body. This incantation should be the effect of the flood dragon's heart. A mere common grade monarch weapon. Yet, it already possessed such tremendous power. He really didn't know what a stronger treasure would be like. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao, do you feel fear? To be honest, I really don't want to use this kind of power to defeat you. However, this feeling was still very good. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not having a good background and backing. Xianxia had always felt that her family background had hindered her growth. This was because when people talked about him, they would always say that he was the son of sacred leader Scarlet Sunday. Not that he was Xiao. He even thought of running away from home. But at this moment, he was incomparably glad that he had such a good family background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the fled dragon's heart. In this battle, he had completely lost to Ling Xiao. Now, he could easily crush Ling Xiao to death. That feeling made him incomparably excited. Pride, to hell with all of them. The moment the divine dragon appeared, the battle alliance was dead silent. Countless martial artists were in despair. They didn't even have the strength to scold Xiao for being shameless. Because it was meaningless and couldn't change anything. Why? Their great sacred leader was clearly stronger than Xiao, but she lost to the other party's shameless cheating. In their eyes, the golden battle had completely changed. It was no longer a competition to select talents for the Golden City, but a terrifying conspiracy against one person. Even if Ling Xiao lost in the end, they would know that Ling Xiao was stronger than Xiao. Ling Xiao was the true champion of the golden battle. But what was the use of that? Ling Xiao's name would be erased by the winner, or even tarnished. If he died, there would be nothing left. Great sacred leader. Some of the girls had already started crying. What are you crying for? The great sacred leader isn't dead yet. That's right. The great sacred leader will definitely think of a way to deal with Xiao. Believe in the great sacred leader. He's the embodiment of miracles. Although they said so, to be honest, they weren't confident in their hearts. The reason why miracles were miracles was because they were rare. If a miracle could be created casually, then it wouldn't be a miracle. Ancestor Qihua, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyun and the others stood up. If Ling Xiao was in danger, they would do anything to save him. Even if it was against the rules, they wouldn't care. Anyway, the rules had long been trampled to nothing by some people. They believed in Ling Xiao, so they didn't immediately take action. But although they believed in him, they still didn't feel confident. The people of the Scarlet Sun Alliance finally cheered again. After suppressing it for so long, they could finally see Ling Xiao being killed. How could they not be happy? How could they not be excited, under everyone's attention? Xiao finally attacked. The power of the fled dragon's heart was too strong. It wouldn't last for too long. Therefore, he had to attack as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if the time passed. He used all of his true essence. He used all of his power to release the final, ultimate attack. The roaring nine-clawed sea dragon pounced towards Ling Xiao with bared fangs and brandished claws. Boom! The moment the nine-clawed sea dragon roared, the world seemed to split open. The arena shook violently. The tiny Ling Xiao stood in front of the huge sea dragon. He looked so pathetic. However, many people noticed that there was no fear or hesitation in Ling Xiao's eyes. There was no uneasiness. There was only determination. Anyone could see that when the divine dragon attacked Ling Xiao, there would be nothing left of Ling Xiao. He would be completely torn to pieces. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to see the attack. He actually closed his eyes. He put away the Dongxing Fiend God sword in his hand. He gave up? No. Don't give up. The Battle Alliance's martial artists shouted hysterically. Sacred leader Qi Yang revealed an arrogant smile. Kill him. Yes, my good son, kill him. Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, and the demonic ape all revealed gloating smiles. Who told you to go against us? In the end, you still can't escape death. Tian Haitang sighed softly. Is this the end? I thought you would be the different one. On the arena. Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of opening his eyes. However, he gently raised his hand. It seemed like a century had passed. It gave people a strange illusion. The cosmic light fist was the fist technique that Ling Xiao had the hardest time controlling. Therefore, he hadn't used it yet. However, at this moment, he encountered great danger. The laws of time loosened at that moment. Ling Xiao knew that the cosmic light fist could be used. Its power was temporarily inferior to the 9th level of the 12 Divine Beast technique. However, its special effect could make everyone gasp in shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used this move in public. Ling Xiao's fist stretched out. It was so slow that it seemed like it would never be lifted. However, Qi Xiao felt fear that he had never felt before. The problem was, he didn't know where this fear came from. In the eyes of outsiders, Ling Xiao only raised his fist. He didn't do anything else. However, behind his body, a huge shadow appeared. Rooster? Many people were stunned. They saw that the rooster was getting bigger and bigger. Even the 9-clawed sea dragon was like a small worm in front of the rooster. What kind of strange situation is this? People couldn't understand at all. Young God, Ling Xiao could feel the aura of Young God being released. Universal Light God Fist. The next moment, time stood still. The rooster crowed. Qi Xiao seemed to have stopped moving. Ling Xiao's fist landed on Qi Xiao's body. The rooster directly used its sharp beak to pick up the 9-clawed sea dragon. All of this happened in an instant. Ling Xiao could see it. Others couldn't see it. In the eyes of others, Ling Xiao only raised his fist. Qi Xiao flew out. They couldn't see what happened in the process. Qi Xiao fell to the ground, his body was already broken. Even his body was gone. Blood dyed the entire arena red, looking extremely terrifying. Flood Dragon's heart, not a bad thing. Unfortunately, you're not qualified to have it. Ling Xiao took a step forward and put his hand into Qi Xiao's heart. He took out the Flood Dragon's heart. The Flood Dragon's heart was held in Ling Xiao's hand and actually let out a cry of fear. Good. You will follow me from now on. Ling Xiao directly crushed the Flood Dragon's heart and fused it into his body. It turned into a large amount of potential. He didn't care about this thing at all. At this time, the Law Lord and the Beast Tamer General both stood up with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Ling Xiao enjoyed this feeling. Seeing the other party's expression, he wanted to laugh. You old bastards didn't expect this, did you? Not only did I defeat Qi Xiao, I even destroyed your Flood Dragon's heart. The martial artists of the Battle Alliance cheered without restraint. Although the neutral martial artist didn't dare to say it out loud, he was very happy in his heart. The Scarlet Sun Alliance was too much of a bully. Even the neutral martial artists could not stand it anymore. They, of course, supported Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. The Water of Sin, Heart of the Flood Dragon, Ling Xiao had created a miracle that no one else could. It dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of those bastards. It felt so good, they had no idea how Ling Xiao defeated Qi Xiao in the end. Although I don't understand, I think it's awesome. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao had created another miracle today. He could be said to be the child of miracles. Other people treated miracles as rare, but he treated them as common occurrences. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun was dumbfounded as he stared at his son, who had been completely shattered. His entire body was trembling. A terrifying killing intent was released from his body. I'll kill you. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun roared and pounced on the arena. However, there were still remnants of the protective wall on the arena. He couldn't break it in a short time. Looking at Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun's crazy appearance, Ling Xiao smiled. He smiled very happily. Admit defeat, Qi Xiao. The Law Master also came back to his senses. As he rushed to the arena, he roared at Qi Xiao. Admit defeat? Ling Xiao looked at the Law Master mockingly. He walked in front of Qi Xiao. A sword light flashed in his hand. He actually cut open Qi Xiao's throat. Do you still want to admit defeat? Qi Xiao was extremely terrified at this moment. His strength had been weakened to the extreme. After his throat was cut open, he desperately tried to repair it. But it was useless. He didn't have enough strength. When he used the Flood Dragon's heart just now, he had almost exhausted all his vital essence. He didn't want to die. But there was no other way. Ling Xiao didn't even give him a chance to surrender. Bastard, what are you doing? Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun was so angry that he was about to go crazy. The Law Master's face was extremely gloomy. Ling Xiao, let go of Qi Xiao and I can spare your life. The law master stood there and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Today, if you kill Qi Xiao, I guarantee that you won't have a chance to leave here. Ling Xiao stood beside Qi Xiao. He looked at the law master contemptuously and said, "This is the golden battle, a fair duel. If he doesn't admit defeat, I can only kill him." Law master, are you trying to rebel? What did he say? Everyone was stunned. He was actually convicting the law master? You said that I'm rebelling? Ha 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 ha, I'm from the Golden City. I'm appointed to govern the 3,000 holy cities. I control the laws of the 3,000 holy cities. You actually said that I'm rebelling. Who do you think you are? The law master laughed wildly. He felt that Ling Xiao's words were the biggest joke in the world. He released a terrifying aura and walked towards the ring. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun blocked in front. Get lost. The law master released his terrifying aura. Other than Ancestor Scarlet Flame, the other two were blasted away. Even a martial artist in the 9th stage of the course-shattering realm was vulnerable in front of a divine body realm powerhouse. Everyone began to worry about Ling Xiao's fate. Going against the law master like this, would he have a good ending? Scarlet Flame, get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The law master looked at Ling Xiao coldly. His anger could almost make him explode. Unless you kill me today, I won't retreat. Ancestor Scarlet Flame looked at the law master coldly and roared. Good. Very good. The law master was furious. Beast Tamer General, why aren't you attacking? Beast Tamer General braced himself and stood up. Since he had already boarded the pirate ship, he couldn't stay out of it. He didn't care about Qi Xiao's death, but he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if Ling Xiao went to the Fire Emperor to complain. He pounced towards the arena. Together with Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, he attacked the protective wall. Ling Xiao glanced at these people indifferently. Finally, he revealed his ferocious face and didn't even bother to hide it. However, a bright smile bloomed on his face. This made Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun and Beast Tamer General feel guilty. Was this Ling Xiao not afraid of death? They clearly had the absolute advantage now, but this guy was still so calm. What exactly was he plotting? Ling Xiao looked at everyone and said loudly, everyone has seen what happened today. These people completely disregarded the rules of the Golden Battle. They deliberately wanted to kill me, Ling Xiao, and destroy my battle alliance. Everyone be witnesses. Next, I'm going to kill these people. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They didn't know where Ling Xiao's courage came from. Everyone could see that although he was right. However, the Law Master, Beast Tamer General, and Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun were 3 Divine Body Realm martial artists. How were you going to fight them? You still want to kill them? It was already good enough that you could escape. Could it be that Ling Xiao still had some secret weapon? Ling Xiao obviously knew what they were thinking. However, it would be revealed soon. It was his greatest trump card, of course. Before that, he had to kill Qi Xiao first. The torture was almost over. It was time to solve the problem. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Before the protective wall was completely shattered, Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun saw Ling Xiao's actions and was scared out of his wits. If you dare to kill him, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Sacred Leader Qiang roared hysterically. He was so close to his son, but he couldn't rush over. He could only watch as Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Idiot! If I don't kill him, will you let me go? Ling Xiao curled his lips. He didn't take Sacred Leader Qiang's threat seriously at all. Qi Xiao, this is the price you have to pay for killing a martial artist from the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Go to hell. Ling Xiao didn't use his sword. He directly reached into Qi Xiao's body and crushed his inner core. After killing Qi Xiao, Ling Xiao looked at Sacred Leader Qiang and the others proudly. It was a provocation. Since the 3,000 holy cities have no rules, I will set the rules. What an arrogant young man, what a proud young man. He even ignored the Law Master. If it was before, people thought that Ling Xiao was just joking. Now they were sure that Ling Xiao was going to be an enemy of the Law Master. He wanted to be the master of the 3,000 holy cities. This kid was really not joking. They didn't understand. Even the 3 people from the Golden City who supported him were obviously unable to hold on. Green Lotus Swordswoman and Zhao Fengyun were injured. Patriarch Scarlet Flame was also in a passive position. The Lawmaster was much stronger than Sacred Leader Qiyang, even if Patriarch Scarlet Flame had a powerful treasure. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What exactly did he rely on to dare to say that? Could it be that he had lost his mind? People felt that they could no longer understand Ling Zhao's actions. They could only watch, and perhaps they would know the answer later. Sacred Leader Qiyang was there. His son was dead, and he seemed to have lost his motivation. He completely collapsed. Sacred Leader Qiyang had many sons. But Qi Xiao was the one he loved the most and was also the most talented one. He represented Sacred Leader Qiyang's future. Now, he was actually killed. This kind of blow was really hard for him to bear. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. The golden battle was over. However, today's excitement had only just begun. Ancestor Scarlet Flame returned to Ling Zhao's side while Ling Xiao returned to the Battle Alliance. Behind him were the martial artists of the Battle Alliance. There would definitely be a battle today. This was what he wanted. Without this excuse, he still couldn't completely eradicate Crimson Sun Holy City. Eradicating Commandment Sacred City. Now, everything was gathered. He couldn't wait for the other party to start the battle quickly. The Dharma Master floated in midair and sneered coldly. Ling Xiao disregarded the rules and used an extremely cruel method to kill his opponent. Not only that, he even tried to kill the Beast Tamer General. The Beast Tamer General represented the Golden City. Making an enemy out of General Beast Tamer, making an enemy out of me, is tantamount to treason. This old man hopes that those who are helping the tyrant will listen. Whoever dared to continue protecting Ling Xiao and helping Ling Xiao would be considered a traitor of the City of Gold. Whoever it is must die. Everyone knew that this was slander, but the neutral martial artists did not dare to utter a word. Even some members of the Battle Alliance began to waver. After all, Ling Zhao's current behavior was a bit too crazy. It had already exceeded their expectations. They were really afraid of becoming the enemy of the City of Gold. At that time, even if they had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Old dog, your ability to distort black and white is quite strong. You said that I cruelly killed Qi Xiao, but I didn't violate the rules, and he didn't admit defeat in the end. You said that I wanted to rebel, attack the Beast Tamer General, haha. May I ask the Dharma Master, our ancestor Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman from the City of Gold, you injured them, does that count as treason? There's no need to mention those filthy things from before. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why use such a dignified reason? It's just a joke, old dog, your skin is really thick. Ling Zhao's words could be said to be extremely sharp. The Dharma Master's old face turned red. Humph, so what if this old man wants you dead? Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, the Dharma Master simply stopped talking and revealed a shameless look. He was planning to go all out. He didn't have the reason, but he had the strength. The warriors of the Scarlet Sun Alliance were already prepared to kill Ling Xiao, the person who had embarrassed them. Anyway, they had already surrounded the Divine Martial Sacred City, so the news here wouldn't be leaked. Even if someone said it in the future, there would be no evidence. Ling Xiao was already dead, so who would speak up for him? Haha, an old dog is an old dog, you've finally revealed your ugly side. Ling Xiao mocked and looked at the people of the Battle Alliance behind him. If anyone wants to leave the Battle Alliance now, it's still not too late. I won't stop you. He also wanted to use this opportunity to tidy up the Battle Alliance. Those who joined the Battle Alliance might not be sincere. Some were just helpless. Some were even spies. At this time, it was the most testing of human nature. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. As expected, people from the Battle Alliance began to leave. There were quite a few. They felt that Ling Xiao offending the Law Master and the Beast Taming General was the most stupid thing to do. He could do other things, but why did he openly become enemies with the Law Master and the Beast Taming General? They didn't want to be buried with him. In the end, some people announced that they would leave the Battle Alliance. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, did you see that? This is the result of being betrayed by your friends and family. Even they know that you can't be saved, and you still can't see it clearly, you idiot. the lawmaster sneered. He thought that his prestige was still very strong. At least the neutral warriors didn't dare to express their stance. The Scarlet Sun Alliance would definitely follow him. Now, even half of the Battle Alliance's people had sided with him. What else did Ling Xiao have? There was nothing left. What a betrayal. Didn't I throw out all trash? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Those who stayed are all good. You will all be the mainstays of the 3,000 sacred cities in the future. Stop bragging. You can't even protect yourself. What future? Qi Yuan sneered. That's right, the lawmaster announces here today. Ling Xiao has committed a capital punishment. There's no need to interrogate him, he'll be executed on the spot. Anyone here can kill him. Kill him, and I'll immediately let him soar. The lawmaster threatened on one hand, but on the other hand, he tempted with benefits. He really put in a lot of effort. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the lawmaster and said, Today, the Battle Alliance will also set a rule. The lawmaster of the Commandment Sacred City will not listen to the orders of the Golden City. He intends to rebel. The beast-taming general is in cahoots with him. The Scarlet Sun Alliance is his henchman. Today, I represent the Golden City to eradicate him. Whoever dares to help them will be an accomplice and will be executed. Hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues. This Ling Xiao was too cruel. He actually wanted to kill the lawmaster and the beast-taming general? I'll kill you first. At this moment, the Scarlet Sun Holy Lord suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. He was in a complete mess just now. But when he saw his son's corpse, his anger finally allowed him to regain some rationality. He knew that instead of feeling sorry for himself, it was better to avenge his son. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame stood in front of Ling Xiao. The Scarlet Sun Holy Lord didn't look at him at all. In his eyes, there was only Ling Xiao. The lawmaster was still talking when Sacred Leader Qiang suddenly attacked. He pounced on Ling Xiao like a madman. At this moment, he only had eyes for Ling Xiao. Only by tearing Ling Xiao into pieces could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Patriarch Qiang wanted to stop Sacred Leader Qiang. However, he was blocked by the Beast Tamer General. Everyone looked over in shock. Things happened too quickly, and many people couldn't react in time. A Divine Body Realm martial artist was extremely fast. In an instant, he passed by Patriarch Qiang and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Even Green Lotus Swordswoman and Zhao Fengyun didn't have time to block him. Everyone watched as Sacred Leader Qiang slammed his palm toward Ling Xiao. Great Sacred Leader! Jiang Nan roared in horror. She knew very well what would happen to the Battle Alliance once Ling Xiao died. Perhaps everyone would suffer a calamity. The people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance would not show mercy to him. Those guys would definitely kill them all. Die, Ling Xiao. Sacred Leader Qiang saw the color in Ling Xiao's eyes. It wasn't fear. It was sarcasm and ridicule. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao would have such an expression when he was about to die. Was this person really not afraid of death, or was he just stupid? Damn it, it's you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cruel light. A huge demonic beast appeared from the void beside him. It directly pierced through Sacred Leader Qiang's dantian. How can this be? How can this be? Sacred Leader Qiang had seen the giant demon king of the Battle Soul Sacred City before, but he never dreamed that the giant demon king was in Ling Xiao's hands. That's why I said you're stupid. Thank you for giving me such a big gift. Ling Xiao laughed sarcastically. His demonic claw directly crushed Sacred Leader Qiang's inner core. Then, he threw Sacred Leader Qiang's corpse out. The abundant energy merged into Ling Xiao's body. It felt really good. This was the inner core of a Divine Body Realm expert. Although it couldn't directly transform into his strength, however, it could be the key to his advancement. It was hidden in the potential cells. Ling Xiao was feeling his body's potential being greatly replenished. There was dead silence. No one had thought that something like this would happen. From the moment the Scarlet Sun Sacred Leader launched a sneak attack to the moment he was killed, everyone was dumbfounded. At first, many people thought that Ling Xiao would die. In the end, Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun had died. That was a Divine Physique Echelon expert. The Law Master and the Beast Tamer General both sucked in a breath of cold air. In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 divine body realms on their side had died. Moreover, it was an instant kill. This brat. The Law Lord's eyes narrowed into slits. He felt that he had to reevaluate this person. Perhaps Ling Xiao was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The Law Master even had a feeling that he might have underestimated the situation. The current situation was seriously out of his control. The neutral martial artists were completely surprised. They had already guessed that Ling Xiao might have some sort of trump card up his sleeve. As expected, he actually killed a divine body realm martial artist in an instant. This was too insane. Could it be that Ling Xiao wasn't being greedy when he said that earlier? Neither was it a dream. Was it real? The Battle Alliance martial artists were completely overjoyed. After a period of despair, the remaining Battle Alliance martial artists rejoiced over their decision. As for the martial artists who left the Battle Alliance, they were extremely regretful. The group of people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance was completely dumbfounded. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun was the leader of the Scarlet Sun Alliance in name. Now, he was actually killed, and it was by Ling Xiao. They felt a strong sense of absurdity. However, some people thought more about it. Ling Xiao killed Qi Xiao. If it was just a provocation, then, killing Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun was an absolute declaration of war. It was obvious that he didn't care about the Law Master, the Beast Tamer General, and the Scarlet Sun Alliance at all. He didn't seem to be joking when he said that he would put these people on trial. At this moment, Ling Xiao hooked his finger at the Law Master. Old dog, no matter how loud you bark, why don't you just attack directly? Why are you being so wishy-washy? Look at how straightforward Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun is. He came directly to his death. How straightforward. When he said this, Ling Xiao laughed arrogantly. Good, good. Very good. I've never seen such an arrogant young man. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. You must have some puppet or something on you. I don't care about a mere puppet. The Law Master was completely enraged. No matter what happened today, no matter what Ling Xiao did today, things had already developed to this stage. He couldn't back down. He couldn't back down. General Beast Tamer, killed Qi Hua, Qing Lian, and Zhao Fengyun. I know you can do it. After speaking, the Law Lord leaped into the air and released a terrifying aura that covered the entire sky. They were both at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon, but this Law Master was obviously much stronger than Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun and General Beast Tamer. He should be the king of the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. When the people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance saw the Law Master make a move, they heaved a sigh of relief. In their eyes, the Law Master was a godlike existence. At least in the 3,000 holy cities, he was invincible. As long as he made a move, no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he had to die today. He was suppressed by the Law Master's aura. Ling Xiao felt a huge pressure as if the sky was falling down. He felt very uncomfortable. Humph. Looking at Ling Xiao's appearance, the Law Master smiled in disdain. All martial artists of the 3,000 holy cities, listen up. Kill the martial artists of the Battle Alliance. Kill them all, leave no one alive. I want to uphold the rules of the 3,000 holy cities and defend the dignity of the City of Gold. In midair, the Law Master said loudly. At this time, this old man was still full of principles. He was really good at twisting the truth. Ling Xiao scolded, "Old dog, do you still have the right to talk about rules? From the day Commandment Holy City protected Qi Xiao, the rules have nothing to do with you. Qi Xiao broke the rules continuously in the battle, and you all pretended to be blind. Now you want to talk about rules? You're wrong. Strength is the rule. I'm stronger than you, stronger than everyone, so, those who go against me should be killed." The Law Master said coldly. Damn, you're a hoodlum. You're not hiding it at all. Ling Xiao smiled and said, wouldn't it have been better if you said this earlier? At the end of the day, everything depends on strength. If you can kill me, I'll be convinced. However, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. At this time, it was useless to say anything more. Strength was everything. It was because of strength that Scarlet Sun Holy City could do whatever they wanted. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. If Ling Xiao, this weirdo, did not appear, everything Qi Xiao did would be considered normal. They would think that he should be protected. They would think that he was different from them and that he was above the law. Once this became the norm, it would be a real tragedy. Therefore, to break the old rules, it was not just to improve them. They had to defeat those who defended the old rules completely. And the Law Master was such a person. If he was killed, then the 3,000 holy cities could establish a new order. A terrifying killing intent spread in the sky like haze, instantly covering the entire sky. It was released crazily. It could be seen how angry the Law Master was. For so many years, the 3,000 holy cities had never dared to resist his existence. Ling Xiao, very good, however, the more outstanding such a person was, the more dangerous his rule was. For the sake of the harmony of the 3,000 holy cities in the future, he had to get rid of Ling Xiao. He definitely couldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to grow stronger. When he grew stronger, he would have no way to survive. Feeling the Law Master's terrifying aura, the people of the Battle Alliance were all worried for Ling Xiao. After going through the test, they were all people who firmly supported Ling Xiao. They definitely didn't want to see Ling Xiao defeated. Some neutral martial artists also sighed. Although Ling Xiao could kill Sacred Leader Qiang, the Law Master was on a different level from Sacred Leader Qiang. If he was angered, there was probably no way to survive. However, facing the Law Master, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. A terrifying aura was released from his body. Then, a huge body covered his entire body. Giant demon body. There was a shadow around his body. It was like a giant demon. This was because Ling Xiao had borrowed the power of the giant demon king. The Sky Tyrant martial soul was all-encompassing. As long as it was the power of the Sky Tyrant universe, Ling Xiao could actually borrow it. If the giant demon king was sent to fight, he probably wouldn't be a match for the Law Master. After all, the giant demon king relied on his physical body. His combat skills were too simple. It was possible to kill Sacred Leader Qiang, but it was too difficult to kill the Law Master. Borrowing this kind of power was different. Ling Xiao could still use his own martial skills. Use his own fighting style. The giant demon king's power would be maximized. Once, when he was in the Heavenly Demon Ghost region, he used the Heavenly Demon Epiphyllum to enter the Divine Body realm. That feeling was still very clear. Therefore, he didn't need to use the power of the Divine Body realm at all. They noticed Ling Xiao's strange change. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? I feel like his aura has increased by a lot in an instant. He's almost on par with the Law Master. This brat really has some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he completely disregarded the Law Lord. The Dharma Master frowned as well. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would send out something like a puppet to fight him. In that case, he would be able to attack Ling Xiao's body. He had plenty of such methods. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be like this. Borrowing the power of another Divine Body realm martial artist. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. This was beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge. Even the Law Master couldn't understand. Why are you so surprised? Ling Xiao laughed in disdain. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Come on then. I want to see what an old dog like you can do to me. Actually, if you don't provoke me, you old dog can still be your Law Master peacefully. But you shouldn't have provoked me. Since you provoked me, you have to pay a huge price. Ling Xiao flew up indifferently. With his current state, even a core-shattering realm martial artist could be killed by him in an instant. Not to mention those core realm martial artists. The Law Master's expression was very ugly. But he felt that even if such an unforeseen event happened, Ling Xiao's strength was still not stronger than his. Because Ling Xiao's strength had increased, but his martial skills had not. He didn't know that Ling Xiao knew divine martial skills. Divine martial skills would increase as one's strength increased. At this time, the battle between General Beast Tamer and Ancestor Scarlet Flame had already begun. The battle between the Scarlet Sun Alliance and the Battle Alliance had also begun. This was destined to change the 3,000 sacred cities. Ling Xiao and the Law Master didn't look down. They were focused on their opponents. Experts of the same level didn't dare to be distracted. Once they were distracted, they might be ambushed by others. Ling Xiao, you destroyed the harmony of the 3,000 sacred cities, you ignored the Law Master and General Beast Tamer, you offended your superiors, you deserve to die, on behalf of the commandment sacred city, I will punish you, kill. He was really trying to pull a banner and pull a tiger's skin. Even at this time, the law master still wanted to frame Ling Xiao. He probably used to trick others like this in the past. A leopard can't change its spots. As soon as he finished speaking, the law master suddenly attacked. That terrifying aura even made everyone who was fighting stop. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight. It was that this aura was too terrifying. They wanted to continue, but they couldn't even control their vital essence freely. Heaven and earth shook, the wind and clouds changed color. Ling Xiao stared at the other party. Under the body of the giant demon, the infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformed and released a demon-like power. Kill. The same powerful aura, the same powerful aura. The same powerful attack. The same fast speed. They collided together crazily. At that moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A strange image appeared in the air. It seemed to be another plane. Ling Xiao retreated 100 meters away. And the law master only retreated a dozen meters. There was still a gap. But he still had the strength to fight. The shock wave caused by the collision of the two was like a gust of wind, blowing the martial artists on the ground up. There was no way to continue. Everyone tacitly stopped fighting and waited for the result of the battle between Ling Xiao and the law master. In the first exchange, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. But he wasn't injured. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. First, he killed Sacred Lord Qi Yang, and now he was evenly matched with the law master. Wasn't this a little too perverse? If he had used this power in the golden battle back then, Qi Xiao wouldn't have been able to do anything. Everyone suddenly admired Ling Xiao even more. He clearly had a stronger power, but he didn't use it because it didn't belong to him. On the contrary, Qi Xiao used the water of sin and the heart of the flood dragon. Now that they thought about it, it was really ridiculous. You're not my match. It's not too late to stop now. As long as you're willing to be my disciple, I can give you the commandment sacred city. The law master changed his mind after the first exchange. This was because he realized that even if he had a certain advantage, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. This kid was too fast. His defense was too strong. If he couldn't kill him, he would definitely become a problem in the future. It was better to rope him in. Of course, he didn't really want to rope him in. After Ling Xiao submitted, he would naturally think of a way to get rid of him. Hee ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Old dog, are you old and muddle-headed? You want me to be your disciple? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Besides, you said you're stronger than me. I can show you what true strength is. The Sky Tyrant martial soul. This was because the giant demon body could completely conceal the aura of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. So even if he was in the limelight, he didn't care. As the Sky Tyrant martial soul was released, Ling Xiao's eyes turned completely black. It was like the boundless universe. His entire body also released an ancient desolate aura. The Sky Tyrant martial soul didn't show on the outside. Instead, it merged into his body. Everyone read. The Sky Tyrant martial soul was integrated into Ling Xiao's body, but a terrifying aura was still released. This aura made the law master shudder. Something's wrong. The law master's heart trembled. Humph. Ling Xiao snorted and stabbed out with his sword. The Dongxing demon god sword was emitting the light of the universe. It was brewing the power of the universe. Even an ordinary move was enough to split the sky. Dodge. The law master exclaimed. Ling Xiao had suddenly become incomparably strong, and he had no idea why. Moreover, Ling Xiao's gaze was not only on him, but also the people of the Scarlet Sun Alliance behind him. Ling Xiao's ambition was not small. When he first joined the 3,000 sacred cities, it was definitely not to enter the Golden City. Or rather, it was not entirely. His real goal was to unify the Golden Sky region. And to occupy the Golden Sky region, he must first take down the 3,000 sacred cities. Fortunately, the commandment sacred city courted death and gave him a chance. How could he not seize it? Boom. The sword light turned into the light of the universe and fell into the crowd. Screams of agony rang out everywhere. The martial artists of the Scarlet Sun Alliance who did not dodge in time were all killed. There were more than 1,000 of them. Deep cracks appeared on the ground. It was a very strange sight. Terrifying. Is this his true power? Everyone looked at the terrifying destructive power in horror, trembling in fear. If they did not dodge that sword, they would probably be like those who died. They would have become meat paste. Everyone, let's work together and kill him. The Law Master had a feeling that he could no longer rely on his own strength to kill Ling Xiao. Not to mention killing him, it would be a blessing to be able to stay alive in front of this guy. Ling Xiao looked at the Law Master with contempt. Old dog, are you afraid? I have something to say too. If you join the Battle Alliance now, you can be spared from death. He was not a murderous maniac. It was enough to intimidate them. Moreover, most of the people of the Scarlet Sun Alliance were insignificant. They could not control their own fate. What Ling Xiao wanted to kill now was the main culprit, Law Master, Beast Taming General, Sin Holy Lord, Saint Lord Divine Sword, Beast Tamer Sacred Lord. In addition, there were also Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, an ape demon, who had tried to use the marrow extermination pill to harm him. Kill. Ling Xiao brandished his sword again. The 9 giant beasts tore through the air and left. His speed was extremely fast. His target was the Beast Tamer General. The Beast Tamer General was slightly weaker than the Law Lord. If they wanted to kill him, they would naturally kill him first. Law Masters were more troublesome and could be dealt with slowly. In any case, he couldn't let the two of them join forces. If they joined forces, it would be very troublesome. Rumble. The sound of heaven and earth shattering resounded through the sky. General Beast Tamer turned to look at the terrifying beast. His heart trembled violently. He never thought that Ling Xiao would suddenly abandon the Law Master to attack him. At this moment, the Dharma Master had already dodged. The pitiful him could only face this terrifying attack alone. There was no way he could avoid it. The only thing he could do was to resist. Die. With a furious roar, a huge octopus appeared behind the Beast Tamer General. So this was his martial soul. Although it was ugly, it was very useful. Dense tentacles stretched out and collided with Ling Xiao's attack. No matter what, he had to block it. Rumble, 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 terrifying rumbling sounds came one after another. This Beast Tamer General did have some ability. The tentacles blocked all 9 sword lights. However, Ling Xiao's face was still cold. This was because his true killing move was not this move. Void Shattering Finger. It directly traveled through the void and arrived in front of the Beast Tamer General in an instant. It pierced toward the Beast Tamer General's dantian. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the Beast Tamer General. Of course, he wouldn't attack other places. Although a Divine Body Realm martial artist didn't have an inner core, the dantian was still a vital point. What? The Beast Tamer General's expression was stunned. He was completely stiff. He knew that he couldn't block it anymore. Chi, the void-shattering finger pierced through the Beast Tamer General's body and made a hole in his dantian. No, the Beast Tamer General let out the last roar of his life. He was the Beast Tamer General, he was a Divine Body Realm warrior, he was a powerful warrior from the Golden City. How could he die in the hands of a young brat? However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Although a Divine Body Realm warrior wouldn't die instantly like a Divine Core warrior, his dantian would be pierced through. However, his life force would be rapidly drained. Unless he received treatment in time, he would be dead for sure. The Beast Tamer General's body fell to the ground. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Everyone's shock had reached its peak. Ling Xiao had killed the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord, then, he was on par with the Law Lord. And now, he even killed the Beast Tamer General, 3 Divine Body Realm warriors, 2 of them were dead. The Scarlet Sun Alliance's advantage was gone. No wonder Ling Xiao dared to offend the Scarlet Sun Alliance. He dared to offend the Law Lord. He wasn't afraid at all. Die. Right when Ling Xiao killed the Beast Tamer General, the Law Lord made his move. Just now, he thought Ling Xiao was going to attack him, that was why he chose to dodge. However, when he saw the Beast Tamer General being killed, he felt fear and regret. If he joined forces with the Beast Tamer General, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. But now, he was in trouble. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the time when Ling Xiao was attacking the beast tamer general to launch a sneak attack. A powerful palm strike flew toward Ling Xiao. He felt that if this palm landed on something solid, even Ling Xiao's intestines would be directly slapped out of his body. Ling Xiao took a few steps back. However, the Law Lord was determined to kill him. His arm suddenly extended. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it. Bang! This palm finally landed on the ground. However, there was no smile on the Law Lord's face. Because his hand was grabbed by Ling Xiao. A mocking look flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. Do you really think I can't dodge it? I'm just kidding. Let go. The Law Lord panicked. He could feel that Ling Xiao's hand was like a demon's. It was extremely strong and extremely sharp. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't. Leave an arm behind. Ling Xiao sneered and exerted more force in his hand. Rip, the Law Lord's right arm was torn off. The Law Lord's hysterical scream could be heard in midair. The people below were stunned. This scene made them feel that it was so unreal. In the past, only the Law Lord treated others like this. No one had ever treated him like this. Get lost. The Law Lord roared. Although he lost his right hand, his left arm was still there. That left hand formed a fist and smashed toward Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao broke his arm. He wanted to smash Ling Xiao's head. Boom! Ling Xiao sneered and blocked with his fist. The demon god fist exploded and easily tore apart the Law Lord's fist force. Retreat! The Law Lord realized that something was wrong. In a flash, he was ready to leave. However, he realized that he couldn't move his body. Ling Xiao released 9 snake heads from his back and bit him tightly. Let go of me! The Law Lord roared crazily and fearfully. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Dharma Lord tried his best to break free from Ling Xiao's control. But he couldn't. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They couldn't accept this. The Dharma Lord was completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. He was going to be tortured. Ah! Another shrill scream rang out. The Dharma Lord's other arm was torn apart. Blood splattered in the air. Everyone was terrified. But, with the help of his broken arm, the Dharma Lord was finally able to escape from the danger. But, before he could run far, a terrifying aura attacked him again. The entire sky was filled with killing intent. Kill! Since Ling Xiao had decided to become the Dharma Lord's enemy, there was no way he would let the Dharma Lord leave. A terrifying sword beam exploded in the sky. The Dharma Lord panicked and hid in the crowd. He casually grabbed a warrior and threw him over. The warrior was torn into pieces in the sky. Looking at this shocking scene, the Dharma Lord's heart was trembling. Ling Xiao's combat skills were extremely powerful. Even when he was at the perfect heavenly core realm, he was able to challenge those at a higher realm. Now, he had mastered such terrifying strength, and he had merged it with the great Devil King's strength. In addition, he also had the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The strength he could unleash was simply shocking. The Dharma Lord ran for his life. He didn't need to turn around to know that Ling Xiao was here. The dignified him was actually like a stray dog. It was too depressing. Drink the water of sin. He shouted, or else, if I die, you won't be able to live either. Think carefully. The Dharma Lord was really anxious now. Because if no one helped him, he might really be killed by Ling Xiao. It was fine if he lost his face, but if he lost his name as well, he would be finished. The Sin Lord was the first to drink the water of sin. The remaining 11-12 Law Lords all drank the water of sin. They were all core-shattering realm warriors. After drinking the water of sin, their strength increased tremendously. Especially the Sin Lord, the first Law Lord, and the second Law Lord, who were all at the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. Their strength was extremely close to the divine physique realm. Kill! Just as they drank the water of sin and were about to work together, they suddenly heard a roar. Ling Xiao was here again. Residual HP. The terrifying residual blood sword chi almost tore a chasm in the sky. Quick! Let's resist it together. the Law Lord roared in anger. At the same time, he circulated his true essence and sent out a powerful attack. It couldn't be helped. The terrifying residual HP had enveloped all of them. He couldn't even dodge it. The group of people crazily urged their true essence to release the power of the water of sin. Countless rays of black light rushed towards remnant blood. However, that sword light was too terrifying. Under the support of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, countless attacks were shattered. It was unstoppable. Several people were wrapped up in the sword light, and their bodies were directly minced into pieces. Perhaps before he died, he still regretted making an enemy out of Ling Xiao. If he had known that Ling Xiao was such a terrifying person, why would he have gotten involved in this mess? Among everyone's attacks, only the Law Master's attack was the most effective. He immediately scattered a portion of his remaining HP and saved his own life. No! One of the Law Lords screamed in fear. Even if it was the scattered residual HP, once it took away his life, his entire body turned into a bloody mist. No matter what cultivation level he was, it was impossible for him to survive. Even so, the power of remnant blood still hadn't completely dissipated. Even Ling Xiao felt terrified. When would he be able to truly possess such power? Borrowing the power of the great Devil King wasn't his after all. There were many requirements. If his strength could increase to such a level one day, it would be awesome. He glanced at the First Law Lord. This crazy old man had been completely controlled by the water of sin. Like an evil demon. Since you're in so much pain, I'll send you to hell first. Ling Xiao remembered very clearly that when the Law Lord wasn't around, it was this First Law Lord who colluded with Sacred Lord Qiang. They had set up many schemes. In an instant, he arrived in front of the First Law Lord. He didn't use a sword, but punched out with both fists. The destructive power of the Fiend God's fist at close range was quite terrifying. The First Law Lord was so scared that he hurriedly gathered his aura and punched out with both palms. A huge palm print condensed from true essence appeared in front of him. Boom! The Fiend God's fist and the palm print collided. The palm print shattered, and the Fiend God's fist slammed into the First Law Lord's chest with terrifying power. The First Law Lord didn't react at all. His body exploded. Just as the First Law Lord was killed, the Second and Third Law Lord's fists landed on Ling Xiao's body. He didn't know if they wanted to save the First Law Lord, or if they wanted to use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Either way, they seized the opportunity quite well. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's body only trembled slightly. Then, he released a terrifying chill. When the two of them realized that their bodies had been frozen, it was too late to escape. Oh no! The moment the two of them lost consciousness, they knew that they were done for. Bastard! The Law Lord's attack had also arrived. His arms had already recovered to their original state. He knew that he had to save these two people. Otherwise, if his people were killed one by one, he would be the one to die in the end. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He directly stabbed out with his sword. The fierce sword light blocked the Law Lord's path to rescue them. The Second and Third Law Lords were blasted to smithereens during this time. Dead, they were all dead. In the blink of an eye, these powerful martial artists were all killed. Under Ling Xiao's hands, they were like little kids. They couldn't block his attacks at all. This wasn't some random Tom, Dick and Harry. This was a core fragmentation realm expert. There were even divine physique realm experts. After Ling Xiao killed the two Law Lords, he charged towards Sin Holy Lord. He hated Sin Holy City to begin with. And now, Sin Holy Lord didn't hesitate to swallow the water of sin to deal with him. What was the point of keeping such a person alive? At this moment, Sin Holy Lord was quite far away from Ling Xiao. And he was still running away. This guy was already scared out of his wits. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. He didn't chase. Instead, he took out a bow and arrow. He shot an arrow. Under the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the arrow glided across the sky like a meteor. It had an aura that could destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. Horrified screams came from afar. Everyone watched as Sin Holy Lord was killed by Ling Xiao's arrow. His body exploded into pieces. Dead, Sin Holy Lord was also dead. Ling Xiao's killing didn't stop. Those who were his enemies and wanted to kill him all had to die. He was about to leave 3,000 holy city. He had to leave a peaceful place for battle alliance. A more relaxed environment. Kill, kill, kill. The law lords died one by one. Kill, kill, kill. He didn't let go of anyone from commandment holy city. Enough. The law lord roared. This was years of hard work. It was all gone just like that. You said it's enough. Why should I listen to you? Ling Xiao looked at the law lord in disdain. He gave the Scarlet Sun Alliance a chance to leave. Since they didn't want to. Even if they were killed, they shouldn't complain. It ends here. Ling Xiao killed all the law masters and was about to make a move on the law master. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. Even in his current state, he still felt trembling. Marshal Lin. Seeing this person, the law master suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to die. This person who came was a marshal with a higher status than a general in the City of Gold. His strength was so strong that Ling Xiao definitely couldn't deal with him. Ling Xiao frowned. Before figuring out whether the other party was friend or foe, he wasn't prepared to make a move. One reality was that this person was indeed stronger than him. Even in his current state, it was impossible for him to be the other party's match. Marshal Lin was dressed in white and looked carefree. He didn't look like that kind of evil person. But one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Ling Xiao felt that it was better not to make a judgment too early. The only thing he could be sure of was that this Marshal Lin was very terrifying. The feeling he gave people was very natural, but there was an aura that merged with all things. It was as if everything in the world could be controlled by him. Although he wasn't as strong as the Fire Emperor, he should be much stronger than the Law Master. But no matter how strong the other party was, if he insisted on being enemies with him, he also had a way. Greetings, Marshal Lin. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. No matter what, the other party was still a marshal of the City of Gold. The most basic etiquette should be there. And, as expected of the mission that the Fire Emperor set his eyes on. You have a future. Marshal Lin smiled and said, no need to be so formal. This Lin also eats under the Fire Emperor. This time, I was entrusted by the old man to handle the 3,000 holy cities matters. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. So it was the Fire Emperor's subordinate. But heaving a sigh of relief didn't mean that he let down his guard. The enemy was a very cunning existence. He couldn't rule out the possibility of using this name to get close to him and then sneak attack him. But at the very least, he didn't have that thick hostility now. As for the Law Master, his expression was ugly to the extreme. He was already close to despair. He originally thought that after Marshal Lin came, he could be saved. Who would have thought that Marshal Lin actually knew the Fire Emperor? Ling Xiao was even related to the Fire Emperor. As for the relationship between Ling Xiao and the Flame Emperor, no one had told him about it before. If he had known about it, he would not have known. He wouldn't have put all his eggs in one basket. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses and bowed. Welcome, Marshal Lin. No matter how big the 3,000 holy cities were, they couldn't be bigger than the Golden City. No matter who it was, they had to bow to Lin Shui. There was nothing he could do about it. He was strong enough. Even Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun, who usually didn't lower their heads, were the same. This was the strict hierarchy. If you don't reach that step, you'll never be able to reach those people. Get up. Lin Shui smiled. Only then did everyone dare to stand up straight and look at Lin Shui respectfully. Everyone could hear the same thing. Lin Shui seemed to have some sort of relationship with Ling Xiao. The hearts of the people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance sank to the bottom again. Previously, they had clearly seen hope. Now, their hope had been snatched away by Ling Xiao. The Law Master felt that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He suddenly knelt on the ground and said loudly, Marshal Lin, you have to help us. Ling Xiao went against his superiors and conspired to create chaos. He even killed many of the Law Masters in the Commandment Sacred City. The Commandment Sacred City is an organization appointed by the Golden City to govern the 3,000 holy cities. Killing the people of the commandment sacred city is tantamount to treason. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Lin Shuai's face suddenly turned cold. Actually, I've been here for a long time. I've also seen the despicable things you guys have done. The Golden City originally sent you guys to manage the 3,000 holy cities and restrain the disciples from running amok. But what about you guys? You guys used the 3,000 holy cities for your own personal gains. A person like Qi Xiao would have died 100 times, but he's still alive. This is a disgrace to the 3,000 holy cities, the commandment sacred city, and the Golden City. Hearing this, everyone from the Scarlet Sun Alliance was dumbfounded. The Law Master was on the verge of breaking down. Although Lin Shuai's words weren't wrong, he was deliberately targeting them. When the neutral martial artists and the Battle Alliance martial artists heard Lin Shuai's words, they all cheered. The heavens were indeed fair. The Golden City was indeed fair. It wasn't that they didn't want revenge, but it wasn't time yet. Today, the Golden City finally sent someone to uphold justice. Everyone wanted to have a fair environment as much as possible. They didn't dare to say that it was absolutely fair, but at the very least, it couldn't be as obvious as it was now. The Battle Alliance and the neutral martial artists were already very satisfied. Hearing such words, they were satisfied. He, Ling Xiao, didn't want such empty promises. Lin Shuai, may I ask how you want to deal with that old dog? He opened his mouth and asked. The people from the Battle Alliance were shocked. They all felt that he was going overboard. Lin Shuai let bygones be bygones and supported you today. That's enough. What else do you want to do? Lin Shuai was also stunned. He suddenly remembered what the Fire Emperor said to him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're indeed as the Fire Emperor said. You're a difficult person to deal with. What do you want to do? It's simple. I can ignore the others, but the Law Master must die. He has to be responsible for what he has done. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no justice in the 3,000 sacred cities? Ling Xiao could be considered to have taken a step back. He could slowly deal with the others within the rules. The Law Master must die. Otherwise, even if he left, he wouldn't be at ease. I can't agree to this. Lin Shuai sighed and said, after all, the Law Master is from the Golden City and is under the Punishment King. If you want to punish him, you should go to the Golden City to be judged. You can't use lynching. This is for your own good. If you offend the Punishment King, even if you join the Golden City, it will be very troublesome. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, did you hear that? You can't kill me. With the Punishment King here, unless His Majesty Golden Emperor personally makes a move, no one is qualified to kill me. The Law Master suddenly laughed wildly, feeling that he had found a life-saving straw. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Lin Shuai frowned and said, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. I want to see what the Punishment King will do to me. The Law Master immediately shut his mouth, his expression ugly. He knew that the Fire Emperor's subordinates were all hot-tempered. If he really offended them, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Cosmic Light Fist. No matter what Lin Shuai said, Ling Xiao wouldn't let the Law Master off. So what if he offended the Punishment King? He had offended many people, so he didn't care about the Punishment King. Lin Shuai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He raised his hand, wanting to stop Lin Shuai. He actually couldn't stop him. The most terrifying thing about the Cosmic Light Fist was that it could control the laws of time. Although the stronger the opponent, the weaker the control. It was still heaven-defying. Ling Xiao was weaker than Lin Shuai now, but he still had the strength of a divine body echelon. Lin Shuai might be able to protect himself, but he couldn't save the Law Master. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. The Law Master had already become a dead dog. Sigh. In the end, you are still too stubborn. Lin Shuai sighed and looked at the dead Law Lord. Since he was already dead, what else was there to say? Forget it. So be it. He deserved to die too. Ling Xiao, come with me to the side for a chat. Sure. After he killed the Law Lord, Lin Shuai didn't get angry. This person was still very trustworthy. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the other party. Moreover, he had 2 divine skills, life backtrack and rising from the ashes. If Lin Shuai attacked, he wouldn't die. No one left. They waited quietly. Now that the Law Lord was dead, the future of the 3,000 holy cities would definitely change. They still wanted to hear what Lin Shuai had to say. Other than the people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance, the others didn't reject Ling Xiao controlling the 3,000 holy cities. He had the strength and could be fair to a certain extent. That was enough. Young master. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was a little worried. Scarlet Flame, what are you worried about? I'm on the Fire Emperor's side. Others don't know, but you should know, the Fire Emperor thinks highly of Ling Xiao. I'm just helping him to warn Ling Xiao. Don't be so suspicious. Lin Shuai said in annoyance. Ancestor Scarlet Flame smiled. He didn't feel awkward. His relationship with the Fire Emperor wasn't very good. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, the 2 of them might not have come together. Big brother Scarlet Flame, don't worry. We are right beside you. Ling Xiao smiled and then walked to the side with Lin Shuai. Lin Shuai released a soundproof wall to isolate the sound. At this time, he said, just as the Fire Emperor said, you have many secrets. You should also remove this state. The burden must be heavy. Let me help you recuperate. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before doing so. Indeed, borrowing the power of the giant demon king wasn't his own power. The burden was heavy. After removing the state, he suddenly felt dizzy. Lin Shuai helped him recuperate for a while before he recovered. It's better to use this ability less in the future, just let the giant demon king fight. Lin Shuai said with concern like a family member. I also want to, but the problem is that a pure troll king is no match for a law master. Ling Xiao felt a little helpless. He knew that this was a heavy burden, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Shuai nodded and didn't continue this topic. Instead, he said, I heard from the Fire Emperor. Your grandfather, Senior Hong, once helped Qihua, Qinglian, and Zhao Fengyun. Actually, that's not all. Our entire Golden Sky region is indebted to him. He was a big shot. It was a pity that he had left. Some news said that he had left the Black Tortoise continent, but others said that he had entered the Eternal Desert. For one person. For one person? Ling Xiao was stunned. That person is called Ling Yixue. You should know him. Old Senior Hong said that he was fated to meet this little girl. You're also fated with that little girl. Back when they were in the Heavenly Dragon continent, they had a very good relationship. Later on, that little girl was taken away by someone and there was no news of her since. What I want to tell you now is that she is most likely in the Eternal Desert. I wonder if Senior Hong has found her yet. Ling Xiao didn't know about this at all. If Lin Shuai hadn't said it, he wouldn't have known that Ling Yixue was actually from the Black Tortoise continent. No wonder there was no news of her after so long. Let's put it this way, Ling Yixue was his first love. That kind of hazy feeling. However, the 2 of them didn't establish a relationship and just treated each other as friends. Later on, he fell in love with the Moon Lady, and Ling Yixue completely became his past. However, as a friend, he had always been concerned about this girl. Now that he received the news, he was naturally very happy. What kind of place is the Eternal Desert? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. I can't answer you because even I haven't been there before. Lin Shuai smiled bitterly and said, I can only tell you that it's a magical place. The so-called geniuses on our side aren't even worth mentioning there. Ling Xiao sighed. Since he knew that Ling Yixue and Hong Qi were very likely to be there, he definitely had to go. However, before he went, he had to make more preparations. He probably had to raise his strength to the divine body realm first and obtain enough information. Also, this is my personal warning to you. You're too headstrong. You'll be at a disadvantage if you continue like this. Especially after you reach the City of Gold, you'll realize that there are many geniuses like you. You can't offend anyone. Also, you offended Xing Wang. Although I can cover it up for you, I have to remind you that Xing Wang isn't a fool. He'll find out eventually. Unless we kill all the people who know about this. However, that's not realistic. Lin Shuai sighed. Don't worry, Lin Shuai. I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao knew very well what he had done and also knew that some people would think of ways to deal with him. However, so what, he wasn't someone who could be scared. Alright, as long as you know what to do. Alright, it's time to announce proper business. Lin Shuai walked toward the arena. Then, he announced loudly, this time, I've been entrusted by the Golden Arch and the Fire Emperor. I'm handling this golden battle. I hereby announce that the champion of this year's golden battle is Ling Xiao. Actually, he didn't need to announce it. Everyone knew. If Ling Xiao wasn't the champion, who else was qualified? The people of the Battle Alliance cheered. The neutral fighters were also happy for Ling Xiao. It wasn't easy for him to reach this stage. Only the people of the Scarlet Sun Alliance didn't say anything. Ling Xiao becoming the champion meant that they would be completely defeated. That kind of feeling wasn't good at all. Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, and Ape Demon had ugly expressions. However, they couldn't do anything. They were already very lucky to be able to keep their little lives. From now on, they didn't even have the chance to interfere in this matter. Lin Shuai was directly responsible for it. Thus, Ling Xiao entering the City of Gold was a matter that was set in stone. No one could stop him. Other than Ling Xiao. Those who are qualified to enter the City of Gold are Kill the Wolf, Feng Yin, and Tian Hai Peak. After these 4 people advance, the first of the 10 Holy Sun will be Gao Shen, the second is Dong Bo Xiuyu. As for the others, they will be ranked slowly in the future, no rush. Lin Shuai continued to announce, another special thing is that the champion has the right to choose a marshal and above as his teacher. For Feng Yin and Tian Hai Peak, this was a special surprise. They had to thank Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who killed all those opponents. Only they had such a chance. Of course, people were more envious of Ling Xiao for being able to choose a higher-up of the City of Gold as his teacher. Some people even guessed that Ling Xiao would definitely choose Fire Emperor. After all, it seemed that his relationship with Fire Emperor wasn't ordinary. Thinking of Fire Emperor, Ling Xiao felt close to him. He was an alchemist like him. They would have a lot to talk about in the future. However, that was a matter for the future. With the qualification to enter the City of Gold, before that, he still had to make a trip to the chaotic Sand Sea. To find the remains of Yu Shen and Sun Shen. This was the key to increasing his strength. Apex M. Alright, let's disperse. Ling Xiao, Kill the Wolf, Feng Yin, and Tian Hai Peak will wait for the news at home. Wait for me to report the details of what happened here. I estimate that it will take at most a month for the results to come out. Don't be anxious. Wait patiently and continue to cultivate while waiting. Let me remind you that Golden City is not one of the 3,000 sacred cities. If you don't have enough strength, you will be laughed at there. Lin Shuai continued, don't think that it's heaven. Perhaps it's hell for some people, so you must be mentally prepared. Going there is only the first step. Whether you can stay or not will depend on your performance. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao and the others clearly remembered it. Even if it's hell, they still have to go. Many people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance had gloomy expressions. Although their lives were saved, they did not have a good impression of Ling Xiao. This was because they knew that they had offended Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao's temper, he would definitely not let them off easily. After Lin Shuai announced the results, he left. The people from the various sacred cities dispersed. Only the people from the Battle Alliance stayed behind to celebrate this day that was worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. One had to know that the Battle Alliance had 2 people who had passed the Golden Battle and entered Golden City. This was an incomparably glorious matter. Some of the neutral martial artists also congratulated Ling Xiao before leaving. For example, the Tian Hai Sacred Lord from Tian Hai Sacred City and the Yuezhi Sacred Lord from Yuezhi Sacred City, Heavenly Sea Sacred City had a Heavenly Sea Peak. Moreover, Tian Haitang had a good impression of Ling Xiao. During this process, he was very fair as the judge. Yuezhi Sacred City had Feng Yin. Logically speaking, they had also basked in Ling Xiao's glory. Therefore, they naturally had to congratulate and thank him. On the same day, the Battle Alliance held an all-night celebration in Divine Martial Sacred City. The disciples of the Battle Alliance were probably even happier than Ling Xiao, the great sacred lord. After all, Ling Xiao had already predicted that he would get first place. However, these people were different. They were completely relieved at the last moment. Everyone knew that the battle alliance had just begun. With Ling Xiao's ambition and motivation, Xianxia had already made up his mind. In the future, the battle alliance would probably firmly control the 3,000 holy cities. Even Golden City had to act according to the battle alliance's wishes. Although people didn't dare to say it out loud, they still dared to think about it. After drinking to his heart's content, Ling Xiao could finally relax. In a very large room, Jiang Nan, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyun, Holy Lord Tyrannical Saber, Hai Mian Ko, Xianxia, Zi Long, Kill the Wolf, Lion Xiaobao, Gao Shen, and Yi Lingyan were all seated. Basically, they were the people Ling Xiao trusted the most. He was also the person who held an important responsibility in the battle alliance. I've gathered everyone here because I have something to announce. Ling Xiao had never told anyone about his plans to go to the chaotic desert sea. Therefore, I have to make a new announcement today. Young master, if you have something to say, just say it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said, even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire, I'll accept it. He had been very happy these past few days. Ling Xiao's performance was even better than he had imagined. To be honest, even he didn't expect Ling Xiao's giant devil body. He was also sweating. Actually, it's not that serious. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll temporarily leave the chaotic desert sea. It's a very important matter. I don't know when I'll be back. Therefore, I'll need the 3 seniors to help me keep an eye on Golden City. If he wanted to go to Golden City, he had to have strength in the end. If he could find what he wanted in the chaotic desert sea, he would have more confidence when he went to Golden City in the future. After all, he had already offended the Punishment King before he even reached Golden City. If he became stronger, it would be easier for him to survive. No matter what you have to do, you can leave if you want. We'll be there in Golden City. It's not like there's still Fire King. You've won the golden battle this time. It doesn't matter even if it's delayed for a few months. Azure Lotus Swordswoman thought for a moment and said, that's great. Although I don't know the exact time, I'll be back in 3 months at most. Ling Xiao didn't plan to stay in the chaotic desert sea for long. Whether he found it or not, he would return within 3 months. He couldn't be empty-handed. Can you tell us where you're going? Zhao Fengyun asked. It's not a secret. I'm going to the chaotic desert sea. Ling Xiao smiled and said, also, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you to help me keep an eye on the battle alliance. Now that everything is on the right track, we'll just have to do it step by step. Chaotic Desert Sea. Hearing this name, Sacred Master Ba Dao frowned and said, although the chaotic desert sea isn't the most dangerous place, it's the most dangerous place. However, it's definitely the most chaotic place. Can you go alone? It's safer to go alone. If there are too many people, it's easy to be targeted. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, there's no need to discuss it at this time. I've already made up my mind. I know you're worried about me, but with my strength and the great Devil King, there aren't many who can really hurt me. I'll be careful. Ling Xiao hadn't always been very high profile. It was just that he wasn't willing to compromise after being provoked. He would act according to his own ability. He wouldn't act rashly. After all, he didn't want to die. I have information on the chaotic desert sea. Take the time to take a look. You still have to be careful. Otherwise, you'll be in the dark and won't even know if you're being schemed against. Zhao Fengyun said. Among these people, he was the only one who had been to the chaotic desert sea and was the most familiar with the situation there. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded. At this point, everyone dispersed. Ling Xiao went to Zhao Fengyun's room to take some information and carefully studied it. The chaotic desert sea is quite far from the 3,000 holy cities. If you fly, it'll consume a lot of stamina and true essence. Moreover, it won't be fast. Zhao Fengyun said. Then what should we do? Ling Xiao asked. It's simple. Rumor has it that there's an inner lake in Scarlet Sun Holy City. There's a ruin at the bottom of the lake. It used to be called the Puppet Holy City, It'll be great if we can find something from this ruin. Zhao Fengyun replied. Scarlet Sun Holy City? Hehe, Scarlet Sun Holy Lord is dead now. That place is ownerless, let's go. Ling Xiao originally planned to go with Zhao Fengyun. However, Zhao Fengyun said that place can only be entered by martial artists below the ultimate stage of Dan. I can escort young master to Scarlet Sun Holy City, but I can't go down. That's easy. Kill the wolf and Gao Shen, the three of us go together. We can take care of each other. Ling Xiao planned to set off tomorrow. Therefore, it would be best if he could solve this matter tonight. Therefore, he informed Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen. The three of them went to Scarlet Sun Holy City under Zhao Fengyun's lead. At this time, Scarlet Sun Holy City was in a state of panic. Seeing Ling Xiao's arrival, many martial artists revealed looks of horror. They thought they were done for. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. When he arrived near the inner lake, he asked Zhao Fengyun to stand guard outside while the rest entered the lake. There were ruins of the puppet sacred city at the bottom of the Scarlet Sun Lake, but even the people of the Scarlet Sun sacred city didn't know where it was. Many people even said that it might just be a rumor. It couldn't be taken seriously at all. So it was still necessary to look for it. Let's split up. I'll look for the east and south. Kill the Wolf will be in charge of the west, Gao Shen, you'll be in charge of the north. Whether you find it or not, we'll all gather here. Ling Xiao said. Okay. Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen nodded and turned into streamers to the west and north. In a flash, they had disappeared from Ling Xiao's perception range. This Scarlet Sun Lake is not big. We should be able to find the results in 1 or 2 hours. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao also dived into the water and headed southeast. The range of his divine sense was extremely wide, and he could easily wrap up the east and the north. The pressure in the lake was very high. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Not only would his flying speed slow down, but his true essence and physical strength would also be greatly consumed. Ling Xiao didn't calculate accurately, but he could roughly guess that it was at least 4 or 5 times more than on land. However, with his true essence and physical fitness, he naturally didn't worry. This was why he did the work of 2 people alone. This Scarlet Sun Lake was very deep. Ling Xiao didn't expect to dive down to a depth of about 10,000 meters. Only then did he see the bottom. There were many ferocious water-type monsters in the lake. However, these monsters avoided Ling Xiao when they saw him. Monsters had the ability to seek luck and avoid disaster. Seeing Ling Xiao's strength, they naturally didn't want to court death. However, some humans were even worse than monsters. Perhaps Ling Xiao was very lucky, the search hadn't been going on for half an hour. Suddenly, the Tai Chi found a strange fluctuation in the water in front. It was different from other places. Ling Xiao hurried over. The closer he got, the stronger the fluctuation was. It made people feel a sense of fear. Soon, the Tai Chi looked at a huge crack in the lake. The crack was well hidden. Water was constantly spewing out from it, and all the water-type monsters didn't dare to get close. It was as if they were afraid of that place. Ling Xiao picked up a stone and threw it over. In an instant, the stone was pulverized. Although this stone was an ordinary item, it was still very rare. However, it allowed the Taiji to analyze what that strange energy was. Through analysis, Ling Xiao discovered that these energies were more like countless needle-like sword qi. If his defense was not good enough, he would definitely be hit. Fortunately, it didn't exceed my defense limit. Ling Xiao smiled and dashed towards the crack. Relying on his physical body alone, those tiny sword lights attacking his body were like needles stabbing into steel, not having much effect. The consumption of true essence here was even greater, but it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He had too much true essence. Coupled with his potential, it was even more terrifying. He could even feel that his physical body had improved to a certain extent within the terrifying sword light. About a few hundred meters into the crack, Ling Xiao discovered even more sword auras. These sword lights actually came from a huge ball of light. Within the ball of light, there was a building. This building covered an area of about 10,000 acres. Wrapped in the wall of light, it was not completely destroyed. The building was generally made of steel. He could still feel the gears turning between the steel. Some places were already broken, but he could imagine that those places should be embedded with spirit stones. When the spirit stones took effect, the entire city's defense system would be activated. There was no mistake, this was the ruins of the former puppet holy city. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out a voice transmission talisman and directly informed Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen. Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen were searching, but more than half an hour had passed, and there was still no clue. Gao Shen was fine. Kill the Wolf was an impatient person, and he actually vented his anger on the nearby monsters. At this moment, a voice came from the voice transmission talisman. You two, come to my coordinates. I've found it. Hearing this, the two were overjoyed. After all, this Crimson Sun Lake was not big, but it was not small either. It was quite difficult to find something. Ling Xiao, you're awesome. It's true that you're the son of miracles. When Kill the Wolf saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but exclaim. Gao Shen also said, when we came in just now, I sensed countless tiny sword energies, and they were all coming from this light. It was actually emitted by this ball of light. Fortunately, he had this thing. If not, the ruins of the puppet holy city would have been destroyed by those underwater monsters. But, how are we going to get in? Kill the Wolf reached out his hand and touched the light barrier. In an instant, countless sword energies shot toward his hand. In an instant, his hand was shattered into pieces. Luckily, Divine Core warriors had the ability to heal themselves, or else Kill the Wolf would have suffered a great loss. Damn it, so strong. Kill the Wolf exclaimed, this attack is almost at the 8th level of the Shattered Core realm. Gao Shen furrowed his brows and said, there is a defense mechanism on this Crimson Sun Lake as well, no Shattered Core warriors can come down here. As for this light barrier, no one below the Extreme Core realm can break through it. No wonder this thing has been here for so many years, and no one has ever discovered it. What should we do now? Kill the Wolf scratched his head, feeling somewhat depressed. He had finally found this thing, but he couldn't improve it. This wasn't good. Have you guys forgotten? I have the Giant Devil King with me, although I can't summon the Giant Devil King, it shouldn't be a problem for me to use the Giant Devil body. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's right. The Giant Devil King is at the Divine Physique realm, it can break through this light barrier with ease. Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen's eyes lit up. Ling Xiao was just about to use the Giant Devil body. Suddenly, Yuan Venerate's voice resounded in his mind. Idiot! Have you forgotten what you are after gaining so much power? You're a formation master. This is just a small formation, how can it stump you? If you destroy it, I'm afraid it will cause a series of chain reactions. If things go wrong, the entire ruin might self-destruct. Ling Xiao stuck out his tongue. You're right, Shizhuan. He had indeed disdained using the power of array formations and elixirs after gaining so much power. Actually, this wasn't good. Ling Xiao? Why aren't you moving? Kill the Wolf asked curiously. I suddenly thought of a better idea. Ling Xiao chuckled and opened his Tai Chi eye to search for a way to break the formation. Just as Yuan Venerate had said, this formation was very simple. Of course, this was for them. If it had been anyone else, this formation wouldn't have been simple. It would have been extremely complicated. In an instant, Ling Xiao took out all the materials to break the formation. Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen were dumbfounded. They all knew that Ling Xiao was very powerful, but they had never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually have this kind of ability. Let's go. What are you waiting for? After the formation was broken, Ling Xiao called out to the two of them and took the lead to enter. They arrived at the entrance of the building. Ling Xiao reminded them, this is the ruins of the sacred puppet city. Although many of the mechanisms might have been destroyed due to lack of maintenance over the years, this doesn't mean that there is no other possibility. But that doesn't mean that there aren't others, so you must be careful. Knowing that what Ling Xiao said made sense, Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen both nodded. Then, the three of them entered together. It was quite spacious inside. It was a huge courtyard. The architectural style of the courtyard was still mainly made of steel, and some were made of wood. But the wood was not ordinary wood. It was wood used to make magic wands, which could conduct elements and energy better. Be careful. While walking, Ling Xiao stopped. As soon as his voice fell, a door suddenly opened, and a figure rushed out from the door. It was covered in blue light. It held a sword in its hand and stabbed at Ling Xiao and the other two. The sword light wrapped all three of them inside. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't use a sword. He aimed at the target and punched out. God's fist. The terrifying fist wind accurately hit the afterimage. With a click, something fell to the ground. It's a puppet. When that thing fell to the ground, they found that it was something very similar to a human. But its eyes were flashing with blue light. At this time, it had already been broken by Ling Xiao. But its limbs were still moving. The blue light in its eyes was still very bright. Ling Xiao went forward to check and found that the core of this puppet was in its brain. Although his punch just now broke the puppet's body, it didn't cut off the puppet's vitality. This puppet doesn't seem to need spirit stones to operate, just like a human warrior. It can operate with the help of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and can store energy in its core. I'm afraid the only thing inferior to humans is that it can't cultivate. Ling Xiao sighed. It's a pity that it's broken and can't be used. Otherwise, this puppet's strength would be at the extreme level of Dan. If we bring it back, it can increase the strength of the battle alliance. Kill the Wolf laughed and said, it doesn't matter. If there is one, there will be a second. Don't blame yourself too much. Gaoshan also said, that's right. Since there is one, there is a high possibility that there will be a second and a third. Their guess was not wrong. As the three of them continued to move forward, a second puppet warrior suddenly appeared from the door beside them. The puppet warrior was still wrapped in the blue light, and its speed was extremely fast. However, this time, the weapon used was an axe. Broad and powerful. He felt that this puppet was even stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao attacked again, but this time, he was sure that this thing would not shatter. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of cold air. Frost Dragon Breath. The puppet was instantly frozen. Gaoshan stepped forward and stuck a talisman on it. Only then was he able to control this fellow. This was a puppet martial artist at the consummate stage of the extreme realm of Dan. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Gaoshan. It was comparable to Kill the Wolf. We have to make this thing ours as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the self-destruct sequence is activated after a long time. Ling Xiao reminded. Who's coming? The three of them exchanged glances. Gaoshan, you do it. I don't need this thing. It will be safer if you take it with you. Among the three of them, only Gaoshan's strength was the weakest. Gaoshan did not hold back. Following Ling Xiao's guidance, he implanted his soul brand into the puppet martial artist's body. After a while, Gaoshan let out a long breath. Try unsealing it. Ling Xiao laughed. Gaoshan nodded and unsealed the talisman. Ling Xiao and Kill the Wolf were on guard at the side. If the situation went wrong, they could deal with it in time. However, the accident that they had imagined did not happen. After the puppet martial artist was unsealed, it actually knelt down in front of Gaoshan. Very good, try attacking him. Gaoshan ordered the puppet martial artist to attack Kill the Wolf. Damn, why me? Kill the Wolf grumbled, but it had already made a defensive move. The next moment, the puppet martial artist's eyes flashed with blue light, and the surrounding elements were obviously merging into its body. The puppet martial artist flashed and appeared in front of Kill the Wolf. Boom, it did not use an axe, but a punch. Kill the Wolf laughed and went up to meet it. Because he was afraid of breaking the puppet martial artist, he held back his strength in this punch. Damn, what great strength. Kill the Wolf underestimated the enemy, so it was directly sent flying. Stop. Gaoshan also ordered the puppet martial artist to stop fighting. Oh my, this thing's strength is terrifying. Not only is it powerful, but its body is also very tough. I really don't know how Ling Xiao managed to shatter it just now. Ling Xiao, your body is so tough. Kill the Wolf stood up from the ground and said in horror. It's just SOSO. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but this puppet martial artist is much more powerful than I imagined. Even if Kill the Wolf underestimated the enemy, it can directly send him flying. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Let's hurry up, I also want a puppet martial artist to play with. Kill the Wolf was clearly playful. With such a puppet, it would be convenient to fight. Gao Shen put the puppet martial artist into the storage ring, and the three of them continued to move forward. Of course you will. From the way we came in, this is the first time the ruins of the holy city of puppets have been discovered. So, there must be more, and it may be even better. Ling Xiao smiled, and the three of them continued to move forward. After walking for about half an hour, they found a flower bed with two sculptures near it. But when they wanted to go over, the two sculptures actually came to life. One was shining with red light, and the other was shining with green light. At the same time, they attacked the three of them. The three of them followed the order step by step, and easily subdued the two puppets according to the method just now. They had to control the puppets without hurting them. Whether it was Ling Zhao's freezing ability or Gao Shen's sealing talisman, they were all necessary. Even if they did not have the freezing ability, they could replace it with other control skills. It was also very useful. Ling Xiao still did not want these two puppets, and gave them to kill the wolf. In the process, Ling Xiao discovered a secret, which was that the stronger the soul power, the better the control of the puppet. The puppet's fighting power was also stronger. If the three of them controlled the same puppet to fight, Ling Xiao would undoubtedly be the one to win in the end. After that, the three of them found a few more puppet martial artists. Ling Xiao still did not keep any of them. He felt that there was no need, or rather, he did not care about them at all. Gao Shen directly controlled 4 puppets. Kill the Wolf also controlled 4 puppets, and the combination was quite reasonable. Soon, the three of them approached the core area of the Holy City of Puppets. This was the treasure cave of the Holy City of Puppets. The three of them were a little excited. It was a pity that the place where the treasure was hidden was not so easy to enter. This place was full of traps, and the scariest thing was that there were actually puppets in the core fragmentation realm guarding it. Seeing such puppets, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. I'll go in front, you guys follow behind. Ling Xiao directly released the Troll Demon King. With the Troll Demon King, it was easy to break into such a passage. After all, they had not found any Divine Body Realm puppets until now. With the help of the Giant Demon King, they easily passed the difficult stage. The three of them arrived at the treasure vault. There were no treasures here as they had imagined. Instead, there were some puppets. The treasure vault seemed to be divided into 2 levels. Outside were hundreds of flying puppets that had never been used before. Ling Xiao came here to find flying puppets. This time, he found the right place. The flying puppets were all in the shape of an eagle. They were very big and could fit people both inside and outside the cabin. 4 or 5 people were probably nothing. We're really lucky. Not only can these puppets fight, but they can also fly. However, they have to be filled with spirit stones before they can be used. With superior grade spirit stones, their speed is almost comparable to a 9th stage core fragmentation realm cultivator. With supreme grade spirit stones, their speed can probably reach the level of a divine body realm cultivator. This is really good stuff. Gao Shen was shocked. I only want one. The rest can be transported back to the Battle Alliance as public property. Whoever wants to use them will have to rent them. Ling Xiao thought for a while and chose one of the flying puppets to put into the Dongxing Emperor ring. These flying puppets had never been used. He didn't know what happened to the Holy City of Puppets. There were still so many things, but they mysteriously disappeared. Ling Xiao tried putting spirit stones in the puppet and then implanting his soul brand. With a move of his divine consciousness, the flying puppet immediately rose into the air. It was very similar to a real bird. Its wings flapped very flexibly. In addition, there were 2 nozzles at the end of the flying puppet. These were used to increase speed or to get rid of enemies. With this item, his trip to Scarlet Sun Holy City would not have been in vain. Then, the 3 of them entered the room inside. This place was completely empty. There wasn't a single thing here. Just as they were about to attack, a black shadow suddenly rushed over. Ling Xiao was about to attack when he realized it was a cat. This cat's body was like white jade. It didn't look real at all. Its eyes were as beautiful as sapphires. Meow. What are you doing here? The cat spoke human language. The three of them were shocked. Although demon beasts could learn to speak human language, this cat didn't have any demon aura at all. Why are you so surprised? I'm the most perfect puppet created by the puppet holy city. The kitten said proudly. So you're saying you're very good at fighting? Kill the wolf asked. No. So you can dance? No. Bastard, cat grandpa doesn't dance. You can't fight, you can't dance, and you don't look like you can eat. What's the use of you? Xianxia smiled. Grandpa cat can bring good luck to people. The kitten smiled. Young master, why don't you let Cat Lord go with you? You're in charge of being Cat Lord's bodyguard. Cat Lord promises not to let you suffer. Kitty looked at Ling Xiao and said. Why me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Like I said, I can see good luck, you can bring me good luck. I can also bring you good luck. How about that? The kitten smiled. Deal. Ling Xiao agreed after thinking about it. He found that even as Tai Chi I couldn't see what this little guy was. If it was really a puppet, it would be awesome. Such a good thing, he had to keep it by his side to study. Great, you can call me Cat Lord from now on. What's your name? Ling Xiao. Good name, Ling Xiao. The kitten smiled and went into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao wanted to put it in the Dongxing Emperor ring, but this guy refused. He didn't force it. Let's go. We're done here. Let's go back. The white jade cat stood on top of Ling Xiao's head, looking calm and composed. If you pee or poop, I'll tear you apart. Ling Xiao threatened. Nonsense, Cat Lord is a puppet. Have you ever heard of a puppet that can poop or pee? That's good. Ling Xiao killed a wolf, and Xianxia returned to the Battle Alliance and handed the flying puppet to Haim Mian Ko. No matter how strong Haim Mian Ko was, she was Ling Xiao's most trusted and most important person. Early the next morning, Ling Xiao sat on the flying puppet and left the 3000 sacred city for the chaotic sand ocean. The chaotic sand ocean was located at the edge of the eternal desert. It was the only oasis in the eternal desert that humans had occupied. At the same time, the chaotic sand ocean was the only place connected to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the future, if Ling Xiao wanted to go somewhere else, he could go directly to the chaotic sand ocean and set off from there. This place was similar to a transit station. Because there was no fixed power, even enemies could appear at the same time. The chaotic sand ocean was prosperous because many people from the 4 regions and 9 worlds did business there. If there was something that couldn't be bought in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, one could go to the chaotic sand ocean and buy it. Ling Xiao had come to a similar place before. However, he had never come to a place as big as the chaotic sand ocean. Perhaps because the forces were too complicated, although some people could occupy a little territory here, it was absolutely impossible to occupy this place. Ling Xiao smiled. He liked this kind of place. In the future, the chaotic sand ocean would become the Heavenly Empire's stronghold to enter the eternal desert. Of course, this kind of thing would take a long time. After all, Ling Xiao had just made a name for himself in the 3000 sacred city and had yet to make a name for himself in the golden city. Ling Xiao's departure was a secret. However, it wasn't a secret. In the 3000 sacred city, there were no secrets to speak of. Soon, the sacred lords of the Sacred Sword City, Sacred Nether City, and the remaining forces of the Sacred Sin City gathered together. Naturally, they were discussing how to deal with Ling Xiao. The Sacred Nether City Sacred Lord looked similar to Yu Rua. He was as thin as a match and had a cold expression. The Sacred Lord of the Sacred Sword City looked like a decent person, but unfortunately, that was just his appearance. His heart was as black as charcoal. I don't think I need to explain why everyone is gathered here today, right? The Sacred Nether City Sacred Lord said gloomily. Ling Xiao has left the 3000 sacred city and left alone. This is an opportunity, a great opportunity to kill him. It is said that he even left the Great Devil King in the Battle Alliance. I heard that too. Ling Xiao was able to defeat the Lawmaster because of the Great Devil King. Without the Great Devil King, he can at most kill a martial artist at the first stage of the Shattered Core Realm. Sacred Lord of the Sacred Sword sneered. If that's the case, we'll do whatever the two Sacred Lords say. Now, our status in the 3000 Sacred City is deteriorating day by day. Why don't we just fight it out? A City Lord of the Sacred Red City said angrily. Just last night, Ling Xiao actually went to the Sacred Red City and took away a lot of treasures from us. He's really going too far. We also agree. If Ling Xiao doesn't die, we won't have a good life. The representative of the Sacred Sin City also said. The Sacred Sin City originally had the protection of the Sacred Commandment City, which was why they dared to act recklessly. However, they couldn't do so now. Life was not going to be easy. Everyone, read. Hee, what a great idea you have. Just as the Nether Saint Lord and the others were discussing how to kill Ling Xiao on the way. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone was startled. They hurriedly turned their heads to look. It was an unfamiliar face. He was wearing a mask that was cold and murderous. Who are you? The Nether Saint Lord roared and suddenly attacked. With his strength at the 9th stage of the core fragmentation stage, anyone who was not a divine physique echelon martial artist would be doomed. However, the next moment, the Nether Saint Lord was surprised to find that his fist was easily dodged. Although it was not blocked. There were not many people who had the ability to block his attack. Do you still want to attack? The masked man asked coldly. Who are you? The Nether Saint Lord did not attack again because he felt that no matter how powerful he was, he could not hurt this person. Don't worry, I'm not interested in prying into your secrets. I'm just here to remind you. Compared to killing Ling Xiao, the power of the 3000 holy cities seems more important. In this chaotic world, the Battle Alliance is the most powerful. However, you are not weak either. As long as you join the Royal Exterminator gang, you will naturally benefit. The man's voice was light, but when he said it, it shocked everyone. Royal Exterminator gang? Yes, our goal is to overthrow Huang Jindi's decadent rule. The 3000 holy cities are the key. As long as you perform well, we will naturally help you take down the 3000 holy cities. The man said again. What if we don't agree? The Nether Saint Lord said coldly. If you don't agree, it's just a suggestion. If you don't listen, then accept the disaster brought about by your stupidity. After he finished speaking, the man instantly disappeared. He disappeared without a trace. What should we do? The Divine Sword Sacred Lord asked. Follow the original plan. The Royal Exterminator gang is a group of lunatics. They want to deal with Huang Jindi, they're courting death. The Nether Saint Lord shook his head. The others basically agreed with his point of view. They hated Ling Xiao, but they did not intend to be enemies with Huang Jindi. Alright, since everyone agrees, we'll kill that guy halfway. Achoo! Ling Xiao, who was flying, suddenly sneezed. Io, looks like someone is thinking about me. I wonder if it's good or bad. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he had already expected that he would attract assassins when he left alone. Therefore, he was already prepared to see if these idiots would take the bait. Of course, he wouldn't wait for them. From the 3000 holy city, one could directly fly to the chaotic desert ocean, and it wouldn't take long. This was because there were several places in the middle that could be teleported to. Using teleportation formations. In just one day, he had already arrived at the border of the Golden Sky region. There were many paths leading to the chaotic Sand Sea, so he chose one at random and set off. Since he had never been there before, any of them were the same to him. Once again approaching the eternal desert, the feeling of the past appeared clearly. This place was truly terrifying. Just getting close to the edge made him shudder. Look at how scared you are. Isn't it just the eternal desert? Why are you so scared? The white jade cat's voice suddenly rang out. This cat really treated Ling Xiao's clothes as its own home. It could live wherever it wanted to. Anyway, it was small in size, so it could go anywhere. Wait, someone is coming. Ling Xiao had originally planned to say a few words to the white jade cat. Although this cat had a big mouth, it had been a distraction along the way, so he didn't hate it. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt many terrifying auras chasing after him from behind. Damn, they're really fast. Ling Xiao smiled and stood there, not leaving. He stood directly on the puppet and looked at the enemies in the distance coldly. Aren't you afraid of death? There are so many of them. Hurry up and run. At this moment, the white jade cat crawled into Ling Xiao's clothes, looking terrified. You were laughing at me just now. Why are you acting like a coward now? Ling Xiao laughed very happily. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to trouble myself. Pfft. Ling Xiao curled his lips and despised this cat. Then, he looked at the approaching enemies. Not bad, not bad. Both Nether Holy Lord and Holy Lord Divine Sword are here. I was worried about not having a reason to kill them, and now they've come knocking on my door. Many people from Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Nefarious Sacred City have also come. It's a good time to kill them all. Ling Xiao didn't intend to let these people go, but because they didn't do anything else, he couldn't do anything. Otherwise, he would have a bad reputation. It was not worth it to ruin his reputation for these pieces of trash. So, when he left, he deliberately spread the news. He also said that he didn't take the giant Devil King away. In fact, many people in the Scarlet Sun Alliance had already sided with him, so he deliberately urged Nether Holy Lord and Holy Lord Divine Sword. He didn't expect these two idiots. They thought they were smart, but they were still fooled. Well, today, he would settle the old and new grudges together. It seemed that the other party was far away, but in fact, they were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived nearby and surrounded Ling Xiao. There were more than 100 people in total. Besides Nether Holy Lord and Holy Lord Divine Sword, the rest were experts from Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Nefarious Sacred City, Holy Sword City, and Nether Holy City. Basically, all the city lords were here. When Nether Holy Lord saw that Ling Xiao didn't escape, he laughed crazily and said, "You know that you can't escape, so you just gave up? Even if you give up, we won't let you go. You're really too arrogant. You didn't even bring Qihua and the others, and you didn't even bring the Great Devil King. You dared to go to the chaotic Sand Sea alone. You're really brave. Are you regretting it now?" Holy Lord Divine Sword sneered and said, "Without those backing you, Ling Xiao, you're just an ant in front of us. I'd like to see how tough your life is, since you dared to kill people from Holy Sword City. I'll make you pay with your life. Ling Xiao, I'll make you pay with your life today. Pay with your life." The rest of the people also shouted. They were all filled with righteous indignation, and they couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Ling Xiao looked at this group of people with a smile. He directly released his martial spirit barrier. What's the meaning of this? Seeing that Ling Xiao released his martial spirit barrier, Nether Holy Lord suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this time, Ling Xiao should have chosen to escape. He shouldn't have done this. Don't you know, what a bunch of idiots, I'm such a smart person, how could I not bring something to save my life? After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he directly released the Great Devil King. He didn't need to use his Great Devil body to deal with this group of trash. Just releasing the Great Devil King was enough. Not good, we've been fooled. Seeing that Ling Xiao released the Great Devil King, the originally complacent people's faces changed drastically. They had chased Ling Xiao for thousands of miles to kill Ling Xiao. But now, they had come all the way to their deaths. Thank you for coming to die, otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease. Great Devil King, kill them. Ling Xiao sneered and said. Who is it? Just as the Troll King was about to finish off all the enemies that were chasing after him, suddenly, a strange man wearing a mask appeared. Ling Xiao instantly became extremely nervous. The masked man was extremely powerful. However, the strange thing was that he had no hostility toward him. Ling Xiao, you don't have to be nervous. I'm just here to borrow 2 people. The man said. Who are you borrowing? Ling Xiao frowned. The man smiled and suddenly reached out his hand. He directly penetrated the martial soul barrier and rescued Holy Lord Nether Hell and Holy Lord Divine Sword. Ling Xiao watched but did not do anything. His intuition told him that he was definitely no match for this man. However, it would not be so easy for this man to kill him. Ling Xiao, you must help me mess up the 4 regions and 9 realms, goodbye. The masked man smiled and left with Holy Lord Nether Hell and Holy Lord Divine Sword. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at the man's back. Mess up the 4 regions and 9 realms, who was this man, what was he trying to do? Forget it. I can't afford to offend this kind of person for the time being. I'll think about it later. Going to the chaotic sand ocean is more important. Ling Xiao shook his head and turned to leave. Other than Holy Lord Netherhell and Holy Lord Divine Sword, everyone who came to kill him had died tragically. On the other side, Holy Lord Netherhell and Holy Lord Divine Sword looked at the masked man and sighed. This was the man who called himself the Royal Exterminator. What do you think? The masked man smiled. We reaped what we sowed. If you hadn't saved us, we would have been dead. Holy Lord Netherhell said helplessly. Yes. Holy Lord Divine Sword was still a little scared. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be so cunning? He had set a trap for them to fall into. They had almost lost their lives. Why didn't you just kill Ling Xiao? With Ling Xiao around, it won't be easy to take down the 3,000 sacred cities. Holy Lord Netherhell asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao is a very important item. Without him, we can't touch the Golden Emperor. The masked man smiled and said, all right, let's not talk about him. Are you willing to pledge your allegiance to the Royal Extermination faction now? Of course. Sacred Lord Netherhell and Sacred Lord Divine Sword replied in unison. They weren't idiots. The other party had saved them so that they could work for him. If they dared to say no, they would not be able to escape death. Good, ha 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 ha. The masked man laughed happily. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened here. He continued to ride the flying puppet towards the chaotic sand ocean. There was basically no one like him who could directly use a flying puppet to travel to the chaotic desert ocean. Usually, people would ask a guide to lead the way and then go in groups. How could he be as bold as Ling Xiao? But of course, he had something to rely on. In addition to the powerful backing of the Troll King, there was also his terrifying speed. And the magical Tai Chi Eye. If he found any danger, he could avoid it in time, so there was no problem. After using several teleportation formations and flying for about 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao basically didn't rest for a moment on the way. Finally, he arrived in the sky above the chaotic sand ocean. The chaotic sand ocean was an oasis. It was just that the oasis was really large. It was almost equivalent to a golden heavenly region. The chaotic sand ocean was still surrounded by chaos. It was a forbidden area for humans. If one didn't have enough strength, they would definitely die if they approached it. After many generations of hard work, a huge wall was built around the chaotic sand ocean. And it was protected by formations. Looking from above, the chaotic sand ocean was wrapped in a huge curtain of light. It looked extremely spectacular. Although people couldn't go out, the killing in the chaotic sand ocean never stopped. In the end, it was all for the eternal ruins that were sleeping underground. The so-called eternal ruins were the ruins left behind by the life forms in the eternal desert. Ever since this oasis was occupied by the 4 regions and 9 realms, those ruins became the objects that warriors desperately fought for. It could be said that 99% of the people who came to the chaotic sand ocean were here for these ruins. Ling Xiao also had a guess that the relics of the Z god and U god that he was looking for were probably in these ruins. It was said that there were thousands of ruins of different sizes. There were 12 ruins that were really famous and hadn't been completely excavated. Rumor had it that as long as 1 or 2 things were found in these 12 ruins, then they could dominate a region. These 12 relics had created countless powerhouses so far. Just like that, no one had ever been to the core area of the 12 ruins. Even the treasures outside hadn't been completely excavated. Some people said that this was simply the garbage dump of the eternal desert, the garbage that the warriors in the eternal desert threw there. To the people of the 4 regions and 9 realms, it was a treasure. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or false, there was still a market for it. Of course, even if it was a garbage dump, it was still an extremely terrifying garbage dump. The most terrifying thing was the humans themselves. After warriors entered the ruins, they killed each other, causing many lives to stay in there forever, never to see the sun tomorrow. Of course, there were also terrifying demon beasts there. And demons. These things seemed to be there where there were people. There were also places where there were no people. There were also many people who were buried in their mouths. But even if they knew that it was extremely dangerous, there were still warriors who came here tirelessly. Just like Ling Xiao, the chaotic sand sea was also a dreamlike place for him. It was an opportunity to become stronger. When Ling Xiao stepped into the chaotic sand sea, he found many snake-like passages. These passages were in the chaotic sand sea, extending all the way. The passages could protect warriors from the influence of the eternal desert's laws. It could be considered a safe passage. If one wanted to forcefully fly through the sky, one would have to be courting death. When entering the passage, a large amount of information about the chaotic sand sea appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This was the advantage of being prepared early. Although he had never been here before, at least he had a more general understanding of this place. The first thing to note was that a warrior's divine sense would be greatly restricted here. There were many places where one couldn't even use divine sense to detect the existence of others. Of course, this depended on the place. Different places had different restrictions on divine sense. Secondly, one had to pay attention to the forces in the chaotic sand sea. Although it was said that this place was ownerless, it didn't mean that it was ownerless. Where there were people, there were forces. After all, the chaotic sand sea was a place as big as the Golden Sky region. It was basically divided into 12 districts. Perhaps everyone has noticed that the 12 districts represent the 12 ruins. These 12 districts were the Golden District, Eternal District, Savage District, Deep Sea District, Heavenly Demon District, Heaven District, Raging Flame District, Icy District, Storm District, Lava District, Thunder District, and 9 Serenities District. Among them, the two most powerful districts were the Heaven District and Eternal District. It was said that the names of these districts were derived from the names of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The first batch of people to arrive here happened to be warriors from 12 of the forces. Thus, they named the districts after their home. However, many years had passed. It was unknown whether the districts were still under the control of those people. However, Ling Xiao had investigated. The Eternal Life District and Paradise District were the most mysterious and powerful. Just by looking at the energy released in the sky, it was enough to judge. The largest organization in the chaotic sand ocean was the Alliance of the 12 Districts. It was called the Doyan Society. There were 13 Doyans in the Doyan Society, 1 for each force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Doyan Society was also formed by warriors from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was currently the strongest organization in the chaotic sand ocean. They had even established certain rules and laws. Although these rules and laws were not as strict as other places. The only organization that could compete with the Doyan Society was the Beast Deity Union. Speaking of the Beast Deity Union, Ling Xiao felt that it was related to the 12 Beast Deity martial spirits. Perhaps, he could also get what he wanted from them. The Beast Deity Union was an organization formed by those who did not follow the rules of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Although they all came from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there was a clear division of forces here. The Doyan Society was obviously more powerful. It controlled 9 of the 12 districts. The Beast Deity Union only controlled 3 districts. However, their control was stronger than the Doyan Society. After all, the Doyan Society was only a loose alliance. The Beast Deity Union was a centralized organization. The Doyan Society's headquarters was in the Paradise District. The Beast Deity Union's headquarters was in the Eternal Life District. Currently, everyone minded their own business. Many years had passed. However, small-scale conflicts between warriors were unavoidable. Moreover, there were many other organizations or forces under the 2 major organizations. In short, this place was definitely not a good place. Ling Xiao wanted to find what he wanted here. He would have to put in a lot of effort. When Ling Xiao went through the light path to the chaotic sand ocean, far away in the Golden City, Xing Wang's chief disciple, Huang Jinlan, this person was known as the number 1 genius in the Golden City and had his own mansion. This was definitely not an easy thing to do. Huang Jinlan was even considered to be on the same level as the Fire King and Xing Wang. He was known as the Battle King. This kind of special honor was evident from this. Meanwhile, in Warlord Huang Jinlan's room, Qi Yuan knelt before him. Huang Jinlan glanced at Qi Yuan. This Ling Xiao has angered master, so he must die. I will bestow upon you an emperor weapon. 9 revolutions gourd. The gourd had 9 revolutions, and each revolution had a different effect. Moreover, it was a genuine common-grade monarch artifact. It was not something a piece of trash like the Flood Dragon's heart could compare to. Take it. With your strength and the 9 revolutions gourd, even if Ling Xiao had the giant Devil King's protection, it would still be useless. After all, the Great Devil King is a foreign object. One of the functions of the 9 revolutions gourd is to counter this kind of ability. Thank you, Your Highness. Qi Yuan was flattered and respectfully knelt on the ground to receive the 9 revolutions gourd. Ling Xiao, just you wait. With this 9 revolutions gourd, my strength will increase by more than 100 times. Furthermore, this gourd is specifically designed to counter you. I must kill you and avenge my father. After bidding farewell to Huang Jinlan, Qi Yuan went straight to the chaotic sand ocean. This was not his first time there, although he had always gone there with others in the past. This time, however, was an exception. He wanted to go to the chaotic sand ocean alone. However, with the 9 revolutions gourd, he was not afraid at all. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still flying in the chaotic sand ocean's light path. The light path was very long and he could not see the end of it. Suddenly, he stopped because he smelled a thick smell of blood in the air. Could it be that someone dared to fight in the light path? Did they have a death wish? Once the light path was broken, the eternal desert's laws would invade and no one would be able to survive. Looking at it, it was not a human. It was actually a huge golden worm. It looked like a golden dragon. However, it was certain that it was a snake. It's the Gingjin serpent. Someone cried out in surprise. Don't provoke it. It seems like it's going to transform into a flood dragon. Just sneak over. The Gingjin serpent was a type of snake beast. It was an ancient species that could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate. If it ate some rare treasures, it would have a certain chance of evolving. Transforming into a flood dragon, the most powerful ones could even transform into a dragon. Of course, in the Black Tortoise continent, the concept of transforming into a dragon had not appeared for a long time. The Gingjin serpent was already very powerful. If it successfully transformed into a flood dragon, its power would be even more terrifying. This fellow was already at the core fragmentation realm. If it successfully transformed into a flood dragon, it would probably reach the divine physique echelon. A divine physique echelon demon was extremely terrifying. Why are you running away? This Gingjin serpent is a treasure. Kill it before it successfully transforms into a flood dragon. It can strengthen our true energy. We can use it to forge magic treasures. Some of the greedy ones were unwilling to leave just like that. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and distanced himself from these lunatics. If the light path was broken, he would still have a chance to escape. However, to be honest, he was quite interested in the Gingjin serpent. Not only could this thing increase his potential, it could also temper his body. Furthermore, this thing was already at the core fragmentation realm. It could be the key to upgrading his beast soul. It could also continue to cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique. The Gingjin serpent was also known as the Gingjin serpent. Looking from afar, a golden light flashed and formed a golden tornado. Within the tornado, a gigantic serpent that was at least 200 to 300 meters long could be seen dancing in the air. Deafening roars could be heard one after another. The surrounding Gingjin earth energy was extremely terrifying. The Gingjin earth energy was like the aura of a sword. Those who did not have enough defense would be torn into pieces. In order for the Gingjin serpent to transform into a flood dragon, it had to shed its skin. That would be the moment when it was at its weakest. Many of the surrounding martial artists pounced on it, trying to take advantage of the situation. However, many of them could not even pass through the Gingjin earth energy. Once they came into contact with the Gingjin earth energy, they would be torn into pieces. Those who were able to survive seemed to be at least core fragmentation realm martial artists. Ling Xiao had a feeling that there was an expert hiding in the crowd, not making a move. He was waiting for the moment when the Gingjin serpent transformed. He thought that since these people dared to make a move here, they must have a plan. Hence, he did not have to be too nervous. It would be a pity if he did not snatch the good stuff. After all, the Gangjin serpent was too important to him. After making up his mind, he paid close attention to the changes in front of him. The Gangjin serpent was shaking more and more violently, and the surrounding Gangjin earth energy was becoming more and more terrifying. Ling Xiao knew that when the Gangjin serpent transformed into a flood dragon, someone would definitely make a move. However, he was not in a hurry. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he decided to wait. There weren't many people in the path of light, only a few hundred. When the Gangjin king snake went berserk, it had killed more than 100 of them. Some of them were so scared that they ran away. After all, not everyone was brave enough to stay and take advantage of the situation. Right now, only a few dozen people were left. Get out of my face. Suddenly, a furious roar could be heard. A terrifying aura exploded from the crowd. Ling Xiao could sense that this person was at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. He was the strongest one here. Taking advantage of the fact that the Gangjin king snake was severely injured, he came out to take advantage of the situation. The Gangjin king snake had consumed a lot of their true yuan and stamina. Some of them were even severely injured. How could they be a match for him? In the blink of an eye, a dozen of them were killed. The rest turned around and ran away. He didn't let them go, he chased after them and killed them all. Ling Xiao took the opportunity and dashed towards the Gangjin king snake. He opened his palm. Just as he was about to retrieve the Gangjin king snake, unexpectedly, the man came back and interrupted Ling Xiao's attempt to retrieve the Gangjin king snake. Bastard, how dare you take advantage of me, I'm going to kill you. The man arrived in front of Xianxia in an instant, and a terrifying aura enveloped Xianxia. I can't defeat him, a 3rd-level core-shattering realm warrior. Even if I unleash my martial soul, I still can't defeat him. Should I use the Great Devil King? No way. Ling Xiao shook his head. This was not a matter of life and death. He didn't want to rely on the Great Devil King too much. It would be detrimental to his development. He had no choice but to do it himself. His advantage now was that his opponent didn't know much about him. Judging from his strength, he was only at the peak heavenly core realm. It was easy for him to underestimate his opponent. He wanted to take advantage of his opponent's underestimation and finish him off. He didn't have much time to think. His opponent was extremely fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. With this move, Ling Xiao couldn't even see what the other party looked like. Or rather, he didn't have the time. But this didn't affect his counterattack. Although his opponent was strong, he was still only at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. Ling Xiao couldn't defeat him, but dodging the attack wasn't a problem. At that moment, his body turned into a beam of light and moved to the left, barely dodging the attack. However, as the other party's true essence swept out, a portion of the attack still landed on his body. He immediately felt as if his bones were about to shatter. It was indeed powerful. He had only been hit by the tail of the attack, but it was already so powerful. However, he wouldn't be injured. No matter how one looked at it, it was still a mid-9th order Emperor realm black tortoise body. How could it be injured so easily? After dodging, Ling Xiao did not flee. Instead, they launched a fierce attack. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he immediately used his fastest move. Escape light. The other party clearly did not expect Ling Xiao to counterattack so quickly. Before he could turn around, a beam of sword light had already struck him. It pierced a patch of dark red. Hiss. The other party sucked in a breath of cold air. It hurt. But this was just a light injury, and it was nothing to a divine core warrior. Now that he had reached the core fragmentation realm, he didn't care about it anymore. He only needed to consume a little bit of true essence to recover. However, Ling Xiao's attack had no intention of stopping just like that. After the escape light, remnant blood was used. A huge blood-red sword light pierced through the sky, directly piercing towards the opponent's head. Right now, Xianxia could clearly see his opponent's face. This was a man with a sinister face. He wore a purplish-red robe, and his face was pale yellow. His triangular eyes made his sinister face even more apparent. The man had a sneer on his face. Although he was surprised, he still maintained his calm demeanor. It was obvious that he often did this kind of thing. Little guy, you're pretty good, you're just a peak heavenly core warrior, and you're actually able to dodge my attack, and you're even able to counterattack. Interesting. But, if we continue fighting, it won't be fun anymore, you'll die. Hurry up and leave. Cultivation isn't easy, and since you're quite talented, don't throw your life away. While the man was talking, he didn't stop attacking. He waved his hand and unleashed a palm strike, shattering Ling Xiao's sword energy. At the same time, he formed a claw with his left hand, and the huge claw flew towards the Gingjing King snake like a dark cloud. While dealing with Ling Xiao, this guy was also trying to get his hands on the Gingjing King snake. He was way too arrogant. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Originally, he had thought that this person would be difficult to deal with, but just as he had guessed, this person had underestimated him because his cultivation was relatively low. Now, Xianxia had a chance. Bang! The Gingjing King snake was struck by the claw and fell heavily onto the ground. Its body was covered in blood. It let out a miserable shriek, and it looked like it wasn't far from death. The Gingjing King snake was an ancient species, and if it wasn't weakened, with this guy's strength, he wouldn't have been able to hurt it. But now, it could only wait to be slaughtered. Void-shattering finger. While his opponent was attacking the Gingjing King snake, Ling Xiao once again unleashed his magical martial skill. His opponent was already on guard. But, if he didn't use all his strength to defend against the void-shattering finger, he wouldn't be able to block it. In the end, his skull was pierced through by the void-shattering finger. His injury wasn't light. Ling Xiao didn't want to show any mercy. He unleashed the bloodthirsty plague and slowly weakened his opponent's strength. "You little bastard, how dare you hurt me?" The middle-aged man was furious. "I am the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang. If you had listened to me, I could have kept you alive when we reached the chaotic sand ocean. But now, you have really pissed me off. Go to hell." Leader of the Twin Tiger Gang? Ling Xiao had never heard of it before. He guessed that it was a small faction in the chaotic sand ocean. Other than the Beast Deity Alliance and the Patriarch Society, there were other smaller factions in the chaotic sand ocean. Xianxia guessed that the Twin Tiger Gang was one of them. If the leader was so weak, then the Twin Tiger Gang wouldn't be much either. There was no need for him to be afraid. As the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang spoke, he had already launched an attack on Ling Xiao. Maybe he thought that if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, he wouldn't be able to leave with the Gingjing King snake in peace. And he had to be quick. There would be people passing by at any time. If someone saw him, it would be troublesome. After all, there were many powerful people here. His claw, which was like a huge dark cloud, gathered again. But this time, it wasn't the Gingjing King snake that attacked, but Ling Xiao. Sky Tiger Claw. God's Fist. Ling Xiao unleashed the God's Fist and blocked the Sky Tiger Claw. Although his body was knocked away by the impact, it was mostly because he wanted to reduce the impact of the attack. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang wasn't having a good time either. He had underestimated Ling Xiao's strength, and he was also injured. He was knocked back by the God's Fist, and he was only able to stabilize his body a few dozen meters away. "Good kid, you are really strong. I never thought that although your cultivation base is weak, the quality of your true yuan is so high. Looks like I have underestimated you." The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was shocked. In the past, whenever he met a peak Heavenly Core warrior, he would be able to kill them with just one strike. He would beat them up so badly that even their own father wouldn't be able to recognize them. But today, he had suffered a few losses because of this peak Heavenly Core warrior. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang? You're just a nobody in the chaotic sand ocean. I advise you to get the hell out of here. I'm a disciple of the City of Gold. If you're not afraid of death, you can stay. Ling Xiao pulled the banner of a tiger while condensing an even more powerful move. He knew that his words would not scare the other party. The other party was obviously a veteran. If he was in the Golden Sky region, he might be afraid. But this was the chaotic sand ocean. There was no need for him to be afraid. You're a disciple of the City of Gold. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was not afraid, but he felt that it would be troublesome. After all, if he killed the other party, he would be hunted down by the martial artists of the City of Gold. At that time, he would be very busy. Don't think that he would be fine in the chaotic sand ocean. There were many martial artists in the chaotic sand ocean. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was still weighing the pros and cons. Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. The 10-sword talisman flew through the air. This talisman was extremely powerful. It was originally used for sneak attacks. Seeing this, the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang hurriedly blocked. But what he did not expect was that Ling Xiao's real killing move was hidden behind the 10-sword talisman, Cosmic Light Fist. The moment the Cosmic Light Fist was released, the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang lost sight of Ling Xiao. Oh no! He knew that he was in trouble. He did not think about the Gingjin serpent at all. Instead, he thought about how to escape. In the next moment, the 10-sword talisman and the Cosmic Light Fist arrived at the same time. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang did not hesitate and used the terrifying impact to turn around and escape. This time, he was injured because he underestimated his opponent. But as long as he did not die, the next time he met Ling Xiao, he would definitely skin Ling Xiao alive. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. While no one was around, he threw the dying Gingjin serpent into the mountain river world and left. A long night was fraught with problems. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was nothing, but if he met someone stronger, it would be troublesome. In the light path, Ling Xiao met a few people who were talking about what happened. Of course, they left early, so they didn't know about the battle between Ling Xiao and the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang. One of them said, "This Twin Tiger Gang's leader is not to be trifled with, we have to run quickly. It might not be a good thing for the Gingjin Kingsnake to fall into our hands. Instead, it might become a problem for us." Is the Twin Tiger Gang that scary? Ling Xiao asked casually. That person glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "You must have just arrived at the chaotic Sand Sea." Speaking of this Twin Tiger Gang, although they might not be powerful, they were definitely extremely vicious. What they did was murder and plunder. Their actions are extremely ruthless, and they won't give up until they achieve their goal. If anyone offends them and doesn't eradicate the Twin Tiger Gang, then they can forget about having a good life. I see. Thank you. Ling Xiao sped up and instantly left those people far behind. I was wrong. The person who spoke earlier sucked in a breath of cold air. This person's speed is so fast, he must be a core fragmentation expert. It can't be, I think his soul is only 18 years old. So what? Have you heard of Warlord Huang Jinlan from the City of Gold? Have you heard of Wang Quan Tianming from the Palace of Eternal Life? They are all young people, but their strength is terrifying. These people are true geniuses. Could this person be one of them? I don't know, but he's definitely not an ordinary person. That's why we have to be careful in the chaotic Sand Sea. If you're not careful, you'll meet someone you can't afford to offend. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what they were talking about. At this time, Ling Xiao was rushing as he thought to himself. The Twin Tiger Gang couldn't be left alive, or else the news of him obtaining the Gingjin Kingsnake would be leaked. First, he had to find a place to refine the Gingjin Kingsnake. Then, he would find the Twin Tiger Gang's leader and kill him. His last attack left his spiritual imprint on the Twin Tiger Gang's leader. It was easy to find him. Soon, Ling Xiao walked out of the light path, but he didn't enter any of the cities in the chaotic Sand Sea. Instead, he found a place to deal with the Gingjin Kingsnake. Because he already had the Death Kingdom Black Demon Snake, the Gingjin Kingsnake and the Death Kingdom Black Demon Snake fused. It transformed into the 9-headed Demon King Snake. The terrifying feeling was almost at the divine physique echelon level. It was even more terrifying than the other beast souls. Ling Xiao felt that the energy in his sea of cultivation had increased to 40%. When breaking through to the next realm, the increase was usually slower. Now, it had increased to 40%. It was all thanks to killing the Beast Tamer General and the Scarlet Sun Sacred Leader. This time, it was also because of the Gingjin Kingsnake. His physical body had improved a lot, reaching the peak of strength. It wouldn't be long before he could break through again. This time, he would have to fight a fierce battle. Ling Xiao was like this every time he broke through. Without an exciting battle, it wasn't easy to break through. After finishing his cultivation, Ling Xiao went to find the Twin Tiger Gang. There weren't many people in the Twin Tiger Gang, only 7 in total. They were known as the Twin Tiger's 7 ferocious beasts. Their strength was about the same. Only that help was the most powerful. Right now, Ling Xiao was looking forward to the Twin Tigers gang's help. Otherwise, if he wanted to win against 7 people, the only thing he could do was to use the Great Demon King. However, that was the last thing he wanted to do. On the way, he heard something interesting. The Board of Patriarchs was offering a reward for the capture of the Twin Tiger's 7 ferocious beasts. It was said that these 7 people had seriously violated the Board of Patriarchs' rules, so the Board of Patriarchs issued a warrant for their arrest. After flying for a long time, Ling Xiao arrived at a valley. The valley was covered in dark clouds. There were many strange rocks. It didn't look like a good place. The surrounding environment formed a natural maze. If not for Ling Xiao's expertise in formations, he wouldn't have dared to step in. With a cold smile, Ling Xiao dashed in. Not long after he entered the valley, more than 10 martial artists flew over from the horizon. Although these martial artists were dressed differently, they were all wearing different clothes. Although they were wearing different clothes, they all had the same symbol on them. It looked like there were 13 figures in total. This was the symbol of the Board of Patriarchs. These people weren't very strong. Most of them were only at the Heavenly Core Realm, and only a few of them had reached the Extreme Core Realm. Senior Disciple Chen, this is the Valley of Dead Souls. I heard it's the hiding place of the Twin Tiger Gang. Today, we're here to kill the Twin Tiger Gang's leader. We'll definitely be rewarded by the Board of Patriarchs. Our future is just around the corner. One of the men said excitedly. That's right, someone from the Board of Patriarchs saw that the Twin Tiger Gang's leader was injured. I think he was injured when we captured the Gingjin King Snake. If we can kill him, we can even get the Gingjin King Snake. That's another great achievement. Another man said. You're all right, but we have to be careful. Although the Twin Tiger Gang's leader is injured, he's still alive. Don't be careless. Once we get his head, I'll get the position I want, and all of us will have a good life. Senior Disciple Chen said with a smile. This Senior Disciple Chen was the strongest amongst them, but he was only at the peak of the Extreme Core Realm. End of chapter. There were a total of 15 people in this group. Among them, Senior Brother Chen was the strongest, but he was only at the Extreme Realm of Dan. It didn't sound like much, but in fact, their strength was not weak. One must know that among the top geniuses in the 3000 Holy City, only Qi Xiao was at the first level of the Shattered Core Realm. The rest were all at the Extreme Realm of Dan. Strength was something that couldn't be known without comparison. Let's go. The group of 15 people entered the Netherworld Valley. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already reached the depths of the valley. This damned place was really as it looked on the surface, like a maze. It was really not easy to find a person. Beg Master Cat. The white jade cat suddenly said with a smile. Beg you? Yes, Master Cat promises that you can find the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang. Although this thing is cunning, using the natural terrain here to form an illusion array to protect itself. But how can this kind of little trick be hidden from Master Cat? The white jade cat laughed. Ling Xiao ignored it. Perhaps this little thing really had this kind of ability, but he didn't have to ask for it. He could do it himself. In terms of array attainments, the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang couldn't be compared with him. Soon, Ling Xiao came to a lake. This lake was not big, but the water was very deep. One couldn't see the end at a glance. From time to time, there were monsters rushing out of the lake, making strange roars. Hee hee, that dog is hiding under here, right? Ling Xiao smiled. The white jade cat was obviously a little surprised. How do you know? Ling Xiao ignored it, suddenly condensed vital essence, and suddenly blasted towards the lake. The god's fist fell from the void. It crashed on the lake. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The lake water flew all over the sky. In an instant, something strange happened. The moment the lake water splashed, it revealed a trace of strange energy fluctuation. It really is an illusion array. Ling Xiao smiled and took out the materials to break the array. When everything was ready, he punched again. As the lake water splashed, it was instantly absorbed by the array-breaking stone. A majestic palace was exposed below. The words Twin Tiger Gang were written in large letters on the palace. Although the palace was not big, it was magnificent. With this group of fellows hiding here, ordinary people who didn't know anything about arrays wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Although this twin tiger gang's strength isn't much, but the amount of money they have plundered is not small. Naturally, there were array formation experts willing to help. However, encountering a nemesis like Ling Xiao, this was the outcome. Endless Divine Fist. Ling Xiao didn't go in. Instead, he directly blasted out the Endless Divine Fist. Terrifying fists landed densely on the palace. They were like meteorites crashing down. The small palace collapsed in an instant. These buildings didn't have any special formations protecting them, probably because they consumed too much energy, and the people of the Twin Tigers gang were stingy. Did he think that an illusion array would solve the problem? Who knew that Ling Xiao, who could break the illusion array, would come today? Although the buildings were magnificent, the decorations were mostly ordinary gold, silver and jewels. For a martial artist at Ling Xiao's level, these things were no longer very attractive. If it was spirit stones, then he could consider it. Bastard! Who is it? Following the collapse of the palace, the leader of the Twin Tigers gang couldn't stay any longer. Together with him were 6 other men. All 7 villains of the Twin Tigers gang were here. He had hit the jackpot this time. It's you. I didn't expect you to come here. When the leader of the Twin Tigers gang saw Ling Xiao, he was both angry and happy at the same time. Of course, they were angry because Ling Xiao had destroyed their palace. He was happy because all 7 villains were here, and Ling Xiao alone was no match for them. Brothers, this is the guy who stole our Gengjin serpent. I purposely drove the Gengjin serpent into the path of light so that I could borrow the strength of others to kill it. I didn't expect this guy to take advantage of me. Boss, you're so useless. This guy looks like he's only a peak heavenly core warrior. How could he beat you up like this? Let your brother take revenge for you. As they spoke, one of them broke through the air and charged towards Ling Xiao. Third brother, be careful. There's something strange about this guy. But before he could finish his words, his third brother's head was chopped off. The third brother of the 7 villains was a first-level core fragmentation warrior. Ling Xiao only needed to take advantage of his underestimation of his opponent and attack with the void-shattering finger or the beam of light. It would be a piece of cake. But he wouldn't die just because his head was chopped off. First, he chopped off his opponent's head with the beam of light. Then, he destroyed his opponent's core with the void-shattering finger. The poor third brother was a strong man, but he was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Third brother. The leader of the Twin Tigers gang roared out, "Let's attack together." Ling Xiao sneered. When it was time to use the power of the Great Devil King, he would never be stingy. There were 6 of them, and he was no match for them alone. The Great Devil King was released. The 6 men turned pale with fright. But it was too late for them to run. Facing the attack of the Great Devil King, all 6 men were sent flying away. The bodies of 5 of them shattered, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The leader of the Twin Tigers gang was the only one who suddenly used a treasure. Twin Tigers Divine Seal. It was an item that looked like an imperial jade seal. When it was released, a terrifying power bloomed. It turned into 2 huge and mighty tigers. They blocked the Great Devil King's attack. It's actually a mortal-grade monarch weapon, and it's much better than the Flood Dragon's heart. There were dragon patterns on monarch weapons, 10 dragon patterns and below were mortal-grade weapons, while 10 to 20 dragon patterns were top-grade weapons. And so on. The Flood Dragon's heart only had half a dragon pattern, so it wasn't a monarch weapon at all. However, the Twin Tigers' Divine Seal did have a dragon pattern. No wonder the Twin Tigers gang was still standing. With such a treasure in hand, even a 9th-level core fragmentation realm warrior might not be able to do anything to them. As long as they didn't encounter a divine body realm warrior, they would be able to survive. I want this thing. Ling Xiao sneered. The Great Devil King's attack was even fiercer. No matter how powerful the Twin Tigers' Divine Seal was, the user was still too weak. He couldn't block the Great Devil King's attack at all. A moment later, the leader of the Twin Tigers gang was smashed into meat paste. Ling Xiao took the Twin Tigers' Divine Seal and forcefully erased the soul imprint on it. Generally, the soul imprint of a dead person was relatively easy to erase. Then, he implanted his own soul imprint, and the twin tiger's divine seal belonged to him. What a pity. I wanted to bring you to receive your reward, but now you've become meat paste, there's no other way. Ling Xiao shook his head, feeling a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have told the Great Devil King to take it easy. He recalled the Great Devil King and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, someone flew over. There were quite a number of people. Stop, leave the twin tiger's divine seal, and we can talk about anything. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. How could I give you what I got just because you said so? Dream on. When those people rushed over, they directly attacked. There was no intention of negotiating at all. They were shameless enough to snatch it. Bastards, I finally got this good stuff, but you want to take advantage of it. How can there be such a good thing in this world? You're courting death. Ling Xiao did not hold back. After all, the people who came were not strong. He got into position and used the twin tiger divine seal. He activated his true origin and divine consciousness, and the two ferocious divine tigers tore through the air. They instantly blocked the attacks of those people and even killed a few of them on the spot. However, one of the black lights attacked and left a terrifying wound on his body. Ling Xiao frowned. This black light is so powerful that my body can't block it. He did not dare to be careless and immediately transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat. He also activated the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He took a closer look at the person who released the black light. Damn, he looks so familiar. Isn't he that shameless Qi Yuan? He's the son of sacred leader Qi Yang and one of the judges sent by the Golden City. He tried to trick him with the marrow extermination pill, but he ended up harming Yu Rua. Why is this bastard in the chaotic desert sea? Ling Xiao frowned as he thought, who are the others? It seemed that there were people from the Patriarch Society in this group. He noticed the martial artists in the group wearing the Patriarch Society's insignia. They were all gathered together. He did not know the people from the Patriarch Society. Qi Yuan was obviously here to settle the score with him. Moreover, he did not know what treasure he had in his hand that could release such a powerful black light. Even he could not block it. It must be another mortal-grade emperor weapon. He did not know if the twin tiger divine seal or the gourd was more powerful. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Qi Yuan was indeed here to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, but he did not expect that he would come here to help the Patriarch Society. He actually met Ling Xiao here. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. His eyes were cold and sinister. He was here to get rid of Ling Xiao. His chance had come. Since Brother Qi Yuan knows this person, then it'll be easy. The one who stepped forward was none other than Senior Brother Chen. He smiled and said, "You're Ling Xiao, right? The twin tiger divine seal is something that our Council of Elders wants. If you hand it over, we can give you a great merit. You should understand that you were able to kill the twin tiger gang's leader because we were there to intimidate them. You can't take all the credit for yourself. Idiot." Ling Xiao was speechless. He didn't know if this person was shameless or ignorant to say such words. It was truly laughable. You dare to call me an idiot? Senior Brother Chen's face suddenly darkened. Do you want to die? Originally, Senior Apprentice Brother Chen had only come here to take the heads of the Twin Tiger Gang's 7 fiends as his contribution. But after seeing the Twin Tiger Divine Seal in Ling Xiao's hand, he immediately changed his mind. Only the top martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 realms could possess such a treasure. It was extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, only Divine Body Realm martial artists could possess an Emperor armament. It wasn't impossible for those below the Divine Body Realm to possess one, but the chances were very low. I want to die, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me. Ling Xiao revealed a ferocious expression. This senior apprentice Brother Chen was only at the perfected extreme core stage. Judging from his aura, he wasn't even as powerful as Kill the Wolf. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill him. If it weren't for the fact that he had just arrived at the chaotic desert and didn't want to provoke the Council of Elders, he would have done it long ago. What an arrogant brat, Ling Xiao, you're just relying on the great Demon King. Besides the Troll King, what else do you have? Qi Yuan sneered. The only thing he was worried about was Ling Xiao's great Demon King. But with the 9 revolutions gourd, this was no longer a problem. Ling Xiao frowned. Qi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning. But was there a need for him to use the great demon king against this trash? He sneered and unleashed the endless fiend god fist. It was twice as powerful as the endless fiend god fist. Its range was twice as large. It directly enveloped everyone. With a flurry of punches, more than half of the 16 people who came died. Only 3 people were left. Senior apprentice brother Chen, Qi Yuan, and an unknown disciple of the Council of Elders. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill innocent people in the chaotic desert? It seems that you've really gone crazy. Qi Yuan cursed. Kill innocent people? You guys are innocent. Ling Xiao sneered and didn't hold back. Instead, his attacks became even more ferocious. His figure flashed, and a crazy sword intent bloomed as he shot out. Senior apprentice brother Chen died tragically. The other person was sent flying by Ling Xiao with a kick and turned into meat paste. Only Qi Yuan, who had the 9 revolutions gourd in his hand, could attack and defend. He actually didn't care how Ling Xiao attacked. He was fine. Your treasure is not bad. It's mine. Ling Xiao sneered. His figure flashed, and he was already in front of Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan hurriedly used the 9 revolutions gourd to release a black light. The black light formed a huge cocoon and wrapped him inside. What a good-for-nothing. You have such a good treasure, but you only know how to dodge. Ling Xiao smiled. He could tell that the 9 revolutions gourd was a good thing. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan really didn't know how to use it. He was still a little worried at first, but now he wasn't worried at all. Falling plum shadow steps. Ling Xiao executed his movement technique and suddenly launched an attack on Qi Yuan, purposely showing an opening. Qi Yuan thought that the opportunity had come. The 9 revolutions gourd's black light turned into a sword light and stabbed at Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, another figure appeared behind Qi Yuan and stabbed the sharp East Victory Fiend God sword into his body. Qi Yuan only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before he lost his life. Ling Xiao took the 9 revolutions gourd and turned to leave. He couldn't let others know that he killed someone from the Council of Elders. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. After leaving Nether Valley, he went straight to the chaotic desert, the place where he cultivated previously. He had to figure out how to use the 9 revolutions gourd first. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal only had one use, and that was to release 2 tigers to attack or defend. However, the 9 revolutions gourd had 9 uses. Unfortunately, that idiot Qi Yuan only used one before he was killed by Ling Xiao. What a good-for-nothing. There were actually 2 dragon patterns on the 9 revolutions gourd. Although it was also a mortal-grade Emperor artifact, its quality was even more terrifying than the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. For Qi Yuan to have such a treasure, someone probably gave it to him. Ling Xiao was about to erase the soul mark on the 9 revolutions gourd when a light figure suddenly appeared. A person appeared. Who dares to erase the soul mark on the 9 revolutions gourd? Are you courting death? Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect that this person would be worried after giving it to Qi Yuan and even leave behind a divine sense protection. What's your name? Ling Xiao asked. I'm the War King, Huang Jinlan. Never heard of you. Ling Xiao shook his head. No matter who you are, since this thing fell into my hands, I naturally have to make it mine. He sneered and forcefully erased the other party's soul mark. Even Huang Jinlan's divine sense was shattered. It was just a remnant soul. It wasn't Huang Jinlan himself, so it wasn't a big deal. Come and read. He erased the divine sense that Huang Jinlan had left in the gourd. This item now belonged to Ling Xiao. The so-called 9 transformations of the 9 transformations gourd had a total of 4 modes: attack, defense, healing, and curse. The attack mode included flying sword, venomous bug, sword formation, aurora, and world destruction. The defense mode included light shield, 9 transformations armor. There was only one healing mode, healing technique. There was only one curse mode, confinement, a total of 9. This was the origin of the 9 transformations gourd. Huang Jinlan's method to deal with the giant devil king was confinement. Unfortunately, before Qi Yuan could use it, he was already killed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, this treasure really depended on who had it. In the hands of trash, it didn't have much meaning. After controlling the 9 transformations gourd, Ling Xiao truly stepped into the chaotic sand sea's huge door that he couldn't see the end of. This door seemed to separate the eternal desert from the chaotic sand sea. No matter how many light paths there was only one end point, and that was this huge door. Ling Xiao followed the crowd and walked towards the huge door like the others. Staring at the group of armored soldiers near the huge door, he couldn't help but frown. Although this group of armored soldiers were dressed differently from the martial artists from the Board of Patriarchs that he had killed before. However, the insignia on them was the same. Needless to say, they were from the Board of Patriarchs. Although the Board of Patriarchs was a relatively loose organization, it was impossible to rule the chaotic Sand Sea's 9th district without its own law enforcement team. Ling Xiao tried his best to remain calm. After all, no one had seen him kill people. Those who had seen him were all killed. Therefore, he wasn't worried. After all, the law enforcement team was made up of martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, it was divided into many small organizations. This group of people didn't look like they were from the Golden Sky region. The aura of martial artists from each region and 9 worlds was different. People from the Eternal Emperor region? Ling Xiao frowned. People from the Eternal Emperor region always had a feeling of being high and mighty. This was something that people from other places couldn't learn. It was as if they were born to be kings. They always released a fearsome domineering aura. Stop. What's your name? Ling Xiao was quickly stopped. However, he wasn't surprised. He wasn't the only one who was stopped. Ling Xiao. There was nothing to hide. Although his name might be famous in the 3,000 holy cities, not many people had heard of him in this place. Ling Xiao? I've never heard of him. Someone from the Council of Patriarchs was killed just now. Therefore, everyone had to be strictly interrogated. Bring him over. They were deliberately making things difficult for him. The others were just asking questions. Ling Xiao realized that these men were all bullying those below the Heavenly Core realm. He was just a perfect Heavenly Core warrior, and in front of these men, he was just a fat piece of meat that had been delivered to their doorstep. Ling Xiao did not refuse to go with these people. He wanted to see what these people wanted to do. Where are you from? Along the way, a martial artist asked. Golden Sky region, 3,000 holy cities, Battle Alliance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. These were all things that didn't need to be concealed. Speaking of them would instead increase his status. Battle Alliance. Oh right, I heard there's an incredible young man in the 3,000 holy cities. I think he's the Alliance chief of the Battle Alliance. Have you seen him before? The martial artist said with a smile. Alliance chief of the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao. That's me. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Hearing this, the martial artists were startled for a moment. Obviously, they were a little scared. But after a short moment, they all burst out into laughter. You! A perfect Heavenly Core warrior, how can you be the Alliance chief of the Battle Alliance? Is there no one else in the Golden Sky region, or are you just making things up? That's right, if you can become the champion of the Golden Battle with such strength, I really wonder how trashy the 3,000 holy cities are. Needless to say, these people were pretty well informed. The Golden Battle had just ended not long ago. And these people actually knew about the result. But obviously, this was just hearsay, and they didn't know much about the details. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about what they said. He was used to being looked down upon, so his temper wasn't that bad. They were just a bunch of idiots. Getting angry at idiots would only anger him to death. The group stepped into the chaotic sand ocean. Ling Xiao finally entered this magical place. Even though this was just the edge of the 12th sector, it was still bustling. However, it looked quite prosperous. Many martial artists had set up stalls by the roadside to sell things. But in the bustling corners, there were killings happening from time to time. Ling Xiao witnessed someone being killed with his own eyes, and the surrounding people were just watching as if they were watching a show. They didn't have any intention to help. To them, this was none of their business. While Ling Xiao was observing the surrounding situation, the 20 over martial artists from the Patriarch Assembly who surrounded him also started chatting. Ling Xiao didn't know where they were bringing him. But looking at the surrounding situation and listening to these idiots chatting, it wasn't a bad thing either. As everyone knows, our Eternal Emperor domain is ranked first among the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and the Golden Sky region is ranked 4th or 6th. Who cares? Other than the top 3, the rest of the forces are more or less the same. Yes, the Eternal Emperor domain is ranked first, the Heavenly Sacred Ground is ranked second, and the Savage Beast region is ranked third. The rest are all trash. The few of them were very proud when they said this. They were proud that they belonged to the Eternal Emperor domain. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A bunch of arrogant idiots. Even if the Eternal Emperor domain was ranked first, they wouldn't dare to look down on any other forces. There was a reason why the 4 regions and 9 worlds could exist at the same time. If the other forces were as trash as they said, wouldn't the Eternal Emperor domain, the Heavenly Sacred Ground, and the Savage Beast region divide the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Unfortunately, they didn't. If they didn't, it meant that they weren't strong enough. Let's do it here. They came to a remote place. The martial artists from the Patriarch Assembly finally revealed a ferocious expression. What do you want? Ling Xiao asked faintly. What do we want? Don't be so afraid. We just want money. How about this? Give us 20 million high-grade spirit stones or 2 supreme-grade spirit stones, and we'll forget about it, or else, you'll be labeled as a criminal for killing a martial artist from the Patriarch Assembly. You'll be dead for sure. One of them said with a ferocious expression. The rest of them surrounded Ling Xiao as well. They were like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a fat little lamb. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a situation, they would have been scared out of their wits, and would have done whatever they were told. But Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. You guys do this all the time, and you're still alive. This is a miracle. Is this guy crazy? What is he talking about? One of the martial artists said with a smile. I guess he still thinks he's in a trash place like the 3000 Saint City. How dare he act tough in front of us? I'll ask you one more time. Give us money, or be treated as a criminal and sent away. They thought they had more people on their side, so they weren't afraid. After all, there were more than 20 of them. A dozen of them were at the perfect heavenly core realm, and a few were at the extreme core realm. They didn't think Ling Xiao would be able to do anything to them. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, I'm really the one who killed the Patriarch Society's martial artists. What? When the 20 people heard this, they were shocked. Because they knew that among the people who died, there were martial artists at the peak of the alchemy realm. If the criminal was really this kid, then it would be troublesome. Run. They wanted to escape. But they found that a strange energy had enveloped them. They couldn't leave no matter what. Ling Xiao only used a short while to kill all of these people, leaving only one behind. These people knew that he was a criminal, so they had to kill him. Moreover, they dared to threaten him and humiliate him. Death was actually too easy for these people. In fact, according to his personality, these people should be tortured for a while before killing them. The chaotic sand sea was not the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This was a lawless world. Although there was the Patriarch Society. But this was just a loose organization, and it really didn't have much of an effect. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao didn't kill others, others would kill him. He was 100% sure that once he took out the spirit stones, the other party would definitely kill him to silence him. After all, they didn't want the Patriarch Society to know about this. They didn't want the Golden Firmament to know either. The remaining person was so scared that he peed his pants. He lay at Ling Xiao's feet in fear and cried, Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. This person knew that he had encountered a tough nut to crack. In fact, they did this every day. Even if they met someone they couldn't afford to offend, because they were from the Patriarch Society, they didn't dare to go too far. But this person was too terrifying. He killed people without saying a word. This was the king of hell. Do you want to live? Easy, get me an identity. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What identity? Of course it's the identity of a martial artist from the Patriarch Society. The Patriarch Society occupied the most areas. Even if it was a loose organization, it still had a reputation. With this identity, it would be much more convenient to do things. I can only get the identity of an ordinary disciple. That person said in fear. It doesn't matter. It's just an identity. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The man hurriedly took out a token from his clothes and gave it to Ling Xiao. As long as you enter your identity data, it will be done. Originally, this item was meant for the cultivators from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Logically speaking, the martial practitioners of the 9 realms of the 4 realms should be the targets of the Council of Patriarchs. That person explained. Ling Xiao gave it a try, and it was indeed reliable. Can you let me go now? The man asked in a trembling voice. I can let you go, but you have to eat this. Ling Xiao took out a soul-absorbing pill. He could let this person go, but this person already knew that he had killed someone from the Board of Patriarchs. He had to be on his guard. The soul-absorbing pill was the best. As long as this person wanted to reveal information about him, he would know that he could detonate the soul-absorbing pill remotely. Because the martial artist was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill him, he could only force himself to swallow the soul-absorbing pill in fear and helplessness. Scram. Remember, don't reveal anything about me. This way, you can live peacefully. After saying this, Ling Xiao continued to move forward. In front of him was the storm area closest to the entrance. The storm zone was surrounded by a huge wall, which made it look like a city. Other than the main city, there were also sub-cities, villages, and towns. It was quite complete. The storm area was extremely large. As for how large it was, Ling Xiao didn't know. In any case, he couldn't see it at a glance. Just the main city was already very majestic and spectacular. Adding the nearby sub-cities and villages, it was even more terrifying. This place should belong to the Board of Patriarchs' territory. Ling Xiao looked at the patrolling soldiers walking on the street and knew who this place belonged to. He prepared to enter the storm area and inquire about the storm ruins. This name was given according to the area. As for what the original name of the ruins was, no one knew yet. Whether or not there was what he was looking for in the ruins, there was a need to investigate. If there were no relics of Zishen and Yushen, there might be other treasures. As long as it was something that could increase his strength, he wanted it. However, it wasn't an easy thing to enter the ruins. The ruins were extremely precious existences. The Board of Patriarchs and the Beast God Alliance both treated it as a treasure. Whoever wanted to enter had to get their permission. Moreover, 90% of the things obtained inside had to be handed over. It was the same everywhere. Those who were powerful could set the rules at will, even if these rules were unreasonable. There was nothing to be done because they were powerful. After entering the storm area, Ling Xiao understood the difference between the city of this damned place and the Golden Sky Domain. This place was said to be the Board of Patriarchs' territory. However, the Board of Patriarchs basically didn't care. The storm area was basically in a state of autonomy. Unless something major happened, the Board of Patriarchs would only appear. The Board of Patriarchs would generally only manage the ruins strictly. In the storm area's main city, there were hundreds of battles going on at the same time. Along the way, Ling Xiao had seen quite a few of them. Some were still okay. They didn't die, but were seriously injured. As for some of them, they were directly killed. As long as you didn't attack the Board of Patriarchs, no one would care even if you killed until the sky turned dark. A few people wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, they were frightened by the terrifying aura released by Ling Xiao and didn't dare to make a move in the end. What made Ling Xiao excited was that in this place, he finally saw all kinds of people from the 4 regions and 9 realms. He had seen people from the Savage Beast region and the Deep Sea Dragon region before. However, he had seen people from the 9 Stars Heaven realm and the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. People from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region all had the characteristics of heavenly demons. People from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region generally had pure white wings and were very recognizable. There were also people from the Storm Astral realm, who were actually wrapped in wind elements from head to toe. It was very strange. The people of the Thunder Astral plane all had blue skin and blue hair. The lightning wrapped around their bodies was particularly conspicuous. People from the Lava Astral realm were generally tall and looked as if they were made of rocks. They were quite fierce. However, these races were collectively called humans. A human like Ling Xiao was actually called the human race in the mystic world. Human was a general term, and the human race was an exclusive term. Seeing the people from the savage beast region, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of his friends in the savage beast region. He had made many friends along the way. But if he had to say who was the closest to him, it would be Long Chen and Cold Plum. Of course, Little Gold was also very good. They were like brothers. Fortunately, these three people were all in the savage beast region. If they were free, the three of them could visit together. Ling Xiao even looked forward to how good it would be if these three people came to the chaotic Sand Sea. Then, everyone could sit together and have a drink. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a strong wind behind him. His figure flashed and easily dodged. Then, he looked coldly at the person who attacked him. "Brother, don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person." These days, bad people wouldn't say that they were bad people. You're not a bad person, I am." Ling Xiao looked at the martial artist opposite him and said mockingly. "This brother really knows how to joke." That person smiled awkwardly. "Alright, enough nonsense. What are you looking for me for?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. "Oh, brother, I see that you and I are fated, so I want to invite you to join our Black Wolf gang. The chaotic Sand Sea is extremely dangerous. Everyone needs to be organized. If you don't have anyone to protect you, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive here for more than 3 days." That middle-aged man said. "We don't have any fate at all. It's better to go our separate ways, lest we hurt each other." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Little brother, people still have to see reality clearly. Otherwise, you might lose your life now." The middle-aged man's tone suddenly became cold. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned into a gust of wind and approached Ling Xiao with extreme speed. In the gust of wind, a cold light flickered. It stabbed towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "If you want to die, then say it earlier. I've never been afraid of killing people." Finished speaking, a punch blasted out. That gust of wind suddenly stopped, and the cold light fell to the ground. The middle-aged martial artist was directly blasted into a meat paste. Just a martial artist at the early stage of extreme pill realm cultivation actually dared to be rash in front of him. Also really stupid enough. After killing the other party, Ling Xiao clapped his hands and continued forward. His Tai Chi eye searched the ruins of the storm area. His goal was very clear. If there were no definite clues, he was prepared to search one by one. Searching all 12 ruins, he didn't believe that he couldn't find Yu Shen and Zishan's relics. As for whether he could enter or not, he would naturally know when he reached the place. Methods were thought of by people. There would always be a way. In order to prevent such idiots from continuing to come and find trouble, Ling Xiao simply released the puppet warrior. This thing, he originally didn't want it. Later, Gao Shen suggested that he still brought one. The people in this chaotic Sand Sea all looked at people. If they saw that you had a puppet warrior at the peak stage of extreme pill realm, they naturally wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Perhaps it was because this place was at the edge of the chaotic sand ocean. The strongest martial artist Ling Xiao had seen was the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang, who was at the 3rd stage of the core fragmentation realm. The others were all below the extreme realm of alchemy. Most of them were at the heavenly core realm. Even the extreme realm of alchemy was in the minority. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that these warriors were definitely not the backbone of the chaotic desert sea, but they were definitely the majority. At the very least, with a puppet warrior at the peak of the extreme stage of pill, there would be much less harassment. Just as he had predicted, after releasing the puppet warriors, the people who came to harass him were basically gone. On the other hand, he was dumbfounded by the variety of people. He came from the Sky Dragon continent. He knew that in the Sacred Dynasty, there were tens of thousands of races. But in reality, there were very few races. It wasn't until they came here that they saw many strange races. Along the way, Ling Xiao gradually increased his speed. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the center of the storm zone. This central hub was built near the ruins. The 12th sector was built because of the 12 ruins, so it was normal. As they approached the center of the storm zone, Ling Xiao saw more and more extreme stage of pill warriors. Occasionally, he would even see some core fragmentation realm warriors. Obviously, the closer they were to the center, the stronger the average strength of the warriors. The security of the center was much better than the other areas. After all, the center still had to pay attention to some things. Ling Xiao decided to just put away the puppet warriors. He quietly walked among the crowd. A heavenly core warrior, although he wasn't weak in this place, he wasn't strong either. No one would pay attention to such a small fry. Ling Xiao was happy to have some free time. The center of the storm zone was built in a unique way. It looked like a tornado had been blown up by a storm. What a magnificent city. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion, then he walked up to it. He didn't like to ask for help, but if he wanted to enter the storm zone, he had to get the approval of the center of the storm zone. Although he wasn't afraid of causing trouble, there was no need for him to purposely cause trouble. "Excuse me, can I apply to enter the storm zone here?" Ling Xiao tried his best to show his sincerity. "Get lost. A heavenly core warrior wants to enter the storm zone? You must be out of your mind. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little devils are hard to deal with." This saying was true. Some little devils don't know their names just because they have a little bit of power. They just want to cause trouble for you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he said coldly, "I'm a disciple from the Golden City." Golden City? Hearing this, the man finally showed some respect. After all, the Golden City was the strongest existence in the Golden Sky region. Peak Heavenly Core Realm? Humph, you're just bragging. From what I know, the weakest warrior in the Golden City is at least at the late stage of Pill Realm. That person checked Ling Xiao's cultivation, and his attitude immediately became rude and unreasonable again. The anger in Ling Xiao's eyes became even stronger. He wanted to keep a low profile. But he kept hitting a wall. "Fuck," he suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the guard's neck, then he said coldly, "Fuck, I'm talking to you nicely, but you don't want to cooperate. Do you want this?" The guard wanted to struggle, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move at all. After all, this guard was just an Earth Core warrior. He wasn't even a Heavenly Core warrior. The reason why he dared to be rude in front of Ling Xiao was because he was a member of the Patriarch Society. "Let go of me, do you want to become the enemy of the Patriarch Society?" The guard immediately panicked. "Hee, I'd like to see if the Patriarch Society will really do something for an insignificant guard like you. Do you want to become the enemy of the Golden City?" Ling Xiao exerted even more strength in his hands. "Spare me. Spare me." The guard finally felt fear. Ling Xiao coldly harumphed, then he let go of the guard. "I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you right now." Ling Xiao said fiercely. Yes, go ahead and ask." The guard was extremely depressed. He was just using his identity as a guard of the Board of Patriarchs to show off. He never thought that he would run into a madman. He couldn't afford to offend someone like this. The result of offending someone like this would be death. "Let me ask you, if I want to enter the ruins of Storm, what should I do?" Ling Xiao asked. "If you want to enter the ruins of Storm, you need to get a Storm Medallion first, but the Storm Medallion only allows warriors who have broken through to the Extreme Core Realm and above. I'm afraid your cultivation level is not high enough." The guard didn't dare to hide anything. "Is there any way to solve this?" Ling Xiao asked again. "There is a way. First, you have to join an organization, and the leader of the organization has to meet the requirements, then you can get a Storm Medallion. Second, you have to break through to the Extreme Core Realm within a short period of time." The guard hurriedly said. "There are no exceptions? For example, although your cultivation level isn't high enough, your overall strength is high enough?" Ling Xiao asked again. "I really don't know about that. I think there have been precedents, but those were all handled by the higher-ups. As for the specifics, I really don't know." The guard said with a bitter smile. The guard said, "My advice to you is to find an organization. The Stormy Ruin is extremely dangerous, and if you go in alone, you might lose your life. You don't have to worry about that." Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He didn't know anyone in the board of patriarchs. Also, he didn't want to cause any trouble. The only way was to join an organization. Or to form an organization. While he was thinking, a group of men suddenly rushed towards him. Obviously, this guard had used some special method to contact his companions. There were a total of 9 men who came, and including this guard, there were 10 of them. One of them was obviously stronger than the others. But, he was only a peak heavenly core warrior, the same as Jiang Chen. "Captain, this is the man, how dare he attack me?" When the guard saw his companions, he quickly shouted out. "Young man, are you tired of waiting? How dare you attack my men? Brothers, let's kill him." The captain didn't waste any more time, he just wanted to attack. Right at this moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded out from afar. What's going on? The explosion attracted the captain's attention, causing him to forget about Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, shouts could be heard coming from the street. "That crazy girl is fighting with those people from the board of patriarchs again." "Which crazy girl?" "That Xingyu. I heard that girl was targeted right after she entered the chaotic desert. But, I never expected her to be even more brutal. She actually killed those people from the board of patriarchs. She is now wanted by the board of patriarchs. She has a bounty of 10 million upper-rank soul stones." Hearing this, the captain looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You're lucky. Brothers, let's catch Xingyu." Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was in a daze. Xingyu, he remembered this name very clearly. Wasn't she the disciple he had taken in? From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had made many friends, but he only had one disciple. That was Xingyu. More accurately, her name was Dong Huangyu. Dong Huangyu was a monstrous genius. Also, she had the bloodline of the ancient East Emperor, which made her even scarier. This was the only person he had ever met whose aptitude was not inferior to his. Ling Xiao also felt that it was best to keep the goodies within the family. This was why he accepted Dong Huangyu as his disciple. To be honest, he was quite concerned about this girl. Back then, Dong Huangyu's cultivation base was still very weak. To think that she was able to come to the chaotic desert sea. Since his disciple was in trouble, as her master, he naturally had to help. Thinking of this, he followed the crowd and chased after them. Of course, when he went over, he also smashed the body of the guard into pieces. Not killing him was already a sign of mercy. On the surface, this person was obedient to him, but secretly called for reinforcements. He really deserved to die. After sending that person flying, he turned into an afterimage and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Remember this lesson. Otherwise, if you hit a metal plate, you'll die immediately. His voice rang in the ears of the guards. The guard captain was terrified. His heart was trembling. Mother **Ker, just how strong is this person? I feel that even I would be sent flying by that palm. Captain, what should we do? That person seems to have gone over. We can't afford to offend him. Maybe we're not on the same path. It's fine as long as we don't become enemies with him. This Xingyu is someone the Doyan Society wants to capture alive. As long as we can capture her alive, we'll be able to enter the middle ranks of the Doyan Society. We won't be a mere captain now." The guard captain gritted his teeth. Compared to his future, what was fear? It was easy to overcome it. Ling Xiao really wanted to see how strong this disciple he casually accepted back then had grown. However, before he could see Xingyu, he saw cultivators killing each other. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. The reward for capturing Xingyu was very generous. Whoever captured her would definitely receive a huge sum of money from the Doyan Society. Moreover, they would be able to enter the middle ranks of the Doyan Society. The temptation was simply too great. Thinking of this, Ling Zhao's speed grew faster and faster. In the crowd, it was like a beam of light shooting past. Many people didn't even realize that someone had passed by them. That person is so strong. Seems like we won't even be able to get any scraps. That's right. Such a strong cultivator, he must be here to capture Xingyu. Sigh, there were also some who noticed Ling Zhao's speed and mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao was a strong cultivator. They couldn't help but sigh. Who cares? Maybe it's a fight between strong cultivators, and it's our chance. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't pay attention to what these people were talking about. His Tai Chi eye was still open, and soon, he saw Dong Huanyu. Right now, Dong Huanyu's body was covered with wounds. But, this girl was really ferocious. When he first met her, she was so weak. But now, she was already a late heavenly core warrior. Judging from her combat strength, perhaps even a peak extreme core warrior wouldn't be a match for her. Just like Ling Xiao, she could challenge cultivators who were stronger than her. Even so, ants could bite an elephant to death. Dong Huanyu was still in trouble. If this continued, this girl would definitely die from exhaustion. In terms of escaping ability, this girl was no match for him. The cultivators who surrounded Dong Huanyu were all pretty strong, and even the weakest among them was an Earth Core warrior. The strongest among them was a peak extreme core warrior. Luckily, there weren't any shattered core warriors around, or else Dong Huanyu wouldn't have been able to last until now. It really is her, this little girl is getting prettier. Ling Xiao smiled, but he didn't slow down. Although he could see the battlefield now, he still didn't slow down. But in fact, he was still very far away. It was just that his Tai Chi eye could see further. Even in this dangerous situation, Dong Huanyu still showed a tenacious fighting spirit. Even though she was surrounded by so many people, she was still able to take advantage of the fact that her opponents couldn't kill her. She even caused fights between the cultivators from time to time. It was quite similar to Ling Zhao's style. You guys are really shameless. So many of you are surrounding a little girl, and you're still acting so righteous. If my master is here, all of you will die. It looked like Dong Huanyu still hadn't forgotten that she had a master called Ling Xiao. Your master? That's right, my master is Ling Xiao. After you guys see him, all of you will definitely be scared witless. As Dong Huanyu spoke, she prepared to break out. She didn't expect a miracle to appear. She had to rely on herself. This was what her master had said before. It was useless to place your hopes on others. No matter how difficult the situation was, you had to think of a way to solve it yourself. Ling Xiao? I've never heard of him before. I wonder where he came from. Ling Zhao's reputation was still too small, especially in this chaotic Sand Sea. There were very few people who had heard of his name before. Hence, when Dong Huanyu said this name, others would naturally mock her. If your master is here, we will still kill him. Moreover, we will kill him in front of you. Everyone roared with laughter. Even if your master is here, we will still chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Everyone burst into laughter. The one who said this was a martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. If Dong Huanyu wasn't injured, she would definitely be able to kill this guy. But now, she felt extremely depressed. Oh? Is that so? I would like to see how you are going to kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. Everyone looked towards the direction where the voice came from. A handsome young man suddenly appeared behind Dong Huanyu. His long hair was scattered behind his back, and it was flowing gently. There was a deep and cold smile in his eyes. Dong Huanyu was startled for a moment, then she was overjoyed. She turned around excitedly. There was no mistake, it was her master. Although a long time had passed, and someone told her that her master was dead, she didn't believe it. In order to find her master, she cultivated with all her might, and finally, she walked out of the golden heavenly region and came here. Master! Dong Huanyu shouted out in surprise, then she threw herself into Ling Zhao's arms. Tears flowed out from her eyes. Although she was strong, she was still a girl, and she wanted to find someone to act coquettishly. She was strong, but she also wished to be like the others, to have a master who could love her. Good girl, with your master here, no one can hurt you. Ling Xiao gently patted Dong Huanyu's head. Then, he looked at the surrounding people. Who dares to bully my disciple, who will I kill? Ha 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 ha. The martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core stage suddenly laughed wildly. So you are this little girl's master? You are indeed trash, a peak heavenly core warrior. Not bad. But too bad, in front of me, you are nothing. Is that so? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed and comforted Dong Huanyu. Come, let's see how your master is going to take revenge for you. Dong Huangyu came out from Ling Xiao's arms and nodded her head blankly. In the next moment, she saw Ling Xiao unsheath his sword. The sword flashed. Then, nothing happened. In the next moment, the Dantian of the mid-core realm cultivator was penetrated. He struggled to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. The surrounding people looked at the cultivator's corpse falling from the sky with fear. Bang, finally, it hit the ground. No one dared to move. He was completely shocked by the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed. Bastard, you actually killed my junior brother, I'll kill you. After a long while, one of them reacted and charged towards Ling Xiao. This person's cultivation was also at the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. However, its aura was slightly stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at the martial artist who was rushing over. Demonic eye, illusion. The heavenly devil eye opened. That person suddenly stopped in midair. The next moment, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he turned around and charged into the crowd. He was the one with the strongest cultivation in the group. Once they killed their way into the crowd, several martial artists immediately died tragically. That guy knows illusions. There were still people who saw through the clues. But whether or not it could be seen, they were all in a very dangerous situation. Left with no choice, the crowd could only join forces to attack the martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme stage of the core realm. Although that person was powerful, he was still outnumbered after all. After killing dozens of people, he was defeated. After killing dozens of people, he was blasted into pieces and died on the spot. Right now, the crowd was looking at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a ghost. They were so scared that they didn't dare to get any closer. When Ling Xiao first appeared, he instantly killed a martial artist at the extreme stage of the core realm. After that, he used the demonic eye to make the martial artists kill each other. He killed dozens of people. In everyone's eyes, he had become a terrifying guy. Dong Huangyu widened her eyes as well. She thought that her cultivation was about to catch up with her master's, and her strength should be on par with her master's. But now, she knew she was wrong. Her master was indeed the greatest genius in the world. Never underestimate him, because those who did were all dead. Don't be afraid of him, he is just a heavenly core warrior. There are so many of us here, even if each of us spit a mouthful of saliva at him, he will be drowned to death. Dong Huangyu was a hot commodity, no one was willing to give up on her. Also, Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't strong, at least it wasn't at a level where he could intimidate these people. Also, those who came to the chaotic desert were all fugitives, although they were a little scared at the beginning, their greed was more important than their greed. But greed was always more important than life. That was what they thought. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression. He knew it was useless to say anything right now, the only way to intimidate these people was to kill them. Swoosh, swoosh. A few more figures appeared. This time, they were all at the extreme stage of the core realm, and some of them were even at the perfect stage. This brought a lot of confidence to these people. Unless Ling Xiao was a divine physique realm warrior. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid of him. Even if he was a shattered core warrior, they would still kill him. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, First, let me clarify one point. Whoever makes a move will have to die, I always keep my word. Master, let me help you. Dong Huangyu was a little worried about Ling Xiao. There were just too many enemies, at least a few thousand of them. No matter how strong her master was, once he was injured, he would become weaker and weaker, and it would be troublesome. No need. Just stand there and watch, let me teach you another lesson. How to fight. You are still not ruthless enough, if you can't kill others, they will kill you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said indifferently. Dong Huangyu nodded hesitantly and then stopped. Everyone, attack together. Don't forget that Dong Huangyu is behind him. Only by killing him can we capture Dong Huangyu alive. For our future. For wealth. Voices rang out one after another. Madness was contagious. Thousands of people shouted in anger and charged at Ling Xiao from all directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Everyone's eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. Ling Xiao smiled. The killing intent in his body instantly rose. He quickly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. It seems that it's the same everywhere. If you don't bully others, others will bully you. Whether you keep a low profile or keep a high profile, the result is the same. Rather than that, I might as well kill to my heart's content. His eyes were covered with a layer of terrifying red. Even if the person who came today was a core fragmentation realm expert, he would still kill to his heart's content. With the great devil king here, what was there to be afraid of? He didn't believe that divine body realm cultivators were cabbages that could be found anywhere. He put away his sword. Ling Xiao's body emitted black and white light. His right hand glowed white. His left hand was black. His right hand was a god, and his left hand was a devil. Endless fists of gods and demons. He punched with both fists. The crazy fists of gods and demons blasted out like a violent storm. With him as the center, the attack spread out in all directions. Once the endless fists of gods and demons hit, cultivators below the extreme core realm couldn't block a single move. As long as they touched it, they would be smashed into meat paste. They would die on the spot. Even if it was an extreme core realm cultivator, they would have to flee pathetically and wouldn't dare to take it head-on. After all, if they were hit by this move, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. One had to know that during the Golden Battle, Ling Xiao used the Endless Divine Fist to suppress Lion Fearless, who was at the perfected stage of the Pill Realm. That was a genius who was stronger than ordinary cultivators at the perfected stage of the Pill Realm. The Endless Fiend God Fist was even more terrifying than the Endless Divine Fist. In just one move, nearly 1,000 people died. The enemies were too densely packed. Ling Xiao didn't even need to aim. He could kill a bunch of people with just a casual punch. In the face of this earth-shattering and terrifying divine fist, everyone froze on the spot once again. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao sneered. Dong Huangyu was dumbfounded. He was too strong. As expected of her master. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to cause such a huge destruction with the same strength. Don't be afraid of him. Such a fist technique must consume a lot of true essence. He can't use it again. Someone in the crowd shouted. That's right. This fist technique is so terrifying. How can he use it so easily? There must be some kind of restriction. Kill him. Don't be afraid. He's about to die. There were too many people. The death of 1,000 people didn't seem to be much at all. He didn't scare those people. Alright, since that's the case, I'll show you something fun. Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword again. A cold smile appeared on his face. Double critical blood. Two huge sword chi pierced through the crowd. In an instant, hundreds of lives were taken. Those people didn't even know what happened before they died. Broken limbs fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Devil! Devil! Finally, someone was afraid. They turned around and fled. Ling Xiao sneered. The killing didn't stop. Blood drinking. As this move was used, a spiderweb-like sword chi appeared in the sky. More than 1,000 people were entangled in it. While people were guessing what this thing was for. In the next moment, the people entangled by the sword chi had their blood essence sucked away and instantly turned into dried corpses. Nearly 2,000 people were killed again. In front of Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength, the number of people was meaningless. The captain of the Storm Central Command who hurried over saw this shocking scene. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. How is this possible? How can he be so terrifying? In front of him, a martial artist with a cultivation at the Great Circle of the Alchemy Realm was actually unable to withstand it. It's too scary. Captain, let's go. This man is a demon, a murderer, a madman. He has already killed more than 3,000 people. F***ck, I want to leave too, but my legs are cramping. The captain was so scared that his legs were trembling. Thinking about how he had just been prepared to deal with Ling Xiao, he felt a burst of lingering fear. F***ck, encountering such a terrifying existence, no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Ling Xiao also noticed this small captain. He laughed contemptuously. The squad leader was so scared that he scrambled to run away with his men. He didn't want to see Ling Xiao ever again in this lifetime. If he did, he would definitely treat him like a grandson receiving his grandfather. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. More people chose to run away. He chose to avoid it. Because not only was Ling Xiao powerful, but he was also ferocious enough. In the chaotic desert sea, in the territory of the Patriarch Society, he had no intention of showing mercy. This was a terrifying demon king, a crazy killing god. What are you afraid of? He's already very tired. Seeing that more and more people were running away, the few alchemy realm martial artists were unhappy. In the beginning, they didn't want to help. They wanted to use the remaining cannon fodder to weaken Ling Xiao's combat strength. In the end, they took advantage of the situation. But now, everyone had run away, leaving only the dozen or so alchemy realm martial artists. Ling Xiao looked at these dozen or so people contemptuously. He didn't care about martial artists who hadn't reached the shattered core realm at all. No need to shout. You're going to die anyway. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The shadows of 7 types of giant beasts suddenly appeared behind him. To deal with these people, the 7th level of the 12 divine beast technique was more than enough. There was no need to use the 9th level at all. With the fusion of the East Victory God Fiend Sword, 7 terrifying auras roared and rushed into the crowd. More than half of the dozen or so alchemy realm martial artists died in an instant. The remaining ones cried out in alarm and turned to run. Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. His goal was to scare these people and make them retreat. Since they had retreated, there was no need to chase after them. To him, at this stage, he still didn't want to encounter shattered core realm martial artists or even divine body realm martial artists. Humph, a bunch of trash, disciple, let's go. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Holding Dong Huanyu's hand, he slowly walked out of the crowd and into the distance. Although he walked very slowly, no one dared to do anything to him. Some people even hoped that he would walk faster. They were afraid that he would suddenly change his mind. Only when he disappeared did they heave a sigh of relief. However, their eyes were still filled with fear and uneasiness. Who exactly is that person? I heard Xianxia say that he's her master. I think his name is Ling Xiao. Why haven't I heard of this name before? Master, I think she's more like a lover. We can't let him take advantage of us. That's right, we can't let him take advantage of us. Report to the organization and ask them to send a shattered core realm martial artist here. I don't believe we can't kill him. We must kill him. Kill this Ling Xiao. All martial artists were people who would lick the blood on their heads. You kill me, I kill you, and so on. Although Ling Xiao's frightening strength had indeed frightened many of them this time, but they wouldn't let him go so easily. They had even stronger martial artists in their organization, and they didn't believe they couldn't kill this guy. As long as Ling Xiao was still in the chaotic desert, they would never stop chasing after him, unless all of them were killed. Dong Huangyu was held by Ling Xiao's hand. While walking, she was thinking about the battle just now. Her mind was in a mess. This was too shocking. This was too shocking. She had never thought that a peak heavenly core warrior could be so strong. She thought she was a genius, and she thought she could protect her master. But now, she finally understood that her master would always improve faster than her. He would always be stronger than her. As long as he worked hard to reach his master's level, he would be thankful. The two of them came to a secluded place and stopped. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of those people. However, he also knew that there were even more powerful martial artists behind those people. There was no need to waste energy on thanking them. Disciple, eat. Ling Xiao casually took out a recuperation pill and gave it to Dong Huangyu. He then asked in puzzlement, "Little lass, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea alone? And why did you offend the Doyan Society?" Dong Huangyu swallowed a healing pill. Then he said, "Aya, it's a long story. To put it simply, I'm here to find clues about Master." People said that the chaotic desert ocean was the most well-informed place. In the end, as soon as I arrived here, I met an injured person and accidentally saved him. Who knew that guy was such a bad guy? He insisted that he took a fancy to me and wanted me to marry him. I couldn't even refuse. He actually found someone to kidnap me. In a fit of anger, I killed that person. Who knew that he actually had a certain status in the Council of Patriarchs? He seems to be the grandson of one of the patriarchs. Mobile version of the website, well done. After hearing Dong Huangyu's words, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This kind of ungrateful bastard really deserves to be killed. Dong Huangyu was originally worried that her master would blame her, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she instantly felt at ease. Oh right, master, why did you come to the chaotic Xianxia? She asked happily. To search for two things. Ling Xiao said, they are related to the 12 ruins in the chaotic Xianxia. Today, when I went to ask about the ruins, I heard that you were surrounded and attacked. Naturally, I had to come out. Master, you are so good to me. Dong Huangyu blushed and smiled sweetly. But master, you caused a huge commotion here because of me. I'm afraid you will become a thorn in the side of those fellows. Why don't we leave the storm zone first and go to other districts to take a look? That's what I think too, we can leave the ruins in the storm zone for last. Ling Xiao was very clear that as long as he appeared in the storm zone now, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked by those people. Putting those trash aside for now, core fragmentation realm cultivators were still a little troublesome. He couldn't keep using the Great Devil King, right? Once the Great Devil King was exposed, he would definitely be targeted by Divine Body Realm cultivators. Hence, if he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. When he used it, he would try his best not to expose himself. I'm sorry, master. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have to leave the storm zone so quickly. Dong Huangyu sighed. Why do you have to say this between us? If I don't protect my disciple, am I still human? Ling Xiao rubbed Dong Huangyu's head and smiled. Master, since we are going, why don't we go to the Heaven District directly? Dong Huangyu suddenly suggested, the Heaven District is the biggest among the 12 districts in the chaotic Xianxia, it's also one of the 2 best ruins. If Master wants to find something, it's best to go to the Heaven District or the Eternal Ruins. It's just that the Eternal Ruins are in the Eternal Ruins. That place is the Beast Gods Alliance's territory, and you can't enter it casually. So, let's go to the Heaven District. Alright, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and agreed. Since they were going to leave the storm zone, they could go anywhere. The 12 districts were connected to each other through teleportation arrays. The Heavenly Hall District was the best. Let's go there. The more outstanding the ruins were, the more likely it was to find the relics of Yushin and Zishin. Then I'll lead the way. Since Dong Huangyu had found her master, she wasn't willing to leave so easily. Ling Xiao did not refuse. Dong Huangyu wasn't weak. As long as her opponent wasn't an expert at the Shattered Core Realm, she should be able to deal with them. In addition, he couldn't bear to leave such a good disciple behind so easily. The 2 of them put on a disguise and paid some spirit stones. Then, they were teleported directly to the Heavenly Hall District. The Paradise District was much larger than the Storm District. The place they came to was just the edge of the Paradise District. The teleportation array was set up here to prevent people with ulterior motives from harming the main city. It would take at least a day to reach the main city from the border. Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu sat on the flying eagle puppet together as they traveled. Along the way, they had encountered quite a number of killings. The biggest difference between chaotic Sand City and the 4 regions and 9 worlds was that all the killing and looting was done outside. People don't have to pretend. They can do whatever they want. Compared to this place, the place Ling Xiao stayed at before was almost like a holy land. Half a day later, Ling Xiao could already see the central area of the Paradise District. Different from the Storm District's Storm City, the Paradise District city was simply like a white building. All the buildings gave off a holy and elegant feeling. One wouldn't dare to offend it. As expected, different cities have different styles. Ling Xiao thought to himself. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the central area of the Paradise District. This place was even larger than the central area of the Storm District. And the defense was even tighter. Whether it was the city gate or the streets, there were Saint Martial artists wearing silver white armor everywhere. Saint Martial artists were not just a name. They also had a unique energy. This energy came from the Paradise Holy Land. These people were all baptized by the Holy Land. Those who had the power of holy light in their bodies were stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm. But because the rules here were extremely strict, everything could be done according to the rules. Neither the guards nor the patrolling cultivators found trouble with them. But after coming to this huge and unfamiliar city, the two of them still felt a little shocked and even a little confused. "Master, are we going to the ruins directly? We definitely need a token here. But it's not the storm token but the heaven token. And the difficulty of obtaining it is probably even higher," Dong Huangyu said. "Where can we obtain the heaven token?" Ling Xiao asked. Dong Huangyu came here earlier and should know more about this place than him. Naturally, it's also the central area. But the central area is also very big. There are many different parts. There's a place where the Doyan Society gives out the heaven token. Just go there," Dong Huangyu replied. "Okay, let's go and take a look." Ling Xiao felt a little lucky that he met Dong Huangyu here. Otherwise, he would probably have to use some methods to figure out the situation here. On the way, Dong Huangyu told Ling Xiao. There was a white tower in the Paradise District that towered into the clouds. That was the core of the Paradise District. The central area of the central area. It was called the Heaven Tower. The Doyan Society's headquarters was set up there. That place wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. If one barged in recklessly, it would be a direct challenge to the Doyan Society's authority. It would be very troublesome. Other than the White Tower, one could go to other places and it wouldn't affect them. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. As expected, the White Tower towered into the clouds and one couldn't see the end of it. Also, it gave off a huge pressure. Ling Xiao believed that the strongest existence in the entire chaotic Sand Sea was inside the White Tower. If I'm a disciple of the Golden City, I should be qualified to enter the White Tower, right? Ling Xiao sighed. Although he had become the champion of the Golden Battle, he wasn't an official disciple of the Golden City. He felt somewhat helpless. But at this stage, there was no need for him to go there. If he wanted to enter the ruins, he didn't need to go to the Heaven Tower. He only needed to obtain the Heaven Token. As for the Heaven Token, it could be obtained from the exclusive organization outside the White Tower. Even with his current identity, there was no problem. During the process of heading to the exclusive organization, Ling Xiao also paid attention to the situation in the central area of the Heaven Tower. The overall structure was different from the central area of the Storm Sand Sea. Even the living habits of the people were very different. It was as though one could see the existence of holy disciples at any time and place. Holy disciples were people who believed in the Heaven Holy Land. Their beliefs were fanatical and there was no reason for them to go crazy. They would even kill their own family members. Naturally, this was just Ling Xiao's hearsay. Maybe, it was just a form of slander. Wait a minute. There's a situation. As they walked, Ling Xiao suddenly pulled Dong Huangyu and coldly stared at a few figures flying over from not far away. Could it be that there were people from the storm region chasing after them? That was impossible. How could they be so fast? How did they know that we came to the central area of the Heaven region? Master, they aren't from the storm region. They are from the Heaven region's Jade Flower God sect. Dong Huangyu understood the chaotic mountain sea better and was able to tell the identity of these people with a single glance. Jade Flower God sect is actually an organization under the Doyan Society. They control everything in the Heaven region other than the Heaven Pagoda and have great authority. If you want to get the Heaven Token, you mustn't offend them. Dong Huangyu reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he said that, these people were clearly here for them. From their expressions, he knew that they didn't have good intentions. What could they do? They couldn't possibly admit defeat, right? Just as he was thinking, those people had already arrived. Why are you guys from the Jade Flower God sect looking for us? Dong Huangyu calmly said, this is the first time, Master, and I came to the Heaven region. I don't think we have offended any of you, right? There were a total of 9 people. Among them, 3 were the strongest. They were at the Core Shatterer realm. The others were also in the extreme realm of Core. Jade Flower God sect's disciple, Li Dian. Jade Flower God sect's disciple, Zhang Mao. Jade Flower God Sect's disciple, Feng Hua. The three of them actually introduced themselves. It seemed like they weren't prepared to fight. However, their attitudes were really arrogant. Their eyes were filled with disdain, sharp and indifferent. It was as if they were high and mighty imperial envoys reading the imperial edict. "Three disciples of the Jade Flower God Sect, why are you looking for us?" Ling Xiao asked. Li Dian calmly said, "We aren't looking for you. We are looking for him." Originally, Dong Huangyu thought that these people were here for her. However, when Li Dian spoke, all of them were stunned. She understood that her master had probably done something big after coming to the chaotic mountain sea. But no matter what, she would stand on her master's side. "Looking for me?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and calmly said. "That's right. You killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader in the Nethercell Valley and obtained the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. This Tiger Divine Seal is an Emperor artifact with a dragon pattern. It was originally something that belonged to my Jade Flower God Sect, but it was stolen by the Twin Tiger Gang leader. Since you've obtained it today, then return it to us. For this reason, we can let bygones be bygones." Li Dian's cold tone didn't sound like he was trying to negotiate. It was clearly a threat. "If you don't hand it over, we'll settle the score. It's that simple." "What if I don't?" Ling Xiao made Dong Huangyu stand behind him as he coldly laughed at the people from the Jade Flower Divine Sect. "You're not handing it over?" Zhang Mao sneered, "The Twin Tiger Divine Seal belongs to my Jade Flower Divine Cult. Only the disciples of my Yuhua Divine Religion can use it. Together with the Heavenly Tiger Dazzling Light Seal, its power was even greater. Don't self-comprehend. If you don't hand it over, die." Fire Beacon's words were even simpler. "Interesting. I want to see what you can do to me." Since he had already said so much, the other party was obviously here to cause trouble. What Twin Tiger Divine Seal was from Yuhua Divine Religion? That was just bullshit. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal had a much longer history than Yuhua Divine Religion. "Do you really want to die?" A ruthless look flashed through Li Dian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a long blade appeared in his hand. In an instant, the blade energy was unleashed in the air. It made one's skin feel like it was being cut apart. First level of the Shattered Core Realm. Ling Xiao smiled. This Li Dian was something he could deal with. While he was thinking, Li Dian suddenly attacked. The long blade in his hand flashed, and a bright light flashed. With incredible speed, Li Dian dashed toward Jiang Chen. The blade energy was extremely sharp, and it was aimed at Ling Zhao's neck. Li Dian was going to chop off Ling Zhao's head. Although a Divine Core warrior wouldn't die if his head was chopped off, he would be severely injured. Furthermore, his soul would be injured. This guy was really ruthless. After a cold shout, Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword. He immediately unleashed his flying sword. The sword energy and blade energy collided in the air. The blade energy shattered in an instant. However, the sword energy didn't completely disappear, and it even cut off a strand of Li Dian's hair. "Humph." Li Dian coldly harumphed, then he swung the long blade in his hand again. The violent blade energy transformed into a ferocious white tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He threw out a punch. A dazzling white light burst out from the god's fist, and it shattered the white tiger into pieces. Although the fist energy had disappeared, however, this caused Li Dian and the others to reveal shocked expressions. What's there to be surprised about? The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang is a third-level Shattered Core warrior. I can even kill him. Why are you so surprised when I blocked your attack? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone, I don't want to be enemies with Yuhua Divine Sect, that's why I've shown you mercy. I hope you don't push your luck, also, you better think about it carefully. I'm a disciple of the Golden Heavenly Region, do you really want me to snatch treasures in the Heavenly Hall? Li Dian's expression changed again. Ling Xiao was right, if they started a fight in the Heavenly Hall, it might cause a split in the Patriarch Society. Golden Emperor had a bad temper. Let's go. Feng Hua coldly harumphed. Actually, they didn't want to fight here. They just wanted to intimidate him. He thought that as long as an ordinary disciple was intimidated, the other party would definitely hand over the treasure. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be such a stubborn person. Stubborn and crazy. Senior brother, are we going to give up just like that? Isn't that a bit too cowardly? Li Dian looked at Feng Hua and said angrily. Give up? Hee, how is that possible? He can't stay in the heavenly hall forever. Even if we want to kill him, we can't do it here. This is the territory of our Yuhua divine sect. Once we kill him, no matter what, the golden heavenly region will suspect us. Feng Hua sneered. He's just an ordinary disciple. Does Golden Emperor really care about his life and death? Zhang Mao said. Ordinary disciple? You probably don't know, but he just won the Golden Battles Championship. He's about to become an official disciple of the Golden City. Everyone in the Golden City is paying attention to him. Feng Hua said, there's no hurry, only we know that the Twin Tiger Divine Seal is in that kid's hands. If we don't say it, he definitely won't spread it around. What should be ours will be ours sooner or later. Senior brother is wise. Li Dian said respectfully. Feng Hua was the strongest among the three of them. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. Get someone to keep an eye on them. As long as they leave the Heavenly Hall's central area, we'll make our move. Feng Hua sneered. At the same time, he watched the people from Yuhua Divine Sect leave. Ling Zhao's eyes gradually turned cold. If this wasn't the Heavenly Hall's central area, he would definitely kill those three. But now, he had to plan for the long term. Master, are we still going to the ruins? Dong Huangyu asked. Yes. Why not? Although I know that after entering the ruins, those guys will definitely chase after me even more crazily. But do you think I'm so easy to kill? Ling Xiao wouldn't change his plan just because of Yuhua Divine Sect. He would do what he should do. Master, are we still going to get the heaven token? Dong Huangyu looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but ask. Yes, but we have to go to Paradise Sea City first. Ling Xiao was holding something in his hand. It was a dagger. Perhaps to outsiders, the dagger was nothing special, but Ling Xiao knew very well. He had given the dagger to Cold Plum. How did it fall into the hands of these people? He had to find out. As for why he had to go to Paradise Sea City, the reason was simple. Paradise Sea City was the base of Yuhua sect. Those people should have also returned to Yuhua divine religion. Master, I'll do whatever you say. Dong Huangyu smiled sweetly. In the past, when she had no one to rely on, she had to solve problems alone. Now that she had a master, she felt so blessed. She didn't even need to use her brain, she just needed to let her master make the decision. The two of them changed direction and flew toward Paradise Sea City. Paradise Sea City was still in the Paradise District, but it was next to an oasis lake. The lake was huge, and it was a saltwater lake, so people called it Paradise Sea. This was the market, which was Paradise Sea City. The two of them didn't fly far when they suddenly saw a lively atmosphere. It was a big market, and there were many big and small ships by the saltwater lake. Was Paradise Lake really a lake? Ling Xiao was a little emotional. Looking from the sky, it seemed to be more vast than the sea he had seen before. Almost all kinds of ships were gathered here. There were tall turreted ships, flywheel ships, sailboats, and even steel-armored battleships. Anyway, all the ships that Ling Xiao had seen before had appeared here. He had to admit that the chaotic sand ocean was a good place. There were so many different kinds of people gathered here. Paradise Sea City was probably the most lively place in the entire chaotic sand ocean. Master, the biggest shop in Paradise Sea City is called Sky Sea Pavilion. It's run by the Patriarch Society. Even Yuhua sect doesn't dare to do anything rash. If we want to buy something, it's the best place to go. There are all kinds of herbs, weapons, and treasures there that you can't imagine. There's nothing you can't buy. Also, if you want to sell something, they'll buy it. When they arrived at Paradise Sea City, Ling Xiao was still clueless. Luckily, Dong Huangyu was here. Where is the headquarters of the Yuhua sect? Ling Xiao asked. Well, it's right next to Sky Sea Pavilion. Dong Huangyu pointed at a building that looked like an imperial palace and said, there it is. A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. To Sky Sea Pavilion. Now that he knew the location of Yuhua Divine Religion's nest, he didn't want to barge in recklessly. It was very dangerous to barge in without investigating anything clearly. If things went wrong, he might even get himself killed. The Xianxia Pavilion was also luxuriously built. It was even bigger than the headquarters of the Divine Flower sect. It was a much bigger palace. Although he looked like one, he wasn't from the Imperial Palace. Not just anyone could enter the Imperial Palace. The Xianxia Pavilion was a place to do business. The two of them arrived at the Xianxia Pavilion. Someone came up to them and said, "Welcome, gentlemen. May I ask if you are here to buy or sell something?" "Let's take a look first," Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. These shop assistants weren't strong, they were only at the 6th Divine Core realm. However, they weren't fighters, and their combat strength didn't matter. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, someone would come out to deal with them. "Please come in." The shop assistant smiled and led Xianxia and Dong Huangyu into the Xianxia Pavilion. Once they were inside, someone came to receive them. The shop assistant led them to a stall where they could buy and sell things. They could choose anything they wanted. After they finished looking and choosing, they could directly pay at the counter. It was very convenient. This place is really big. This was the biggest shop Xianxia had ever seen. Although he had been to some shops before, he had never seen one as big as this one. Furthermore, the Xianxia Pavilion was built in a unique style. Almost every corner was protected by a formation. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do anything rash after entering this place. Only those who were tired of living would dare to cause trouble here. Xianxia was looking around aimlessly, but in fact, he was looking around with his Tai Chi eye. Since he saw Cold Plum's things here, it was very likely that Lin Mei was here. Right at this moment, in a VIP reception room of the Xianxia Pavilion, a few people were sitting there. The room was very luxurious and comfortable. One of them was quite handsome, and he didn't look very old. He looked less than 100 years old. There was an air of elegance in his movements. Everything he was wearing was made of treasures. None of them were ordinary clothes. Next to him sat a girl. She was wearing purple clothes. Her aura was cold and murderous. She was very beautiful. She was the kind of face that men would remember for the rest of their lives. However, the girl seemed to be in a lot of pain right now. She would frown and sigh from time to time. Behind the two of them were 9 powerful guards. They were of different ages, and they were wearing strange clothes. Among the 9 guards, 3 of them were at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. Their strengths were different, but even the weakest of them were at the Shattered Core realm. None of them were people Xianxia could afford to offend. There was one more person. Xianxia didn't notice that there was a terrifying existence whose aura was almost completely hidden. He was sitting next to the elegant man. He was obviously a guard too, but his status was higher. His strength was even more terrifying. He was a divine physique echelon expert. Who was this elegant man? How could he be protected by so many powerful experts? Xianxia frowned and continued to watch. Opposite the elegant man and Cold Plum sat a person. He should be the shopkeeper of the Xianxia Pavilion. The elegant man said, "Shopkeeper Qin, if the Xianxia Pavilion doesn't have that kind of thing, I'm afraid you can't find it anywhere else." "Young Master Tianrui, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the thing you want is really out of stock. Generally, this kind of treasure can only come from the 12 ruins, it's a rare item, and it will be snatched up as soon as it comes out." Shopkeeper Qin smiled bitterly. Young Master Tianrui was the eldest young master of the Yuhua Divine Sect, Yuhua Tianrui. With his relationship with the Patriarch Society, he believed that the Xianxia Pavilion would give it to him if they really had it. It was obvious that the Xianxia Pavilion didn't have it at the moment. "Young Master Tianrui, it's fine if you can't find it. We just met by chance, you don't have to do this for me." Cold Plum spoke. She felt very uncomfortable with Yuhua Tianrui's enthusiasm. "What are you talking about, Miss Cold Plum? Don't worry, your injury, this young master will definitely heal it. As for the friend you're looking for, Xianxia, don't worry. I've already sent someone to look for him. Li Dian, Zhang Mao, and Feng Hua are my elite soldiers, they'll definitely find him." Yuhua Tianrui said eagerly. Thank you." Cold Plum said plainly, if you can't find him, don't force yourself. Master might not want me to find him. In the past, Cold Plum was a girl with a cold temperament, just like her fighting style. Now, she was the colorful butterfly saintess of the savage beast region and had a cold temperament. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she would never be nice to others. Yuhua Tianrui's expression was a bit unnatural. He was the young master of Yuhua divine sect. Although he wasn't his father's favorite son, his status in Yuhua divine sect wasn't low. It had always been those women who threw themselves at him. But recently, he was madly infatuated with the colorful butterfly saintess called Cold Plum. He wanted to use force but didn't dare to. So he could only try his best to please her. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be effective. At this moment, a burst of anger ignited in his heart. With his personality, he really wanted to force himself on the woman in front of him. But because of her status, he could only endure it. Just as he was about to speak again, there was a commotion outside. Ling Xiao just wanted to see if he could find Cold Plum. He didn't expect to find Cold Plum in Sky Sea Pavilion's VIP reception room. Although he could see the scene with his Tai Chi eye, he couldn't hear anything. Judging by the movements of her lips, he could guess that Cold Plum was injured. And this injury was very stubborn and required extremely precious herbs to heal. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly stop, Dong Huangyu asked curiously. Master's friend is here, and she seems to be injured. Ling Xiao found the dagger and chased her here. It was an unintentional move, but he didn't expect to find her. It could only be said that he and Cold Plum were fated to meet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find her in the chaotic sand ocean. Master's friend? Then I must meet him. Dong Huangyu believed that Ling Xiao's friend was definitely not an ordinary person. Other than looking for her master, the most important reason she came out this time was to see the world. He wanted to see more of those strange people to increase his knowledge and experience. Moreover, he was her master's friend, so she wanted to get to know him even more. Ling Xiao left the shopping area on the first floor and went straight to the VIP reception room. Cold Plum was someone who had followed him since the Heavenly Dragon continent. They temporarily separated in the ancient divine tomb. It was also for her better development. Now, Cold Plum's cultivation had surpassed his. Clearly, she had received a special inheritance from the savage beast region. Saintess Kaidai? What an interesting title. However, Ling Xiao felt very uneasy about this kind of inheritance. How could it be a good thing for his strength to increase so quickly? Furthermore, he had just vaguely sensed the existence of a second soul in Cold Plum's body. Although it was hidden very deeply, he had indeed sensed it. This shouldn't be a possession. If it was a possession, the two souls would not be able to get along so well. Even so, he was still worried. Naturally, he had to get to the bottom of things. Soon, both of them arrived outside the VIP pavilion. Aside from the original guards, there was also a group of warriors wearing the standard uniform of Yuhua Divine Sect. They were vigilantly looking around. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape their eyes. There were more than 50 of them in total. The weakest among them was at the 8th level of the Divine Core Realm, which was the perfect Heavenly Core Realm. Li Dian, Zhang Mao, and Feng Hua, whom he had met before, were all here. Just as I thought, Cold Plum is with the people of Yuhua Divine Sect. This is going to be troublesome. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He obviously couldn't force his way in. They had Divine Physique Realm warriors as well. Even if he summoned the Great Devil King, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Besides, the base of Yuhua Divine Sect was right next to them. He believed there were even more terrifying existences there. Of course, the most important thing was that Yuhua Tianrui didn't seem to be doing anything to Cold Plum. Instead, it seemed like he was helping Cold Plum find herbs. No matter if he was sincere or not, he couldn't just attack her. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll kill all of you. Get lost. Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu were still a few hundred meters away from the VIP pavilion. Angry roars could be heard coming from the other side. Their attitude was extremely rude. Ling Xiao didn't want to go against these people. He turned to Li Dian and said, "Old friend, don't you recognize us? It's you. Why did you chase us all the way here?" Li Dian was surprised. Ling Xiao took out the dagger and waved it around. I saw something belonging to an old friend, so I came here to have a look. I didn't expect it to really be here. My little maid seems to have a good relationship with your young master. Are you really going to stop me? Actually, aside from Feng Hua, Li Dian, and Zhang Mao, he didn't take any of them seriously. In front of him, Heavenly Core Warriors and Extreme Core Warriors were nothing. Li Dian's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, someone in the pavilion reacted. Ling Zhao's voice was really loud. As long as the people in the pavilion weren't deaf, there was no way they couldn't hear him. The door was opened, and the first person to rush out was a girl in purple. After being separated for so many days, the girl seemed to have become even more beautiful. She even had a celestial aura. No wonder Yu Hua Tianrui was fawning over Cold Plum. With such a beauty, no matter who it was, they would definitely fall for her. Dong Huangyu was stunned. What a beautiful girl, is she master's wife? Perhaps she thought that only a beauty like this was worthy of her master. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao, and she was stunned. Many times in the past, she had dreamed of seeing her master standing in front of her. Now that she finally saw him, she felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe it. What's wrong? You don't recognize me? Ling Xiao let out a bright smile. His white teeth shone in a friendly light. Master. Cold Plum couldn't hold back her excitement any longer. She threw herself at Ling Xiao. She laid her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder and cried. Cold Plum was a strong girl. When she was alone, no matter how much she suffered, she never cried. But today, the moment she saw Ling Xiao, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. This was a true display of her emotions. Anger flashed across Yu Hua Tianrui's face. His eyes flashed with viciousness and killing intent. I was fawning over you, but you didn't even give me a good look. When you saw this trash, you actually threw yourself into his arms, bitch. Of course, he only thought this in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Cold Plum was the Kai-Dai Saintess after all. She had inherited the power of the Saintess. Her current strength wasn't something he could fight against. Moreover, Cold Plum represented the Savage Beast region. A mere Yu Hua sect didn't dare to provoke a monster like the Savage Beast region. Alright, stop crying. I heard you were injured. What happened? Ling Xiao was most concerned about Cold Plum's injuries. Actually, I'm not injured. Something went wrong when I was cultivating. As a result, whenever I use my true essence, my entire body hurts. I can't take it. Cold Plum felt a warmth in her heart. Master really cared about her. The first thing she did when she saw him was to ask about his injuries. Cold Plum, is this the friend you've been looking for? Yu Hua Tianrui couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted the conversation between Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Yu Hua Tianrui indifferently. He was less than 100 years old, but his strength had already reached the second level of the Shattered Core Realm. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't considered a genius either. Why are you pretending to be confused? Li Dian and the others seemed to have seen me just now. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He could tell that Yu Hua Tianrui was interested in Cold Plum. However, he had other thoughts. Cold Plum was someone who had been with him since the Tianlong continent. Their relationship was very deep. He would never allow anyone to hurt Cold Plum. Hee, Brother Ling, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Those three people don't know you. Yu Hua Tianrui smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered, it better be so. Cold Plum also looked at Yu Hua Tianrui and said, if I find out that you dare to attack my master behind my back, I won't be polite. Even if I have to taste the pain of thousands of arrows piercing my heart, I'll still kill you. Her expression became extremely cold. She didn't like Yu Hua Tianrui to begin with. If this guy dared to hurt Ling Xiao, she wouldn't let him off easily. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. Yu Hua Tianrui was furious. Cold Plum was actually so cold to him. He wished he could kill Ling Xiao right now. But he couldn't. He still had to maintain a smile and said, if I know that this brother is the saint's friend, I'll definitely treat him well. Shopkeeper Qin, I heard that there's a restaurant in Xianxia Pavilion? Of course. Shopkeeper Qin smiled and said, please follow me. Yuhua Tianrui glanced at Cold Plum and Ling Xiao and said, I'll be the host today and treat you to a meal. Please give me face. Since someone is treating us, of course we have to go. Cold Plum was about to refuse when Ling Xiao spoke up with a smile. After all, Yuhua Tianrui was the eldest young master of the Yuhua divine sect. He might be able to get some information out of this guy. Since Ling Xiao had accepted, Cold Plum did not refuse. Cold Plum will listen to master. Let's go. Every time Yuhua Tianrui heard Cold Plum call Ling Xiao master, he felt upset. But he still had to endure it. The group followed Shopkeeper Qin to the Xianxia Pavilion, a place that was specially prepared for VIPs. Yuhua Tianrui was obviously very respected here. After everyone sat down, all kinds of delicacies were served. And it was of the highest quality. In Yuhua Tianrui's words, as long as it's something that can be bought with money, it's nothing. His guards were basically standing to the side. Only the Divine Body Realm Guard remained seated at the side. They seemed to be his personal bodyguards. Yuhua Tianrui was still afraid of death. After all, he was not strong enough and was rather arrogant. He had offended many people in the chaotic Sand Sea. During the meal, Yuhua Tianrui wanted to talk to Cold Plum a few times, but Cold Plum only chatted with Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu. And it was very lively. She had completely ignored him. Yuhua Tianrui felt bored and took his leave in advance. Of course, he had already paid the money. Since the two of you have finally met after a long time, let's chat first. I won't disturb you. Yuhua Tianrui was still able to act as if nothing had happened despite the anger in his heart. It was really hard on him. Seeing that the people who should have left had left, Ling Xiao dismissed the waiter. The three of them sat there, eating and chatting. From Cold Plum's words, he had a deeper understanding of the Yuhua divine sect. The Yuhua divine sect was also founded by martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was considered the 3rd largest force under the Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods Alliance. It was also considered a direct subordinate force of the Patriarch Society. After all, the Patriarch Society was just a loose organization. Some things had to be decided by the 13 patriarchs together. That was too troublesome. Therefore, ordinary matters were left to the Yuhua divine sect. This also made the Yuhua divine sect even more arrogant. They even felt that they were the representatives of the Patriarch Society. Of course, as an organization directly under the Patriarch Society, the Yuhua divine sect was extremely powerful. According to Cold Plum, the Yuhua divine sect had as many as 10 divine physique echelon experts. They were very powerful. After all, whether a sect was powerful or not depended on the experts. Divine physique echelon was the upper limit now. As the young master of the Yuhua divine sect, it was easy to understand why Yuhua Tianrui had a divine physique echelon expert protecting him. After all, he was the sect master's biological son. Moreover, the sect master did not have many sons. It was said that there were only 3. Yuhua Tianrui was the second son. He had an elder brother and a younger brother. The most outstanding one was his elder brother. His younger brother was also very outstanding. It was just that he was still young and was not in the chaotic desert sea. He was currently cultivating in the heaven's sacred ground. Ling Xiao felt a bit of pressure in his heart. He could already feel Yuhua Tianrui's hostility towards him. This Yuhua divine sect actually had 10 divine physique echelon experts. They were not in existence like the Scarlet Sun sacred city. It was too difficult to deal with them. Cold Plum, tell me honestly, how close is this Yuhua Tianrui to you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Cold Plum's attitude determined his attitude towards the Yuhua divine sect. Dong Huangyu only cared about eating at the side. This girl was not only a glutton, but also a ghost. Cold Plum thought for a moment and said, Master, I am now the Kaidai Saintess of the Savage Beast region. Yuhua Tianrui is probably just trying to curry favor with me. That's why he wants to find herbs for me. However, these herbs are extremely difficult to find, so I don't have much hope. As for what he is thinking, I don't know. I see, I understand. After figuring out the relationship, the next step would be even clearer. But you are the Kaidai Saintess of the Savage Beast region. Why didn't the Savage Beast region even send a bodyguard to you? Ling Xiao asked in shock. This. Cold Plum stuck out her tongue playfully. I snuck out by myself. They are probably going crazy from anxiety. Oh, you, don't make the people who care about you anxious. No matter what, you go back first. I still have to stay in the chaotic sand sea for a while. Just come back when you want to see me. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. I understand, Master. But Master, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea? Ever since I received the news of you coming here, I have been very worried. Cold Plum asked. Me? I'm here to find two things. Ling Xiao smiled and said, these two things are very likely to be in the 12 ruins. I came to the Heavenly Hall district to make a trip to the Heavenly Ruins. Heavenly Ruins? Cold Plum suddenly frowned and said, Master, have you obtained the Heavenly Token? Not yet. Ling Xiao shook his head. The Heavenly Token is something that must be obtained. Without the Heavenly Token, it is impossible to enter the Heavenly Ruins. I know that. Ling Xiao said. Then do you know that there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the Heavenly Ruins? Cold Plum smiled bitterly and said, not only is there a limit to the number of people, but there is also a limit to the time. So troublesome? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. These guys really know how to make simple things complicated. If it was up to him, he could just let them enter and hand over the people who came out. I'll read. To put it simply, the Board of Patriarchs represents 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In addition to the strength of the Yuhua divine cult and other subordinates. There are a total of 22 quotas. These 22 quotas represent 22 teams. There is no limit to the number of people in each team. It can be one person or many people, but there can be no more than 6 people. Every time the Heavenly Ruins opens, a new treasure location will be discovered. At this time, the 22 teams will enter to seize the treasures. In the end, half of the treasures obtained will be handed over, and the other half can be left behind. Isn't it 90% handed over? Ling Xiao asked curiously. 90% refers to the teams that don't belong to the Board of Patriarchs. For example, the Beast Deities Alliance. Cold Plum explained. So that's how it is. Can anyone with any strength enter? Ling Xiao asked again. No. Apart from the Eternal Ruins, there are large-scale restrictions set up in the 12 ruins. Divine Physique Realm martial artists can't enter, otherwise, the Board of Patriarchs will go and obtain the treasures themselves. There is no need for the younger generation to help. Cold Plum explained. This restriction should be set up by the experts of the Eternal Desert. The Board of Patriarchs has tried all means but still couldn't break it. Then, when will the Heavenly Ruins open again? Ling Xiao asked. If it was too long, he planned to go somewhere else. There were 12 ruins, so he didn't have to hang himself on one tree. About 7 days later. Cold Plum replied. Okay, that's not too long. I have to prepare a little. Oh right, how do I apply for this quota? Ling Xiao asked. He realized that Cold Plum seemed to know everything, so he asked directly. Master, there are 2 ways to apply. One is to directly join the Golden Sky Region's team, but it's not certain whether those people will accept you. The other is to set up your own team and compete. Master, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do it alone. Cold Plum frowned. It's fine if I'm alone, as long as I pass the test. It'll be troublesome if there are too many people. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if he couldn't use the Great Demon King in there, he had other ways. Master, don't forget about me. I can team up with you. Dong Huangyu swallowed the food in her mouth and hurriedly spoke. Master, it's not that I don't trust you. However, there were many experts in the chaotic sand ocean. Even divine physique echelon cultivators couldn't enter. There are also warriors in the core fragmentation realm. It's very troublesome. Cold Plum was worried about Ling Xiao. That's not right. I heard that the restriction doesn't limit strength, but age. Those under 100 years old are not allowed to enter. Dong Huangyu suddenly interjected. That's right, but it's impossible for there to be a divine body realm martial artist within the age of 100. The strongest one is probably at the core fragmentation realm. Cold Plum said after some thought. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then it's easy. Good disciple, come with me to search for treasures. Cold Plum, do you want to join? Why don't you join us? Ling Xiao smiled. Master is indeed master. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Ling Xiao was fearless. Even now, he still hadn't changed. Master, let's not talk about this first. If you really want to go, I have to explain the situation of the Heavenly Ruins. The Heavenly Ruins have a nice name, but it's a name given by the later generations. It's actually very terrifying inside. There are many strange creatures inside. They're obviously walking corpses, but they still have the ability to kill. Moreover, they also have very tenacious vitality. I once saw with my own eyes that a 9th stage core fragmentation realm martial artist was sucked dry by the vines in the depths of the underground. It's that terrifying? Although Ling Xiao said that, he still had a faint smile on his face. Undying creatures, that didn't exist at all. Human martial artists who cultivated to the divine physique echelon couldn't achieve immortality. At most, their vitality would be stronger. It wasn't that those creatures couldn't die, but that people hadn't found a way to kill them. He had the Tai Chi eye, which was probably the nightmare of those creatures. What other characteristics are there? Tell me all of them? Anyway, you know my character. I have to go. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This Heavenly Ruins has a greatest characteristic, which is that time seems to cycle, it will never move forward. If you can't walk out of this cycle, you will always be trapped in the nightmare of time, never to come out. Cold Plum said. Time cycle. Hearing Cold Plum's words, Ling Xiao was stunned. Not afraid, but pleasantly surprised. What were the two things he was looking for? One was the remains of Sun God, the other was the remnant soul of Yu God. Sun God grasped the will of massacre and the law of space, Yu God grasped the law of time. This Heavenly Ruins was very likely to be related to Yu God. He didn't expect that his luck was so good, actually bumping into it here. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. He had to go in this Heavenly Ruins. Anyway, there were still 7 days until the next time he entered the Heavenly Ruins. He could wait. Perhaps after coming out of this place, his strength would have an earth-shaking change. Since Master is determined to go, I'll go with you. It just so happens that the prophecy said that there will be one thing in the treasure this time. It's better than the medicinal herbs I'm looking for. After consuming it, not only can it greatly improve your cultivation aptitude, it can allow a martial artist to be reborn, and it can heal basically all injuries. Cold Plum said with some excitement. What is so magical? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The prophecy said that it's called the eternal fruit. Cold Plum said. Prophecy, you mentioned the prophecy just now. What is this prophecy? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Every once in a while, some words will appear on the jade wall outside the ruins. It predicts where there is treasure and roughly what it is. This is the prophecy. Cold Plum said. So magical. Ling Xiao said with a smile, then besides this eternal fruit, is there anything else in the prophecy? There are many good things, however, there are actually only 4 things that can attract the attention of divine body realm martial artists. The eternal fruit is one of them. The second is the saint-level cultivation technique that surpasses emperor-level cultivation techniques. I've never seen a saint-level cultivation technique before, but I heard that this cultivation technique can only be cultivated by divine body realm martial artists. There is a special power in the cultivation technique. If one is not a divine body realm martial artist, one will definitely suffer from a backlash. However, one thing is for sure, saint-level cultivation techniques are extremely powerful, much more powerful than emperor-level cultivation techniques. No wonder even those divine body realm old fellows are tempted. There's actually something like a saint-level cultivation technique. Ling Xiao was very emotional. No wonder there were people who kept barging into the ruins even though they were so dangerous. After all, as long as one could get such good things, they would be rich. The third thing is an emperor-level treasure. As for what it is, I'm afraid I'll only know when I see it. However, one thing is for sure. This Emperor-level treasure has 10 dragon patterns, it's the highest-level mortal-level Emperor-level weapon. Cold Plum continued, the last item is a kind of spiritual medicine. It's different from the eternal fruit. This spirit medicine was actually artificially refined. It's called 9 Lightning Body Tempering Pill. After taking it, it can temper the body and increase one's aptitude. The effect is very magical. It can turn ordinary people into geniuses, geniuses into monsters, and monsters into monsters. So many good things. Presumably, apart from these 4 items, the rest of them were definitely not ordinary items. Looks like I have to go to this place. There might be clues about Yushin and so many treasures. It would be a pity not to go. Ling Xiao naturally knew that it was difficult, but he didn't believe that all 22 teams were equally strong. There must be weak ones. How would he know if he would succeed if he didn't try? The 3 of them finally made a decision. Let's go together. Although Cold Plum couldn't use her true essence often, her physical strength was comparable to a peak core realm expert. At the crucial moment, she could endure the pain and use her true essence. She could display even more terrifying strength. As for Dong Huangyu, it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with a peak core realm expert. After all, there were only a few shattered core realm experts. There were even fewer shattered core realm experts under 100 years old. In that case, let's go sign up first. Cold Plum stood up and said, as the Kaidai Saintess of the Savage Beast region, I still have some say in the Patriarch Society. It won't be a problem for me to sign up. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Yu Hua Tianrui? Ling Xiao smiled. No need. I don't know him. He was the one who insisted on sticking to me. Cold Plum shook her head. In that case, let's go. The 3 of them left Sky Sea Pavilion, but before they could leave, they saw Yu Hua Tianrui coming over with his guards. The eyes of the Divine Physique Echelon Realm Guard were cold and sinister. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. However, this was normal. It would be strange if he had a good impression of him. From his point of view, Ling Xiao was trying to snatch his young master's woman. Saintess, are you going to leave without saying goodbye? Yu Hua Tianrui had the intention of denouncing him as soon as he arrived. Where I go doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Cold Plum frowned. Who does Yu Hua Tianrui think he is to me? But since you're here, there's no harm in telling you. Master and I have some matters to attend to. In the future, there was no need to trouble young Master Tianrui to take care of him. No matter what, thank you for your kindness. Cold Plum came to Sky Sea Pavilion alone to buy herbs. Yu Hua Tianrui insisted on getting close. If it was not for the fact that it was not appropriate for her to use her vital essence now, she would have chased him away long ago. Why would he waste so much time talking nonsense with this fellow? Goodbye. Ling Xiao smiled. He soared into the air and flew back to the central hub of the Heavenly Hall with Cold Plum and Dong Huangyu. Bastard. Seeing Ling Xiao and the others leave, Yu Hua Tianrui suddenly cursed fiercely, *TCH who doesn't know what's good for her. Eldest young master, there's no need to be angry. If you're not satisfied, I'll kill those 3 people for you. Feng Hua said calmly. Although he felt that it would be troublesome for Yu Hua sect to rashly kill the cultivators from the Golden Sky region and the Savage Beast region. But as long as his master gave the order, he did not care. Damn it, that Cold Plum and Ling Xiao were flirting with each other. They were purposely trying to anger eldest young master. Li Dian gritted his teeth and said. Yu Hua Tianrui thought for a while and said, the other party's identity is special. It's better to be careful, especially that Cold Plum, Kaidai Saintess, she has a great background, we can't afford to offend her. If she really gets angry, her strength might not be inferior to a Divine Physique Echelon cultivator. Yu Hua Tianrui was not a fool after all. At least he had a brain. He did not directly give the order to kill Ling Xiao and the others. Feng Hua, send someone to keep an eye on those 3 people. I want to get information on them at all times, Kaidai Saintess. Haha. Only this kind of woman is worthy of me. Yu Hua Tianrui sneered. There was nothing he could not get in the chaotic desert ocean. So what if she was the Kaidai Saintess? Eldest young master, I've already sent someone to keep an eye on them, That Ling Xiao is the one who killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader and obtained the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. Feng Hua said. Oh? I couldn't tell. He's that strong? Yu Hua Tianrui was too familiar with the strength of the Twin Tiger Gang's leader. They had a deal in the past. Third level of the Shattered Core Realm. He was actually killed by Ling Xiao? It's probably someone else's doing. The person who reported the information said that when they went, the Twin Tiger Gang's leader was already dead. Feng Hua said. No matter what, let's keep an eye on him first. If we want to kill him, we have to make sure that we kill him in one blow. Also, we can't let the people of the Golden Sky region know about it. After all, he's the champion of the Golden Battle. Yu Hua Tianrui knew that it was not easy for their Yu Hua divine sect to grow. They still had to look at the face of the Patriarch Society. And the Patriarch Society represented the 13 forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He could not afford to offend any of them. Therefore, he had to be even more careful. Who? The Divine Physique Echelon Guard suddenly snorted. He looked at a place not far away. A person appeared there. It was a man with a strong build. He looked very young. His muscles were tense. His figure was also extremely tall, about 3 meters tall. His cold eyes did not belong to a human at first glance. Especially the wild aura that was released from his body. It made one's heart tremble. Someone who could make the Divine Physique Echelon Guard nervous was definitely not ordinary. In front of this person, Yu Hua Tianrui felt as if he was being stared at by a huge tiger. His entire body trembled, and he could not even stand steadily. You're not Heavenly Demon Yu Hua? That person suddenly spoke with a look of disdain. No wonder you're so useless. Bastard. Hearing that his master was being humiliated, a guard pounced forward. This was a martial artist at the extreme 6th level of the core realm. Even in the entire chaotic desert, he was not considered weak. He punched that person. That person did not even move. However, the guard felt as if he had been hit by a huge planet. He flew backward, and he could no longer take it. Sir. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua is my elder brother. He's currently not at home. Yu Hua Tianrui hurriedly said. I got it. Tell your subordinates to be more obedient. Don't attack anyone you meet, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. The young man grinned and jumped up, instantly disappearing into the sky like a cannonball. Someone from the Savage Beast region, could it be that he's with Cold Plum? Yu Hua Tianrui was extremely glad that he did not attack Cold Plum, otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Ling Xiao and the other 2 sat on the flying puppet and returned to the center of heaven. It did not take much time. Go and greet your people first. Otherwise, they won't know where you went. After landing, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to save his life. There were still 7 days anyway, so there was no hurry. Okay. Cold Plum also felt that it was time to go and greet them. Heaven District had the 4 regions and 9 realms offices. The Savage Beast region's office was an exquisite courtyard. Before he entered, Ling Xiao saw 2 people at the door looking very anxious. Cold Plum stepped forward and explained the situation. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically. No. Saintess, you're from the Savage Beast region. Even if you want to enter the Heavenly Ruins, you should form a team with a warrior from the Savage Beast region, not with someone with mediocre strength. The 2 men noticed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak Heavenly Core Realm, no wonder people said he was mediocre. Their words were already considered polite. To put it bluntly, they would just call him trash. Say no more. I've made up my mind. It seemed like Cold Plum's status in the Savage Beast region wasn't low. Since she had made up her mind, the 2 men couldn't do anything about it. In the end, they looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, Young man, our saintess is willing to form a team with you, that's your good fortune. But don't have any dirty thoughts. The saintess isn't something someone like you can have. Cold Plum, what am I to you? Ling Xiao didn't refute, he just smiled and asked. Master. Cold Plum didn't hesitate. The 2 men's expressions instantly turned ugly. Saintess, how can you call this person master? Why not? It was Master who saved me from someone else's evil clutches. It was Master who helped me increase my strength. If it wasn't for Master, I would have died long ago. Why can't I call him Master? Cold Plum said coldly. Alright, we've greeted each other, let's go. Ling Xiao was planning to stay in the Savage Beast Region's office for a while, but since they looked down on him, there was no need for him to be so thick-skinned and stay. After saying that, he turned around and left. Cold Plum and Dong Huangyu chased after him. There were many inns in the center of the heavenly ruins, and they were all quite well built. The three of them chose an inn to stay in, then they started discussing business. Since we've decided to form our own team, let's decide on a name first. Of course, we need to apply for the team using our sect's name. Master, give us a name, it'll make it easier to apply. Cold Plum spoke first. Do you have any requests? Ling Xiao asked. First of all, the sect leader's strength should be at least at the first level of the core fragmentation realm. Secondly, the sect must have at least 3 people. Thirdly, the starting capital of the sect must be at least 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Cold Plum said. I can fulfill all 3 conditions. Ling Xiao smiled and decided to let Cold Plum be the sect master. His cultivation had clearly surpassed this requirement. As for the funds, he could provide them. After all, it was just the registration funds. Let's not talk about the registration for now. Cold Plum, you have to promise me something. If you can't do it, then don't go with me. Ling Xiao suddenly said seriously. Master, don't worry. I won't use my true essence unless I have no other choice. Good that you know. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Since that's the case, let's call the sect Cold Moon Sect. Cold Plum's Lang, and Dong Huangyu's Yu. But Master, why isn't there a name for yourself? Dong Huangyu asked. What do you know? I'm an expert, so I naturally have to keep a low profile. I don't want those empty titles. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The 3 of them left their residence with a smile and walked towards the Patriarch Society's office. Although they couldn't step into the White Tower, the office was just outside, so it didn't affect them. Eldest young master, I just received news that Feng Hua moved closer to Yu Hua Tianrui's ear and reported the news from the scout. He was talking about what Ling Xiao and the others had just discussed. They're going to the Heaven Ruins? Yu Hua Tianrui's face instantly darkened. What a bitch. I said I would help her find the eternal fruit. She didn't appreciate it, but she asked that trash to help. She didn't even see if that trash could help. Cold Plum, oh Cold Plum, you're injured now. Let's see how many times you can use your true essence. Eldest young master, what should we do? Feng Hua asked. Humph, I know what I'm doing. If you do this, a stupid plan began. I'm afraid that Yu Hua Tianrui doesn't know that his smart plan might harm Yu Hua spiritual sect. Of course, it would first harm his life. Ling Xiao and the other 2 had already arrived at the Patriarch Society's office. Compared to the Heaven Pagoda behind them, this office naturally couldn't be compared. But compared to the other buildings, it was still built with a majestic aura. Ling Xiao and the others were definitely not the only ones who signed up. There were many others. Everyone wanted a share of the loot. After all, the treasure in the prophecy was too good. The application process was relatively simple. Submit the sect member list. And the name of the sect. Next, they just had to wait for the review. Cold Moon Sect was a relatively unpopular name. They thought that there wouldn't be a repeat. Who would have thought that as soon as the name was submitted, they would say no? There were repeats. Helpless, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to think of another name, so he directly said, Battle Alliance. Battle Alliance was Ling Xiao's force in the 3,000 sacred cities. It was suitable to be used here. After the registration, they just had to wait for the review. The review took a very long time. Because there were too many people who signed up. Ling Xiao waited for more than an hour before he arrived. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. He only needed to cultivate there. You're not qualified, you can leave. The person in charge of the review team glanced at the registration form and said casually. He didn't even look at Ling Xiao. Reason? Ling Xiao was a stubborn person. You want to chase him away without giving a reason? Impossible. If I say you're not qualified, then you're not qualified. What reason do you need? This time, the rule is that there must be 6 people to pass the review. The person in charge asked impatiently. Do you think I'm blind? Didn't the team in front also pass the review? Xianxia frowned. It was obvious that they were being targeted. But he wasn't sure what the reason was. Was it because of Yu Hua Tianrui, or was it because of the people from the Savage Beast region, or was it because of Dong Huangyu or him? Bastard! How dare you suspect the Board of Patriarchs? Scram, otherwise, I'll beat you to death. That person stood up and said coldly. How impressive. Look at you, you're just another person's dog. Yu Hua Tianrui told you to do it, right? You can't represent the Board of Patriarchs. Xianxia asked this to see the other party's reaction. In the end, he guessed right. When this person heard the words Yu Hua Tianrui, his expression changed. You're courting death. He seemed to be angry from embarrassment and directly attacked to teach Xianxia a lesson. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be the first to attack? He slapped that person's face, causing his face to be covered in blood. This scene stunned the surrounding people. This person was so bold. He even dared to hit the staff of the Board of Patriarchs. Who exactly was he? Just as he was thinking, a pair of people suddenly came out of the office. The person in the lead was actually at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. He should be the boss of this office. What happened? He asked coldly. Mobile version update website, Greetings, Steward Zhang. Seeing the people who came out of the room, the arrogant person in charge from before quickly stood up and bowed. His face took on a ghastly expression. He thought that nobody would dare to refute his decision, so it would end quietly. Nobody from the higher-ups would know. However, he did not expect these people to be so stubborn. If this matter was blown out of proportion, he would suffer. What exactly happened? Steward Zhang asked with a gloomy face. Reporting to Steward Zhang, someone is causing trouble here? The person in charge tried to complain first. How can there be such a shameless person in the Senior Statesman Society? You messed around and ruined the Senior Statesman Society's reputation, and now you're making a comeback. Didn't you say that you represent the Senior Statesman Society and can kick out whoever you want? Why aren't you acting so arrogant now? Xianxia sneered. Everyone, you've seen how unruly the Senior Statesman Society is. I'm sure that you'll be swindled by them in the end if you participate in this treasure hunt. Why don't you just disperse? Besides, the Senior Statesman Society has always been respected by everyone, which is why they can control District 9 steadily. Now, it looks like it's really disappointing. He wanted to blow this matter up. The Senior Statesman Society cared about their reputation the most. Once a large organization's reputation was ruined, it would be over. There were more than one organization that refused to obey the Senior Statesman Society. Everyone was waiting for the Senior Statesman Society to make a mistake. Little brother, let's talk nicely. If my subordinates make a mistake, I'll definitely punish them severely. Seeing that the crowd was discussing, Steward Zhang had to speak up. Greetings, Steward Zhang. It's actually not a big deal. Someone received benefits from someone else. They didn't let us participate in the competition because they said that we don't have enough people. What a joke. If I remember correctly, this team has at least one person and at most 6 people. Are you the one who set the rules for the Senior Statesman Society? Xianxia laughed. Is that true? Steward Zhang's face turned pale. It was not like this had never happened before, but it was done secretly. He could also turn a blind eye to it. But now, things had gotten out of hand. He had to deal with it even if he wanted to. Young Master Tianrui asked me to do it. I really didn't receive any benefits. The person in charge was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. Deacon Zhang, since he has admitted it, what should we do now? Xianxia smiled. Don't worry, your name list will be submitted. As long as you pass the test, you can participate. Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice, our Board of Patriarchs will never do such a thing. Since this person has made a mistake, I will not let him off easily. Deacon Zhang, you better not be two-faced. Do you know who I am? Cold Plum suddenly took off her hood. Deacon Zhang's expression changed. Saintus Kai Dai. It's good that you know him. If I'm not happy, you should know what happens to a deacon like you. After Cold Plum finished speaking, she put on her hood again. Goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Deacon Zhang. He left with Dong Huangyu and Cold Plum. Deacon Zhang looked at their departing figures with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. The saintess of the savage beast region was powerful, but this was the chaotic Sand Ocean. Yuhua Divine Sect was more important to the Board of Patriarchs. Moreover, his other identity was an elder of Yuhua Divine Sect. Master, should we go and settle the score with Yuhua Tianrui? Dong Huangyu said excitedly. Settle the score? Of course. But not now. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, let's wait and see. If someone thinks we're easy to bully, then he's not far from death. There aren't many people in this world who can live well after offending me, Ling Xiao. He wouldn't go so far as to barge into Yuhua Divine Sect for such a small matter. After all, Yuhua Tianrui had many experts by his side. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. But if the other party went too far, then they couldn't blame him. At this moment, in an near Sky-Sea Pavilion, two people were talking about something. The topic was related to Yuhua Divine Sect and the Heavenly Ruins. Young Master Jin, I've asked. Heavenly Demon Yuhua isn't home for the time being, but he'll be back tonight. The one who spoke was the tall and mighty savage beast race martial artist. Sorry to trouble you, Jianhu. The one who was called Young Master Jin was also a young man. He wore a golden robe and looked very cool. Young Master, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, Jianhu would have been dead. Jianhu smiled and said, it's Jianhu's honor to serve Young Master. Then let's go to Yuhua Divine Sect tonight. If I can get the complete soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, I can break through again and reach the Divine Physique realm. The golden-robed young man revealed a happy expression. In terms of cultivation, Sister Cold Plum is one step ahead of me. Saintess Kai Dai inherited the power of the Saintess, so her strength will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Jianhu said, Young Master, as long as you get the last remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, you can also obtain the Beast Emperor's inheritance. Your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. I wonder how Brother Long is doing. He's currently cultivating in the nest of 10,000 dragons. I hope he's fine. The golden-robed young man continued. There's also my big brother Ling Xiao. I heard he also came to the chaotic Sand Sea. I really hope we're fated to meet. We haven't seen each other in a long time. That's right, this person was Little Gold, he was once Ling Xiao's good brother. Ling Xiao helped him reconstruct his body and transform into the Golden Crow. He obtained the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow and the devouring demon fetus. Later on, he also went to the savage beast region like Cold Plum. This time, he came to the chaotic Sand Sea for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. There was a difference between having support and not. Ling Xiao's talent was more outstanding than these people, but now Cold Plum and Little Gold's cultivation had surpassed his. They had improved by leaps and bounds. However, if Ling Xiao knew about it, he wouldn't be jealous. Instead, he would be happy. His cultivation speed was extremely fast. If he fell behind, he could quickly catch up. If his brother's cultivation was inferior to him, then they would have to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch up or even surpass him. Soon, it was night time. Yuhua Divine Sect was brightly lit. The security was tight. According to them, even a mosquito couldn't fly in. Not to mention, the Sky-Sea Pavilion was right next to it. The guards there were equally terrifying. Moreover, there were Divine Physique realm experts overseeing it. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to fish in troubled waters. The sect master of Yuhua Divine Sect was currently cultivating in seclusion. Divine Physique realm martial artists usually wouldn't interfere in such small matters to avoid wasting time. Now, Yuhua Divine Sect was controlled by the Godson. The Godson was Yuhua Tianrui's big brother. He wasn't called Young Master, so Yuhua Tianrui was called Eldest Young Master. The Godson was more glorious than the Young Master. His status was higher and his power was greater. All of this was obtained by Heavenly Demon Yuhua with his outstanding talent and strength. Mobile version website. Yuhua Heavenly Demon treated his younger brother Yuhua Tianrui pretty well, sending a divine body realm martial artist as his younger brother's guard. This person's name was Wu Tianshou. Reaching the first level of the divine body realm, he had already used up all his potential and aptitude. No matter how much he cultivated, it was useless. Therefore, Wu Tianshou pursued glory, wealth, and power. He looked like a bodyguard, but he was very free. Yuhua Heavenly Demon himself didn't need a bodyguard, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Coupled with the treasures on him, he could even fight against a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. He was much stronger than his younger brother Yuhua Tianrui. Yuhua Heavenly Demon had just returned from work, and saw that Yuhua Tianrui's palace was brightly lit, and music could be heard from time to time. He smiled faintly. "Younger brother, if you're always like this, big brother will also protect you forever." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his palace. Yuhua Divine Sect really made it look like a palace. The place they lived in was called the palace. Yuhua Tianrui's palace was called Tianrui Palace. At this moment, he was throwing a tantrum inside. A few dancers had already been killed, but the crazy him was still wantonly destroying things. Because the news came, his little tricks were already exposed. Ling Xiao and the rest weren't disqualified. After a long time, he stopped, his eyes were filled with viciousness. "Ling Xiao, I can't afford to offend Yuhua Heavenly Demon, but can't I afford to offend you, a mere Ling Xiao, cold plum, you bitch, now that you're arrogant with me, I'll get you on my bed sooner or later." "Feng Hua, go to my big brother, borrow someone from him, I must kill Ling Xiao, kill that trash." "Eldest young master, there's no need to trouble your godson to kill Ling Xiao, I can do it." Feng Hua said faintly, he was a 3rd-level Shattered Core Realm martial artist after all. Killing Ling Xiao shouldn't be a problem. No. He took the title of godson and made me a young master who lived in a drunken stupor. I'll listen to him, but he has to do something for me. Go and borrow shadow for me. This sharp dagger should be plunged into Ling Xiao's throat. Yuhua Tianrui was actually a very understanding person. It was precisely because he understood it all too well that he was also in great pain. It was better to live a muddle-headed life. Shadow was an assassin under Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Although his strength was on par with Fire Beacon, he was an assassin. Assassins were generally stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, he still had the treasure bestowed by Heavenly Demon Yuhua. He had killed a 5th-level Shattered Core Warrior before, so this perfect Heavenly Core Warrior should be a piece of cake for him to kill. Also, Fire Beacon, the 3 of you follow as well. If that shadow fails, you guys can attack again. I don't think this Ling Xiao is an ordinary person. To be able to gain the favor of Cold Plum, I'm afraid he's not as weak as he looks. Although Yuhua Tianrui had always called Ling Xiao a good-for-nothing, he was still a good-for-nothing. However, in his heart, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Understood. Fire Beacon obeyed and walked outside. Right at this moment, an extremely frightening aura suddenly appeared. No, there were 2 auras, different from last time. There was a young man in a golden robe. "Don't be afraid, we're just asking, where is Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence?" Xiao Jin asked with a smile. "Over there." Once again, Fire Beacon and Yuhua Tianrui felt like they couldn't breathe. This time, no one dared to attack recklessly. Only the Divine Physique Realm Wu Tianshou stared at Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger with a cold expression. "Thank you." Xiao Jin smiled and followed Sword Tiger towards Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence. Wu Tianshou followed them as well. Wu Tianshou was a bodyguard assigned by Heavenly Demon Yuhua to Yuhua Tianrui, but he knew very well in his heart. He only had one master, and that was Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Therefore, if Heavenly Demon Yuhua was in danger, he naturally had to help. These 2 men are so terrifying. That tall and mighty beast warrior is already terrifying enough. That young man in the golden robe gives off an even scarier feeling. Just by standing there, he looks like he's in hell. Can you tell how strong they are? Yuhua Tianrui asked. The difference in strength between him and those 2 was too great, so he couldn't sense it. That tall young man is probably already at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. His strength is on par with the Godson. As for that young man in the golden robe, to be honest, I can't see through him. A 9th level Shattered Core Realm martial artist shook his head and said, it feels like his strength is only around the 1st level of the Shattered Core Realm. But that's not right. Because the 1st level of the Shattered Core Realm doesn't have such a terrifying aura, even I feel trembling. Forget it, we can't afford to offend such a person. Yuhua Tianrui simply waved his hand and said, let my big brother handle this troublesome matter. He's the Godson. At the same time, Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger had already met Heavenly Demon Yuhua. In the room, there were only Heavenly Demon Yuhua, Wu Tianshou, Xiao Jin, and Sword Tiger. Heavenly Demon Yuhua was like his name, he had an evil demonic aura. He exuded a domineering aura from head to toe. It was no wonder that Yuhua Divine Sect's godson was him and not the 2nd or 3rd brother. We don't seem to know each other, right? Heavenly Demon Yuhua could be considered bold. He actually let in an expert that he didn't know. Don't we know each other now? Moreover, in a transaction, what matters is goods and money. It doesn't matter if we know each other or not, right? Xiao Jin smiled. Transaction? Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, I like transactions. Tell me, what do you want? Godson is indeed a straightforward person. Xiao Jin smiled and said, Godson, you should have been to the heaven ruins more than once, right? We noticed that in the prophecy, the remnant soul of the netherworld Golden Crow appeared. What we want to buy is the information. Is the remnant soul of the netherworld Golden Crow inside? If it is, sell the coordinates to us, Godson, you can name a price, as long as the price is right. Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, of course I've seen it. It's just that the netherworld Golden Crow is surrounded by terrifying netherworld golden light, ordinary people can't get close at all. So no one has gotten it after a few times. If you can give me a satisfactory price, I don't mind telling you. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow might be useful to many people. But to Heavenly Demon Yuhua, it was useless. A piece of information could be exchanged for a generous sum of money, so why wouldn't he do it? Moreover, the 2 people opposite him didn't look old, but their strength couldn't be underestimated. They definitely had an extremely deep background. He didn't want to offend them. The reason why Yuhua Divine Sect could stand for so long was because they were careful. Godson, please name a price. Xiao Jin smiled and said. Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, how about this, my request isn't too much, either you give me a Saint Class 9th level cultivation technique, or you give me a 9 Dragon Mark Emperor weapon, you can choose. Kid, you're asking for too much, to be honest, we only came to you for convenience's sake. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll find it ourselves. Jianhu sneered. Peak Emperor Tier Cultivation Technique. Or an Emperor Tier weapon without dragon patterns, that's our limit. Xiao Jin said calmly. That was a ruthless bargain. Hehe, an Emperor Tier weapon with 1 dragon pattern. Yuhua Heavenly Demon laughed. Deal. Xiao Jin stood up and said, I'll prepare the things as soon as possible. I hope my godson can prepare the map. By the way, I don't like being lied to. If my godson thinks I'm easy to bully and makes a fake map, I don't mind making Yuhua Sect disappear from the chaotic sand ocean. With that, Xiao Jin and Jianhu turned and left. They came and left mysteriously. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Wu Tianshou grinned, Godson, do you want me to kill those 2? Forget it. These 2 people have extremely deep backgrounds. Try not to provoke them if you can. Heavenly Demon Yuhua said with a faint smile. But they threatened you. Wu Tianshou said again. There are many people who threaten me. How can I kill them all? Yuhua Heavenly Demon said, go and protect my 2nd brother. They want to kill me. Do you think I, Yuhua Heavenly Demon, will be scared? Yes. Wu Tianshou left. It made sense. In the chaotic sand ocean, other than the Beast God Alliance, no one dared to touch Yuhua Sect. After all, Yuhua Sect was the local tyrant. Except for Yuhua Sect. Jianhu laughed, young Master Jin, are you really going to give that dog an Emperor Tier weapon? Even without dragon patterns, an Emperor Tier weapon is still very precious. We don't even have that many. The most important thing is to be honest. Since we agreed, we can't go back on our words, but whether he can live to enjoy it is still unknown. Xiao Jin smiled. An Emperor tier weapon in exchange for the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow is still a good deal for me. That's true. Jianhu scratched his head. As long as we get the exact coordinates, with our strength, getting the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow is a certainty. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the chaotic Sand Ocean. Xiao Jin reminded, arrogance will only lead to your death. If we can find the boss, that'll be great. With him, we have full confidence. Boss? Is it the Ling Xiao that young master has been talking about? Jianhu asked, is he really that strong? Why have I never heard of it? Logically speaking, I've heard of all the amazing youngsters in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You'll know when you see him. Xiao Jin smiled and said, anyways, I hate teaming up with those guys from the Savage Beast region. None of them are capable, but they are trying their best to ostracize me and Big Sister Cold Plum. Young Lord is right. Sword Tiger smiled and said, then I look forward to being able to team up with the boss you speak of. In truth, Jianhu wasn't really convinced of this. He understood young Master Jin's ability and talent. This Ling Xiao is actually more outstanding than young Master Jin. Is this possible? No matter what, he had to see it. Seeing was believing. As they spoke, the 2 of them entered the inn. Originally, with their statuses, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live in the Savage Beast Realm's office. It's just that I don't get along with those people, so I came here to hide and relax. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not know that Xiao Jin had come to the chaotic desert. At this moment, they had already arrived at their residence. Wait a moment. The 3 of them sensed a dangerous aura at the same time. In the next moment, their surroundings turned completely dark. The 3 of them felt as if they had been sucked into a black hole. Ling Xiao's face darkened. This aura was extremely similar to the cultivators from Yuhua Divine Sect. He hadn't caused trouble for Yuhua Divine Sect yet, but they actually sent an assassin. The 2 of you don't have to do anything, I'll do it. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed killing intent. Not only was it targeted at the assassin this time, but it was also targeted at Yuhua Tianrui. It was obvious that this assassin was related to Yuhua Tianrui. The black shadow covered the entire world. Even the eyes of a cultivator couldn't see anything. It was simply pitch black. This was some kind of secret technique. The secret technique that assassins liked to use the most. Hee, so exciting, master. Not only was Dong Huangyu not afraid, she even laughed excitedly. Little girl, you're quite capable. Ling Xiao noticed that the moment Dong Huangyu was enveloped in darkness, her body was surrounded by water vapor. This water vapor seemed to have eyes. As long as someone approached, it would immediately report to its master and counterattack. Ling Xiao relied on the Tai Chi Eye, but Dong Huangyu also had a special method. Cold Plum, don't do anything. Ling Xiao swung his hand and put Cold Plum into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Cold Plum couldn't use her true essence. Otherwise, she could easily kill such an assassin alone. Master, this Yuhua Tianrui is really stupid. If he wants to kill an assassin, he should just send a Divine Body Realm cultivator. Sending a 3rd-level core-shattering realm cultivator is really boring. Dong Huangyu said it casually, but in a one-on-one battle, she was definitely not a match for a 3rd-level core-shattering realm cultivator. However, with her master, she believed that her master would have a way. The 2 of them didn't lean against each other, but were about 10 meters away. This was also the largest range of Dong Huangyu's water vapor. This way, no matter which side the other party attacked, the other person could help. He's here. In Ling Xiao's eyes, a man in black suddenly appeared in the darkness like a ghost. His body blended perfectly with the surrounding darkness. This darkness became his perfect cover. If not for the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao really didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. This person held a dagger in his hand. The dagger was even black without any light. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The dagger directly pierced toward Ling Xiao's dantian. It seemed like the other party wanted to kill him in one strike. Flight light. Ling Xiao didn't make a move at first. Instead, he pretended not to see the other party. He lured the other party to attack. When he was about 3 meters away, he suddenly drew his sword. A sword light pierced through the air. It instantly stabbed the assassin. Under normal circumstances, if one didn't predict the sword move in advance, it was basically impossible to avoid the flight light sword move. This assassin was no exception. He was stabbed by the sword light. He turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared. Good lad, you can actually see me in my shadow space, but it's only interesting this way. If I killed you so easily, how boring would that be? The assassin stood in the air and laughed in disdain. The man was very short, only about 1 meter tall. It was because of this that he was even more dangerous as an assassin. Dwarf? Dwarfs were a race. The people in that race were all short, and the tallest among them wouldn't exceed 1.2 meters. They were proficient in assassination and were the most terrifying assassins. A long-winded assassin will always be the assassin who dies the fastest. Xianxia saw the other party and could determine that the other party was at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core Realm. He instantly entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast soul transformation. However, he didn't release the Tyrant Heaven's martial soul. Such an opponent was very challenging for him. He might not be able to kill the other party alone, but with Dong Huanyu around, the situation was different. You are really as arrogant as he said. Since that's the case, there's no need to continue playing. You can die now, let me tell you, my name is Aning. Don't forget it after you die. Aning revealed a sinister smile and disappeared into the darkness again. Stupid guy, don't you know that Yu Hua Tianrui is here to send you to your death? You are only at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core Realm and you dare to kill me. Don't you know that I killed the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang? Xianxia used his Tai Chi eye to capture the other party's location and continued to use words to confuse the other party. What? As expected, the other party was disturbed. His figure was exposed. Kill. This voice came from Dong Huanyu. The water vapor suddenly turned into a sharp blade and pierced toward Aning. Whether it was the angle or the speed, it was very tricky. Aning couldn't dodge in time and could only wave his dagger to block. Assassins usually worshipped the strongest killing power and neglected the cultivation of the physical body. Hence, he couldn't let any attack land on him. Whether it was Xianxia or Dong Huanyu, they both had the ability to hurt him. However, when the defense started, he had already lost. After blocking Dong Huanyu's attack, Xiao's attack had already arrived. Compared to Dong Huanyu, it was faster, more terrifying, and more tricky. Damn it. Aning didn't expect that his small mistake would cause him to fall into their joint attack. Although the continuous attacks didn't hurt him for the time being, he couldn't find a chance to counterattack. That feeling was very depressing. I shouldn't have talked nonsense. Aning regretted it. As an assassin, if he could avoid talking nonsense, he would try his best not to. He should just kill, but he really talked too much nonsense and made the most stupid mistake. Damn it. Do the two of you think you can deal with me like this? Today, I will definitely kill you. You dare to snatch the young master's woman? You are courting death. Aning roared. Xianxia did not waste his breath, continuing to launch attacks without stopping. Although he had never cooperated with Dong Huanyu before. But maybe because they were master and disciple, they had incomparable tacit understanding. They didn't even need to talk. They just needed to attack. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. How can you let a woman help you? Shadow retreated as he fought. His strength was sufficient to ensure that he wouldn't be injured under the attacks of Xianxia and Dong Huanyu. Xianxia smiled faintly. He still didn't say anything. He was well aware of the other party's strategy. It was nothing more than to make him angry and lose his cool. Once he lost his cool, there would be problems with their cooperation, and the other party would start their counterattack. The three of them fought in the dark shadows. No one noticed that the bloodthirsty aura in the air had been released. Xianxia released the bloodthirsty plague. No matter what he said, this shadow was a strong opponent. The bloodthirsty plague was the safest method. It could weaken the opponent unknowingly. The battle between the three of them changed from the sky to the ground. But he still couldn't leave the space. It could be seen that Umbra's space was quite powerful. During the battle, Ling Xiao also paid attention to his obedient disciple, Dong Huangyu. This little lass Dong Huangyu was even more impressive than he had imagined. Her martial soul was actually a jellyfish. It didn't sound like much, but she could use water and lightning at the same time. At this moment, her body was enveloped by water vapor and there were electric currents flowing in the water vapor. The fusion of electricity and water formed a terrifying corrosive power. This little lass's talent is really shocking. Ling Xiao felt more and more surprised as he watched. He felt very proud that he had once taken this little lass as his disciple. He had originally thought that if Dong Huangyu couldn't hold on, he could just use the Great Demon King once. No matter what, he couldn't let his obedient disciple get injured. But honestly speaking, he was also feeling very depressed now. After coming to the chaotic Sand Sea, the cultivators here were all stronger than the previous. He couldn't be as carefree as he was in the 3,000 holy cities. He really didn't want to use the Great Demon King so easily. Hence, he needed to increase his strength faster. While thinking about this, Ling Xiao didn't stop his attacks. The three of them fought until the sky turned dark. Although Umbra was clearly suppressed, he wasn't injured at all. If this continued, they might be the ones to lose in the end. I can't let this continue. Umbra frowned. He had hoped that the two of them would make a mistake so that he could find an opportunity. But now, it seemed that it was impossible for them to make a mistake. He could only fight for it himself. Umbra clone. At the next moment, Umbra coldly snorted and his body actually split into three. One of them attacked Ling Xiao while the other two attacked Dong Huangyu. Clearly, Umbra's goal was very clear. He wanted to kill Dong Huangyu first before going all out to deal with Ling Xiao. He used clones to deal with Ling Xiao and not his main body. But his combat strength was 90% of his main body's. He wasn't easy to deal with. Peak Emperor tier martial technique? Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at Dong Huangyu. Facing Umbra's all-out attacks, Dong Huangyu was already suppressed. You want to stop me? Dream on, Laked Blood. With the Dongxing God Demon sword in hand and the unbounded Heavenly Rat in his beast soul transformation state, coupled with the terrifying Laked Blood sword technique, a sword flew out. A huge sword chi turned blood red and even tore apart the darkness. The attack landed on the clone. The clone's strength was absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was very difficult for Ling Xiao to kill Umbra's main body, but it wasn't a problem to deal with a clone. At the same time, Dong Huangyu was in a passive situation. She actually used a terrifying divine technique. The huge jellyfish transformed into a fairy-like beauty and appeared behind her. A palm struck out. It actually caused Umbra to feel fear. He hurriedly used his clone to block it. In the end, the other clone was also destroyed into pieces. You are really tenacious. Umbra really didn't expect that his clone would be destroyed by Lin Fan even though he had already used it. Although Dong Huangyu looked like she was panting and her true essence had reached its limit, Lin Fan didn't seem to be affected by it at all. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be exhausted at all. How troublesome. Disciple, open your mouth. Ling Xiao shouted. Dong Huangyu obediently opened her mouth. A pill was shot directly into her cherry mouth. It instantly melted. The medicinal effect spread throughout her body. More than half of the true essence she had lost was instantly recovered. What a magical pill. Dong Huangyu was incomparably excited. She was now increasingly aware that even if her cultivation had surpassed her master's, her overall strength was still far inferior to his. Her master was her master. Different meant the same. Umbra's expression became increasingly unsightly. It wasn't easy for him to weaken Dong Huangyu. He didn't expect that a single pill would allow her to recover. How troublesome. It's time to end this. They had already fought for a total of 10 minutes. The bloodthirsty plague also lasted for 10 minutes. Ling Xiao felt that it was time to end the battle. Disciple, don't attack first. Let me do it. I will find a chance to end him. Ling Xiao suddenly pounced towards Umbra alone. You are simply courting death. Umbra was overjoyed. If the two of them continued to work together, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Come and read idiot, you dare to deal with me alone, you really don't know how to write the word death. Shadow looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Facing Ling Xiao alone, he had absolute confidence in winning. Shadow sneered. His body became thinner and thinner. In the darkness, it looked like a pitch-black dagger. Most of his body had turned into darkness and merged with the surrounding space. Only that dagger released a dense killing intent. Kill. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He knew that he was no match for the other party, but he still wanted to fight alone. Because he wanted to break through, with his current strength, it was impossible to gain an advantage in the ruins of heaven. If the Great Devil King's trump card was stopped, he would completely lose his life. So, he had to become stronger. He didn't dodge, he didn't retreat, since he wanted to fight head-on, he would never retreat. Fist of the Demon God. His body bloomed with black and white light. It condensed into a huge fist mark. It blasted towards Shadow, who was rushing over. Disciple, remember, don't casually make a move. Use your strongest move to find an opportunity to kill him in one blow. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice. At the same time, the fist of the demon god and the sharp dagger collided in the air. The stalemate lasted for a moment. The fist mark was torn apart by the dagger. Then it collapsed. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He didn't expect the fist of the demon god to be able to stop the other party. It was enough to delay the time. Void-shattering finger. A terrifying aura instantly bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. Behind him, a huge shadow of the sun god appeared. That wasn't a martial spirit, that was the sun god who truly controlled slaughter and space. The most terrifying god in the era of the Black Tortoise Continent's descendant king. At that moment, the space between heaven and earth seemed to be in chaos. A finger count. It was as if the sun god had the power to tear the void. Passing through layers of space, it actually shattered the terrifying dagger. It stabbed towards Shadow's body. That terrifying power caused Aning to feel extremely threatened. The power of the void-shattering finger could actually affect space. Ling Xiao finally practiced this move to the second level, shattering the void. After reaching this level, the effect of the void-shattering finger had completely changed. In the past, the void-shattering finger was at most equivalent to a beam of light, and could only attack the opponent by surprise. But now, the void-shattering finger had the ability to shatter the void. Just now, it was not a direct attack that destroyed the dagger. Instead, it shattered the space where the dagger was. The dagger naturally shattered. Aning could feel the terror of this finger. He desperately urged his true essence to resist. He did not expect Ling Xiao's attack to be so powerful that it could make him feel the threat of death. Damn it! How dare a piece of trash like you hurt me? With a furious roar, Aning clasped his hands together and a terrifying sword chi burst out. It collided with the power of the void-shattering finger. However, at this moment, the space shattered. The sword chi shattered. Aning cried out in shock. After desperately trying to block the attack a few times, his body was still pierced through by the void-shattering finger. He was sent flying. As a result, the dark shadow space shattered. This exposed the battle between the three of them. The long street was already in a mess. This was originally an inn, so there were quite a few people staying here. The earth-shattering battle outside attracted many people to come out and watch. There were not many battles in the center of heaven. Every time it appeared, it would attract countless people to watch excitedly. This time was no exception. The advancement of the void-shattering finger and injuring Aning could be considered an accident. It was an accident that Ling Xiao did not expect. He could only say that he was too lucky. However, although Aning was injured, he did not die. The injury instead aroused his ferocious nature, causing him to become incomparably violent. It's not time yet. Dong Huangyu wanted to follow up with another attack, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. His Tai Chi I could accurately capture in Ying's vitality. At this moment, although Aning was injured, it was not a big problem. If he attacked now, he would not be able to succeed in one strike. However, Ling Xiao still followed up with another attack. Countless fists of gods and demons came crashing down from the sky, countless fists crazily smashed on the ground. Like raindrops. The crowd saw a shocking scene. The midget assassin's body was constantly bouncing up and down from the fists. The scene was quite shocking. Isn't that an Ing? Yes, he is an assassin from Yuhua Divine Sect. There is actually someone who dares to fight with an assassin from Yuhua Divine Sect here. How courageous. And he seems to have the upper hand. Upper hand? Bullshit. An Ing has not even released his martial soul. Yes, his martial soul is too terrifying. The endless fists of gods and demons ended. And Ying's body was bleeding profusely. However, this crazy guy still managed to stand up. One had to admit that this guy was really tenacious. The most terrifying thing was that his body was actually rapidly growing. Strange long hair grew out from his body. Sharp claws grew out from both of his hands. The face of a thunder god, the mouth of a monkey. A gorilla? Ling Xiao was stunned. And Ying's body released a terrifying wild aura. That huge body of about 10 meters tall showed the terrifying power contained in his body. This should be his martial soul transformation. Ling Xiao thought. He was not from the beast race, but his combat strength was not inferior to the beast race. Unexpectedly, kid, you should be proud, you actually made me use my martial soul transformation. I have not used this martial soul transformation for 10 years. Because most of my enemies are unable to escape from my pursuit. You are not bad, you are really not bad. An Ing laughed wildly as a dark energy was released into the surroundings. The frenzied power sealed off the area within 100 meters. This guy clearly did not intend to let Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu escape. Master, let me do it. Cold Plum had been watching from the Dongxing Emperor ring. At this moment, she finally felt the danger and felt that she had to make a move. Stay here obediently, don't think that you can look down on Master just because your cultivation is stronger than his. There is no need for you to deal with such a weakling. Ling Xiao smiled. The strength of his opponent made him incomparably excited. He felt that he was a little crazy now. When encountering danger, the first thing that came to his mind was not fear, but excitement. Incomparable excitement. Master, I have a way to kill him, but I need him to be immobile. And it's best if he suffers more injuries, otherwise, it will be troublesome. Dong Huangyu said. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't expect this last to have such a trump card. It seemed that she really had many tricks up her sleeve after following him. This is simple. Even if he couldn't defeat an Ing, Ling Xiao could still suppress an Ing for a while. Who are these two young men? I don't know them, but I am sure that they are dead for sure. An Ing never misses when he makes a move. And this time, he even used his martial soul transformation. These two young men are really powerful. They are actually not afraid in such a situation? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They felt that coming out today was worth it as they could see an exciting battle. Ling Xiao floated up. The power of the Tyrant Heaven martial soul was released. His eyes suddenly became deep, like a black hole, containing the endless power of the universe. Ling Xiao floated in the air. The wings of the unbounded heavenly rat spread out. He looked at the giant chimpanzee coldly. Ah! Shadow suddenly roared and smashed his fists on the ground. In an instant, the ground within 100 meters collapsed. Countless warriors fell into it. Everyone was dumbfounded by the terrifying destructive power. The fear in their hearts grew stronger. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently. He held the Dongxing demon god sword in his hand. The shadows of 9 giant beasts appeared behind him. The 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique, this was the most powerful martial technique he could use now. As the shadows of the giant beasts appeared, a strong wind blew around him. Unnecessary elements wreaked havoc in the air. The 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. As his cold voice sounded, the 9 giant beasts roared ferociously at the same time. Then, they turned into a force and blasted towards Shadow below like a falling meteor. You want to suppress me with this? An Ing revealed a cruel smile. Although Ling Xiao's move was powerful, it was not as strange as the void-shattering finger. So, he was not afraid. A crazy roar came from his mouth. The sound spread out in all directions, and all the buildings within 100 meters exploded with a bang. Many warriors were bleeding from their 7 orifices because they were not strong enough. they fled frantically. At this moment, the power of the 9th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique had already blasted down. It collided with the roaring force. Inch by inch. It's useless. Your attack can't hurt me at all. Shadow bent his legs as if he was going to jump up and attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He took out an Imperial Jade Seal. On the Imperial Jade Seal, 2 fierce tigers shone with a pure white luster. The dragon pattern on it was particularly eye-catching. This was Ling Xiao's real killing move. The Emperor weapon had a strong suppressive effect on warriors below the Divine Physique realm. Shadow was only a 3rd-stage core fragmentation realm warrior. He definitely could not block it. When the chimpanzee formed by Shadow was about to shatter the power of the 9th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique, the Twin Tiger Divine Seal was activated. A giant Divine Seal appeared in the sky. White light instantly filled the sky. Many people could no longer see clearly. He activated his Jing Yuan and controlled it with his soul power. The Divine Seal suddenly became even bigger, like a millstone that covered the sky. It had a radius of about 10 meters and could completely cover the dark shadow. Roar, the roar of a ferocious tiger could be heard. 2 white lights were released from the Divine Seal and rushed towards the dark shadow. The roar reverberated throughout the night, waking up countless martial artists. Monarch armament. And it even has a dragon tattoo. Isn't that the Twin Tiger Divine Seal? Could it be that the leader of the Twin Tiger gang was killed by him? The crowd was startled. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal was an emperor armament that people were quite familiar with. After all, the Twin Tiger gang's leader often used it. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. It was an emperor weapon. It was rumored to be a treasure for Divine Body Realm martial artists. Although Divine Core warriors could use it, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the emperor weapon. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. 2 ferocious tigers were madly biting at Shadow. And Ing had no choice but to resist with all his might. His hopes of counterattacking were dashed once again. Damn it! How can you have an emperor armament? How is this possible? Shadow was scared. Ling Xiao without an emperor armament was already terrifying enough. With an emperor armament, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? But, can you kill me? You're still not strong enough, you can't unleash the true power of the emperor armament. Shadow gritted his teeth. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. As long as he could survive this attack, victory would be his. Do you think you'll win as long as you can survive this attack? The question is, can you survive this attack? A grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. The potential in his body was crazily unleashed. The energy in his cultivation ocean was constantly increasing. Before this, it was only 50%. After coming to the chaotic desert, after going through a few battles, his energy had increased to 60%. And now, in just a short period of time, his energy had increased by another 10%. It was now 70%. Furthermore, this power was still increasing. The more energy Ling Xiao released, the more control he had over the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. The bodies of the 2 ferocious tigers were becoming bigger and bigger. The pressure on Shadow was increasing as well. At this moment, Shadow suddenly discovered a terrifying matter. He had unknowingly lost a lot of his true origin. Even a lot of his essence blood had been absorbed. Something seemed to be crawling in his body. Bastard, what did you do? Shadow said angrily. Haha, you only realized it now? What a slow-witted idiot. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Now you know fear, right? Unfortunately, it's too late. Crack. Ah. Shadow cried out in pain as blood flowed out of his palm. Damn it, one wrong step, and all the steps were wrong. If he had known this would happen, he would have used more despicable means to assassinate Ling Xiao. It wouldn't happen again. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. I can't accept this. You think you're the only ones with emperor armaments? Shadow had no choice but to take out the item that he had been unwilling to take out. It was a black dagger. The moment he took it out, his eyes flashed with viciousness. First, he used the dagger to stab himself in the chest. Then, he flew out. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge, but the dagger was too fast, it stabbed into his heart in an instant. At the same time, the dagger released a terrifying curse energy. His body couldn't move at all. Another Emperor armament, and its Emperor armament, Demon Curse Dagger. If you want to attack the enemy, you have to hurt yourself first. No wonder Umber waited until now to use it. There were still people in the crowd who knew what was good for them. Ha 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 ha. Die, die. Shadow thought that he had killed Ling Xiao and laughed wildly. You dare to hurt my master? I'll kill you. Dong Huangyu's voice suddenly rang out. Shadow didn't think much of it. But suddenly, he felt that he couldn't move at all. What? He was shocked to find that Dong Huangyu was holding a mirror in her hand. The mirror's light covered him and he couldn't move at all. Not only that, the mirror released a terrifying heat as if it wanted to melt him. 2 Dragon Patterns Emperor Armament. Who is this woman? How can she have such a terrifying Emperor armament? Everyone was stunned. It was rare to see Emperor armaments, but today, they actually saw 3 of them. Little girl, your Emperor armament is really terrifying. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak, you won't be able to kill me. Shadow's body was still struggling. Gradually, he was able to move. The mirror's deterrence power was decreasing. Dong Huangyu's expression was cold and she had no intention of retreating. In this world, her family didn't treat her as well as her master did. She couldn't watch her master die. I'll definitely kill you. Definitely. Dong Huangyu bit her teeth and her blood dripped onto the mirror. The light actually turned blood red. What? Aning exclaimed in surprise. The blood-red light caused the might of the mirror to become even more terrifying. Aning felt that his body was rapidly melting. If he didn't think of a solution now, he would be dead for sure after his body melted. Right now, he was at the shattered core realm. His dantian automatically split and returned to his body. Once his body was destroyed, his dantian would definitely be destroyed as well. The remaining inner core would definitely be destroyed. As for Dong Huangyu, because she used too much strength, her face turned pale. However, the terrifying might of the mirror made Feng Hua and the other 2 who were hiding in the dark not dare to make a move. If Dong Huangyu shone the mirror at them, they would definitely die even faster. They didn't have Ying's ability. Curse Demon Dagger, come back. Aning originally wanted to wait for Dong Huangyu to exhaust her true essence. That way, he would naturally be able to win. But now, it seemed that he didn't have the time. He gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was dead or not, he had to use the cursed demon dagger again. Swish, a black dagger pierced through the air. Aning sneered. Little girl, you can die too. He stretched out his hand and caught the cursed demon dagger. He didn't sense anything wrong. At this moment, almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Xiao didn't move at all. If he wasn't dead, how could there be no reaction? Aning stabbed the cursed demon dagger into his own heart. He endured the intense pain. But at that moment, his expression changed drastically. This dagger. Ah! A shrill scream came out from Shadow's mouth. He discovered in horror that the Emperor weapon that he spent so much effort to imprint his soul mark on no longer belonged to him. The dagger released a terrifying curse power. He kept tormenting Aning, making him wish he was dead. How is it? It feels good to be tortured by your own treasure, right? For the dead Ling Xiao, Aning slowly stood up. Disciple, take your treasure. Ling Xiao flashed and appeared beside Dong Huangyu. It's been hard on you. If not for your treasure, I wouldn't have the time to take his cursed demon dagger. Master, you're not dead. That's great. After saying this, Dong Huangyu fainted. He wasn't injured, but he had used up too much energy. Ling Xiao fed a healing pill to Dong Huangyu before keeping her into his Dongxing Emperor ring. Cold Plum, take care of her for me. Ling Xiao warned before turning to look at Aning. At this time, Shadow was still suffering in pain. Now, it's time for you to pay for everything you've done. Ling Xiao was very angry now, but at the same time, he was in a good mood. The cursed demon dagger pierced his heart. Tormented by the curse. This allowed his celestial devil black tortoise physique to break through to high-level 10th Order Emperor realm. Not only that, but his cultivation had also broken through at that moment. In order to expel the power of the curse, the potential in his body was released crazily. At the same time the curse was expelled, it also allowed his cultivation level to rise to the extreme realm of core. In other words, he was a 9th divine core warrior. Right now, he could feel that his body was filled with surging energy. Powerful, extremely powerful, even without using any treasures, he could still kill an Ing. You can't kill me. I'm an Ing, I'm from Jade Flower Divine Sect. Finally, an Ing felt panic. The cursed demon dagger was taken away from him, and its power was even greater than when he unleashed it. He didn't understand why this was happening, but he was sure that he was in trouble now. Ling Xiao, stop. Right at this moment, Feng Hua, Zhang Mao, and Li Dian finally stood out. Oh, it's the three of you. Quick, kill him. When An Ing saw the three men, he immediately saw hope. He immediately shouted out in joy. Stop? If I stop just because you asked me to, what kind of person would I, Ling Xiao, be? Ling Xiao sneered. He continued walking towards An Ing. His steps were slow. Every step he took was torture for An Ing. The shadow of death kept growing in his body. You're courting death. Let's attack together. Ling Xiao didn't give them any face at all. Feng Hua was instantly enraged. The three of them jumped up together and charged towards Ling Xiao. To save An Ing. But more importantly, to get the treasures. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned around. There was a mocking look in his eyes. I'll send the three of you to hell first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. Chi, a sword light bloomed. Li Dian's dantian was pierced. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the core realm, and he had even activated the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. How could these three men be his match? Something's wrong. Feng Hua exclaimed when he noticed that Ling Xiao's strength had become much stronger than before. But it was too late. Escape light. The sword light pierced through the night sky again. The onlookers didn't see how Ling Xiao attacked. They only saw Zhang Mao's corpse falling from the sky. When it landed on the ground, it was already dead. Feng Hua turned around and ran. Running now? Can you run, void-shattering finger? Ling Xiao sneered and pointed his finger. The space where Feng Hua was twisted and torn apart. Even Feng Hua himself was turned into fragments in the void. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed. The crowd was stunned. Was this still the person who was suppressed by An Ing? Could it be that he had a breakthrough in cultivation during the battle? An Ing had been watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Hua and the other two. He was so eager for Ling Xiao to be killed. The current him had to resist the power of the curse. He couldn't escape at all. But reality was too cruel for him. Feng Hua, Zhang Mao, and Li Dian were all killed in an instant. His hope was also shattered at that moment. You have company on the road of death. Ling Xiao's mouth bloomed into a bright smile. He punched. At this moment, An Ing was extremely weak. The god's fist was enough to send him to the afterlife. After the huge body was hit, it shattered. Even his inner core was completely shattered. Dead, many people looked at this scene and couldn't believe that it was real. An Ing, Feng Hua, Zhang Mao, Li Dian, no matter which one, they were all very famous people in the Heaven Hall district. With Yuhua Divine Sect backing them up, they were able to do whatever they wanted and did a lot of terrible things. But no one dared to cause trouble for them. Today, they're all dead. Is my disciple all right? After killing the enemies, he absorbed their true qi. Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation Ci's energy had increased by a lot. After crossing that threshold, it was relatively easy to improve. She slept very well, she's fine, Cold Plum said, but since you killed these 4 people, Yuhua Divine Sect definitely won't let this go. Ahaha, scared of them? Ling Xiao coldly laughed. I didn't want to mess with them at first, I just thought it was too troublesome. Do they really think I'm scared of them? Sure enough, he still needs to fight to improve faster. If he didn't dare to offend people all the time, he wouldn't have improved so much. Although it was dangerous, he got another treasure today. Although the cursed demon dagger required self-harm to hurt the enemy, it was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. His physical body recovered extremely quickly, and he also had a large number of healing pills. When he wanted to use them, he could naturally use them. Now, not counting the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword, he already had 3 Emperor weapons. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal with 1 dragon pattern, the Cursed Demon Dagger with 2 dragon patterns and the 9 Revolutions Gourd. He did not use the 9 Revolutions Gourd in the battle today because he did not want to expose too much. Anyway, it was fine as long as it was enough to kill the enemy. Do you really want the Emperor weapons? Sensing the greed in the eyes of the surrounding people, Ling Xiao laughed contemptuously. The crowd was indeed greedy for the Emperor weapons on Ling Xiao. That was 2 of them. Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao had the 9 Revolutions Gourd. Together with the girl's mirror, there were 3 of them. They had never seen so many Emperor weapons before. What are you afraid of? He's already very weak. That's right. I don't believe that he's fine after killing an Ing. He's definitely putting on an act. 3 Emperor weapons. As long as we get them, we can all become experts. Kill him. The chaotic sand ocean never lacked desperados. In other words, most of the people who came to the chaotic sand ocean were desperados. They would not become afraid just because of a few threatening words. Sometimes, greed was much stronger than fear. Thousands of people rushed towards Ling Xiao, trying to outdo each other. Ling Xiao looked at these people with contempt. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd level of the Shattered Core Realm. They really did not know what death was. Sometimes, it's very difficult to live, it's very easy to die. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He used the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. Because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, the power and range of the Twin Tiger Divine Seal had increased. In an instant, it covered an area of 100 meters. Kill! Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, the 2 tigers pounced into the crowd. In an instant, thousands of people died tragically, only those who hid in place out of fear and didn't make a move survived. They knelt on the ground in horror. I told you not to provoke him. Ling Xiao looked at those people with disdain. The corpses on the ground all became his nourishment. Their true essences all poured into Ling Xiao's body. It's far from enough. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of Yuhua Divine Sect. Initially, he didn't want to cause trouble at Yuhua Divine Religion. But the other party insisted on forcing him. Since that was the case, he would wash Yuhua Celestial Sect in blood. Who cares if he's a young master? Kill him all. What he needed now was strength. After this battle, he realized that he was not strong enough. He did not even have the ability to protect his disciple. He even forced his disciple to use a killing move that he should not have used. As a result, he was still unconscious. Master, don't be rash. Even though most of the Divine Physique Echelon martial artists in the Jade Flower Divine Cult are in seclusion, they are still in seclusion. But there was still Wu Tianshou. This one is Heavenly Demon Yuhua. He possesses an extremely terrifying treasure that can also allow his strength to reach the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Cold Plum hurriedly said. Don't worry, your master won't die, you guys just rest assured and stay inside to recuperate. Ling Xiao chuckled as he released his flying puppet and flew towards the direction of Yuhua Sect. Impossible. An Ing is dead, Feng Hua and the others are also dead? Hearing this news, Yuhua Tianrui suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. Did Cold Plum make a move? He asked. It said that Ling Xiao killed them all by himself. Cold Plum did not make a move, but Dong Huangyu helped. The person replied. Impossible. What kind of joke is this? A very panicked smile appeared on Yuhua Tianrui's face. That Ling Xiao has an emperor weapon. The subordinate said again. Emperor weapon. How can he have an emperor weapon? Yuhua Tianrui paced around the room. In the end, he stopped. Ha ha ha, what am I afraid of? He killed an Ing, Big Brother will definitely not let him off. Why am I worried for nothing? That Ling Xiao can't possibly come to Yuhua Divine Sect to cause trouble. Yes, tell my big brother about An Ying's death. I want this Ling Xiao to die. Die. Ling Xiao had almost become Yuhua Tianrui's nightmare. If Ling Xiao did not die, Yuhua Tianrui would not be able to rest in peace. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yuhua Tianrui shuddered and instantly hid behind his guard. Ling Xiao. It's him, it's his voice. Yuhua Tianrui, you interfered with our participation in the treasure hunt in the heavenly ruins, but I didn't find trouble with you. How dare you send someone to assassinate me? A person stood in the night sky, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Under the moonlight, he looked so cold and emotionless. Tonight, I'm going to wash Yuhua divine sect with blood, what do you think? Ling Zhao's smile was a little eerie and crazy. Hearing this laughter, Yuhua Tianrui shuddered. This lunatic actually dared to come to Yuhua divine sect, does he not know where this is? Eldest young master, don't be afraid of him, this is our Yuhua divine sect's territory, although the higher-ups are currently cultivating in seclusion. My godson also went out to do something. But we still have Senior Wu Tianshou. A person's voice sounded. Only then did Yuhua Tianrui come back to his senses. He suddenly became ruthless. Ling Xiao, you're courting death, walking into a trap. How can our Yuhua divine sect be massacred by trash like you? Today, you won't be able to return. Wu Tianshou, kill him. Soon, Yuhua divine sect's martial artists surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. They blocked Ling Zhao's escape route. They thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to leave like this, but in reality, Ling Xiao did not plan to leave. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? Even a divine physique echelon martial artist wouldn't be able to stop him. There are roughly 50,000 people in your Yuhua divine sect's headquarters, how many will die tonight? It was as if Ling Xiao did not see the martial artists surrounding him, and he continued to talk to himself. You're really arrogant, we have 1 divine body realm martial artist, 2 9th level core shattering realm martial artists, 7 3rd level core shattering realm martial artists, countless core realm martial artists, with just you. Which one can you kill? Yuhua Tianrui gradually calmed down. So what if the other party had an emperor weapon? He had one too, although his aptitude was not as good as his brother's, it was not bad either, so his father gave him 2 emperor weapons. One was for defense, and the other was for attack. Even if he did not rely on anyone, it was impossible for him to lose to Ling Xiao. What was he afraid of? At the thought of his cowardly appearance just now, he felt embarrassed. Today, he was not afraid of being killed by Ling Xiao, but the humiliation in his heart was hard to get rid of. Eldest young master, he's just an early-stage core realm martial artist, is there a need for this old man to make a move? Wu Tianshou drank a mouthful of wine, not interested in Ling Xiao at all. Why don't eldest young master make a move personally? I'll hold the line at the side, you should feel better killing him personally. Mobile version update website, and many people saw what happened in Yuhua divine sect. After all, this place was the focus of many people's attention. What's more, the Skycea Pavilion was right next door. Who is that? He's so crazy that he actually dared to barge into Yuhua divine sect's headquarters alone? I don't know. There aren't many lunatics like him these days. There were some in the past, but unfortunately, they were all suppressed. Interesting person. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he'll perish under the night sky tonight. These people watched from afar but did not dare to approach Yuhua divine sect. They were not afraid of Yuhua Tianrui or heavenly demon Yuhua. They were only worried about the divine physique realm powerhouses of Yuhua divine sect. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Unless one did not want to survive in the chaotic Sand Sea, there was absolutely no benefit in offending Yuhua divine sect. I'll do it myself? At this moment, Yuhua Tianrui was thinking about Wu Tianshou's suggestion. Indeed, if he could kill Ling Xiao with his own hands, it would definitely be the best thing for him. However, he was a little worried. If he failed, he might lose his life. Ling Xiao looked at Yuhua Tianrui in disdain. He mocked, forget it, he still dares to fight me one-on-one, who doesn't know that Yuhua Tianrui is a coward, because he's afraid of his big brother, he even gave up his godson position, he even deliberately led a drunken life. Shut up. This was Yuhua Tianrui's reverse scale. He hated it when others said that he was afraid of his big brother. Although he was really afraid. He did not allow others to say it. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. His main purpose for coming tonight was to kill Yuhua Tianrui. As for the others, if they did not make a move, he would not bother to kill them. However, if they participated, he would not show mercy. You've already done it, are you afraid of others saying it? Ling Xiao mocked. Bastard. Yu Hua Tianrui knew that Ling Xiao was deliberately provoking him. However, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Moreover, Wu Tianqiu was here today, and this was Yu Hua divine sect. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could kill him. You're courting death. Yu Hua Tianrui looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He really could not think of a reason why he would be killed by the other party. Moreover, his heart kept telling him to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. In the distance, many people were watching. Was he going to retreat? Was he really going to be a coward like Ling Xiao said? Trash like you who only knows how to play with women also knows how to kill. I'm afraid you haven't even killed a chicken before. Ling Xiao mocked. Yu Hua Tianrui's face turned even uglier. All these years, he had never killed anyone with his own hands. Everything was done by his subordinates. Now that he thought about it, it was a little awkward. As a martial artist who had never killed anyone before, he knew that there was no need for him to do it himself. Those who didn't know would only say that he was a coward. Ling Xiao, hand over cold plum and cripple your own cultivation, and I can spare your life. Yu Hua Tianrui said coldly. If I hand her over, do you dare to take her? You coward, do you think you can afford to offend the savage beast region? In the end, your Yu Hua divine sect is just a dog of the Doyan society. Once a dog bites its master, it loses its value. Ling Xiao said indifferently. As he spoke, he observed the terrain of Yu Hua divine sect. He prepared himself for an escape. Otherwise, if those old fellows in seclusion woke up, he would be in trouble. Is this Ling Xiao the champion of the Golden Sky region's golden battle? I think so. No wonder he dared to snatch Yu Hua Tianrui's woman. Young people are so arrogant. But he doesn't seem to understand that this is the chaotic sand ocean. Even if the disciples of Golden City were here, they wouldn't dare to be so forceful against Yu Hua divine sect. Moreover, he's not even a disciple of Golden City. Wu Tianqiu's voice rang out again, eldest young master, you're our Yu Hua divine sect's young master. The other party humiliated Yu Hua divine sect, don't you even have the courage to attack? This old thing was one of Yu Hua Heavenly Demon's men. Although Yu Hua Heavenly Demon didn't intend to kill his younger brother, Wu Tianqiu was already impatient. What was the point of following this trash around? He might as well find a chance to send this trash to his death. That was why he kept urging Yu Hua Tianrui to fight with Ling Xiao one-on-one. No need, it's boring to fight with this trash. Tonight, I'm here to wash Yu Hua divine sect with blood. This kind of trash, let him completely fall in a drunken stupor. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Hua Tianrui with contempt, then suddenly charged into the crowd. Stop. Yu Hua Tianrui was also a man. If he didn't stand up after being said that, he would really lose himself. Moreover, he thought about it. He couldn't lose. In terms of combat power, he was actually stronger than Aning. It was just that Aning was good at assassination. He was just slightly more famous than him. He. Yu Hua Tianrui suddenly laughed. I haven't fought for a long time, so now everyone thinks that I'm easy to bully? Wu Tianqiu, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want me to die, but let me tell you, if I die today, you won't live either. My big brother is someone who cares about his reputation. The divine physique realm martial artist he sent couldn't even protect me. What do you think he'll do? Ling Xiao frowned. Perhaps he had still underestimated this fellow a little. Yu Hua Tianrui was more powerful than he imagined. On the surface, he looked like a prodigal, but he was actually very smart. If not, he wouldn't have been able to live so well after losing the Godson competition. I must take him seriously. This guy might be a formidable opponent. Ling Xiao stopped underestimating his opponent. Wu Tianqiu's heart trembled. He thought that Yu Hua Tianrui wouldn't be able to see through his little tricks. Now, it seemed that he was really an idiot. Eldest young master, I'm willing to kill this brat. Wu Tianqiu hurriedly said. No need, I'll let you see today that I'm not a useless person. Yu Hua Tianrui shook his head. The reason why he pointed out Wu Tianqiu's trick was because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Wu Tianqiu would risk his life to save him. He wouldn't die in Ling Xiao's hands. Guard all the exits, no matter what. If I win today, he'll die. If I lose, he'll still die. Yu Hua Tianrui revealed a sinister smile. Ling Xiao, you just want to fight me one-on-one. I'll fulfill your wish. After all, you're someone who's about to die. Ha 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 ha. Yu Hua Tianrui laughed wildly. Ling Xiao also laughed. Since he dared to come here, he had the confidence to survive. Ling Xiao instantly entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat's Beast Soul transformation. However, he didn't use the Tyrant Martial Soul. The Tyrant Martial Soul was a trump card. It could be used at critical moments to have a miraculous effect. The moment the transformation was completed, the aura of the beast god bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. In the void, it was as if the god of reincarnation had descended. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Beast god martial artist. No wonder he's so arrogant. What a pity. If he dies today, the Golden Heavens region will really suffer a huge loss. Yu Hua Tianrui narrowed his eyes and glanced at Ling Xiao's transformation. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. This should be Ling Xiao's strongest battle strength. But it was still inferior to him. So what if you're a beast god martial artist? Even if the beast god descends, you'll still die in my Yu Hua divine sect today. Yu Hua Tianrui revealed a cold smile. Then, he activated his vital essence and a set of shining 7-colored armor appeared on his body. When the armor was activated, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. Yu Hua Tianrui's body released a powerful force of the phoenix. The armor was exquisitely carved. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly the image of a phoenix. It contained a powerful force. It's actually made from a phoenix fossil. This thing might be useful to me. When Ling Xiao saw this powerful armor, he did not show any fear. Instead, he became excited. You have 2 emperor weapons on you. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal with 1 dragon pattern, the Cursed Demon Dagger with 2 dragon patterns, and I also have an emperor weapon. This is the Divine Phoenix Armor, a defensive emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. You should understand. What does 3 dragon patterns mean? What does a defensive emperor weapon mean? Yu Hua Tianrui sneered. There was a hint of pride between his brows. Ling Xiao frowned. There were very few defensive magic treasures. There were even fewer defensive magic treasures with 3 dragon patterns. It seemed that the sect master of the Yu Hua divine sect liked Yu Hua Tianrui very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such a good thing. The most important thing about the divine phoenix armor was the core made from an ancient phoenix egg fossil. Although the other materials were also very outstanding, they could all be found. Only this core was definitely not something that ordinary people could find. Rainbow Soaring Phoenix. The Tai Chi told him the type of ancient phoenix. This was even more precious than the monster crystal cores that Ling Xiao had obtained before. It was also more powerful. As a material for the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts technique and a treasure to improve the beast soul, it was very important. This Yu Hua Tianrui is really understanding. He knows that I need these things, so he actually delivered them to me. When the divine phoenix battle armor was fully extended, it could completely envelop a person. He was as handsome as the phoenix war god. It attracted the admiration of countless onlookers. However, Ling Xiao just smiled and said, "Do you think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a tortoise shell?" His words were just to distract the other party. If the other party knew of his intentions for the divine phoenix battle armor, it would not be easy for him to obtain it. Yu Hua Tianrui was not angry. He just looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. It's useless no matter what you say today. As he spoke, a sword appeared in Yu Hua Tianrui's hand. It was not an emperor artifact but a divine grade heavenly king artifact. A divine heavenly emperor artifact could not be compared to an emperor artifact. However, not everyone had an emperor armament. The divine grade heavenly king weapon was still the most powerful treasure for most divine core warriors. Kill. The instant he took out his long sword, Yu Hua Tianrui turned into a bright rainbow light and shot toward Ling Xiao. It drew a beautiful rainbow in the night sky. He really is a 3rd-level shattered core realm. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. With this kind of strength, as long as he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could easily win. However, he needed to play with this guy for a while. Once he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it would be meaningless. Now, he needed to squeeze out all the remaining value of his opponent before killing him. Yuhua Tianrui was not weak. If it was an ordinary third-level Shattered Core warrior, they would not dare to take this sword attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging it. He circulated his true energy and punched out with the Fiend God Fist. Boom, the Fiend God Fist collided with the tip of his opponent's sword. Ling Xiao felt like he had hit the peak of a mountain. His body was sent flying and crashed into a house. Dozens of Yuhua Divine Sect warriors were killed along the way. He absorbed a large amount of true energy. Yuhua Tianrui wanted to chase after him, but he was helpless. Although he was not pushed back just now, the Fiend God Fist's energy was very strange. It was so strange that he needed to spend some time to expel this energy. I didn't expect you to really have some skills. Although Yuhua Tianrui did not defeat Ling Xiao in one strike, his confidence came. To be able to send Ling Xiao flying, it was enough to show that his strength was above Ling Xiao's. This Ling Xiao has quite a big mouth, but it doesn't seem like he can do it. So he's also someone who only knows how to brag. Hehe, I think that this prodigal Yuhua Tianrui is really eye-catching. His strength is much stronger than I imagined. Yes, even without the Divine Phoenix armor, he's still very powerful. Everyone crossed their arms and watched the show in the sky. They were obviously disappointed with Ling Xiao's performance. They thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. They did not expect it to be like this. It was really too disappointing. Ling Xiao flew out of the ruins. He patted the dust off his body and smiled. Is this your full strength? How ridiculous, it's only enough to tickle me. He's actually not injured? Yuhua Tianrui's gaze suddenly turned cold. Good. Very good. Let's see how many of my attacks you can take. The sword in his hand drew a circle in the air. A crazy amount of vital essence condensed into this circle. Immediately after, he pointed with his sword. Chaotic sword technique. Countless sword chi suddenly flew out from that circle. Each sword chi was extremely terrifying. Each sword chi was enough to kill a martial artist at the third level of the Shattered Core realm. Endless Fiend God Fist. Ling Xiao still did not dodge. He released his fists crazily. The sword chi and the fist force collided continuously in the air. The terrifying impact shattered the stone slabs on the ground and flew everywhere. Ling Xiao's body kept retreating. Yuhua Tianrui's attacks kept advancing. An excited smile bloomed on his face. At that moment, he really thought that he could win. The energy in my cultivation C has increased to 30%. Unfortunately, it's over. Ling Xiao shook his head. I originally wanted to play with you, but now, there's no need for that. Martial Spirit Barrier. Ling Xiao, who suddenly released the Martial Spirit Barrier, disappeared in front of Yuhua Tianrui's eyes. At that moment, Yuhua Tianrui felt incomparably terrified. Wu Tianshou, who was outside, exclaimed, "Oh no!" He hurriedly rushed over. However, the Martial Spirit Barrier blocked his way. Although the Martial Spirit Barrier could be broken from the outside. However, even with Wu Tianshou's strength, it would take at least 10 minutes to finish it. During this time, Ling Xiao would have killed Yuhua Tianrui long ago. This unexpected turn of events shocked the crowd who were watching the show. Could it be that this kid has been pretending to be weak? But why is he doing this? Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao was trying to squeeze out Yuhua Tianrui's remaining value. Don't be afraid. Don't cry. It'll be over soon. Ling Xiao's cold voice reached Yuhua Tianrui's ears. Yuhua Tianrui almost knelt down. I can't be cool for more than 3 seconds. 9 turns gourd, imprisonment. Because Yuhua Tianrui had the Divine Phoenix armor, all of Ling Xiao's attacks could not directly hurt him. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure. Once the imprisonment was released, Yuhua Tianrui could not move at all. The Divine Phoenix armor could protect him from being hurt. However, the curse could not be avoided. 9 turns gourd, poisonous insect. The poisonous insect directly entered Yuhua Tianrui's body through his mouth. No. I don't want to die. Spare me, I can give you this Divine Phoenix armor. Although Yuhua Tianrui was calm and smart, he had a biggest weakness, which was that he was timid. When he encountered a little trouble, he would completely panic. For example, this time. If he could calm down, Ling Xiao might not be able to imprison him, and the poisonous insect might not be able to break through his mouth and enter his body. So he has more than one emperor weapon. What's that gourd? Everyone saw the gourd in Ling Xiao's hand. They were shocked. Because there were actually 2 dragon patterns on the gourd. Hearing Yu Hua Tianrui's shrill scream, Ling Xiao said with a smile, "I really like your divine phoenix armor. As long as you give it to me, I can indeed spare your life." Eldest young master, don't believe him. With the divine phoenix armor, he can't kill you, but if you give it to him, you'll definitely die. Wu Tianzhou shouted outside and knocked against the martial spirit barrier. The others also panicked and came over to help. They all knew very well that if eldest young master Yu Hua Tianrui died, that would be a very frightening thing. They would definitely be held accountable by the sect leader. At that time, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. "Save me! Save me!" Yu Hua Tianrui shouted desperately. Indeed, he did not dare to give the divine phoenix armor to Ling Xiao. If it was not for the divine phoenix armor, he believed that he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. Even though the poisonous insect entered his body and wreaked havoc. His body had the raging flame pill given to him by his father. This thing would not have any effect on normal days. However, when it encountered poison or poisonous insects, it would have a miraculous effect and protect its owner. "Your sect leader's father is really good to you." Ling Xiao frowned. This guy was really not easy to kill. Troublesome, Yu Hua Tianrui did not realize that he had these good things. If he resisted at this moment, Ling would really be a problem. It was a pity that this idiot was already scared. All he wanted was for others to save him, and he couldn't think of fighting at all. These treasures it is it, since I can't break, then, I might as well directly refined. A.S.'s eyes. He took out a formation refining stone. He released. A ball of energy enveloped Yu Hua Tianrui. The deviant flame was released from Ling Xiao's hands. Although it could not be used to attack directly, it was not a problem to use it for tempering. "What do you want to do to me?" Yu Hua Tianrui was so frightened that his face turned pale. "What?" He burned the soul imprint on it with raging flames. "I'll take away your ownership." Ling Xiao sneered and sat cross-legged. He released the flame crazily. Yu Hua Tianrui, who was wrapped in the flame, would not die because of the divine phoenix armor skin. However, Ling Xiao did not expect to kill him. He only focused on the soul imprint. He wanted to take the divine phoenix armor for himself. "Let go of eldest young master, or I'll kill you." Wu Tianzhou screamed desperately. Ling Xiao didn't even bother with him. It was as if these people would let him go if he let go. Yu Hua sect's style of doing things, one could easily find out. Whoever offended them, they would definitely kill them. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was simple. Since he had offended Yu Hua sect, he must destroy them. Otherwise, he would never have peace. Hearing Yu Hua Tianrui's miserable screams, the crowd was dumbfounded. They could not believe it. This brat is too strange. Yeah, defeating Yu Hua Tianrui was already amazing, but he still dared to refine the soul imprint and take the divine phoenix armor. He's crazy. What a surprise. But the soul imprint on the divine phoenix armor was personally imprinted by the sect master of Yu Hua sect. It won't be easy to refine it. Even if he succeeds, it might take a few days. By that time, the big shots of Yu Hua mortal sect would have been alerted. This brat won't be able to escape. The crowd admired Ling Xiao's madness and strength, but at the same time, they could not understand his actions. Outside, Wu Tianzhou and the others continued to attack the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao acted as if nothing had happened and focused on refining the divine phoenix armor. This was an emperor artifact with 3 dragon patterns. It was incomparably precious. Even if it was used as a battle armor, it would be excellent. This eldest young master of Yu Hua sect is really embarrassing. In fact, he could have turned the situation around. He's just too cowardly. If he was daring, he would have been killed by his brother long ago. It's very common for Yuhua sect to fight for power and profit. My godson is back. At this moment, a voice sounded. Heavenly demon Yuhua tore through the air. He heavily bombarded the martial spirit barrier. He was extremely powerful to begin with. Together with Wu Tianshou, he instantly consumed most of the martial spirit barrier's energy. Cracks had already appeared on the martial spirit barrier. Brat, I don't care who you are. Let go of my second brother. I can spare your life. Heavenly demon Yuhua's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had only gone out for a while and such a thing happened. Someone dared to barge into Yuhua sect to cause trouble. If he did not kill this person, Yuhua sect would become a joke in the future. However, in order to save Yuhua Tianrui, he could only say some soft words. However, Ling Xiao still did not say a word. He could feel that the soul imprint on the divine phoenix armor had been burned until it was deformed. It was on the verge of shattering. How powerful was the heavenly fire? How could a mere soul imprint withstand it? Cat Grandpa will lend you a hand. The white jade cat that had been sleeping in Ling Xiao's clothes suddenly woke up. It let out a sharp cat's meow. Meow. In an instant, the soul imprint that had already loosened completely collapsed. Shatter. It's done. There was no time to think about why the white jade cat had such an ability. Ling Xiao grabbed the divine phoenix armor and put it on himself. After putting it on, it was basically impossible for a cultivator in the course-shattering realm to hurt him. Unless the other party also had an emperor weapon of similar quality. The moment he donned the divine phoenix battle armor on his body, the martial spirit barrier also shattered with a sound. I didn't expect him to succeed. That flame is probably not an ordinary flame. This brat seems to be proficient in refining formations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded in such a short time. But now, he's still facing a certain death situation. The moment the martial spirit barrier broke, heavenly demon Yuhua's palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying. Terrifying power seeped into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was fine. Instead, his cultivation sees energy increased by 10%, so far, it had reached 50%. Heavenly demon Yuhua's attack was really terrifying. If not for the divine phoenix armor, Ling Xiao would have been killed. Even now, with the divine phoenix armor, Ling Xiao was slightly injured. However, this minor injury was nothing. With the strength of his body, he could recover in an instant. Ha ha ha. Heavenly demon Yuhua, so what if you're here? You can't kill me, but I can slaughter everyone in Yuhua divine sect. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. 9 Revolution Gourd, Apocalypse. The gourd flew in the air. A black apocalypse dragon was released from its mouth. It instantly charged into the crowd. The terrifying power of the monarch weapon with 2 dragon patterns exploded in the crowd. Countless buildings were destroyed. In these few days, nearly 1,000 people were swept into it and turned into bones. Lunatic. The onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. This Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. He said that he wanted to massacre Yuhua divine sect, and he actually did it. I'll kill you. As a divine body realm expert, Wu Tianshou suddenly rose into the air. His palm landed with a loud bang. The huge black palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. His cultivation sees energy increased by 60%. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was injured, it was still a minor injury. Compared to the gains, this injury was nothing. He could release the giant demon king to kill Wu Tianshou and heavenly demon Yuhua. However, he didn't do that. This battle had brought him too many benefits. Every time the opponent attacked, his cultivation sees energy would increase. 9 Revolution Gourd, Flying Sword. This time, a sword flew out of the 9 Revolution Gourd. The sword light instantly flew 1,000 meters. Hundreds of martial artists were instantly pierced through their dantians and died. This 9 Revolution Gourd is really useful. I have to thank Qi Yuan. If he didn't come all the way here to deliver this treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't feel so good. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. No. I can't kill him. Yuhua gradually calmed down. With the protection of the divine phoenix battle armor, killing Ling Xiao was simply a pipe dream. The other party didn't care about such a small injury at all. If this continued, Yuhua mortal religion was really going to be messed up by this brat. I have no choice but to use that. Heavenly Demon Yuhua revealed a cold smile. He took out a gourd from his storage ring. It was the same gourd, but its form was different. The 9 Revolutions gourd was black. But this gourd was blue. Ling Xiao. Hearing Yuhua Heavenly Demon call his name, Ling Xiao responded subconsciously. In the end, he felt a terrifying force sucking him in. He entered the gourd. My 9 Underworlds gourd is an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. It contains 9 Underworlds water, and even a divine body realm martial artist would be turned into water by it. Since I can't kill you, I'll just melt you. It's just a pity about the divine phoenix battle armor. He put the stopper on the gourd. Heavenly Demon Yuhua revealed a cold smile. He didn't intend to expose this thing so early. This 9 Underworlds gourd was his trump card. Even in the entire Yuhua mortal religion, there were only 2 emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns. He had one here, and his father had another. Moreover, this thing had to be refined by the person inside, which would take 49 days. It was also troublesome. But this time, there was nothing he could do. If Ling Xiao didn't use this method, he was afraid that Yuhua mortal religion would be in a mess. After entering the gourd, Ling Xiao felt that he had entered an independent space. This place was filled with black 9 Underworlds water. Even his physical body would be melted with a slight touch. Master, do you need my help? Cold Plum was a little anxious. Don't worry, any treasure, the most basic thing is the array, Master is an expert in this field. Ling Xiao was actually not confident in his heart. But he didn't want Cold Plum to worry. At the very least, he felt that a mere 9 Underworlds water wouldn't be able to kill him. An emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns, the F***CK was really willing to part with it. Perhaps even a divine physique realm martial artist wouldn't have such a thing. A godson was a godson, someone doted on him. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. He tried to use the vertical golden light technique to escape. But it didn't work. It was obvious that his guess was correct. This should be a space built by an array. It was different from the outside world. The moment the stopper was put on, he was imprisoned here. Sigh, what a pity. Yeah, Yuhua mortal religion is a big sect after all. They actually have an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. If this Ling Xiao doesn't die, he will really become a terrifying existence. But if he's sucked in, there's no hope. Many of the onlookers admired Ling Xiao. He killed his way into Yuhua mortal religion alone. Not only did he defeat Yuhua Tianrui and snatch the divine phoenix armor, but he also killed thousands of people. In the end, Heavenly Demon Yuhua had no choice but to use the 9 nether gourd to capture him. What are you looking at? Do you want to have a taste of this emperor weapon too? Heavenly Demon Yuhua looked around coldly. Those people lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Yuhua Tianrui was already very strong, and with this treasure, ordinary people would have to think twice if they wanted to deal with him. Of course, they were envious. Anyone who had an emperor weapon of that level would have their strength skyrocketed. Ling Xiao didn't lose to his strength, he lost to his treasure. Heavenly Demon Yuhua couldn't stop others from thinking about it. He looked at Yuhua Tianrui who was still in a daze. Trash, he said fiercely. Today, Yuhua Tianrui had embarrassed Yuhua mortal religion. Bring your young master back and take good care of him. Don't let him go out and cause trouble. He actually knew about what happened this time. He was the one who agreed to lend out Shadow. But he didn't expect that someone who was only a heavenly core warrior would be so hard to deal with. Not only did Shadow die, he even sent people to kill him. How unlucky. Let's go. Yuhua Tianrui was brought away. Heavenly Demon Yuhua also brought the 9 nether gourd back to his residence. The storm was finally over. Although some people still wanted to see more, it was time for them to leave. That Ling Xiao, he's dead for sure, right? And that kid's 3 emperor weapons, I'm afraid they'll fall into Heavenly Demon Yuhua's hands. Sigh. That's why I said, don't be so pretentious. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke Yuhua mortal religion. That kid doesn't know what's good for him. I'm impressed by that kid's courage. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. True, even if he's dead, I'm afraid he'll become a legend in the chaotic desert. He's already dead, what's the point of becoming a legend? Let's go, let's go. The crowd slowly dispersed. They all knew that once they entered Yuhua immortal religion, they wouldn't be able to leave. Even if Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to use them. This time, it was the end of his life. Brat, you'll suffer endless pain for these 49 days, then, you'll die. I'll let you know that Yuhua divine sect is not to be trifled with. Heavenly demon Yuhua kept the 9 nether gourd in his storage ring and sneered. He laughed coldly. However, when he remembered that Ling Xiao was still wearing the divine phoenix battle armor, his heart ached. Heavenly demon Yuhua, listen up. I don't need 49 days. I'll be out soon. I'll kill all these bastards from Yuhua divine sect, especially you and Yuhua Tianrui. Both of you must die. Ling Xiao's voice came from the 9 nether gourd. Heavenly demon Yuhua frowned. To be honest, he had a very uneasy feeling. That was why he wanted to kill Ling Xiao immediately. However, he couldn't do it. At the thought of this, he felt that his second brother was extremely stupid. He actually let someone take away the divine phoenix armor. He was extremely depressed. Go ahead and try to talk your way out. Heavenly demon Yuhua blocked the sound. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Ling Xiao's nonsense. However, he didn't know that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap by doing so. Ling Xiao hoped that he would be able to block out the sound so that he could do what he wanted to do. Inside the 9 nether gourd, even the celestial demon black tortoise body couldn't resist the crazy 9 nether water. However, Ling Xiao was wearing the divine phoenix armor now, so there was no need to worry for the time being. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the divine phoenix armor was being corroded by the 9 nether water. The 9 nether water seemed to have a life of its own. It was like a vicious giant snake that wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. No wonder heavenly demon Yuhua said that it would take 49 days to refine me. This divine phoenix battle armor can probably last for 49 days. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he didn't care anymore. With the protection of the divine phoenix armor, he sat cross-legged in the 9 nether water. Master, do you have any ideas? Cold Plum asked. Don't worry. I've already thought of a way to get out. How can mere 9 nether water kill me? It doesn't matter even if I don't have the divine phoenix armor. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a crazy idea in his mind. However, he was still considering the feasibility. Alright, if Master needs it, you must ask, no matter what, I will help, don't underestimate this Kai-Dai Saintess. Cold Plum said. I know. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly removed the divine phoenix battle armor. At that moment, the 9 underworld's water was extremely excited as it frantically pounced towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation. The Canopy Beast was a beast god martial spirit that controlled the water element. It had 2 special skills, the Water Giant and the Yellow Spring River. It was only because its power was not as strong as before that Ling Xiao had not used it recently. To him, this was an opportunity. The 9 underworld's water was similar to the Yellow Spring's water, except that it was more corrosive. But no matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than Hai Shen? The 12 beast gods were the supreme deities of the Black Tortoise continent. Although they were not worth mentioning in front of the deities of the Immortal Court continent. But in the Black Tortoise continent, they were the most terrifying existences. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the all-encompassing Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The pitch-black universe opened up behind him. The endless 9 underworld's water seemed to have encountered something terrifying and wanted to escape in panic. However, the power of the universe was extremely terrifying. Baby, don't run. Since you are here, don't leave, absorb. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit formed a super terrifying black hole and sucked the 9 underworld's water in. This scene caused Lung Mei to be dumbstruck. She knew that her master's martial spirit was extremely terrifying. But she did not expect it to be so powerful. How is master? Dong Huangyu slowly woke up and immediately thought of her master. Don't worry, he is fine. Cold Plum was very relieved. Ling Xiao could even control the 9 underworlds water. How could he be killed by the 9 underworlds gourd? The 9 underworlds water was completely absorbed by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Then, it was slowly released to help Ling Xiao temper his physical body and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Other people had to endure a torturous process to cultivate. Ling Xiao found that absorbing the energy was simply enjoyable. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He watched the energy in his cultivation increase continuously. He watched his physical body strengthen continuously. He watched the Sky Tyrant martial spirit strengthen continuously. After a full 3 hours, Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through again and reached the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. The Black Tortoise physique also broke through and reached the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm. The peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm was only one step away from the Saint realm. The strength of his physical body was comparable to an Emperor weapon with 1 dragon mark. Although it was not comparable to the Divine Phoenix armor, the strength of his physical body was already this strong. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit mutated and evolved into the 9 underworld Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The power of the 2 special skills increased at the same time. The water giant directly transformed into a 9 underworlds monster. The yellow spring water evolved into the 9 underworlds yellow spring water. However, there was still a lot of 9 underworlds water left, and it was all stored in the Mountain River world. In the Mountain River world, a 9 underworlds yellow spring river was formed. In the future, his physical body could continue to be tempered by the river water. Most importantly, after being tempered by the 9 underworlds water, the Giant Devil King had evolved into a 9 underworlds Giant Devil King. His strength had reached the 2nd level of the Divine Physique realm. This was Ling Xiao's biggest trump card. As for the 9 underworlds gourd, it was now a useless item. Ling Xiao didn't need to use the 9 underworlds gourd to attack with the 9 underworlds water. However, because Ling Xiao hadn't reached the Divine Physique realm, the 9 underworlds water's attack wasn't that strong. Even so, it was still as strong as a divine core warrior using an emperor weapon with 4 dragon marks. Master, why do I feel like you've become much stronger? Cold Plum asked. That's right. This heavenly devil Yuhua has suffered a double loss. I should be the one thanking him for giving me such a great gift. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This is great. Master, you're really unfathomable. You can even subdue a treasure like the 9 underworlds gourd. Dong Huangyu's eyes were filled with admiration. That's nothing. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. In fact, he had to thank the Sky Tyrant martial soul and Tianpeng beast soul. If either of them were missing, he wouldn't have been able to do this. Previously, when Heavenly Devil Yuhua had subdued him with the 9 underworlds gourd, he wanted to use the Giant Devil King to escape. But luckily, he was brave enough to give it a try. If not, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Master, how are we going to get out of here? The 9 underworlds gourd is in Heavenly Devil Yuhua's possession. If we forcefully break out of the gourd, we might alert him. Cold Plum said. Alert him? Then let's kill him. Ling Xiao sneered. Kill him. Cold Plum was dumbfounded. Heavenly Devil Yuhua was a 9th level shattered core realm warrior. Even without the 9 underworlds gourd, Ling Xiao was no match for him. There was no need to mention Dong Huangyu. She did have the strength, but it seemed like Ling Xiao didn't want to borrow her strength. Cold Plum, don't worry, just be a good girl and watch. When has Master ever disappointed you? Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Cold Plum opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Ling Xiao had never disappointed her. Void-shattering finger. Without the 9 underworld water, the 9 underworld gourd was just an ordinary gourd. In addition, the internal formation had been broken by Ling Xiao. With a tap of the void-shattering finger, the 9 underworld gourd shattered. If Heavenly Demon Yuhua did not block the sound, he would definitely be able to hear it. Unfortunately, that idiot did not want to hear Ling Xiao's nagging and directly blocked the sound in the storage ring. Therefore, he did not even know that the 9 underworld gourd had shattered. At this moment, Heavenly Demon Yuhua was cultivating in his room. Although there were people outside the door, Heavenly Demon Yuhua was a proud person. When he was cultivating, he would never allow others to disturb him. However, he probably did not expect that his most powerful emperor weapon would eventually become something that would cost him his life. Things in this world were really unpredictable. Wow, as expected of the godson of Yuhua divine sect. I'm rich this time. Coming out of the 9 underworld gourd, Ling Xiao glanced at heavenly demon Yuhua's storage ring. Good heavens, he actually had a total of 20 top-grade spirit stones. One supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 20 yuan. That's 200 million yuan. Spirit stones were definitely what martial artists needed the most. Whether it was cultivation, refining pills, or buying things, they were all needed. Ling Zhao's blood-colored thunder god still needed spirit stones to store energy. Other than the 20 supreme-grade spirit stones. There was also a map in this guy's storage ring. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a map of the ruins of heaven. On this map, all the places that Yuhua divine sect had been to were marked. The treasures and traps inside were very eye-catching. Ling Xiao only took a casual glance, and there was actually the remnant soul of the 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden crow. This was what Xiao Jin needed the most. Ling Xiao did not look at the other medicinal herbs carefully. He stuffed them all into his Dongxing Emperor ring. Then, Ling Xiao began to crack the formation of the storage ring. Although Yuhua Tianrui's storage ring was not bad, it was not as good as the Dongxing Emperor ring. Therefore, it was very easy to crack it. Heavenly demon Yuhua, who was in the midst of cultivation, sensed a peculiar aura. He turned his head to look. He noticed that a figure had suddenly jumped out of his storage ring. This shock was no small matter. Yuhua heavenly demon's heart nearly stopped beating from fright. It's you. Hehe, you didn't expect this, did you? Godson, I said that I would definitely kill you, and I won't go back on my words. Ling Xiao sneered. You? Yuhua heavenly demon sneered disdainfully, although I don't know how you escaped from the 9 nether gourd, I'm sure you'll be able to escape from it. But if you want to kill me with your strength, you're dreaming. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying giant demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. His body emitted the aura of the 9 underworlds. Divine body realm. Yuhua heavenly demon suddenly realized that he was in a very dangerous situation. He turned around and tried to escape. However, how could the 9 underworld's great devil king, who was at the 2nd level of the divine body realm, let him escape? With a light grab, the heavenly demon Yuhua was held in his hand. Don't kill me, I can give you everything you want. Yuhua heavenly demon was also afraid of death. He never dreamed that he would be in such a situation where he actually had to beg Ling Xiao for mercy. Alright, then give me your life. Kill him. Ling Xiao sneered. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he ordered the 9 nether giant demon king to take action. Poor Yuhua heavenly demon was also considered a formidable person. He actually died in Ling Xiao's hands without knowing anything. What a pity. After killing Yuhua heavenly demon, Ling Xiao put away the 9 nether giant demon king. Master, that was? The 9 nether giant demon king at the 2nd level of the divine body realm, my puppet. Ling Xiao gave a simple explanation, then transformed. He transformed into the appearance of Yuhua heavenly demon. He walked out of the room. Godson. The guard outside the door bowed and said. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and walked straight to Yuhua Tianrui's residence. There were 3 people he wanted to kill today. Yuhua heavenly demon, Wu Tianshou, and Yuhua Tianrui. Yuhua heavenly demon had already been killed. Wu Tianshou was his next target. Only by transforming into Yuhua heavenly demon's appearance would it be easier to kill him. Master, why don't we just burn down this Yuhua divine sect? We'll let everyone know the consequences of offending us. Dong Huangyu suggested. That's a good idea, but not now. Wait until I kill Yuhua Tianrui and Wu Tianshou. Ling Xiao didn't want to alert the enemy for the time being. After completing his goal, he would raise this damn Yuhua divine sect to the ground. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at Yuhua Tianrui's residence. He had been here before, so it was naturally very easy for him to find it. With Yuhua heavenly demon's identity as a cover, no one dared to stop him. Just like that, his journey was unimpeded. In Yuhua Tianrui's palace, This lunatic was venting his anger. He was venting with the poor dancer. Damn Ling Xiao. Damn cold plum bitch, I'll beat you to death. The whip landed on the dancer's body. Although those dancers were also martial artists, they were too weak. After a few lashes, they died. F***ck, you're venting your anger on your own people after being bullied outside. What a beast. Ling Xiao looked down on this kind of person the most. They were simply shameless to the extreme. In the palace, Yu Hua Tianrui's bodyguards were watching the show from the side. Some even clapped and cheered. Eldest young master, you don't have to be so angry. That Ling Xiao was taken in by my godson with the 9 nether gourd. It's impossible for him to be alive, your grudge can be considered as avenged. Wu Tianzhou drank a little wine at the side and smiled faintly. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. Yu Hua Tianrui said crazily, I want to investigate Ling Xiao's background and kill all of his relatives. Only then can I dispel the hatred in my heart. He made me lose all my face, so I'll make him suffer so much that he'll wish he was dead. Master. Leng Yu noticed that Ling Xiao's body was trembling and couldn't help but call out. Don't worry. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. He wants to kill my family? Kill my family? I'm afraid he won't be able to live. Ling Xiao said coldly. He walked towards the main hall. Look at how useless you are. That woman is venting her anger. He was currently acting as heavenly demon Yu Hua, so he naturally spoke arrogantly. Why aren't you guys scramming? He looked at the dancers. The dancers felt as if they had been pardoned. They fled in a panic and left Yu Hua sect. They were originally dancers outside, and Yu Hua Tianrui wanted them to pass the time. Killing was killing, Yu Hua Tianrui didn't care. Big brother. Godson. Seeing heavenly demon Yu Hua, everyone hurriedly knelt down to greet him. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Wu Tianzhou. Come here, I have a mission for you. Wu Tianzhou didn't think too much about it. How could he have thought that heavenly demon Yu Hua was already dead? He probably wouldn't have thought that the person standing in front of him was Ling Xiao. He hurriedly went over and knelt in front of heavenly demon Yu Hua, saying excitedly, Godson has something to instruct. Come closer. Ling Xiao waved his hand, as if there was a secret mission. Qi. The East Victory heavenly sword pierced through Wu Tianzhou's dantian. Wu Tianzhou's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance with a smile. Among these people, Wu Tianzhou was the most troublesome, which was why he had to use the appearance of heavenly demon Yu Hua to set him up. Then, he would sneak attack and kill him, the moment Ling Xiao revealed his true appearance. Wu Tianzhou's eyes were filled with intense unwillingness and shock. Why is it you? With a sorrowful question, he fell to the ground and died in front of Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to let him go just like that. He grabbed Wu Tianzhou's neck with one hand and forcefully sucked Wu Tianzhou's true essence into his body. The true essence of a powerhouse at the first level of the divine body realm was really powerful. Although it could not allow him to break through instantly, it was enough for him to squander for a while his potential. Ling Xiao. How could it be you? Where's my big brother? Yu Hua Tianrui was terrified to the extreme. The person who he thought was definitely dead suddenly appeared here, and he appeared in the appearance of heavenly demon Yu Hua. Oh, your great godson, he's already dead. Ling Xiao revealed a bright smile. Yu Hua Tianrui was stunned at that moment. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and suddenly made a move, directly strangling Yu Hua Tianrui's neck. By the time the bodyguards reacted, it was already too late. You're lying, my big brother can't be dead. Although Yu Hua Tianrui's neck was choked, he still spoke, even though he hated his big brother. However, there was no doubt that his big brother was an invincible existence in his heart. Whether he's dead or not, you'll know when you go to the underworld. What a pitiful guy, why did you have to provoke me? I've already warned you. Ling Xiao sighed. He exerted force and Yu Hua Tianrui's neck was broken, his true essence was also sucked dry by Ling Xiao. His inner core dried up and he died. At the moment of his death, Yu Hua Tianrui still could not believe that everything that happened was real. His big brother was dead. Now, he was going to die too. It felt like a dream. Yuhua divine religion had stood tall in the chaotic jade sand ocean for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. Never. Cold Plum and Dong Huangyu looked at the dead Yuhua Tianrui. He could not help but sigh. Heavenly Demon Yuhua and Yuhua Tianrui were notorious for being domineering in the chaotic desert. One was valiant and the other was a spoiled brat, relying on the backing of Yuhua divine cult. The two of them had committed many atrocities. However, who could do anything to them? Even divine physique echelon experts wouldn't dare to touch them because of Yuhua divine sect. Yet today, they were actually finished off by an extreme realm of alchemy martial artist. It had to be said that this was really a bit of a weirdo. It's your turn now. Ling Xiao looked at the bodyguards around him coldly. These people were helping the tyrant, and none of them were innocent. At the same time, two figures silently entered Yuhua Heavenly Demon's residence. The guards at the door didn't even notice. When the two of them entered the room, their faces suddenly changed. Because they saw a badly mutilated corpse on the ground. It's Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Jianhu checked and said to Xiao Jin. Someone actually killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua? And from the looks of it, the people from Yuhua Divine Cult don't know? Xiao Jin frowned. Search and see what's in the storage ring. Jianhu and Xiao Jin started searching the room. One of them checked the storage ring while the other checked the things in the room. A few minutes later, the two of them looked at each other. Nothing. It was probably taken away by someone else. Who was it that made a move before us? Xiao Jin looked at the corpse on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Yuhua Divine Cult can be considered the third most powerful force in the chaotic desert. Now that Heavenly Demon Yuhua has been killed, I'm afraid the chaotic desert will start a bloody storm. It's just that I really want to meet the person who killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Young master, it seems a bit chaotic outside. Let's leave quickly. Jianhu reminded, there are still some old fellows in Yuhua Divine Cult who are in seclusion. If they find out, it'll be troublesome. Let's go. Xiao Jin nodded and left Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence. Just like how they came, they disappeared without a trace. It was as if the guard didn't see them at all. Except for Heavenly Demon Yuhua's room. Xiao Jin suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the distance, a terrifying aura was released. Then, the Black Nine Underworld's water flooded many of Yuhua Divine Cult's buildings like a flood. Who is it that gave me such a terrifying feeling? Even I'm trembling. Xiao Jin's expression was a bit ugly. Yes, young master. With such a terrifying pressure, it must be a divine physique echelon expert. Jianhu also said in fear. Let's go. Don't get involved in this. Xiao Jin reminded and immediately flew out of Yuhua Divine Cult. The Nine Underworld's water was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it engulfed many of Yuhua Divine Cult's buildings. Any building that was touched by it would instantly rot and collapse. Many Yuhua Divine Cult's martial artists couldn't escape in time and were buried in the terrifying Nine Underworld's water. Help! Someone killed the eldest young master. Terrified voices resounded in the sky. Oh no, my godson is also dead. Probably because they heard the shouts outside, someone wanted to report to Heavenly Demon Yuhua. In the end, they found out that his godson was also dead. This time, it was really chaotic. The entire Yuhua Divine Cult had never encountered such a thing. Godson was killed, first young master was killed, this was simply a nightmare. Ling Xiao walked out of Yuhua Tianrui's palace. In the palace, all the bodyguards were killed. Today, he wasn't here to fight, he was here purely to kill. Therefore, he borrowed the power of the Nine Underworld's great demon king. The power that Xiao Jin felt was precisely this. Ling Xiao openly controlled the Nine Underworld's water. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Master, it's time to go. With such a big commotion, those old things of Yuhua Divine Cult should come out. Cold Plum reminded. Yes, it's time to go. After killing Yuhua Heavenly Demon, Yuhua Tianrui, and Wu Tianshou, Ling Xiao had vented enough. As for those underlings, he wasn't interested. In an instant, he withdrew all the Nine Underworld's water. Ling Xiao entered the Shadow Warrior form and fled out of Yuhua Divine Cult. He also felt that a powerful aura was recovering. After all, Yuhua Divine Cult was the third force in the chaotic desert sea. It was impossible for them not to have any experts. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight with them for the time being. It just so happened that those who knew him and saw him were already dead. Moreover, he was a martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. Probably no one would believe that he killed those two. A large area of Yuhua Divine Cult's buildings collapsed. Screams were heard. The Black Nine Underworld's water raged wildly. It was impossible for others not to know about this commotion. The martial artists who lived nearby all rushed over, but for the time being, they only dared to watch from afar, wanting to know what happened. At this moment, no one thought that this terrifying commotion was caused by the person who was taken away by Yuhua Heavenly Demon with the 9 Underworld's gourd. No matter how good one's imagination was, they couldn't imagine it. Everyone read. Ling Xiao had yet to leave Yuhua Divine Sect. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely familiar aura. That feeling was so familiar. He missed it so much. Just like when he first met Cold Plum. Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao revealed a look of ecstasy. It couldn't be wrong, it must be Xiao Jin. Although his aura had become stronger, his essence had not changed. Ling Xiao believed that he could not be wrong. What's wrong, master? Cold Plum was unable to circulate her vital essence at this moment, so her perception of her surroundings was naturally reduced. Did Xiao Jin also come to the chaotic Xianxia? Ling Xiao asked. I really don't know. Although we're both in the Savage Beast region, we're not in the same place. When I came to the chaotic Xianxia this time, I didn't see him either. Cold Plum shook her head and said, but I heard that Xiao Jin wants to go to the chaotic Xianxia to look for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. Then it can't be wrong. Ling Xiao touched his Dongxing Emperor ring. He instantly understood. Xiao Jin must have appeared here for that map. However, he did not expect him to kill Yuhua Heavenly Demon and Yuhua Tianrui. He probably got nothing. Xiao Jin felt very depressed. He came to Yuhua Divine Sect tonight for the map and did not want to kill anyone. Now, he was treated as a ferocious beast for no reason. He was even surrounded. What the hell? Xiao Jin and Jianhu did not want to expose their identities, so they wore masks. They stood back to back and looked coldly at the experts of Yuhua Divine Sect who were chasing after them. Did you kill my godson and eldest young master? A voice came from afar. Someone took the blame for me? Ling Xiao frowned. If it was any other time, he would not care. However, this person was very likely to be Xiao Jin. How could he let his good brother take the blame while he escaped? Ling Xiao turned and flew in the direction of the voice. If it was really Xiao Jin, even if he had to expose his greatest reliance tonight, he would still save them. In one's life, there weren't many people who could make friends with their lives. If there was one, he had to guard it well. Moreover, Xiao Jin had saved his life many times. Is it Xiao Jin? He thought to himself as he blended into the crowd and flew over. Cold Plum and Dong Huang Yu didn't stop him. Cold Plum knew about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. This last Dong Huang Yu didn't seem to know fear at all. She was simply audacious. The exit of Yuhua Divine Sect. He was already surrounded by a group of experts. Fortunately, no Divine Body Realm martial artists had appeared yet. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had the ability to solve such a situation. Although the people in the lead were all 9th level core shattering stage experts, they were still very strong. However, with the existence of the 9 Underworld's giant demon king, he had nothing to fear. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the people who were surrounded. At this moment, there were a lot of people around. There were quite a lot of onlookers. Therefore, he was not afraid of being discovered. Moreover, he had already changed his appearance. Even if others saw him, they wouldn't know it was him. It's really him. Ling Xiao finally saw the people in the encirclement clearly. One was Xiao Jin. The current Xiao Jin was stronger than before. He exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Little guy, you've become more handsome and stronger. I wonder if you'll still call me boss when you see me. Ling Xiao smiled. He was relieved that Xiao Jin was fine. He didn't know the other person. He was a tall and burly beast race martial artist. His strength couldn't be underestimated. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he prepared to observe the situation. If it really didn't work, he would just put the two of them into the Dongxing Emperor ring and escape. It wasn't a good thing for Xiao Jin to interfere at this time. This should be his training. These two people are wearing masks. Could they be famous people? Nonsense, if they weren't famous people, how could they have killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua? These people didn't mention Yuhua Tianrui at all. It was as if Yuhua Tianrui was trash not worth mentioning. That's right, I think so too. Recently, there have been more and more martial artists gathering in the chaotic Sand Sea. It's normal to have such powerhouses. It's just that they're too crazy, right? They even killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Can Yuhua Divine Sect's lineup stop them? Who knows? Just like who would have expected that Heavenly Demon Yuhua would be killed tonight? This is simply too shocking. Looking at these two people, they seem very calm. They're probably very strong. Yuhua Divine Sect isn't to be trifled with either. Among that group of people, there are at least 3 9th-level Shattered Core Realm existences. Everyone discussed as if waiting to watch a show. At this moment, Xiao Jin spoke. Friends of Yuhua Divine Sect, we didn't kill Heavenly Demon Yuhua, although we did enter his room. When we got there, he was already dead. Xiao Jin clearly didn't want to be the scapegoat. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't take such a huge blame for no reason. That would be too unfair. That's right. It's even more impossible for Yuhua Tianrui to be killed by us. When we entered Heavenly Demon Yuhua's room, they already started fighting. Jianhu also said. Now that things have come to this, you still want to deny it? How could the people of Yuhua Divine Sect listen to their explanation? Unless our eyes are scared out of their wits, how could we have seen wrongly? We'll naturally investigate whether you killed him or not, but now, you must follow us back to be interrogated. Everyone, don't go too far. Do you really think we're afraid of Yuhua Divine Sect? We just don't want to be misunderstood. If you want to fight today, we'll accompany you. Xiao Jin's eyes flickered with a terrifying golden light. Jianhu also exuded a violent aura. Facing so many powerhouses of Yuhua Divine Sect, the two of them were not afraid at all. Hee, Yuhua Divine Sect, you guys are really blind. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. It was filled with ridicule and coldness. Ling Xiao didn't want Xiao Jin to be the scapegoat. If he was the one who killed him, then he was the one who killed him. How could he let his good friend take the blame? Who dares to be impudent there? Simply boasting shamelessly. Yuhua Divine Sect was unlucky enough tonight. They definitely wouldn't let any of the suspects go. It was fine if Yuhua Tianrui was dead. But even Heavenly Demon Yuhua was dead. This was simply a disaster. If they couldn't find the murderer, they would all be buried with him. Don't you recognize me? Ling Xiao walked out of the crowd. He was arrogant and condescending. Looking at the people of Yuhua Divine Sect, he revealed his original appearance. It's him. How could it be him? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Ling Xiao's appearance was something they never expected. Shouldn't this person be captured by the 9 Nether Gourd? Why did he appear here? Moreover, his strength seemed to have become stronger. Who is he? There were also people who didn't recognize Ling Xiao. I think his name is Ling Xiao, a martial artist from the Golden Sky region. Someone explained. That's not the point. The point is that this kid was clearly captured by Heavenly Demon Yuhua before. Do you guys think this guy broke the 9 Nether Gourd and then killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua? Everyone read. No matter what others said, Ling Xiao appeared alive. He stood in the air and looked down at the people of Yuhua Divine Sect. He said coldly, the people of Yuhua Divine Sect are not only blind, but also idiots. Let me tell you, I killed Yuhua Heavenly Demon and Yuhua Tianrui. If you want revenge, look for me. Framing an unrelated person is too laughable. What? The moment Ling Xiao said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Previously, everyone was just guessing. They did not expect Ling Xiao to admit it. Boss. At this moment, Xiao Jin, who had been shocked for a long time, finally rushed towards Ling Xiao excitedly. Is it really you, boss? During this period of time, Xiao Jin had been thinking about his boss day and night. He did not have a girlfriend, so naturally, he thought about Ling Xiao the most. You still remember me, kid? Ling Xiao was very happy. To be honest, after being separated for a long time, feelings easily faded. Moreover, Xiao Jin went to the savage beast region. It was unknown if he was affected by the savage beast race. Ling Xiao's mind was still filled with wild thoughts. Until he heard Xiao Jin call him boss, he was satisfied. Of course, in this life, I can forget anyone but you, boss. Xiao Jin smiled very happily. On the other side, Jianhu scratched his head. I didn't expect young Master Jin's boss to be so young, but his cultivation doesn't look like much. He's actually at the intermediate stage of the extreme core stage, however, he's quite loyal to actually dare to stand out. Jianhu would not look down on Ling Xiao, but he did not quite believe what Xiao Jin said before. Xiao Jin said that his boss was stronger than him. But now, it seemed that was not the case. So they're in cahoots. No matter who they are, they must be killed today. A 9th-level shattered core martial artist released a terrifying aura. The other two also attacked at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, almost everything was enveloped under their terrifying aura. The three of you, it's best if you surrender immediately, otherwise, if we attack, we'll definitely tear you into pieces. One of them roared angrily. His voice was like a thunderclap, causing many people to feel a headache. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then do it. At most, I'll just kill a few more people from your Yuhua Divine School. Ling Xiao's face was full of disdain. Xiao Jin also took off his mask, revealing an arrogant expression. Both of them were very young. The age of his soul was only around 19 years old. He was younger than any of the enemies present, yet he showed no fear in the face of being surrounded. Boss, let me do it today. Consider it a gift for you. Xiao Jin said with a smile. Fine, but if you can't hold on, just shout. With boss here, no one can hurt you. Ling Xiao was not boasting when he said this. The 9 Underworld's Great Demon King was currently at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. He believed that even in the chaotic desert sea, there were not many people with such a cultivation level. It would be easy for him to protect Little Gold. Yes. Xiao Jin nodded. His golden robe shone brightly. His eyes turned golden at the same time. Cold and merciless, his terrifying aura contended against the many experts of Yuhua Divine School. What's your strength like? Let me see. Ling Xiao smiled. When he was in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, he knew that Xiao Jin's status in the Savage Beast region was not low. However, he had to see how strong Xiao Jin was with his own eyes. Although Xiao Jin was young, his terrifying strength made many Yuhua Divine School cultivators tremble in fear. He should be the one who killed the godson. That Ling Xiao is just bluffing. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Yuhua Divine School cultivators were not fools. They could sense who was stronger between Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. Therefore, they would rather believe that Heavenly Fiend Yuhua was killed by Xiao Jin than Ling Xiao. This young man probably has an extraordinary background. To be able to kill the godson, he must be at least at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. It's unbelievable that he has reached such a cultivation level at his age. He probably has a strong background. I can sense the aura of a demonic beast. He probably came from the Savage Beast region. An expert of this level with such talent must be from the Beast Palace, one of the 3 sacred lands of the Savage Beast region. The Sanctus Palace only has female disciples. The Divine Dragon Palace only has dragon descendants. The situation in the Savage Beast region and the Golden Sky region was slightly different. The Golden Sky region only had the Golden City. The Savage Beast region had 3, the Beast Palace, the Sanctus Palace, and the Divine Dragon Palace. Don't care so much. Even if he's from the Beast Palace, we can't let him off easily for killing the godson. That's right. Kill. Yuhua Divine School cultivators hesitated for a long time before finally making up their minds to attack. 3 9th-level core fragmentation realm experts attacked at the same time. The space seemed to be distorted and pressed towards Xiao Jin. The 3 of them should be veteran 9th-level shattered core experts, regardless of aura or combat strength. They were all above Heavenly Fiend Yuhua. Heavenly Fiend Yuhua was still too inexperienced. If not for the treasures, it would not be easy to suppress these experts. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Although he had killed 9th level core fragmentation realm martial artists and even divine body realm martial artists before, he had relied on the giant Devil King's power. Now that he did not use the giant Devil King's power, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It was simply suffocating. Sword Tiger. Protect my boss. Xiao Jin was still worried about Ling Xiao after all. Ling Xiao's cultivation level made people lose confidence. Yes. Sword Tiger received the order and went to Ling Xiao's side. He released his aura to fight against the 3 experts. With him by his side, Ling Xiao did feel much better. In terms of cultivation level, there's still a huge gap between me and Xiao Jin. It's really different to be a disciple of the Beast Palace. After I'm done here, I have to go to the Golden City as soon as possible. Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, the battle suddenly turned into a treasure. Xiao Jin turned into a ray of golden light as sharp as an arrow. It instantly pierced through the space prison formed by the 3 experts. Kill! Xiao Jin's golden fist emitted a dazzling light as if it was the light of the sun. It directly attacked one of the experts. In a 1 versus 3 battle, the only thing Xiao Jin could do was to defeat them one by one. It would be difficult to face all 3 of them at the same time. Xiao Jin's speed was extremely fast. It was not impossible for him to separate the 3 of them. Ling Xiao watched the battle. He nodded in satisfaction. As a member of the Beast clan, Xiao Jin's physical strength was not inferior to his at all. It was probably at the level of an emperor weapon. However, he was not sure how strong it was. He would only know in battle. Devouring the devil fetus and the golden crow's remnant soul, Xiao Jin's talent is not much worse than mine. Ling Xiao did not feel jealous at all. He only felt comforted. It was just like when he met Dong Huangyu. In the Beast Palace, Xiao Jin believed that Xiao Jin could devour many treasures. The more he devoured, the stronger he would be. Of course, the most important thing was still things with heat. This was probably the direct reason why Xiao Jin's strength had skyrocketed. Little Gold's main attack was close combat. Coupled with his strong physical body and the mysterious 9 underworld yellow spring golden light, it could catch the enemy off guard. Speed was his forte. Coupled with the pair of golden wings on his back, he could easily do things that others couldn't do. Regardless of whether it was aerial combat or ground combat, it was extremely powerful. The Golden Crow clan originally belonged to the Beast clan. Although no real Golden Crows had been discovered in recent times. They were either remnant souls or fossils. Even if they had a little bit of Golden Crow bloodline, they would be regarded as a genius. In terms of bloodline, it was probably not inferior to the Beast God bloodline or the Black Tortoise bloodline. Of course, other than the Beast God bloodline, Ling Xiao's most terrifying thing was the Sky Tyrant martial soul. There was no way to compare the 2 of them. Based on Little Gold's speed, physical body, and ingenious control of heat, it seemed that he could suppress a 9th level shattered core martial artist. The 3 of them were 9th level core fragmentation realm martial artists, and only then were they able to fight evenly with him. This was under the condition that Little Gold didn't use the 9 underworld yellow spring golden light or the devouring devil fetus. Ling Xiao even suspected that his ability was probably on par with a divine body echelon cultivator. As expected of an elite disciple of the Beast Palace. It would be too disappointing if he couldn't reach this level. Ling Xiao smiled. He was very satisfied with Little Gold's performance. Not only was Ling Xiao very satisfied, but the surrounding crowd was also very surprised by Little Gold's martial skills. Rumor has it that the Beast Palace still has the Golden Crow clan's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, no one has ever been able to cultivate it. Why does this young man's cultivation technique look so similar to the Golden Crow clan's cultivation technique? Now that you mention it, it's true. I heard that the Beast Palace found a few young people who awakened the Golden Crow bloodline. They're going to focus on nurturing them. Could he be one of them? If that's true, then it's interesting. Although the Yuhua Divine Sect is quite powerful in the chaotic desert sea, they still have to rely on others. They can't afford to offend the 3 forces of the Savage Beast region. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao found out that Little Gold wasn't the only one in the Beast Palace with the Golden Crow bloodline. However, he believed that Little Gold was the purest. Little Gold was a special life form formed from a human soul, a Golden Crow remnant soul, and the devouring devil fetus. The Golden Crow bloodline in his body was the purest. Furthermore, he was the only one who could continuously perfect the Golden Crow bloodline. Boom! Suddenly, Little Gold appeared behind a 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artist. Sharp claws suddenly formed and slammed down. The martial artist at the 9th level of the shattered core stage fell to the ground and was embedded in a deep pit. Everyone from Yuhua Divine Religion exclaimed in shock. Wasn't this young man a little too strong? He was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much at such a young age. He might even be a disciple of one of the Savage Beast region's higher-ups. They were now caught in a dilemma. It was simply impossible to get off the tiger. If they stopped attacking, Yuhua Divine Religion would become a joke. His godson, the eldest young master, had been killed. If they didn't even dare to take revenge, what would that make them? If they continued, regardless of the outcome, they would offend the Savage Beast region. From now on, Yuhua Divine Religion would have a hard time. Little brother, we can also tell that you are a prince of the Beast Imperial Palace, right? Our Jade Flower sect does not wish to become enemies with the Beast Emperor Palace. So, as long as you hand over Ling Xiao, this matter can be written off. It was impossible to write it off. These people obviously wanted to stall for time and wait for the Divine Body Realm powerhouse to come out of seclusion. At that time, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Little Gold glanced at Ling Xiao and sneered. Originally, today's matter had nothing to do with me. But you want to deal with my boss. You have to get past me first. I advise you people to quit while you are ahead. Yuhua Tianrui and Heavenly Demon Yuhua's deaths were their own. Avenge them? Does Yuhua Divine Religion really want to be eradicated? Arrogant. We are just giving you a chance because of the Beast Imperial Palace. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Since that's the case, we won't hold back anymore. The 9th-level core-shattering stage powerhouse who was slapped to the ground got up. He glared at Little Gold fiercely. Looks like you're not afraid of being beaten? Who do you think you are? You're just a dog of the Patriarch Society. How dare you hoot in front of Master? You really don't know what's good for you. They hadn't seen each other for a while, but Little Gold's mouth had become much sharper, infuriating the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion. Today, I'll let you see the strength of the Beast Imperial Palace's prince. Little Gold's lips curled into a sneer. His body suddenly became almost transparent. Then, the transparent color quickly turned red. Blazing light instantly burst out. The temperature within 1,000 meters rose abruptly. The entrance of Yuhua Divine Sect was melted down in an instant. Some of the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion who were too close were instantly roasted. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Golden Crow Divine Ability, Emperor Flame. The spectating martial artists were all glad that they were 1,000 meters away. Otherwise, many people would have died when Emperor Flame appeared. Looking at the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion, except for those in the core-shattering stage, they were all burned to death in an instant. This was how terrifying Emperor Flame was. The current Little Gold was like a blazing sun. It was releasing deadly heat. Not only was it dazzling, but it was also blazing. The earth and air seemed to have completely melted. Ling Xiao looked surprised. Little Gold has finally grown. Compared to before, he could only release the 9 Underworld Yellow Springs golden light. He's obviously stronger now. It seems like I was right to bear the pain and hand Little Gold to those people from the Savage Beast region. He believed that Cold Plum's strength after releasing her true origin would not be any weaker than Little Gold. Longchen should be the same. He was really glad for his friends. Of course, no matter how strong Emperor Flame was, he could not hurt Ling Xiao. Although he did not specialize in cultivating flames, his resistance to flames was extremely strong. After a while, Little Gold returned to normal and looked coldly at the pathetic martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion. This is the price for going against the Beast Imperial Palace. Are you still not satisfied? Little Gold sneered. Other than the 3 ninth-level course-shattering stage martial artists, the rest were already thinking of retreating. What could they do in the face of such a powerful martial artist? Other than admitting defeat, they could not think of any other possibility. However, it was difficult to do so. Don't be afraid. We have more people, let's attack together. One of the 9th-level course-shattering stage martial artists shouted loudly. It helped the martial artists of Yuhua divine religion expel some of their fear. It reignited their fighting spirit. Therefore, thousands of people attacked Little Gold from different directions. Everyone's attacks merged into the attacks of the 3 ninth-level course-shattering stage martial artists. Sometimes, having more people was not without benefits. At the very least, they could use the battle formation to pass the power of the cannon fodder to the powerhouses and unleash a greater effect. Kill! 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 The martial artists of Yuhua divine religion shouted in unison. 3 powerful forces surged toward Little Gold at the same time. 3 terrifying forces attacked Xiaojin at the same time. Each of them was extremely powerful. Each of them had the power to destroy everything. Are you serious? Then don't blame me for being rude. Xiaojin's face turned cold. The Flame Emperor used it again. However, this time, it was even more terrifying than the previous one. The scorching heat instantly turned into meteorites and charged towards the 3 attacks. Boom! Boom, boom. Thousands of people attacked together. They were not as powerful as the Flame Emperor's 3 grandson primordial flames. The Yuhua divine sect martial artists wailed and held. Another 1,000 people were burned to death. The 3 ninth-level shattered core martial artists were also charred black from head to toe, and they emitted a faint fragrance of meat. Your courage is rare, but it's futile. Xiaojin smiled faintly. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill. However, don't push me too hard. If you push me too hard, even I'm afraid. Didn't this guy start a massacre? A voice came from the crowd. Idiot, that's just the aftermath of the attack. It's not really a massacre. I can see that this guy is probably one of the top princes in the Beast Imperial Palace. Yuhua divine sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. What are they going to do? Yuhua divine sect must have an emperor weapon, right? As the crowd guessed, the 3 of them took out 3 emperor weapons. They did not seem to have any dragon inscriptions. However, emperor weapons were still emperor weapons. An emperor weapon without dragon inscriptions was more outstanding than a divine-grade heavenly emperor weapon. The emperor weapons in their hands were different. One of them had an umbrella. One of them had a zither. One of them had a mirror. I don't care who you are. Since you killed our godson today, you can't live. The 3 of them stood up again, their faces ferocious. You're very powerful to force us to use our emperor weapons. However, we must keep you here today. Otherwise, we won't be able to face the sect leader. These 3 people's monarch weapons were actually 3 treasures that were compatible with each other. Heavenly Demon Yuhua had found them in the Heaven Ruins. They were originally a set. He had given them 3. They often practiced attacking together. Now, they were basically one person. The combined power of the 3 treasures was comparable to an emperor weapon with 1 dragon pattern. They simply couldn't believe that a young martial artist like Xiaojin could be a divine physique echelon expert. Thus, he had to be captured or killed today. The 3 of us will trap this brat. The rest of you, attack that brat Ling Xiao. A 9th-level course-shattering stage martial artist shouted. Yes. The other martial artists felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Facing Xiaojin, they didn't have any courage to continue fighting. However, they were not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. In fact, he was very excited. These people can also see that little Jin values Ling Xiao very much. As long as they could capture or kill Ling Xiao, everything would be settled. Everyone, listen up. Who is willing to help our Yuhua Immortal Sect take down Ling Xiao? Yuhua Divine Sect will reward you handsomely. At the very least, there will be a monarch weapon with 1 dragon mark. These people were cunning enough. They instigated the surrounding martial artists to attack Ling Xiao together. Jianhu couldn't protect him. He would have a greater chance of killing Ling Xiao. Hee, looks like someone thinks I'm a pushover. Ling Xiao smiled. A hint of ridicule flashed across his eyes. Even if he didn't rely on the nine-nether giant demon king, with his current strength, it should be easy to deal with a 6th-level core-shattering stage martial artist. Powerful treasures, coupled with a powerful martial soul, coupled with a terrifyingly powerful physical body. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than Xiao Jin. It was just that these people couldn't see it. Young Master Ling, please hide behind me, Jianhu suddenly said. Xiao Jin asked him to protect Ling Xiao, so he naturally didn't dare to slack off. Thank you, but it's just a few cats and dogs. They can't hurt me, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jianhu was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, you're only at the intermediate stage of the core realm. Your ability to talk big is much stronger than your strength. He obviously didn't believe Ling Xiao's words, so he planned to attack later. Otherwise, if something happened to Ling Xiao, how sad would young Master Jin be? Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. He knew very well that strength wasn't obtained by talking, but by fighting. He didn't even look at the Jade Flower sect martial artists who were rushing over. Instead, he was very interested in the emperor weapons of the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists. Generally, this kind of strange-looking thing had the most unique power. The three of them surrounded Xiao Jin in midair. One of them held a mirror and pointed it at Xiao Jin. At that moment, Xiao Jin felt that her body was incomparably heavy, and she couldn't move. Another person played a guzheng, forming a soundstorm. It completely enveloped Xiao Jin. Just the aftermath of the sound entered the ears of the onlookers, and some of them went crazy. The most terrifying one was the person who used the umbrella. When the umbrella opened, the world was dark as if all the light had been absorbed. The temperature in the darkness was also dropping rapidly. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin looked indifferent. He was relieved. There was no need to interfere in Xiao Jin's battle. Xiao Jin, quickly take care of those 3 old men. You don't have to worry about things here, Ling Xiao reminded. Got it, boss. Xiao Jin smiled. Boom, in an instant, a terrifying aura was released from Xiao Jin's body. Her entire body was wrapped in golden light, and it began to change. Originally, she only had a pair of golden wings, and she didn't look like a human. Now, her hair had turned golden, and golden feathers appeared on her body. In an instant, her entire head had turned into the head of a golden crow. Her height didn't change, but there was a blazing aura in her every move. Her strength was obviously much stronger than before. This was Xiao Jin's beastman form. He hadn't fully shapeshifted, but he was already so powerful. The 3 emperor weapons shouldn't be able to do anything to her. The terrifying aura made the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists tremble. However, fear couldn't make them retreat. If they couldn't get something from Xiao Jin today, they would probably die. Instead of dying like that, they might as well die with a bang. Yuhua Immortal Religion had also gathered a group of fugitives. These people might not be afraid of Xiao Jin. Even if they knew that they might die, they would still risk their lives. While the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists were dealing with Xiao Jin, the rest of the Yuhua Divine Sect martial artists had already pounced on Ling Xiao. In the end, Sword Tiger made a move and they were easily stopped. Although Sword Tiger wasn't as terrifying as Xiao Jin, he should be a 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artist. Ordinary martial artists were naturally no match for him. At this moment, a few desperados charged out from the crowd. They were all 3rd or 4th-level core-shattering stage martial artists. They had heard Yuhua Divine Sect's call. It was definitely worth it to make a move for an emperor weapon with 1 dragon pattern. By the time Sword Tiger realized it, it was already too late. These people suddenly attacked because they wanted to kill Jianhu and Xiao Jin while they were distracted. Mobile version update website, be careful, Jianhu exclaimed. However, in the next moment, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those martial artists that pounced at Ling Xiao were all turned into corpses in an instant. In the void, only a red sword light could be seen. It was so sharp, that kind of sharpness, Jianhu finally knew that young Master Jin's evaluation of Ling Xiao wasn't just a casual boast. The young man stood proudly in the True Void sect. It was as if he didn't care about anyone. He wasn't afraid of anyone. As long as he was 3 feet away, he could slaughter everything. Who else wants to come? Ling Xiao sneered with the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand. Many people who wanted to attack immediately cowered in fear. Core Fragmentation realm martial artists were already the top existences below the divine physique echelon. Yet, 3 or 4 of them were killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Who else would dare to provoke him? At least you know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously, put away the East Victory Sky Sword, and released the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. The 2 tigers roared and charged into the crowd of Yuhua Divine Cult. The people who were fighting with Jianhu were sent flying at almost the same time. There were countless casualties. A bunch of trash. Ling Xiao didn't look at those people anymore. Instead, he continued to watch Little Gold's battle. At this moment, Little Gold was suppressed by the 3 Emperor artifacts and couldn't move. He was being tortured and destroyed. Little Gold, with your strength, aren't you fighting with those 3 trash for too long? Ling Xiao said indifferently, isn't your temper a little too good now? Did your temper change after going to the Beast Emperor Palace? Boss, they are Yuhua Divine Cult's martial artists after all. It's not good to kill them. Little Gold said. What's not good about it? Ling Xiao asked. Yuhua Divine Cult is a subordinate force of the Patriarch Assembly. We have to give them some face. Little Gold explained. What's the point of having a disobedient dog? He's going to bite you to death. Do you still expect to reform him? Ling Xiao didn't want Little Gold to be too kind. In a place like the Beast Race, kindness would only bring harm to you. Young Master Jin, Boss Ling Xiao is right. Have you forgotten how those people bullied you? Jianhu roared. He agreed with Ling Xiao's words. Little Gold's appearance was obtained by him after enduring countless humiliation and suffering. Perhaps it was because of this that he had become a little mellow and did not have so much sharpness. Little Jin, Boss wasn't by your side before. You've been wronged, but you have to endure it. But Boss. If yous. Ling Xiao said loudly. Got it, Boss. Xiao Jin's eyes flickered with coldness as soon as he finished speaking. His entire body suddenly emitted a brilliant light. It was the terrifying 9 Underworld's Yellow Springs golden light. Was Ling Boss's right? I'm too naive to expect you to change your mind. The mirror shattered with a loud sound. Little Gold turned into a golden light and hit the person holding the guzheng. His body was pierced through. Before the person holding the umbrella could react, a golden light shot out. The umbrella was pierced through, and the person's head was also pierced through. Although the 3 of them were dead, the 3 Emperor armaments were destroyed. The 3 of them were seriously injured. If there were no accidents, they wouldn't have the strength to fight anymore. Boss. Little Gold flew to Ling Xiao's side, as if he was asking for credit. In the end, you can't be ruthless. If you don't kill them, they'll go crazy. Ling Xiao sighed. They should have lost the ability to fight. Little Gold said. Is that so? Today, Boss will teach you a lesson. A cultivator who hasn't died will always have the chance to turn the tables. You're lucky that you haven't been unlucky during this time. But a person can't be lucky forever. So, if you put everything on luck and chance, it's tantamount to courting death. Ling Xiao said seriously. It was because of their deep relationship that he said all this to Little Gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about Little Gold's life or death. Sword Tiger looked at Ling Xiao and Little Gold with a dumbstruck expression. My God, young Master Jin is actually so obedient in front of this Ling Xiao. He's even more obedient than before the Beast Emperor. He really didn't understand how charming this Ling Xiao was. Don't say he was surprised. The surrounding crowd was surprised as well. Little Gold was enough to surprise them, but it was such a strong and talented youth. He was actually so obedient to Ling Xiao, they felt as if their worldview had been turned upside down. Ling Xiao had just finished speaking when the 3 heavily injured 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists actually stood up. Moreover, they swallowed a medicinal pill at the same time. This medicinal pill caused their bodies to become completely red. At the same time, it caused their combat strength to rise madly. Boss was actually right. Little Gold frowned. He indeed intended to spare the lives of these people, mainly because he felt that these people were rather brave. They were clearly aware that they weren't a match, yet they still fought desperately. But now, he didn't admire them in the slightest. The current him only felt rage and displeasure. Again and again, and again and again, these people were like venomous snakes that pestered people. If you don't kill them, they'll take the opportunity to bite you. They consumed a bloodthirst pill. It's able to increase their combat strength by 10 times for a period of time, but the price is extremely great. After it ends, their cultivations will fall greatly, even becoming crippled. Xianxia said indifferently, "Little Gold, now you see, not killing them will only make them even crazier. And you won't let them let you go." "Ha ha ha, you're right. Even if we pay with our lives today. We'll kill all of you. We'll take revenge for our godson, take revenge for the eldest young master." The glow of the bloodthirst pill became more and more resplendent, and it even revealed slight madness. Xianxia looked indifferently at the three people. He turned his head and said to Little Gold, "If you still don't want to do it, I'll help you." Little Gold shook his head, "Boss, I can't always live under your protection. I should also take some responsibility. Strength shouldn't just be strength, but also the strength of the soul, the strength of the spirit. It's good that you can think like this. Go, kill those 3 lunatics." Xianxia said with a smile. "Yes." Little Gold floated in the sky, his eyes filled with coldness. The bloodthirst pill that the other party consumed was indeed terrifying. 3 martial artists at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm had their attacks increased by 10 times at the same time. Then they condensed together, which was an increase of 30 times. It was definitely not easy to deal with. However, would Little Gold be afraid? Perhaps he was still a little hesitant before, but now, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. Jade Splendor Light, destroy everything, Jade Splendor God, kill everything. As the 3 people's voices sounded, the terrifying red light on the 3 people condensed together in the sky. It formed a blood-red Jade Splendor God. Heaven and earth shook. The martial artists further away also sensed the changes here. Although there were constant battles in the Heaven District. But such a powerful attack had not been seen for a long time. Mobile version website, he felt that this attack could even severely injure a martial artist in the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Countless people rushed over to watch the show. The image of the Jade Essence God became more and more real. "Although I admire you, you don't know what's good for you. Just like what Boss said. I have to give you an end. Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death." It was as if he didn't notice the Jade Essence God in the sky and just talked to himself. Finally, the Jade Essence God was completely formed. Jade Essence God, kill the person who dares to blaspheme the divine sex dignity, die. The voices of the 3 9th level Shattered Core martial artists sounded at the same time. The huge Jade Essence God descended from the sky and pounced on Little Gold. It streaked across the sky like a huge red comet. Even the air was emitting crimson flames from the friction. The terrifying Jade Essence God was dozens of meters tall. Even a martial artist in the Divine Physique Echelon wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, they would definitely be severely injured. What a terrifying attack. Even if Little Gold is extremely talented, I'm afraid he'll die from it, right? Who knows? Look at his expression. He's not afraid at all. The onlookers also had 2 different opinions. One thought that Little Gold would definitely die. The other thought that Little Gold's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. Maybe he could block it. With different guesses and judgments, the onlookers nervously looked at the final battle in their hearts. Xiao's expression was still calm. If Little Gold couldn't even block such an attack, then he really wasted his time in the Beast Palace. One had to know that Xiao had climbed from the bottom of the Golden Sky region to where he was now. However, Little Gold was different. He was directly recruited into the Beast Palace as a special talent. Although he might have suffered a little, he gained more benefits. If he didn't have today's achievements, Xiao would really suspect that he had been slacking off for so long. Little Gold didn't disappoint Xiao. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. The onlookers' worries seemed so unnecessary and ridiculous. Little Gold's body gradually changed. His skin gradually turned dark. Even his wings became pitch-black flesh wings. Demon. Ling Xiao smiled. The golden crow and the devouring demon fetus were Xiao Jin's two most powerful origins. The devouring demon fetus was even more terrifying than the golden crow. After all, it could even devour the golden crow. As strong as the god of jade splendor was, it was no match for the devil-devouring fetus. Devour. A cold voice resounded through the entire universe. Everyone trembled in fear when they saw the demon-like black figure. Even the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists who were prepared to give up their lives felt the aura of despair. What's that? I don't know. But it feels very scary. My heart keeps beating crazily. Jade God approached Little Gold. A gigantic mouth suddenly appeared in the void. He took a bite. He swallowed the huge jade flower god in one gulp. The frenzied energy abruptly stopped. It was as if nothing had happened. Countless people were dumbfounded. This was too much of a cheat. How could it swallow such a powerful attack in one gulp? Is he all right? It won't explode, right? Burp. While everyone was guessing, Little Gold burped. Then, the black color dissipated, and he returned to his original appearance. How delicious. Everyone was silent for a long time. At the same time, they had the same thought, what the hell? They did not know that the devil-devouring fetus was connected to a world of nothingness. In that world, any energy could be digested. Of course, the strength of Little Gold's devouring ability depended on his strength. If that attack had been from a divine physique echelon expert, Little Gold would not have been able to devour it completely. However, he could still devour a part of it. After devouring, the energy would slowly become a part of Little Gold's strength. This was the reason why his strength had improved so quickly. 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light. This time, Little Gold did not show any mercy. After devouring the opponent's last attack, he opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling light. In an instant, the light penetrated the 3 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists. Their bodies, including their dantians, were completely destroyed. Even the buildings of Yuhua Divine Sect were destroyed by this ray of light. The people could not help but sigh. Yuhua Divine Sect had provoked someone they should not have. What a powerful attack! If he had used this attack from the beginning, all the martial artists in Yuhua Divine Sect would have died. Exclamations rose and fell in the crowd. Everyone was amazed by Little Gold's strength. There were also people who were confused about Ling Xiao's identity. Little Gold was so powerful, but he had to listen to Ling Xiao's words. If Ling Xiao was just an ordinary person, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Prince Little Gold is really something. He just came to the chaotic desert not long ago and he's already taking it out on Yuhua Divine Sect. However, no matter what, he's still a dog of the Patriarch Society. Don't you think you're going overboard? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Judging from the voice, they were not afraid of Little Gold at all. Even if Little Gold had released such a powerful attack earlier, they were not afraid. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the crowd. There were many young martial artists standing there. The oldest one was not more than 100 years old. Needless to say, these people should be the elites from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now, they could be considered the elites of the Patriarch Society. He did not pay much attention to them. After all, these people did not have much interaction with him. However, the moment he took a casual look, his eyes revealed incomparable surprise. Wang Quan Tianxia. Ling Xiao clearly remembered that it was Wang Quan Jinghua and Wang Quan Tianxia who went to the western region to capture Yufenghua. These 2 people wanted to destroy his country. In the end, the terrifying black demon in his body killed Wang Quan Tianxia. Wang Quan Jinghua, who was chasing after him, fled frantically. How did this person who was already dead come back to life? Right. What was destroyed at that time should only be his physical body. In the past, Ling Xiao did not know that even if a martial artist's physical body was destroyed, he could still be resurrected. Now that he saw Wang Quan Tianxia, he understood everything. However, Wang Quan Tianxia, who he could only look up to in the past, was no longer so mysterious in front of him. In the past, he had relied on Black Demon's power to destroy his physical body. This time, he wanted to rely on his own power to kill Xianxia. It was this person who took away his beloved woman and destroyed his country. If he had not just come into contact with the mysterious power at that time, everything would have been irreparable. Therefore, his hatred had never lessened. Even if he had changed the consequences, the sins that the other party had committed would not change. A murderer would not be free of sins just because he was lucky enough to be saved by someone. Ling Xiao's eyes released a cold light. Wang Quan family, I want you to know the consequences of snatching my woman. End of chapter. It was an interesting thing. There was still fate between people, but it was fate with Xiao Jin. It was an ill-fated fate with Wang the World. Ling Xiao was happy to see Wang the World because he could finally come into contact with someone of that level. He didn't have to be treated like an ant like before. He had been working hard for this day. Finally, he didn't waste any time. What's wrong, master? Cold Plum asked curiously. I met an acquaintance, but he's also an enemy. Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't worry, everything will be resolved. Compared to the past, when he felt insignificant and helpless in front of King of the World, today, Ling Xiao had great confidence and strength. He even had powerful friends. What was he afraid of? Currently, Wang the World was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden threads. He was really handsome and eye-catching. The arrogance in his body simply couldn't be stopped from flowing out. His eyes were filled with arrogance, as though no one here was worthy of being compared to him. He was indeed from the Eternal Emperor region, recognized as the strongest place in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao was very interested. If Wang Quan under the heavens saw him, what kind of expression would he have when he saw the person who had once destroyed his physical body? He didn't make a move immediately. Because he wasn't in a hurry. Since he had already seen him, would it be too late to take revenge? More importantly, His Majesty the King had brought along powerful bodyguards this time. They were all in the divine physique echelon. He had already provoked Yuhua sect, and it was obviously unwise to provoke the Eternal Emperor region. Actually, he had an idea. He wanted to kill this bastard in front of the martial artists from the Eternal Palace. That would be more satisfying. Of course, he had to rely on his own strength. If he relied on the 9 Underworld Great Demon King, wouldn't it be the same as before? How boring would that be? People always had to change a little. Boss, what's wrong? Little Gold flew over, looked at the group, and asked. Nothing, I just met an enemy. Ling Xiao smiled. Boss, if you want help, just say the word. Little Gold said. Okay. Ling Xiao didn't reject and only nodded. Then, the two of them looked at the proud young people. Although they weren't the top geniuses of the 9 worlds, such as Huang Jinlan, Yang Shui, Wang Quan, and Tian Ming, they weren't the top geniuses of the 9 worlds. But they were still in the 2nd tier. He could be considered a first-rate genius. They came from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and each of them could look down on the world. Not only was he talented, but his reputation and status were also extremely high. These people were all at least at the 8th level of the core-shattering stage. There were even terrifying existences half a step into the divine physique echelon. Even though the so-called half-step wasn't the true divine body realm, it meant that one had grasped a portion of divine origin. His abilities in all aspects would be greatly improved. Little Gold, how is your relationship with the martial artists of the Savage Beast region? Ling Xiao looked at these people with interest and asked. There are enemies and friends, but there are more enemies. Xiao Jin said calmly. They are all jealous of young Master Jin's talent, so they are targeting young Master Jin. Jianhu interjected. I understand now. No wonder those people from the Savage Beast region had such ugly looks on their faces, as if everyone owed them money. Ling Xiao pursed his lips in disdain. A total of nearly 100 people finally arrived at the scene. They seemed very unhappy when they saw the mess Yuhua divine sect was in. Wang Quan glanced at the geniuses from the Savage Beast region and said calmly, this prince from the Savage Beast region is really arrogant. Yuhua divine sect is a dog raised by the patriarch society in the chaotic desert. If you hit a dog, you have to look at its owner. What are you going to do about this? One of them was clearly a genius from the Beast Palace. He immediately pointed at Xiao Jin's nose and scolded, Prince Xiao Jin, you may be one of the Beast Emperor's chosen princes. But this kind of behavior will ruin the reputation of the savage beast region. Do you know your crime? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to convict me? Xiao Jin glanced at that person disdainfully and said, "You'd better mind your own business. Be careful not to get yourself killed one day when you go out." After saying that, Xiao Jin even flashed a sinister smile. That person's face instantly turned red. He said angrily, "No matter what, I will definitely report this to the higher-ups. Just wait for your punishment." Xiao Jin's smile became even more disdainful. Hee, a child who only knows how to snitch. Go, go. It's best if you run into your mother's arms and report while drinking milk. Little Gold, this fellow, was really getting better and better at insulting people. That person was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After holding it in for a long time, he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, King of the World saw Ling Xiao. At first, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive, but after taking a closer look, how could he not remember the enemy who had destroyed his physical body? Even if he turned into ashes, he would still recognize him. You recognized him? Ling Xiao looked at King of the World with a smile. King of the World's current cultivation seemed to be even stronger than before. Who would have thought that the destruction of his physical body would be a blessing in disguise for him? No wonder he seemed to be the leader of this group of people. It's you. Wang Quan's originally calm expression became extremely ferocious at this time. I will kill you. In the next moment, he charged towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to tear this guy apart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to exact his revenge. Boom, Wang Quan under the heavens attack was blocked by someone. It was Little Gold. I will kill whoever dares to touch my boss. He glared at King of the World fiercely. His cold eyes revealed a cruel radiance. This gave King of the World a fright. Prince Little Gold, you are really crazy. Do you think you can act so recklessly just because you are the prince that the Beast Emperor values? Are you trying to start a war with the Eternal Emperor region? Who is that kid that you are protecting? For him, you are going against King of the World. Are you really going to ignore the rules set by the Patriarch Society? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, you can come at me together. Let's see if I'm afraid of you. Little Gold sneered. His words were already overboard, but those people didn't dare to make a move. After all, Little Gold was the prince of the Beast Emperor. In addition, Little Gold's strength was probably at the top of this group of people. Even King of the World might not be able to suppress him. Who would dare to provoke him? Brat, do you really think that the one surnamed Jean will be able to protect you? He can protect you for now, but he can't protect you forever. King of the World glanced at Little Gold. He didn't continue to attack, because he knew that it was useless to attack at this moment. This person looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You better be alive and well. After the heavenly ruins, it will be your death." After saying that, King of the World turned around and left. He definitely wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he had to do it when Little Gold wasn't around. Right now, he was just retreating for the sake of advancing. Hey, idiot. Didn't it feel good when I destroyed your physical body? It's my fault that you were able to survive. Don't worry, I won't be so careless this time. Ling Xiao said with a contemptuous smile. Mobile version update website. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quan under the heavens and laughed in disdain. Wang Quan under the heavens trembled. When he thought of the terrifying existence that he saw that day, he felt fear all over his body. I'm actually afraid of an ant like that. What a joke. Wang Quan under the heavens shook his head and left without looking back. He was actually feeling very complicated right now. That ant that he could casually crush to death back then had now come to the chaotic desert ocean. This really shocked him. He kept asking himself, how did this brat cultivate? However, he still couldn't get an answer. Forget it, who cares how he cultivated? I'll just kill him. Let's go too. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin and said indifferently, the chaotic desert ocean is indeed interesting. Following which, Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Jianhu left while talking and laughing. They didn't put those geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds in their eyes at all. Xiao Jin, this is for you. When they arrived at Xiao Jin's residence, Ling Xiao gave the map in his storage ring to Xiao Jin. I think it will definitely be of help to you. That's great, boss. We went to Yuhua Divine Sect for this map. I was even willing to use an emperor weapon to exchange for it. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to get it. Xiao Jin said excitedly. Is that so? Then give me an emperor weapon. Alright. Damn, don't you know the meaning of a joke? Ling Xiao was speechless. Xiao Jin actually gave him an emperor weapon. Jianhu was also stunned for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. This young Master Jin was really too good to his boss. He would take a joke seriously. The relationship between the two of them must be really good. Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. Order a table of food and wine. Let's have a good drink. We won't rest until we're drunk. Ling Xiao said excitedly, oh right, let me introduce two friends to you. As he spoke, he released Cold Plum and Dong Huanyu from the Dongxing Emperor ring. Holy Maiden! Sister Cold Plum. When the two of them saw Cold Plum, they were both shocked. I won't introduce Cold Plum. I believe that you guys are more familiar with her than me. This girl is my disciple, my only disciple. Her name is Dong Huanyu. Ling Xiao pointed at Dong Huanyu. I'm so envious. Xiao Jin sighed. But Ling Xiao Jin. He glanced at Dong Huanyu, feeling a little envious. However, Dong Huanyu's aptitude was truly outstanding. Also, there seemed to be a unique energy in her body that caused even him to feel fear. The few of them chatted for a while and got along well. When it came to drinking, they enjoyed themselves to the fullest. After 3 rounds of drinking, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Anyway, the courtyard of this inn had been reserved by Xiao Jin, so they could rest as they wished. Around 3 in the morning. Rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Ling Zhao's soul power was the strongest, so he was the first to discover it. Hence, he dashed out. That person also left immediately. He is purposely luring me out. Is he preparing to act against me? Is he someone from King Power, or someone from the Jade Flower Divine Sect? Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still chose to go there. His current cultivation was clearly unable to keep up. Coincidentally, there was someone who sent him to increase his experience. There was no reason for him not to keep him. As for a trap, would he be afraid? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and chased after him. This person kept running to a secluded place. Finally, he arrived at a place where few people would go. Suddenly, he released a cold-killing intent. He even crushed a talisman. It was a trapping talisman. The effect of this talisman was to trap a person, not allowing them to escape. It was similar to Ling Zhao's martial spirit barrier, but its effect wasn't as good. Clearly, this person wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Since you asked me to come, it's not like I won't come. Just reveal your true face. In any case, I'm going to be a dead man. Isn't that right? Ling Xiao laughed. You are really bold. You know that I want to kill you, but you actually came out. That person was shocked. But he quickly regained his composure. In this world, there were some people who didn't know the difference between life and death. At this moment, Little Gold, Sword Tiger, Cold Plum, and Dong Huanyu all rushed over. So what if you rushed over? You still can't help him. That person laughed coldly. The secret of the trap talisman is that once the people outside attack, the effects of the talisman will be affected. The cultivator inside will be affected. Of course, you won't care about me, but won't you care about him? Bastard. Little Gold frowned. This was a little difficult to deal with. There's no need to be angry. Since you are here, then just stand there and watch the show. Ling Xiao laughed. Although his current strength was inferior to Little Gold and Cold Plum's, he still had the advantage. But in terms of overall strength, he could play Cold Plum and Little Gold to death. This idiot actually wanted to kill him. He really didn't investigate anything clearly before coming. You really have guts. That person laughed coldly and took off the mask on his face. Savage Beast Clan? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't seem to have any enmity with the Savage Beast Clan. Moreover, Little Gold was the prince of the Beast Palace, and Cold Plum was the saintess of the Saintess Palace. Was this guy stupid? Obviously, Cold Plum and Little Gold were also very surprised. I know you are very surprised. That person's body gradually turned into a werewolf, and his body suddenly became much bigger. His cold eyes became even more sinister and terrifying. I'm afraid you don't know? Heavenly Demon Yuhua, who was killed by you, is my man. The werewolf warrior said coldly. Your man? I don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head. He is someone I love deeply, and the two of us have already pledged our lives to each other. However, all of you killed him, so all of you deserve to die. Unfortunately, I'm not a match for Little Gold or Sword Tiger. So, it's not bad to be able to drag you, the weakest piece of trash, to die with me. The werewolf warrior roared. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. A man liked another man? This was a rare thing in the Black Tortoise continent. Moreover, it was despised by ethics. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him anyway. It was just that the other party wanted to kill him, and this had something to do with him. And it had a lot to do with him. You can go. I don't want to kill you, and I can understand your determination to take revenge, so I'll give you a chance to live. Ling Xiao rarely let people come to kill him, but the one in front of him was clearly just an infatuated werewolf. He was too embarrassed to kill him. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, you really know how to talk? Do I need you to let me go, with your strength? Can you hurt me? You really think too highly of yourself. The werewolf laughed wildly. If you're a man, then fight fair and square. Only when you die or I die will this matter be considered over. My head hurts. Ling Xiao frowned. Forget it, since you want to die, I'll play with you. It's just that I really didn't expect that Heavenly Demon Yuhua would have such a loyal lover. The Wolf Clan martial artist in front of him was not weak. He had reached the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Although it was nothing compared to Little Gold. But to Ling Xiao, it could really put some pressure on him. To be honest, Ling Xiao had a good impression of this person. After all, it was not easy to be so infatuated these days. But the other party was clamoring to kill him. No matter how much he liked him, he could not stretch his neck and let him kill him. The other party's murderous intent was very strong. Little Gold, just watch. I can deal with this kind of trash. Ling Xiao also had his own persistence. If he could take it down, he would not easily let others do it, let alone let the 9 Nether Giant Demon King do it. Just as he was thinking. Suddenly, the Wolf Clan martial artist attacked. As expected of a Savage Beast Clan martial artist, his speed was quite fast. In just a moment, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. The corners of his mouth suddenly opened, revealing a cruel smile. His sharp nails were as terrifying as daggers. He stabbed fiercely at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged easily. In terms of speed, the other party was not as good as him. Thinking about it, he was really emotional. Back then, even the 1st level of the Shattered Core Realm martial artist gave him a headache. Now that he was at the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm, he did not take him seriously. Sometimes, he had to praise himself. This breakthrough speed really made those geniuses with super backgrounds go crazy with jealousy. Those people could only have a temporary advantage, but he would catch up with them soon. He might even surpass them. Your ability to lie has reached the point of perfection. Are you Heavenly Demon Yuhua's lover? Who sent you here? Ling Xiao asked coldly as he dodged. Although it was just a feeling, he believed in his judgment. Oh, you saw through me. You're right. Heavenly Demon Yuhua and I are not lovers, but business. You killed him and ruined our young master's business. He's very unhappy. So he sent me to kill you. The Wolf Clan martial artist's attacks became faster and faster. He was crazy and excited as if as long as he could tear apart the opponent in front of him, he would be extremely excited. I see. Damn it, you actually wasted my feelings. Ling Xiao was enraged. If I don't chop you into pieces today, my name isn't Ling Xiao. At this point, his eyes revealed a terrifying murderous aura. Everyone hated it when others lied to them. Ling Xiao was no exception. To think that he had been touched for a while. What a waste. Since that was the case, all the more he had to get rid of this bastard. Moreover, he wanted to squeeze every last bit of value out of him. Because in his heart, he was extremely eager to improve his strength. Now, if he wanted to defeat Little Gold, he had to use the 9 Underworld Giant Demon King. However, even he felt displeased that he had won like this. Therefore, he had to continue improving. At the very least, he had to reach the first level of the core fragmentation realm before he could defeat Little Gold with his own strength. As the boss, he couldn't be worse than his little brother. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Jin had received great support from the Beast Emperor Palace. It didn't matter whether Cold Plum had inherited the inheritance of the Saintess. In any case, the truth was that they were stronger than him. If he wanted to protect them, he had to become stronger. Previously, he had relied on the strength of a 9 Nether Troll King to kill Yuhua. He really didn't feel good about winning. However, this Wolf Clan cultivator was the strongest cultivator he had dealt with alone. He could be considered a stepping stone for him to improve his strength. Suddenly, he transformed into the beast soul of the unbounded heavenly rat. His entire body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. With the Dongxing godly demon sword in hand, he was like a combination of a god and a demon. Kill. He stopped running and decided to kill his opponent. Oh? I thought you would run for the rest of your life. I didn't expect you to have some guts. But this can only be called stupid. The Wolf Clan warrior laughed disdainfully. He also waved his sharp claws and attacked. If you can hurt me, it's my loss. How arrogant he was. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. 12 Divine Beast Technique. A terrifying giant beast condensed around Ling Xiao. A violent and barbaric aura bloomed. It made the Wolf Clan warrior inexplicably terrified. Are you afraid now? It's too late. The violent giant beast bombarded the Wolf Clan warrior's claw mark. The claw mark shattered with a sound. The Wolf Clan warrior was terrified. He hurriedly circulated his true essence and defended with all his strength. You can't kill me, you lowly trash. The Wolf Clan warrior roared and instantly transformed into a huge demonic wolf. The terrifying demonic wolf increased his strength by 10 times in an instant. The terrifying aura that filled the air was close to the 7th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. He couldn't tolerate being suppressed by such a trash. If this spread out, where would his face be? At this moment, he switched from defense to offense. A violent attack blasted toward Ling Xiao. Skywolf Claw. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. He didn't block the opponent's attack at all. The power of the opponent's move was merely the power of a high-level 10th-level Emperor Realm martial skill. But his physical defense had already reached the peak of 10th-level Emperor Realm. He allowed the opponent's claws to bombard his body. Ling Xiao grinned. This is impossible. Seeing that Ling Xiao was unscathed, the Wolf Clan warrior was terrified to the extreme. A fear that came from the depths of his soul suddenly emerged. Void Shattering Finger. Void Shattering. The Wolf Clan warrior wanted to escape. But there was no chance. Ling Xiao displayed the Void Shattering Finger and used the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. At that moment, the space was compressed. Then, it shattered. The Wolf Clan warrior's body also turned into powder. It was as if his bones were crushed into powder by a strong force. What a powerful void shattering! Ling Xiao was shocked. With this move, the enemy wouldn't even be able to leave a complete corpse. The only pity was that the opponent's storage ring was also shattered. It seemed that it was best not to use this move in the future unless it was a dangerous situation. It was too painful. Why are you all looking at me like that? After the Wolf Clan warrior was killed, Ling Xiao absorbed his true essence. He felt that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased a little. He wasn't far from the next breakthrough. But when he turned around, he found that Cold Plum, Dong Huangyu, Xiao Jin, and Jianhu were all shocked. Only then did he ask. Master, where is your limit? Dong Huangyu was the most surprised. When she first met Ling Xiao, it was quite difficult for Ling Xiao to fight against Li Dian, who was in the first level of the Shattered Core Realm. In the blink of an eye, only a day had passed. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao could actually kill a 6th-level Shattered Core Realm warrior like slaughtering a chicken. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum were also shocked. Although their cultivation levels were higher than Ling Xiao's today. But they had the full support of the top forces. They could get whatever resources they wanted. They also had the guidance of famous teachers. In addition to their outstanding aptitude, they had such achievements. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was completely different. He had reached where he was today entirely with his own efforts. Without resources, he could only find them himself. Although he had a powerful master, the Yuan Venerate was only in soul form and couldn't provide him with many resources. He had to work hard alone. End of chapter. Xiao Jin had always been grateful and in awe of Ling Xiao. This was because he was well aware of Ling Xiao's terrifying potential and ability. Everyone who wanted to kill him was killed by him in the end. Everyone thought that he was easy to bully, but in the end they found out that he was the most terrifying person, the one that they couldn't defend the most. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum blushed with shame. They had the best resources and the strongest masters. However, they weren't much stronger than Ling Xiao, who climbed up step by step. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. If you guys keep looking at me like that, I'll be embarrassed. Let's go back. Ling Xiao smiled and the few of them returned to their residence. Because of this matter, no one was sleepy anymore. Thus, they started to discuss about the Heaven Ruins. Xiao Jin originally wanted to team up with Sword Tiger. Now, he could directly join Ling Xiao's Battle Alliance team. There was no problem at all. Now that Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger are added, our team will only be stronger. Dong Huangyu smiled. That's right. 3 people became 5. If only that brat Long Chen was here as well. In the chaotic sand ocean, he saw Cold Plum and Xiao Jin, but he still didn't see Long Chen. To be honest, he missed him. Boss, don't worry. Long Chen is a true descendant of the primordial dragon. In the Savage Beast region, he's like a treasure in the Divine Dragon Palace. His strength will only be stronger than me and Sister Cold Plum. Xiao Jin knew that Ling Xiao was worried about Cold Plum, so he said that. It's good that you're fine. Seeing you guys become stronger, I feel that my decision back then was right. If you guys followed me, you might not have such a development. Ling Xiao sighed. Boss, don't be so emotional. Let's quickly add Sword Tiger and my name to the team before the team evaluation ends. Xiao Jin said. Alright, after so much trouble, the sky is already bright. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao stood up. Last time, those idiots actually dared to make things difficult for us. This time, our team is even stronger. They won't dare to mess around anymore. Even now, Dong Huangyu was still brooding over yesterday's matter. The matter of Yuhua divine religion was, after all, a big deal in the chaotic desert ocean. Although there was a lot of killing here every day. However, half of Yuhua divine religion was destroyed. His godson, young master, and many experts were killed. This matter was definitely not a small matter. However, in this rumor, people seemed to take the initiative to ignore Ling Xiao, and forced this big case to be Xiao Jin. After all, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant kid. Xiao Jin was powerful enough. Just like that, Ling Xiao did an incredible thing, and many people didn't know about him. Even those who were present at the scene did not see much of Ling Xiao's action. When the 5 of them arrived at the Board of Patriarchs' Heaven Ruins office, everyone's attention was on Xiao Jin. Everyone was impressed by Xiao Jin's strength. She killed 3 9th-stage Shattered Core experts by herself. She was really a heaven-defying genius. People suspected that Xiao Jin was already a divine physique echelon expert. Otherwise, how could she be so strong? Everyone stepped aside to make a path for him. The person who received Ling Xiao was the deacon from the previous office. A 9th-stage Shattered Core expert. Our team's evaluation is over, right? Ling Xiao asked. That person glanced at Ling Xiao, but his gaze quickly fell on Xiao Jin and Cold Plum. A prince of the Beast Palace, a saintess from the Saintess Palace, they actually listened to this kid. Who was this kid? He couldn't figure it out. He smiled and said, of course, they passed the evaluation. Is it okay to add their names to our team? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Cold sweat flowed down the deacon's forehead. Of course, he already knew what happened in Yuhua divine religion. Any one of the 3 ninth-level core-shattering stage experts was stronger than him. Therefore, it was as easy as flipping her hand for Xiao Jin to kill him. After all, this was the prince that the Beast Emperor had personally chosen. It was said that the old man put in a lot of effort for this prince. He loved him very much. Even if Xiao Jin killed him, he wouldn't be able to get any justice and could only die in vain. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled, then pointed in a direction. Why is that person still there? The deacon's expression changed instantly. The person Ling Xiao was talking about was the person in charge of the evaluation that day. Hearing Yuhua Tianrui's order, he didn't let Ling Xiao and the others pass. Ling Xiao was a vengeful person. How could he let this guy go so easily? Everyone, he just made a mistake. The deacon was a little embarrassed. Tell him to get lost. Ling Xiao said coldly, I'm already being merciful by not killing him, but you still dare to keep him. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Little brother, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Let's just forget about this matter. Forget about it? Are you sure? Ling Xiao smiled, but it was a scary smile. Why are you looking at me? Can't you hear my boss's order or can't you do it? I'm just telling him to get lost, not killing him. Does he have someone backing him up? Xiao Jin sneered. Well, how about this? I'll let you pass the final evaluation and enter the heaven ruins directly. Let him go. The deacon frowned and said. Do we need you to get in through the back door? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I just want him to get lost. The deacon's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he sighed helplessly, I'll tell you the truth. His father is a higher-up in the Patriarch Society, a divine body realm expert. I advise you not to provoke him. Although Prince Jin is a half-step divine body realm expert, he hasn't reached the divine body realm yet. Although Saintess Kai Dai has reached the divine body realm, she's still injured. As for the 3 of you, you're no match for a divine body realm expert. I can't provoke his father, and neither can you. Did you hear that, idiot? So what if he's a prince of the Beast Palace? So what if she's the Kai Dai Saintess? In the end, you're just terrifyingly talented. But in terms of strength, you're far from my father's level. That person laughed maniacally and walked over. Deacon, you heard my father's words too. Why don't you do as he says? What did he say? Asked Ling Xiao. Hee, my father told you that the next time we meet, he'll cripple you and chase you out of the chaotic sand ocean. That person said smugly. I understand. Ling Xiao glanced at the deacon. This person probably wanted to do as he said, but Xiao Jin's appearance changed his mind. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. Cripple us? What a great idea. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly attacked. The person in charge with a good father was instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao with a punch. This punch had completely crippled this person's cultivation. You're crazy. The deacon turned pale with fright. Alright, let's cut to the chase. When will the evaluation begin? Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill that piece of trash, so he returned to the main topic. Mobile version update website. You must be joking. With Saintess Kai Dai and Prince Jin, your team will naturally pass the test. You just have to wait for the Heaven's Relic to open. The deacon smiled. He wasn't going in through the back door. With Little Gold's strength, passing the test was as easy as flipping his hand. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and left with Little Gold and the others. Your Highness, you're back? When Ling Xiao arrived at Little Gold's residence, he suddenly saw a few familiar faces. But at the same time, he also realized how ignorant he had been. These were the 5 people who took Little Gold and the others away from the Archean Divine Tomb. In the past, Ling Xiao thought that their strength was at most in the Divine Pulse realm. However, today, he realized that their strength was much more terrifying than he imagined. It seemed that they were indeed affected by the laws in the Archean Divine Tomb, and their strength was greatly weakened. The strongest person was actually a half-step divine body realm existence, just like Little Gold. He had a pair of horns on his head and was very tall. His cold eyes were filled with a sense of bewitching confidence. This person was called Shuelei. He was a bull demon martial artist. Beside Shuelei was Zhou Guang, whose figure wasn't any weaker than Shuelei's. There were strange patterns all over his skin. As a tiger martial artist, his strength was only slightly weaker than Shuelei's. They were both in the half-step divine body realm. The third person was called Xianmu. This person was a little special as he was a tree spirit. His strength was slightly weaker as he was only in the 8th stage of the shattered core realm. The fourth person was called Lan Mao. She was the only female in the group and looked extremely seductive. She was a snake martial artist in the 9th stage of the shattered core realm. The fifth person was called Ing Yan. He was an eagle martial artist in the 9th stage of the shattered core realm. His eyes made people uncomfortable. Ling Xiao vaguely remembered that there should be 6 of them. The last one was called Zilin. He was a flood dragon who had awakened the flood dragon bloodline and was very rare. He was probably also in the half-step divine body realm and was the most terrifying of the 6. You dare to show up? Xiao Jin's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a strong sense of hatred. Prince Little Gold, what are you doing? If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have reached the Savage Beast clan and wouldn't have the status you have today. Ian Light sneered. When Ling Xiao saw his expression, he knew that things were not that simple. Back then, when these people took Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, and Long Chen away, he agreed. Because he knew it would be beneficial to the 3 of them. However, he had no idea what happened after that. It must be very bitter. Bullshit. You guys did treat us well at the beginning because we were the key to your achievements. But later on, as our strength continued to grow, you felt that you could no longer control it. Thus, they targeted us in every way they could. Sister Cold Plum's injury is related to you, right? Long Chen was almost ambushed by you. Needless to say, I almost died in your hands. Thank him? Humph, I wish I could kill all of you right now. Xiao Jin was furious. This made Ling Xiao realize that Xiao Jin's hatred for these people was extremely deep. Moreover, Cold Plum's injuries were actually related to these people. This made Ling Xiao feel a strong sense of hatred. We meet again. Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. The 5 of them seemed to be very surprised. Surprised that he knew Ling Xiao, so they turned their heads and looked carefully for a long time. How can it be? Lan Mao was the first to think of Ling Xiao's identity. Isn't this kid the guy from the immemorial divine tomb? He even killed our companions. It's him. Yes, it's him. The others finally recognized Ling Xiao. They were extremely shocked. They really did not expect that Ling Xiao really came from the western region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and even to the chaotic desert sea. How did you do it? Shuelei asked in shock. It doesn't matter how he did it. When we were in the immemorial divine tomb, we couldn't use our nomological strength. But here, nomological strength will no longer restrain us. This kid killed our people, so we must not let him go. Ian Light said sinisterly. Yes, we must kill him. Lan Mao also smiled and said, Prince Jean actually teamed up with such a trash. How interesting. Say that again. Let's see if I dare to kill you. Xiao Jin's golden eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Ling Xiao was the person he respected the most. He would not be polite to anyone who dared to insult Ling Xiao. Lan Mao shrank back. The stinking brat they could bully in the past had grown to a point where they could no longer control him. To be honest, Lan Mao was somewhat afraid of Xiao Jin. Otherwise, she would have attacked Ling Xiao right now. Prince Jean, we're not here to quarrel with you today. We'll ask you one last time. Do you want to join our team? Shuelei said coldly. No need. You may not remember what you did in the past, but I won't forget it. Go back and tell Zilin. If we meet in the heavenly ruins, we'll be enemies. Xiao Jin flatly refused. Fine. Since you've decided, it doesn't matter how we persuade you, let me ask you one more thing. The other team in the Savage Beast region is missing a wolf warrior. I have some relations with him. Have you seen him? Shuelei asked again. Killed him. This time, it wasn't Xiao Jin who answered. Instead, it was Ling Xiao. I killed him. You? Ha 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 ha, with just you? Shuelei sneered disdainfully. Then he looked at Xiao Jin and said, "You're good at killing beasts. You're good, even if the Beast Emperor loves you, you can't do whatever you want. Don't try to scare me with that. If he dares to kill my boss, I'll kill him." Xiao Jin sneered. In his eyes, he didn't belong to the savage beast region. He was only kind to the beast race martial artists who had treated him well. But if someone wanted him to attack Ling Xiao, he would not tolerate it. "Good, very good, you better be careful in the heavenly ruins. We were able to take you away from the immemorial divine tomb, so we have the ability to kill you." Shuelei said to the others, "Let's go." Fighting outside would cause too much of a commotion. Even if they killed Xiao Jin, the Beast Emperor would be displeased. It wouldn't do them any good. It was better to do it in the heavenly ruins. Even the Beast Emperor wouldn't know. "Shuelei, it's time to do it. Those three brats are about to shit on our heads," Zhou Guang said viciously. "Of course we're going to do it. But we need to plan it in detail. We can't let the Beast Emperor know. Otherwise, we'll have to face the consequences." Shuelei nodded. "Damn it. If we knew we'd bring back such trouble, we would have killed them." Lan Mao said coldly. "You can't say that. If we didn't use this credit, we wouldn't have the status we have today, and we wouldn't have gotten so many resources. Now, it's time to give it up." Xianmu smiled. "That's right. There are gains and losses. When it's time to give it up, we have to give it up," Hawkeye said with a vicious expression. Watching those people leave, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Everyone entered the house. After sorting out the situation, the Savage Beast region was recognized as the third strongest force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They already had so many geniuses. There were 4 half-step divine physique echelon cultivators. There was even Cold Plum in the divine body realm. However, Cold Plum was injured and couldn't use her full strength. Then, wouldn't the second strongest heaven and the first strongest Eternal Emperor region be even stronger? "Do you know anything about the Eternal Emperor region?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He believed that Kingly Under Heaven wouldn't let him go. It was necessary for him to understand the Eternal Emperor region's strength. The Eternal Emperor region is very scary. As the most powerful force, there were 7 half-step divine body realm martial artists among the martial artists who had come this time. Kingly Under Heaven isn't the strongest, but he's still one of the 7. "That's right, boss. You probably don't know yet, but there are so many geniuses here. Since there are so many geniuses here, the Patriarch Society has relaxed the limit. A team can have a maximum of 10 people." Xiao Jin reminded him. "Damn, that's insane." Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. 7 half-step divine body realms, this was just the surface data. It was no secret that the martial artists hid their strength. Who knew if there were any divine body realms among the 7? The Heavenly Hall ruins were restricted by age, not cultivation. Even a divine physique echelon cultivator would definitely be able to enter. However, the stronger the enemy, the more excited he felt. If there weren't any strong enemies, he would feel lonely. "Xiao Jin, there are only 5 days left before we enter the Heavenly Hall ruins. I want to leave for a while." Ling Zhao's idea was simple. Yuhua Divine Cult wanted to kill him, but they didn't because of Xiao Jin. Although this was safer, it couldn't improve his strength. He needed to constantly fight in order to continue improving. Anything could happen in 5 days. "It's dangerous, boss," Xiao Jin said worriedly. "Xiao Jin, before I met you guys, I was also like this. Yuhua Divine Cult only has a dozen divine body realms. Most of them are guarding the Heavenly Hall ruins. How would they have the time to kill me? Those who want to kill me are mostly core realm and core fragmentation realm experts. I can deal with them." Ling Xiao smiled. Seeing that Xiao Jin still wanted to say something, Ling Xiao directly said, "I've already made up my mind. Just help me take good care of my obedient disciple. As for Cold Plum, you can choose to stay here with Xiao Jin and the others, or you can choose to temporarily return to your residence in the Saintess Palace." This time, Ling Xiao really didn't plan to bring a single person. Otherwise, how could he use himself as bait to attract those people to chase after him? After saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. 5 days later, gather here again. After a long time, a voice sounded. Little Gold sighed and said, Boss's temper is still the same as before. Forget it, let's do as he says. Ling Zhao's plan was surprisingly successful. After he left Xiao Jin and the others, the people who were chasing after him had arrived. Within a day, he experienced over 100 battles of various sizes, killing to his heart's content. However, he was also exhausted. The harvest was naturally huge. The energy in his cultivation sea had finally increased to 80%, he was also obviously more proficient in the use of the god-fiend black tortoise body. The next day, Ling Xiao encountered a strong enemy. He was targeted by a martial artist at the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. As he had fought too many times before, he was exhausted at this time. Even medicine couldn't recover, so he planned to temporarily hide. Ling Xiao, who was looking for a place to hide, discovered that a wedding was being held. So he turned around and blended into the crowd, coming to a room. In the room, the bride was crying. There was only one person in such a large wedding room. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and didn't speak. His movement technique was excellent. Even if he walked in the room, the bride wouldn't hear him. However, the bride cried more and more sadly. Ling Xiao really had a headache. So he casually asked, the wedding night is a joyous event in life. Why are you so sad? Who? The bride actually didn't scream. Originally, Ling Xiao was ready to cover her mouth. Just a passerby. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Just as the bride was about to speak, an angry shout suddenly came from outside, the wedding is stopped. Everyone gather in the courtyard, including the bride. When the bride heard this voice, she suddenly understood everything. If you trust me, hide here. She only said one sentence and went out. About 10 minutes later, the sound of cursing and swearing could be heard. The bride returned to the room. The red veil was already gone. A fair but sorrowful face was revealed. You really didn't leave? I still trust you more. Ling Xiao said with a smile. As he smiled, he ate the snacks on the table. You helped me, I'll help you too. Tell me what you want to do the most now, and I'll help you do it. The bride glanced at Ling Xiao, wanted to say something, but then shook her head, forget it, hurry up and run. Offending Yuhua divine sect won't end well. Just like me. Speaking of this, the bride became more and more sad. From the looks of it, you seem to have a grudge with Yuhua divine sect. Ling Xiao smiled, I won't hide it from you, I also have a grudge with them. If you trust me, you can tell me. Whether I can help you or not, we'll talk about it later. The bride hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. The story was very simple. The girl and her lover were both young martial arts geniuses, so one day, they went to the chaotic desert together. Unfortunately, reality wasn't as good as they imagined. The girl was fancied by someone. This person was an old man who had lived for nearly 300 years, and his strength had reached the 3rd level of the core fragmentation realm. The old man had 3 sons, all of whom had joined Yuhua divine sect, and one of them was working beside the sect master. Very impressive. The old man's strength wasn't much, but his son was capable. Relying on his son's power, he killed the girl's lover and wanted to forcefully take the girl. It was under such circumstances that Ling Xiao broke into the bridal room. The reason why the Yuhua divine sect's martial artists left so quickly was because the old man's son had enough face. Now the old man wanted to forcefully take the girl. He wanted to take her as his concubine, and his 100th concubine at that. It couldn't be helped, martial artists were generally stronger in that aspect, and mortals couldn't compare to them. 100 concubines wasn't a big deal. The story was a bit melodramatic. But life was even more melodramatic. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of thing many times in reality. In the Black Tortoise continent, using strength or power to forcefully take someone else's wife and daughter, this wasn't news at all. But since he encountered it, and it was related to Yuhua divine sect, he might as well intervene. This bride could be considered to be his benefactor. If he was really discovered just now, if he didn't use the 9 Nether Giant Demon King, he would really be killed. If he used the 9 Nether Giant Demon King, he might attract the Divine Physique Echelon experts of Yuhua Divine Sect. That's simple. I'll help you get rid of that shameless old thing, but after that, I'm afraid you'll have to leave the chaotic Xianxia. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said. Since this matter was related to the Yuhua Divine Sect, he naturally had to interfere and cause trouble for them. Young hero, thank you for your kindness, but forget it, that person is a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Core-Shattering Realm. Of his 3 sons, 2 are at the 5th level of the Core-Shattering Realm, and 1 is at the 6th level of the Core-Shattering Realm. They're all extremely powerful existences. You're no match for them at all. The bride smiled bitterly and shook her head. In fact, when she came, she was in high spirits. But now, her will had long been depressed. She saw that Ling Xiao did not hide his cultivation base and was only at the middle stage of the extreme core stage, so she did not want to implicate Ling Xiao. However, the more the bride did not want to trouble Ling Xiao, the more Ling Xiao felt that it was meaningful for her to help him. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. It was about time to disturb the bridal chamber. Ling Xiao entered his shadow warrior form. The bride did not notice and thought that he had left. She looked a little disappointed. Forget it, I don't expect him to do anything. It's worth it to help someone before I die. The bride smiled bitterly. The door was pushed open, and a group of people walked in. The one in the lead looked the oldest. He should be the bridegroom. This guy was drunk. He was supported by his 2 sons. There was another son walking beside him with an arrogant face. He was probably the servant who served tea to the Yuhua Divine Sect's leader. Damn, a dog is so smug. There was a group of people following behind. Many of them were wearing the Yuhua Divine Sect's uniform. Clearly, they were giving face to these 3 people. Io, Daddy, your luck with women is not bad. One of the people supporting the old man smiled and said, such a beautiful young lady, even your son is envious. I want to hug a beauty and spend a good night with her. If you like, wouldn't it be great if we father and son could have fun together tonight? The drunkard laughed. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be drunk. Ling Xiao sighed. No wonder the bride was crying. Marrying such a person, perhaps he would get tired of her and send her to a brothel. Father, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Big brother and I also want to enjoy ourselves. Another son said excitedly. All right, the 4 of us will take care of this girl tonight. To tell you the truth, this girl was unwilling at first. Her lover was made into a meat bun by this old man and was prepared to let this girl eat it. The drunkard's words were getting more and more ridiculous. The more he spoke, the more indignant he became. Ling Xiao didn't like this kind of thing to begin with. Now that he was indebted to this woman, he was even more displeased. You animals. The bride was finally angry. The reason why she did not commit suicide was because she thought that even if she married this old man as a concubine, she would still be able to find a way to escape. However, he didn't expect this family to be so shameless. How could she bear it? A dagger was placed against his neck, and a dark red color appeared on it. Humph, you still want to commit suicide? The son who was walking alone let out a cold snort. With a point of his finger, the dagger shattered into pieces. At this moment, the bride was in complete despair. She couldn't even commit suicide. What should she do? When she thought about her fate, she almost collapsed. Her true yuan had been sealed, and she couldn't detonate her inner core. Also, biting one's tongue to commit suicide was impossible for a divine core warrior. In front of her was a path of no return. A path of no return filled with darkness. Damn it, you really are a bunch of snakes and rats. Why are there so many evil people like you in this world? Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded out from outside the room. He thought it would be bad for the girl's reputation if he came from the bridal chamber, but if he came from the outside, there wouldn't be such a problem. The bride's despairing heart was suddenly filled with hope, as if it was soaked in a drop of spring of life. Although the hope was just as slim. But it was better than nothing. At the last moment of her life, there were still people who were willing to lend her a helping hand. She was satisfied. Young master, please leave. You're no match for them. I'm already satisfied that you're here. Although she said that, the bride still hoped that a miracle would happen. Ling Xiao walked out from the crowd and entered the bridal chamber. He looked at the father and sons with disdain. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in our family's business? The drunkard walked in front of Ling Xiao and burped. The smell of alcohol made Ling Xiao furrow his brows. Ling Xiao immediately threw a kick at the drunkard. The kick landed at the perfect spot, and it destroyed the drunkard's manhood. The kick sent the drunkard flying, and he crashed onto the ground. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I like to cause trouble for the Yuhua divine sect. That's enough, a bastard like you doesn't deserve to be a man. I might as well cut off your manhood forever. Ling Xiao said with a cold sneer. The bride was stunned by what she saw. The drunkard was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. He was actually sent flying by a casual kick. His strength was very strong. 2 of the 3 sons who were at the 5th level of the Shattered Core realm walked directly toward Ling Xiao. You dare to make an enemy of the Yuhua divine sect? Are you tired of living? The 2 of them looked down at Ling Xiao condescendingly, even though Ling Xiao sent their old father flying with a kick. They had no need to be afraid. Because the 2 of them were much stronger than their old father. Kill him for me. The drunkard was howling hysterically. The 2 of you aren't good people either. You actually want to defile your father's concubine. How shameless. Ling Xiao didn't care about the 2 of them at all. When the 2 of them heard this, their faces became very ugly. They roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. The bride covered her mouth in fear. 1 5th level Shattered Core realm martial artist was already very terrifying. Now there were actually 2 of them. How could Ling Xiao possibly stop them? However, just as she was about to cry out in surprise, she saw Ling Xiao casually throw out 2 punches. These fists were suffused with white light and were incomparably fierce. The 2 sons wanted to block, but it was useless. They were hit in the abdomen and flew out. They were directly crippled. Even if they wanted to recover, it would probably take a few months. At that time, the bride would have long been far away from here. This scene made the surrounding people dumbstruck. Where did this arrogant person come from? He was actually so strong. 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the Shattered Core stage were actually crippled by him so easily. Could it be that the woman's friend came? The bride was also dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao was just a mere middle-stage core realm martial artist, and his cultivation was even lower than hers. That was why she didn't ask Ling Xiao for help. Who knew that this guy was actually so strong? Before the crowd could react, Yi Zichen said. The 3rd son, the manservant who served tea beside the Yuhua divine sect master, suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. The moment Ling Xiao finished his attack, he launched his attack. And the distance was so close. Ling Xiao had no chance to dodge at all. This kid was waiting for this moment. End of this chapter. The sneak attack was extremely fast. Ling Xiao did not seem to be prepared to defend at all. The Yuhua divine sect cultivators who came to attend the wedding revealed a gloating expression. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. The attack of a 6th level core shattering stage cultivator did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Layers of hard armor appeared on Ling Xiao's back. It had completely blocked his attack. Then, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the person. He saw the horrified expression on the person's face. He transformed into the beast god and grabbed the person's neck with his claws, lifting him up. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed sinisterly. No. No. I didn't. A 6th level core shattering stage cultivator was like a pitiful kitten in front of Ling Xiao. Now you're acting pitiful? F***CKU, I didn't want to kill you, but I hate you. As Ling Xiao spoke, his other hand directly penetrated the 6th level core shattering stage cultivator's dantian. F***CK, so dirty, your heart is black. Ling Xiao waved his hand in disdain. The bride was completely stunned at this time. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that Ling Xiao would be so powerful. Bah! A bunch of trash. Bride, let's go, I'll take you away from this dirty place. Ling Xiao smiled and waved at the bride. However, at this time, the Yuhua divine sect cultivators who came to attend the wedding blocked the door. There were dozens of them. All of them were at the third or fourth level of the core-shattering stage. Do you want to die too? Scram. Ling Xiao snorted and temporarily put the bride into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He shouted sternly. You want to leave after killing our Yuhua divine sect people? Impossible. A voice came from the crowd. Ling Xiao did not waste any more time. Heaven-covering Great Palm. After being strengthened by the Fiend God energy, the heaven-covering Great Palm had reached the early 10th level of the Emperor rank. It was a piece of cake to deal with this kind of bastard. There seemed to be a thunderclap in the sky as a giant hand tore the sky apart and descended. He directly slammed into the crowd. The dozens of Yuhua sect cultivators who were blocking Ling Xiao's path did not even have the chance to regret their actions. As the giant palm fell, all of them died tragically. They were all smashed into meat paste. Then, Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. As he rose into the air, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame. The entire mansion was ablaze. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him as he leaped into the distance. He planned to send the bride out of the chaotic sand ocean first. This could be considered as being extremely benevolent. Who is he? Why is he so terrifying? Outside the burning mansion, people were panicking. Don't tell me it's the Prince of Jin who has recently risen to fame? Everyone was talking about it, but no one thought that it was Ling Xiao. It was obvious that even though Ling Xiao had caused such a huge commotion, he still had not been able to do anything. People still looked down on him. Soon, he arrived outside the chaotic sand ocean. Ling Xiao released the bride and helped her remove the seal on her vital essence. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'm Lin Ling Yu, there's nothing to thank my benefactor for. Take this as a souvenir. Lin Ling Yu gave her personal item, a jade pendant, to Ling Xiao. Benefactor, please don't refuse. When my father gave this to me, he said that this pendant was not ordinary and that there was a universe within it. Unfortunately, I'm slow-witted and can't understand it. I'm giving it to you, benefactor. I hope that you can use it. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to refuse, Lin Ling Yu hurriedly stopped him. All right then. I'll take it. Ling Xiao said as he put the jade pendant around his neck. Benefactor, be careful. Goodbye. Lin Ling Yu took a deep look at the chaotic sand ocean. I might come back to this place again. After saying that, she turned and left. Ling Xiao shook his head. This girl was really stubborn. She actually dared to come back to this place after suffering such a great calamity. Forget it. It had nothing to do with him anyway. As for the jade pendant, he felt that there was some strange power brewing within it. This was an unexpected gain. Ling Xiao, I knew it was you. When he turned around and was about to return to the chaotic sand ocean, a voice suddenly rang out. Damn it, 8th level of the core fragmentation realm. Ling Xiao frowned. Even if he used all his skills, he would definitely not be a match for this level of expert if he did not use the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. This person held a long spear in his hand and rode on a flying tiger. He was wearing silver armor and had extraordinary combat strength. Knowing that he was no match for him, Ling Xiao still fought with him. In the end, he even used the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, he was still no match for his opponent. Using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could at most fight with a 7th level core fragmentation realm martial artist. 8th level was still a little troublesome. 9 Revolution Gourd, Flying Sword. A sword light suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao had no choice but to use his Dharma treasure. The 9 Revolution Gourd with 2 dragon patterns was extremely terrifying. A sword light instantly rushed out. Before the martial artist could see what was going on, his head was chopped off. After taking advantage of the situation, Ling Xiao was not willing to hold back at all. He used all kinds of abilities again, forcing the 8th level core fragmentation realm martial artist to retreat. Twin Tiger Divine Seal. 2 fierce tigers suddenly appeared and directly pushed the martial artist to the ground. He held down Devour. This was the power of a Dharma treasure. Ling Xiao felt that if the Sky Tyrant martial soul was combined with these Dharma treasures, he would definitely be able to defeat this guy. Unfortunately, he felt that it was a little unfair. However, he did not dare to be negligent. The battle here was lively, and the aura must have been released. More martial artists from Yuhua Divine Sect would appear. He had to leave. Sky Tyrant, Void-Shattering Finger. When the Twin Tiger Divine Seal restrained the opponent, Ling Xiao used the Void-Shattering Finger in the state of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. A strange black hole appeared behind the martial artist and sucked him in. A moment later, it was completely torn apart. Every time he used the Void-Shattering Finger, it was terrifying enough. Let's go. After killing someone, Ling Xiao did not dare to stay. He hurried to the chaotic Xianxia and headed to a remote place. These days, he had to rely on such battles to improve his strength. The battle just now and the battle in the house caused the energy in his cultivation C to increase by 10%. It reached 90%, the breakthrough was just around the corner. Stop. Not long after, he was surrounded again. This time, it was actually more than a dozen 7th-level core fragmentation realm martial artists. Although each of them was not as strong as the martial artist just now. But the number was enough. There's no other way. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and directly released the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. Originally, he wanted to use the 9 Nether Giant Demon King's combat power to kill these people. Unexpectedly, a strange scene appeared. After killing the group of martial artists, the 9 Nether Giant Demon King actually flew away. F***CK. Ling Xiao was stunned. Master, what's going on? I just sensed a powerful aura leading the 9 Nether Giant Demon King away. Yuan Venerate said. Who dares to kidnap my things? F***CK, I want to see who it is. Ling Xiao was furious. Although the other party's aura was powerful and his soul power was terrifying, it did not mean that his strength was strong. Everyone read. Ling Xiao had seen many sealed experts, and they also had powerful bewitching abilities. However, their combat strength was not much. In any case, he would definitely not give up the 9 Underworld Great Demon King so easily. This thing was his trump card. It could make him not even afraid of divine physique echelon experts. If he lost it, how depressing would that be? A moment later, Ling Xiao arrived at a desolate and uninhabited place. There were no villages or towns here, and there was not even a single person. It was so desolate that it was like a forbidden area. He was very familiar with the aura of the 9 Underworld Great Demon King. He had even injected a trace of his soul imprint into that guy's body. He could easily find out where the 9 Underworld Great Demon King was. It's very far away. Ling Xiao could feel that the 9 Underworld Great Demon King's aura was extremely far away from him. This chaotic desert sea was incomparably huge, so it was normal for it to be far away. He followed the aura and flew over. At the same time, the 9 Underworld Great Demon King was sitting cross-legged in front of a cave. He was motionless as if he was already dead. The terrifying demonic aura on his body was also forcefully suppressed. There were many terrifying demon beasts nearby. Once they got within 1,000 meters of this cave, they would be like the 9 Underworld Great Demon King, losing all their killing intent and demonic aura. There seemed to be something terrifying hidden in that cave. It was enough to suppress all demons. The cave entrance was like a black hole. It kept spinning as if anyone would be sucked in as long as they got close. Damn. What a haunting ghost. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because a martial artist from Yuhua Divine Sect appeared in front of him. He was also in the 8th stage of the Shattered Core Realm, and his strength was exactly the same as the martial artist he killed earlier. Moreover, his clothes were also very similar. He was probably a middle to high-level martial artist from Yuhua Divine Sect. Ling Xiao did not know much about the structure of Yuhua Divine Sect. However, if this person was in another sect, he would at least be in existence like a deacon. This person's weapon was different from the previous person. The previous martial artist used a long spear. And this person was holding a giant hammer in his hand. He was also riding a powerful flying tiger. This flying tiger's strength was in the 7th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. I heard that this Yuhua Divine School has given the Flying Tiger Knights Regiment. They should all be members of the Knights Regiment. It was unknown where the Yuan Venerate had obtained this information. However, thinking about it carefully, Yuan Venerates had traveled all the way from the Immortal Court continent to the Sky Dragon continent. Perhaps, he had been to the Chaotic Desert before, so it wouldn't be strange for him to know about the Jade Flower sect. He never casually asked about his master's matters. This was the courtesy of a disciple. The Flying Tiger Knight held a giant hammer in his hand and stood proudly in the void like a thunder god. There was a strong killing intent in his cold eyes. A terrifying aura swept towards Ling Xiao like a flood. Scram! I have serious business to attend to. Right now, Ling Xiao was most concerned about the 9 Nether Demon King. In addition, he had already killed a Flying Tiger Knight who was in the 8th stage of the Core-Shattering Realm, so he was not that afraid. He had tried it before. As long as he released the Tyrant Martial Soul and combined it with the power of the magic treasure, it was absolutely possible to kill an 8th-level Shattered Core martial artist. Although sometimes, he had to catch his opponent off guard. What arrogance! My companion was killed by you using a magic treasure, right? The Flying Tiger Knight glanced at Ling Xiao and was rather disdainful of Ling Xiao's cultivation base. He believed that Ling Xiao could not have killed the Flying Tiger Knight with his own strength. Since he had done it, there was only one possibility. That was a magic treasure. Ling Xiao must have used an extremely terrifying treasure. How long-winded. If you want to know, try it with your life. Ling Xiao sneered. Humph. The Flying Tiger Knight snorted and waved the giant hammer in his hand. In an instant, violent thunder sounded everywhere. The spiritual energy in the sky seemed to have been ignited. Since you want to die, how can I not fulfill your wish? The Flying Tiger Knight urged the Flying Tiger beneath him and traversed a distance of several hundred meters in an instant. He charged towards Ling Xiao. A gale rose and wrapped in thunder and lightning bombarded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt immense pressure. At that moment, the giant hammer smashed down from above and the space seemed to have been shattered by the terrifying power. 9 Revolution Gourd, Light Shield. Ling Xiao wanted to end the battle quickly this time, so he entered the beast soul transformation state of the unbounded heavenly rat from the beginning. He also used the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Boom, the giant hammer smashed on the light shield and made a terrifying sound. Ling Xiao did not even take half a step back. The Flying Tiger Knight said in surprise, I didn't expect you to have an emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. No wonder you could kill the young master. However, your strength is not enough to unleash the full power of the Emperor weapon. Seeing Ling Xiao use the 9 Revolution Gourd, the Flying Tiger Knight was surprised but not panicked. Wild thunder falling sky. With a roar, the giant hammer shone with a terrifying light. It smashed towards Ling Xiao crazily. It avoided the light shield and surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. Moreover, it was thunder and lightning. The terrifying speed was impossible to dodge. 9 Revolution Gourd, 9 Revolution Armor. The gourd spewed out a cloud of black smoke and wrapped Ling Xiao's body. Then, it turned into a black armor. Although the armor's defensive power was not as good as the Divine Phoenix armor, it was still a defensive treasure with 2 dragon patterns. One could imagine how strong its defensive power was. Boom, despite the bombardment of thunder and the sound of lightning. Ling Xiao was unscathed. The Flying Tiger Knight's eyes shone with greed. He had never seen such a treasure before. He swore that he must get it. Just as he was about to launch his 3rd attack. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. A dagger was stabbed into his heart and the curse power was crazily leaking out. At that moment, he felt that he could not use his true origin. Do you think my treasure can only be used for defense? Ling Xiao curled his lips. The Cursed Demon Dagger had a miraculous effect at the crucial moment. The Cursed Demon Dagger. It's actually An Ying's treasure. Oh no. The Flying Tiger Knight was terrified. Of course, Ling Xiao would not give him a chance. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal was activated again. The huge seal directly smashed onto the Flying Tiger Knight's body, knocking him out completely. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal had 2 uses. One was to release the Fierce Tiger Seal, the other was to smash it directly. The power was not small. Taking advantage of the Flying Tiger Knight's confusion, Ling Xiao took advantage of it. Sky Tyrant Remnant Blood. A terrifying saber aura that was enough to split space cut through the void and directly cut the Flying Tiger Knight in half. His dantian shattered, he died tragically on the spot. After killing the other party, Ling Xiao let out a long breath. He activated his true origin and completely sucked it dry. This time, the energy in his cultivation sea did not directly advance, but it increased a little. He was not far from the final breakthrough. I have to break through quickly. This kind of fighting method is too unsafe. Almost every time, I use my full strength. Without a trump card, I'm so nervous. Ling Xiao thought silently and did not dare to stay. He continued forward. The 9 Nether Demon King had only left for a moment, but it felt so far away. It felt like he had entered another small world. End of chapter. Damn it, this kid is too cunning. What is he doing here? Ling Xiao fled quickly after killing the Flying Tiger Knight. The experts of the Jade Flower Divine sect quickly arrived. This time, there were 2 Flying Tiger Knights at the 8th level of the Core-Shattering Realm. Unfortunately, they failed to catch him. The air was filled with the aura of the Flying Tiger Knight before his death, as well as fear and unwillingness. Another one died. How could this be? Isn't he at the intermediate stage of the Extreme Core Realm? One of them asked. I told you not to underestimate this kid. There's the aura of a treasure in the air. I suspect that kid has a treasure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to leave the Golden Prince. The other person said. Let's chase him together. I don't believe that he can be a match for the 2 of us even if he has a treasure. Let's go. The 2 Flying Tiger Knights followed Ling Xiao's aura and chased after him. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of a dense forest. There was a terrifying aura in the forest. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. Ling Xiao hovered in the void and looked at the forest. He discovered that it was actually a huge array formation that covered an area of nearly 10,000 acres. Within this 10,000 mu area, the forest was very dense. It was also extremely tall, which was completely different from the surroundings. What exactly is this place? Ling Xiao frowned and hesitated whether he should enter or not. However, the aura of the 9 Underworld Great Demon King was clearly in this forest. Master, can you break this array formation? Ling Xiao asked. Are you looking down on me? However, this array formation is indeed powerful. Even I would need at least a day to break it, the Yuan Master said. Alright. That's good. As long as he could break it, Ling Xiao had no need to be afraid. He used the Earth Golden Light technique and continued forward. He disappeared into the dense forest. After walking for about 100 meters, he suddenly saw some huge vines forming 3 huge words, Demon Suppression Forest. This is actually the Demon Suppression Forest. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. There were many ruins in the chaotic sand ocean. The 12 ruins were the most famous among them. However, there were also some places that were not famous. However, they were not inferior to the 12 ancient remnants in the slightest. It was only because people did not dare to enter and explore it that it was not very famous. For example, this demon-suppressing forest was one of them. It was rumored that martial artists below the Divine Body Realm would definitely die if they entered this place. However, when Divine Body Realm martial artists entered, they would discover that this was just an ordinary primeval forest. They had never discovered any treasures. Anyone would be afraid of such a strange thing. However, the chaotic desert was filled with desperados. Naturally, they refused to believe such a legend. Many people even deliberately went inside to investigate. However, many went in, but not a single one came out. Gradually, the Demon Suppression Forest became a forbidden area in the chaotic sand ocean. Whenever a cultivator from the 4 regions or 9 worlds came here, the Council of Elders would remind them that they were not allowed to enter. Ling Xiao also received the same notice. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to go in, 2 powerful auras suddenly chased after him. Ling Xiao turned around and saw 2 Flying Tiger Knights. His strength was on par with the 2 people he had killed before. But there were 2 of them. He could deal with one, but he could forget about 2. However, what made Ling Xiao feel strange was that these two flying tiger knights actually stopped 100 meters away from him. Were they afraid of the demon suppression forest? Ling Xiao felt that this was the only possibility. They couldn't be afraid of him. Just as he expected, the two flying tiger knights had a headache because of the demon suppression forest. Ling Xiao, this damned guy, of all places, you just had to come to the demon suppression forest. Don't you know that the demon suppression forest is a forbidden area? As flying tiger knights who had lived in the chaotic sand ocean for a long time, they knew much more about the demon suppression forest than Ling Xiao. Back then, many of their brothers had died inside. One of the flying tiger knights stood 100 meters away. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Why are you doing this? I believe the Golden Sky region's elders have already told you. The demon suppression forest is the forest of death. Once you enter, you'll definitely die. Why are you so stubborn? Come with us to the Jade Flower sect to admit your guilt. Perhaps you can get leniency." "Leniency, your sister? Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. Demon suppression forest, I'm really going to barge in today." Although Ling Xiao was not a match for the two flying tiger knights, he could still escape using the vertical golden light technique. However, he still felt sorry for his nine-nether great devil king. Furthermore, he was able to break the array formation of the demon suppression forest. His outcome would definitely be different from others. What was he afraid of? You're really ignorant. Once you enter the demon suppression forest, not even your bones will be left. Come with us, and you'll at least have a small chance of survival." The other flying tiger knight also said. "Well said, but it's a pity that you two idiots really think that I'm at my wit's end." Ling Xiao revealed some disdain. He dared to come out alone because he relied on his powerful life-saving skills. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Originally, he could immediately turn around and enter the demon suppression forest. However, his cultivation was about to break through, and he couldn't bear to part with the two opponents in front of him. Not good. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately turned around and fled into the demon suppression forest. At this moment, a terrifying aura covered the sky and covered the earth. A terrifying palm wind set off a violent storm. It completely destroyed the forest where Ling Xiao was standing. If Ling Xiao didn't discover it in time, he would have turned into ashes. At the very least, he would have wasted a chance of revival. If he wanted to enter the demon suppression forest, it would be very dangerous. This chance of revival must be kept. Hateful. After Ling Xiao left, a tall figure appeared from afar. This person was wearing a black robe. As he stood in the void, a terrifying aura was naturally released. This caused the two flying tiger knights' faces to change. "Greetings, sect leader." So this person was the sect leader of the Jade Flower sect. No wonder he was so angry that he personally came to kill Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao escaped quickly. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? At this moment, the sect leader of the Jade Flower sect's face was very ugly. That attack just now was to heavily injure Ling Xiao on the spot. However, he didn't expect that an extremely hidden attack would be detected by Ling Xiao in advance. Escaped into the demon suppression forest. Standing outside the demon suppression forest, the sect leader of the Jade Flower sect, Yu Huajun, was somewhat at a loss. He only had 3 sons, and now 2 were dead. Moreover, the 2 of them were very likely killed by Ling Xiao. Others thought that it was Xiao Jin who did it, but he wasn't an idiot. According to what happened that day and the traces at the scene, he was 100% sure. It was Ling Xiao, this brat, who used some kind of magic treasure to kill his 2 sons. This grudge, even if the heavens were to stop him, he would still take revenge. It was a pity that Ling Xiao had entered the demon suppression forest. He couldn't take revenge personally. The 2 of you, lead the Flying Tiger Knights to closely monitor this place. If there's any movement, report it immediately. After Yu Huajun threw down this sentence, he turned and left. Yu Huajun did not dare enter the demon suppression forest rashly. Furthermore, he had other things to do. He did not think that Ling Xiao would be able to come out of the demon suppression forest alive. However, he was cautious and still decided to send someone to guard this place. What if a miracle happened? To be honest, he hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to survive. That way, he could personally avenge his son. He also wanted to know what kind of treasure Ling Xiao had on him that could actually kill his son, Yuhua Sky Demon. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the dense forest. Everything around him had become very quiet, as if it was a ghost town. He entered the Shadow Warrior form and continued in the direction of the 9 Underworld Great Demon King's aura. Although he did not know who had unleashed that palm strike, it was definitely an extremely powerful enemy. He reckoned that he would not be able to get out in the near future. In that case, he might as well take things as they came. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard from the dense forest. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had actually been discovered while he was in the Shadow Warrior form. A group of foxes had surrounded him. This group of foxes had red demonic eyes and looked extremely strange. He simply had nowhere to hide from their demonic eyes. The foxes stared at Ling Xiao with their blood-red eyes, clearly showing mockery and disdain. Damn it! How dare a group of evil beasts look down on me? Ling Xiao channeled his true origin. However, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood the moment he channeled his true origin. F***CK. I understand why all the martialists who entered this place died. I can't channel my true origin in this damned place. I can't even absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth. This must be the doing of the array formation outside. Ling Xiao thought of this but did not panic. Even without his true origin, he still had his spirit power and physical body. This place, to him, was not a place that would cause him to despair. Master, please find a way to break this array formation, but don't break it yet. Ling Xiao said. Yes, Master. Although a Yuan Venerate was only a spirit body now and could not fight, it was not a problem for him to do such a small thing. So. Seeing Ling Xiao vomit blood, a fox beast suddenly scurried over. His speed was extremely fast. Under the dim light, the sharp claws flashed with a strange sharpness. You're still too inexperienced to play with my physical body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat. He did not circulate his true essence, only using the strength of his physical body to resist. The sharp claws pierced into the fox's body. However, the fox beast's claws were unable to tear his body apart. Ling Xiao smiled. It was basically impossible for martial artists below the divine body realm to have such a strong physical body like his. His god-fiend black tortoise body was already terrifying enough. Coupled with his beast soul transformation, how could the fox beast be his match? Beast form. Ling Xiao directly transformed into a huge limitless heavenly rat. With a height of 7 to 8 meters, its terrifying claws slammed into the fox beasts. Several of them were killed in an instant. The fox beasts were so scared that they went into hiding. Facing Ling Xiao, he actually knelt down and kowtowed continuously. It was as if they were kowtowing to their god. Ling Xiao was a little confused. Could it be because of the beast god's aura? After thinking about it, he could not figure it out anyway. Since the other party was no longer attacking, he might as well continue forward. This time, he directly retained the limitless heavenly rat's beast form. Flapping its huge wings, he flew above the dense forest. The primeval beast god's divine might seem to be very useful in this dense forest. Many terrifying beasts saw him coming and either avoided him or directly knelt down to worship him. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He now truly understood how terrifying this demon suppression forest was. If it were someone else, they would not be able to survive. Even if their physical body was strong, even if they had a secret soul technique. However, without the powerful primeval beast god position, they would be exhausted to death even if they were tired. Just as Ling Xiao felt that the 9 underworld's giant demon king's aura was getting closer and closer, a black wind suddenly attacked. The entire sky was covered by them. Ling Xiao looked at it in surprise. It was actually a swarm of locusts. However, they were just black locusts. Each of the locusts was wrapped in a black aura. They were so densely packed that the surrounding beasts seemed to be fleeing in a sorry state. What the hell is this? Even the aura of the primeval beast god position is useless? Ling Xiao was very shocked. However, shock was shock, not to the point of fear. Ling Xiao instantly entered the Hell Undying Bird Beast Soul Transformation. Activate the Undying Bird Fire. deviant fire enveloped his entire body. A huge hell-undying bird appeared in midair. At this moment, the locusts had already attacked. Like moths to a flame, they crashed into the deviant fire and were burned to ashes. However, the ones behind them actually rushed over one after another, as if they did not know fear at all. Burn, burn! Xianxia laughed wildly. The crazy deviant fire burned the locusts to death and released black smoke, which was actually absorbed by his body. The energy in his cultivation C had finally risen to 100%. This was even more satisfying than fighting those warriors of the Yuhua divine sect. However, thinking about it carefully, in this world, there were very few people who had deviant fire. Entering this damned place was really full of danger. He could guard against one kind of danger, but not the second. Fortunately, he had enough trump cards. Otherwise, he was afraid that today would be troublesome. There were too many locusts in the sky, and he could not burn them all. Therefore, Xianxia simply burned them as he advanced. In any case, his Tai Chi eye had already seen the place where the 9 underworld demon king was. However, the closer he got to that place, the more he felt a terrifying pressure. His mind was filled with crazy thoughts. His ears were filled with the screams of ghosts and monsters. It was simply driving him crazy. Boom. At a certain point, Xianxia released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Anyway, there was no one here, and he was not afraid of being seen by others. A pitch-black universe appeared behind him, and a terrifying aura was released. That terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared. As expected, the Sky Tyrant martial soul is the most powerful. Xianxia sighed. As he continued forward, the locusts had already scattered. This was not a place they could set foot in. On the ground, there were countless corpses, most of which were human. Most of them were quite old and had turned into eerie white bones. In order to explore the secret of this demon-suppressing forest, they left their lives here. Xianxia had some respect for them. Although they might have come with greed, if it were not for these people who stepped forward to open up the territory of the human race. Today's humans would not be so lucky. He did not put away the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Because that pressure was too terrifying. Other than the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could not withstand it at all. He did not want to die yet. Perhaps, he would become the first human to successfully explore this demon-suppressing forest. He would know the true secret of this demon-suppressing forest. What did this place have to do with the eternal desert? What kind of thing existed that could actually make the 9 underworld demon king leave him? There were too many questions. Curiosity drove Xianxia to continue forward. It was hard to imagine what the world would become if humans lost their curiosity. End of chapter 45:14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.